In a previous life, I suggested to Xu Xiangnuan that she pursue further education abroad, inadvertently causing her tragic demise in a plane crash. The weight of a life lost weighs heavily upon me, rendering me breathless with guilt. I entrusted Xu Rui with a substantial sum to compensate Xu Xiangnuan's family. He often remarked that although I was responsible for her death, he would not abandon me, and after graduation, we married without incident. However, my depression deepened post-marriage, and during my pregnancy, I even resorted to self-harm. In a bid for redemption, I asked my father to investigate Xu Xiangnuan, only to discover that she and Xu Rui had celebrated their wedding at the tender age of 18. Chapter 1. Rebirth Detachment of Consciousness underway. 321 Completion. All characters are now of legal age. Hao Pingfan's life was utterly mundane. From elementary to middle school, he was the top student in Erlong Town, basking in glory. High school saw a decline in his academic performance, but a flourishing romance as he won the affection of the school's recognized goddess, reaching the pinnacle of his youthful aspirations, though the goddess never held his hand nor acknowledged their relationship publicly, claiming they were merely friends. Upon entering university, the goddess he had cherished soon fell into the arms of a senior, leaving him heartbroken. However, with the comforting support of a female classmate, Hao Pingfan emerged from his sorrow and forged a deep friendship with her. Thus began a predictable cycle of graduation, employment, saving money, marriage, infidelity, divorce, and financial ruin from misguided investment in a bubble tea shop, leading to his downfall and transformation into a mere shadow of his former self. It was only at the age of 35, following the passing of his mother due to overwork, that he awakened to the regret of his past unfilial behavior. Alas, it was too late. Life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy as he worked, earned money, and supported fallen women. Then, upon learning that a dear friend had unexpectedly fallen ill, he was shaken, leading to a life of work, earnings, and massage therapy. There were indeed attempts to introduce him to potential partners, with his older sister fretting over his single status. However, most women willing to marry him were on their second, third, or even fourth marriages, often with additional responsibilities attached. Having grown accustomed to a life of freedom, he was reluctant to chain himself again or take on the burden of raising another's children. Thus, the matter of marriage remained indefinitely postponed. Hao Pingfan vaguely recalled a girl with whom he had shared a close bond from elementary through middle school, often referring to each other as brothers. However, their connection faded in high school, particularly after he began dating the school beauty, leading to a clear delineation between them at her request. He heard that the girl had now become a financial director at a large corporation, owning a home in the metropolis through her own efforts. While he felt a sense of joy for her, he declined any proposals of courtship. It was best for such a flawed individual as himself not to bring harm to another. If only he had not been a sycophant to the school beauty, perhaps he would not have lost a cherished friend, nor would he have settled for a mere third-tier university, thus exacerbating his family's burdens, and his sister would not have. Let me tell you one last time, stay away from my daughter. Don't think you can get away with silence. If I catch you harassing my daughter again, don't blame me for informing your parents. Take a good look in the mirror. With your shabby appearance, do you really think you're worthy of my daughter? 50 meters from the entrance of Rinha County No. 2 Middle School, outside a Chang's barbershop, Hao Pingfan stood, transfixed, gazing at the striking woman before him, adorned in a flowing floral dress and a plush white coat, clutching a chic handbag, exuding an air of fashion. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time during his senior year when the school bowtie's mother, Deng Jia, had confronted him, demanding he sever ties with her. Daughter, that I will no longer contact your daughter and hope you can restrain her from seeking reconciliation. What did you say? Do you truly believe my daughter would look at a toad like you? Rest assured, I promise that if my daughter reconciles with you, my entire family will be struck by a car. Deng Jia, angered, found humor in the absurdity of a penniless young man believing he could win her daughter's affection. However, Hao Pingfan was wise enough to understand, and Deng Jia, weary of the conversation, issued a few final warnings before turning away, slipping into her gleaming accord. Worth 20,000 and vanishing from sight. Hao Pingfan inhaled the fragrant exhaust from the departing vehicle, glanced at his own pale hands, and then fixed his gaze upon the glass door of the barbershop. There a youthful reflection appeared, standing approximately 1.80 meters, slender with a delicate face, clad in an oversized school uniform and worn-out shoes. Hey, don't lose heart. Life is cyclical. Do not underestimate the struggles of youth. With hard work, You may yet find success surpassing that of that woman. The yellow-haired bystander, who had been munching on seeds while watching the spectacle, offered words of encouragement upon seeing Hao Pingfan's dazed expression. Hao Pingfan rolled his eyes. After capturing his attention, the yellow-haired boy, stroking his chin, feigned professionalism as he scrutinized Hao Pingfan, shaking his head. However, the woman did have a point. Your appearance is indeed rather unkempt. How about I help you with a haircut and a splash of color? I guarantee it will elevate your charm. Thank you, but I prefer to maintain the demeanor of a student. Hao Pingfan waved his hand, declining the offer. As a seasoned reader with 2 decades of experience, he had perused countless novels, including many renowned tales of rebirth. According to the common narrative, he should indeed undergo a transformation to astonish those around him. Yet, was it truly necessary? His primary focus now lay in his studies. If he became too striking, the admiring girls would swarm him, distracting him from his academic pursuits. Gurgle, the rumbling of his stomach jolted Hao Pingfan back to reality. Looking around at the low-rise buildings and passing students, he found himself at a loss for direction. Fanzi, why are you just standing there? I've been waiting ages with your fried rice. From a nearby eatery, a thin young man waved him over, a grain of rice adorning his prominent nose. Rumor had it that the larger the nose, the greater one's prowess. Whether this held any truth, he could not say. Hao Pingfan hurried over, increasingly convinced of the familiarity of the young man before him. Is that you, Fizai? Fizai? I'm a bamboo pole. You didn't go out and forget me, did you? Ha, just teasing you. In tales of rebirth, the protagonist often had a chubby best friend, yet Hao Pingfan had none. Throughout high school, his relationships with classmates were average, lacking any particularly close friendships. Even his first venture into charitable work was guided by Wei Chuan. Now, the once rotund Wei Chuan stood before him, a mere shadow of his former self. Contemplating the one who had led him into the world of philanthropy, Hao Pingfan could not help but deliver a playful punch to Wei Chuan. In this life, he was determined to steer Wei Chuan onto the right path, ensuring he would not fall prey to the same vices that had once ensnared him, leading to a life of sorrow. Chapter 2. The Art of Breakups. During high school, he always sat in front of the school beauty, Tang Yue. Her desk, unlike those of her female classmates, was adorned with an array of charming decorations, making it easily recognizable. As he settled into his seat, Hao Pingfan rummaged through his pockets, counting the meager funds within. Less than 20 yuan remained. With a week until the break, if he did not devise a plan, he would soon find himself without sustenance. At that moment, an audible intake of breath escaped from his deskmate. Hao Pingfan followed the gaze of his deskmate and beheld 2 youthful and radiant girls entering the room. Among them, one girl possessed an exceptionally pure countenance. Her attire, meticulously chosen, the soft yellow knit sweater paired with form-fitting jeans, showcased the beauty of her youthful figure. The only drawback was her somewhat flat physique. This girl was none other than Hao Pingfan's secret girlfriend, the campus belle Tang Yue. The other girl was Zhao Lin, Tang Yue's deskmate and close friend. Although Zhao Lin's beauty was merely above average, her figure was quite commendable. For someone like Hao Pingfan, who was inclined towards experiential relationships, he found himself more attracted to women with appealing physiques. As Tang Yue passed by Hao Pingfan's row, she noticed that he failed to greet her immediately, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. In the past, at this moment, Hao Pingfan would have eagerly initiated conversation. Zhao Lin, maintaining a facade of composure, subtly puffed out her chest. She had observed the lingering gaze Hao Pingfan had cast. Previously, he had eyes only for Tang Yue, frequently disregarding her curvaceous beauty, which left her feeling defeated. Once seated, Tang Yue realized Hao Pingfan still had not turned to acknowledge her, which dampened her mood. She silently resolved to ignore him for the entire evening, teaching him that a devoted admirer should know their place. Unaware of the simmering anger directed at him, Hao Pingfan propped his left hand on the desk, feigning a smoking gesture as his thoughts wandered. He had been smitten with Tang Yue since the first year of high school, even choosing to study subjects he was not fond of merely to be closer to her. Naturally, he was self-aware enough to understand that his feelings were unreciprocated. He merely admired her from afar. In the second semester of their sophomore year, Tang Yue unexpectedly confessed her feelings, wanting to be in a relationship. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to sleep the entire night. It was only much later that he learned her confession stemmed from a quarrel with her family, a rebellious act rather than genuine affection. The reason their relationship had persisted was that Tang Yue found him exceptionally compliant, using their relationship to treat him as a servant. Reflecting on how he had been more attentive to Tang Yue than to his own mother, Hao Pingfan couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-loathing. I shall never make the same mistake again in this life, he muttered as he tossed the new vaping cartridge out the window and casually pulled out a mathematics exam paper, only to find it incomprehensible. However, he did not panic too much. What good is this? The college entrance examination is only 2 months away. Surely, I won't be unable to even enter a third-tier university. That a sense of unease crept over him. While he himself held no strong aspirations for higher education, his mother, Chen Guiqin, certainly did. In his past life, even gaining admission to a third-tier university had brought her immense joy. In this life, he similarly wished to avoid disappointing her. Growing increasingly agitated, Hao Pingfan decided to temporarily set aside his academic concerns and ponder how to earn money. Recalling the various money-making schemes from novels, his brow furrowed tighter. He neither invested in stocks nor wrote novels, had no programming skills, and had never sold crayfish or paid attention to the recent World Cup. He had never bought a lottery ticket, nor did he own property in his county that could be redeveloped. Even if he could make milk tea, he lacked the startup capital and, moreover, needed to prioritize his studies without spending too much time on side ventures. After much contemplation, he concluded that he was utterly useless. Given this reality, he mused that perhaps he could simply purchase 1,000 or so bitcoins and then gamble on a tech venture with a layer of insurance, hoping to become a billionaire while lounging about. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back, interrupting his train of thought. Turning around, he discovered that Tang Yue was poking him with the tip of her pen. Back in high school, whenever she had an issue, she would jab him with a pen, leaving his school uniform stained and sometimes irreversibly dirty. What was more infuriating was that he had not only tolerated it, but had also viewed it as a form of intimate interaction, reveling in it. "What are you doing?" he snapped, recalling those past moments with a tinge of annoyance, realizing how foolish he had been. Taken aback by his harsh tone, Tang Yue's brows shot up in indignation. "How dare you speak to me like that?" she retorted, her chest barely rising with indignation. Tonight, since Hao Pingfan had not made an effort to flatter her, she had refrained from showing any displeasure. Now, when she sought his assistance, he dared to respond in such a manner. Observing Tang Yue's spoiled demeanor, Hao Pingfan felt it was time to draw a line between them, otherwise, his future days would be fraught with turmoil. However, he understood that breaking up required a careful approach. He had no intention of doing so just yet. With the college entrance exam looming, he did not wish to be distracted by her. Moreover, Tang Yue, having been pampered by her family, was both willful and capricious. Even with Deng Jie's solemn vow, it was not a foolproof assurance. He had heard that in his previous life, a senior who had initially won Tang Yue's affections eventually could no longer endure her haughty temperament and fled. Tang Yue, undeterred, had relentlessly pursued him for 2 years, spreading tales of him being a scoundrel and even escalating the matter to the school authorities. Ultimately, she forced him to leave the country for further studies. Now, with Hao Pingfan having never even held Tang Yue's hand, he was keen to avoid the same fate as that student council president. Therefore, he solemnly said, "Tang Yue, I have something to tell you. First, go buy me a cup of milk tea as an apology, otherwise, I won't listen." Before he could finish, Tang Yue coldly interrupted him with a huff. Zhao Lin quickly chimed in, "And give me one too, strawberry flavored." Hao Pingfan gazed at the 2 girls, who had no intention of paying, and a wave of nausea washed over him. Ever since they had started dating in their 2nd year, Tang Yue had frequently summoned him to fetch things, but she would only pay if she felt like it. When she remembered, she might toss him a few coins, but if she forgot, he ended up footing the bill. Adding to his woes was Zhao Lin, who frequently exploited their friendship to mooch off him, leaving Hao Pingfan to scrape by financially even while being thrifty. "I truly am an extraordinary fool," he thought, exasperated with himself for never having encountered anyone so naive. Exhaling deeply, he cast aside those unpleasant memories. Sensing that Tang Yue was about to erupt again, he promptly declared, "Yue, your mother contacted me today." Chapter 3. Your mother says I am a toad. Is that so? In the classroom, Hao Pingfan paid no heed to Tang Yue's bewildered expression and earnestly began his performance. Tears shimmering in his eyes. "Your mother warned me to keep my distance from you, and said I'm a toad unworthy of you. I believe she is right. I am neither handsome nor academically gifted, and my family's circumstances are modest. I truly cannot bring you happiness, so we should part ways." What? Fortunately, there was the supportive best friend Zhao Lin, who was not keen on Hao Pingfan and Tang Yue breaking up, as she wished to continue enjoying free snacks and labor for another couple of months. She quickly interjected, "Hao Pingfan, don't take what Annie said too seriously. Although you may be average in many aspects, you are honest and considerate, truly deserving of being a good boyfriend. More importantly, Yue has feelings for you. So how can you be so heartless? Don't you fear hurting her? I am sorry. It is all my fault. It is my misfortune at this powerless age to have fallen for someone as outstanding as you. Yue, in the days to come without my company, I hope you will continue to find happiness." Hao Pingfan wiped away a tear, no longer wishing to linger in this sorrowful place, and casually picked up a book, making his way to an empty seat in the back row. Zhao Lin could not help but chuckle as she watched him leave. Look at Hao Pingfan. He is truly acting like a lovesick fool. As Tang Yue's close friend, she knew well that Tang Yue had never truly cared for Hao Pingfan. The more deeply Hao Pingfan expressed his emotions, the more he resembled a loyal dog. Tang Yue herself felt a tinge of amusement. Had Hao Pingfan not been somewhat presentable and obedient, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago. The notion of her wanting to retain him was utterly laughable. "Yue, do you believe that tomorrow Hao Pingfan will come back to curry favor with you?" Zhao Lin laughed for a while before making a wager with Tang Yue. Having witnessed countless infatuated suitors over the past 2 years as the school bell's confidant, she had no faith that the so-called king of devoted suitors, Hao Pingfan, would ever leave Tang Yue's side. As if I would care about him. This is not a place where he can come and go as he pleases. Dan Zui sculpt, painting her nails nonchalantly. Initially, she had planned to wait until after the college entrance examinations to dismiss Hao Pingfan, but now that he had taken the initiative to leave, it suited her perfectly. After all, with just 2 months left, his utility had diminished significantly. Hao Pingfan settled into the last row, gazing calmly at the silhouettes of Tang Yue and Zhao Lin whispering to one another. In this lifetime, he held no interest in Tang Yue and sought no entanglement with her. However, he could not dismiss Zhao Lin so easily. After all, Zhao Lin had been benefiting from his kindness for over a year. Some form of recompense was only fair. Alas, joyful times are often fleeting. Having finished reading the novel, he realized he would need to spend money on new ones tomorrow. Just as he was formulating his plans, a classmate in the front row, who had been buried in their lap, suddenly lifted their head, holding an old device, and let out a low exclamation. An idea sparked in Hao Pingfan's mind, and he promptly set Zhao Lin aside, conceiving a plan to earn his first bucket of gold. In 2009, smartphones were still considered luxury items for students, and with internet speeds akin to that of a vintage car, most of their entertainment relied on older devices. However, many students in their impoverished county had only a rudimentary understanding of computers and rarely utilized downloading tools. Even those who managed to download videos or music online would seldom venture to an internet CAF solely for one film. Hence, when it came to downloading novels, music, or videos, students typically turned to off-campus digital stores. For those with lower demands, they could pay 2 yuan for the owner to randomly download some novels or music. For specific requests, the prices would be considerably steeper. Novels and music generally cost 1 yuan each, while videos were 2 yuan each. If someone sought a more specialized film, the price would be even higher. Hao Pingfan believed he could seize this market opportunity. While he might not make a fortune, it would suffice to cover his living expenses for the coming week. Resolute in his decision, after evening study sessions, he promptly sought out Wei Chuan. "Hey, do you want to make some money? It's not illegal, right?" Wei Chuan did not express excitement. Instead, his face bore a look of caution. Their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. How could an opportunity to earn money possibly come his way? Hao Pingfan was undeterred, draping an arm over Wei Chuan's shoulder and whispering his plan. As Wei Chuan listened, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, though he remained hesitant. "Fancy, you never go online when I ask you to. Do you even know how to download these things? I am not foolish. How could I engage in something without confidence?" Wei Chuan's sharp retort lingered as he ultimately agreed to Hao Pingfan's invitation. "Fancy, I suddenly feel nervous. I really need to pee. What if no one pays attention to us? The atmosphere will be so awkward. Do you think we will get in trouble with the teacher?" Hao Pingfan arrived at the floor where the senior students were located, purposely selecting a dormitory that was not his own class, intending to show Wei Chuan the ropes. However, as they approached, the determined Wei Chuan suddenly faltered, his voice trembling. "Why be afraid of fellow classmates? Watch me perform." As he swung open the dormitory door, A wave of a foul odor assaulted him, almost making him retch. Suppressing his nausea, Hao Pingfan forced a radiant smile and, under the gaze of the dormitory occupants, boldly declared, "Hey guys, does anyone want to download novels, music, or videos? Random selections are just 1 yuan. Specific novels or music are 50 cents. And specific videos are only 1 yuan each. So cheap?" The dormitory students felt a stir of interest. Hao Pingfan's prices were half of what they would pay outside. Some even recognized his identity. "Aren't you the one who often runs errands for the school bell?" "Yes, that's me. If anyone wishes for me to pass along love letters or wants to learn more secrets about the school bell, feel free to approach me." This revelation ignited even more interest, and students clamored to pull out their devices. Hao Pingfan nudged the still-dazed Wei Chuan, urging him to quickly note down everyone's requests and stick them onto the equipment with tape. Wei Chuan fumbled to keep up, still reeling from the shock. Just moments ago, Hao Pingfan had been a quiet, introverted individual, even more so than him, yet today he was so articulate. Moreover, Hao Pingfan had previously treated Tang Yue as a forbidden fruit, tearing up love letters whenever classmates asked him to deliver them. Now he was willingly offering to pass on love letters. Could it be he was possessed? Chapter 4. What about our breakfast? Can you download those study films here? As time was of the essence that evening, Hao Pingfan carefully packed the 4 devices he had collected into a plastic bag, ready to leave with Wei Chuan. At that moment, a classmate with a face full of acne suddenly posed a question, prompting a chorus of snickers throughout the dormitory. "What are study films?" Wei Chuan scratched his head, puzzled as to why everyone was laughing. Hao Pingfan glanced at Wei Chuan in astonishment, surprised that the future head of the Koan shop could be so innocent at this moment. Ignoring Wei Chuan's confusion for the time being, Hao Pingfan feigned difficulty. "We can download them, but just say how much. As long as the content is compelling enough, we have the money." The students displayed remarkable generosity regarding this matter. Previously, they had been meticulous over a couple of songs, yet now, they were willing to overlook the price for such films. Ultimately, however, Hao Pingfan resisted the temptation, firmly refusing the money offered for the illicit material. Distributing gray market films was illegal, and although no one in their small county seemed to care much about it, he did not wish to take that risk. After all, he was merely trying to earn a little pocket money. It was unnecessary to jeopardize himself. "Fanzi, why did you refuse to help your classmates download study films? And what exactly are study films?" S' complexion flushed with excitement as he vaguely guessed the film's title, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, causing him to gesture animatedly. "Look at you, with such little ambition. Henceforth, I shall take you directly to..." Abruptly halted mid-sentence. In this lifetime, he was determined to guide Wei Chuan toward a righteous path, steering clear of those alluring places. After visiting a couple more dormitories with Wei Chuan, appointed him as the main contributor. Initially, Wei Chuan's performance was rather dismal. He was so nervous that he was drenched in sweat and unable to articulate a word. However, it was evident that Wei Chuan possessed an inherent charm. After a few attempts, he began to imitate proficiently. The results were quite commendable. After visiting nearly half of the senior boys' dormitories, they secured over 30 units, earning a total of 150 yuan. If they managed to capture the entire school's business, their revenue could potentially reach 1,000. The following day, Sunday, the wealthy generously rewarded himself with 2 large meat buns and then, with milk in tow, made his way to the classroom. "Where's our breakfast?" And had arrived at the classroom ahead of him, and, upon noticing empty-handed, S' expression instantly turned frosty. Was taken aback. "What breakfast? Are you still a man? Even though you and Rainway have broken up, you are still friends. How can you be so petty?" Was equally incensed and chastised him without reservation. She typically relied on's breakfast, and now that had not bought any, she would have to endure hunger in the morning. Furrowed his brow in contemplation before finally recalling that had a fondness for soup dumplings during high school, but the shop was rather out of the way, and she was too lazy to make the detour. "You have truly disappointed me." S' eyes grew colder as she sensed lack of remorse. This time, unless groveled for her forgiveness, she would not relent. S' dramatic flair resurfaced, and his previously flushed face turned sorrowful. "Rainway, I am no longer your boyfriend. I no longer have the right to stand by your side and protect you. To avoid any misunderstandings with your future boyfriend, it is best we maintain our distance." Pointed an accusing finger at, nearly bursting forth with a tirade, wishing he would cease being so self-indulgent. If she were to voice such sentiments, It would imply that she had never harbored feelings for and had merely toyed with him like a fool. Also wore a perplexed expression, but did not doubt that was merely performing. After all, had previously been a devoted admirer, and it was plausible that he genuinely believed such thoughts. The two girls, clutching their stomachs, found themselves at a loss for words, resorting to resting their heads on the desks in frustration. Smirked, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. It not only left feeling vexed, but also prevented her from unleashing her anger upon him. Soon, the bell for morning self-study rang, and their homeroom teacher entered the room with a thermos in hand. A nearly 50-year-old middle-aged man had only a few precarious strands of hair atop his head, which danced in the wind. The students affectionately referred to him as, "Everyone, please pause for a moment. I would like to share a few words." Once reached the podium and ensured silence, he spoke slowly. "With only 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, I hope all students can take this seriously and dedicate themselves to reviewing their studies. The Gaokao represents one of the most significant opportunities in your lives. Even a slight improvement could drastically alter your future. Do not consider my words alarmist." He droned on for over 10 minutes, far exceeding his promised brief remarks. The students in the front listened attentively, while those in the back had already drifted into daydreams, contemplating whether to visit an internet CAF or an ice skating rink that afternoon. Having experienced life anew, understood sincere intentions. Although educational qualifications do not encompass everything, a higher degree often leads to better career opportunities. A clear example is that many large corporations prioritize recruiting from prestigious universities, leaving students from average schools with little chance to engage in such opportunities. However, was not particularly enamored with these so-called elite institutions. It was not merely the impending 2-month countdown to the Gaokao that dissuaded him from striving harder. Rather, he had no need for employment. As a reincarnated individual, it would be rather embarrassing to seek a job. Once concluded his lecture, eagerly raised his hand and stood up to discuss changing his seat, having resolved to distance himself from him, to place himself as far away from her as possible. Was it not evident that he had thoroughly consumed countless reincarnation novels? Had grown accustomed to his unwavering adoration. Now that he had ceased his flattery, she would undoubtedly feel disoriented. If he continued to sit in front of, she might still habitually call upon him. However, by distancing himself, it would be a different matter altogether. Unless wished to publicize their relationship, it was unlikely she would stoop to confront him. He was quite the clever fellow. Chapter 5. A dog's end, yet thousands remain. "No, I would like to change my seat." Following their homeroom teacher outside the classroom, feigned his former demeanor, nervously presenting his request. Why the sudden desire to change seats? Regarded the earnest boy before him with a tinge of regret. When first entered high school, he had ranked first in the class, and even after the subject divisions, he remained within the top 5. However, since the latter half of his second year, his academic performance had plummeted, transforming from a promising student to a mere gatekeeper of the second-tier university line, on the verge of sinking into the abyss of third-tier institutions. Observations revealed that there was no intimate behavior between the two, and they had scarcely spent time alone together. The most common scenario was instructing to run errands. If such interactions could be considered a romantic relationship, Vin's love life was indeed tragic. Unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in his teacher's mind, lowered his head and articulated his reasoning. "The Gaokao is approaching, and I wish to make one final push. You know, my potential for improvement in Chinese and English is limited, while my foundation in the sciences is woefully inadequate." Spoke of his previous life circumstances. Unlike most boys, he had little interest in physics, chemistry, and biology, barely managing to score over 100 out of 300. Conversely, he excelled in Chinese and English, averaging around 120. However, many years had passed, and he had long since returned the Chinese textbooks to the teacher, though he had maintained a good grasp of English and even learned fluent Japanese. After all, he often watched American and Japanese blockbusters, which allowed him to learn both language and form. It was a pity that the Gaokao did not include his strongest language, Japanese. Without broaching regrets, regarded the boy's sincere countenance with a hint of hesitation. If it were any other student with potential, he would never agree to a seat change to the back row during this critical period. It was indeed somewhat special. His academic performance was so lopsided that a concentrated effort might yield a significant turnaround, possibly a jump of 5 or 6 points. Considering his reputation as an honest child who would not lie, finally reached a decision. "Very well, I agree." Thank you, teacher. S lips curled into a slight smile. Being honest had its advantages, requiring little explanation. Upon returning to the classroom, immediately began to gather his belongings. His deskmate inquired with curiosity, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I have requested to move to the last row." Was Hao Pingfan truly prepared to resolutely sever ties with Tang Yue? Zhao Lin cast a glance at the expressionless Tang Yue and leaned in to whisper, "If he wants to leave, let him. I am not lacking in admirers. Does he truly believe I cannot do without him?" Today, Hao Pingfan neglected to bring her breakfast merely because he felt slighted, and that has already sentenced him to a life of singularity. He is but a lovesick fool. If one departs, there are countless others to take his place. Indeed, the moment the homeroom teacher announced that Hao Pingfan's seat was now vacant, 7 or 8 hands shot up in the classroom. "I'll take it. Pick me. I have severe myopia. Teacher Liao, choose me. I am passionate about learning. I'm not interested in the fairer sex." The boys clamored, their faces flushed with excitement, vying for attention as if in a competition for affection. Teacher Liao Keifu, well aware of the students' true intentions, ultimately selected Xu Xiangnuan, who sat quietly in the back row, sporting a middle-parting, a Casio watch, and a Nokia 96 in his pocket, often sipping bottled soda during meals. Given Xu Xiangnuan's academic performance, he had previously occupied a position further back, and since his parents had requested a seat adjustment, it was an opportune moment to accommodate him. Xu, upon hearing the news, maintained a neutral expression, silently gathering his books, as if the seat held no significance to him. Hao Pingfan scoffed inwardly, recognizing that the lad was merely putting on an act. He recalled that during their senior year, Xu Xiangnuan had once asked him to pass a love letter to Tang Yue, which Hao had discreetly torn up, leading to a fight between them. Naturally, Hao Pingfan would not engage in such foolishness again. He quietly settled into the last row and began his studies. All matters of love in the world were of no concern to him. His sole focus was on his education. Time spent learning seemed to slip away swiftly, and before long, the morning had vanished in the blink of an eye. Hao Pingfan closed his book, rubbed his eyes and back, feeling more fatigued than if he had spent an entire day tightening screws. "Fanga, do you have time for lunch?" A voice chimed in front of him. Looking up, he saw the handsome Xu Xiangnuan. "Xiangnuan, I have matters to attend to at noon. If you need something, just say it." Hao Pingfan smiled, for Xu Xiangnuan was now his significant client, having generously offered him 20 yuan the previous night. In the face of monetary gain, even pressing matters could become trivial. Xu Xiangnuan glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before speaking softly. "Fanga, I have observed you for quite some time. To be honest, do you have feeling for Tang Yue?" "I did have feelings in the past, but I have since let go and wish to focus solely on my studies." Hao Pingfan replied with utmost sincerity, answering every inquiry. "Excellent. With your capabilities, as long as you dedicate yourself to your studies, your grades will undoubtedly improve rapidly." Xu Xiangnuan's face lit up with joy, and after praising Hao Pingfan, he nervously rubbed his hands together, suddenly blushing. "Since you have sat beside her for so long, you must know some of her preferences and habits. Could you share them with me? If necessary, I could even pay for the information. No need for money. I happen to possess a notebook detailing her likes and dislikes, which I shall give to you." Hao Pingfan produced a small booklet and handed it to Xu Xiangnuan. It contained a meticulous record of Tang Yue's favorite foods, clothing, television dramas, favorite celebrities, and the meanings behind her various expressions. Though it was merely a thin booklet, it represented over a year of his devoted observations. "My good brother, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Fully convinced that Hao Pingfan held no romantic intentions toward Tang Yue, Hao Pingfan waved his hand dismissively. "If you genuinely wish to thank me, how about lending me 4 yuan for a few days?" "No problem." Xu Xiangnuan readily agreed, his gratitude still evident on his face. Hao Pingfan, however, felt a twinge of sympathy, hoping Xu Xiangnuan would not be sorely disappointed after getting closer to Tang Yue. Chapter 6. In this life, I wish to experience the flavor of brotherhood. Fanzai. Are you not anxious? We possess so much equipment. If we do not hurry this afternoon, we may not finish. After lunch, Hao Pingfan and Wei Chuan strolled leisurely towards the outskirts of the school, carrying a bag of 34. Wei Chuan, observing Hao Pingfan's unhurried demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Their time was already extremely limited, and they needed to not only download the novels, songs, and videos designated by their classmates, but also prepare sufficient resources for random retrieval. The thought that Hao Pingfan might not take this matter seriously sent a chill down Wei Chuan's spine, and he regretted trusting someone who would borrow money to buy gifts for a crush to help him make money. Don't fret, allow me to demonstrate. Hao Pingfan instructed Wei Chuan to hide the bag containing their equipment, and then pulled out a memory card with 8 gigabytes of storage, entering a nearby digital store with flair. Boss, fill this card to the brim. This memory is quite large. It will cost 10 yuan, the young proprietor replied. No problem. Hao Pingfan waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of affluence that left the young boss momentarily stunned. Wei Chuan, who had been secretly observing, was equally astonished by this unexpected maneuver. After downloading the resources and exiting the store, Wei Chuan could no longer contain his excitement. His eyes filled with admiration. Fanzai, how did you come up with this idea? It's simply brilliant. This is akin to us utilizing the digital store's resources to earn money for ourselves. Hao Pingfan nonchalantly waved off the praise, not wishing to waste further time, and quickly made his way to an internet CAF. In the county town of 2009, internet CAFs proliferated, each more questionable than the last. The fees were remarkably low, typically 1 yuan 50 cents per hour, with an overnight rate of merely 8 yuan. Hao Pingfan and Wei Chuan soon found 2 machines tucked away in a corner of a net CAF named Speedy Gaming. Fanzai, this place feels too dim. Perhaps we should choose another location? Wei Chuan expressed dissatisfaction with Hao Pingfan's choice, noting that there were numerous vacant spots in the CAF. Do you not wish to learn what studying films entails? Today, I shall take you to experience it. Hao Pingfan took a puff from a recently purchased Hongta Mountain cigarette and casually exhaled a smoke ring. This was not due to any addiction. Rather, there were simply too many smokers in the CAF. Rather than inhale secondhand smoke, he preferred to indulge himself. Is that so? Fanzai, you truly are a remarkable brother. Wei Chuan immediately dismissed any thoughts regarding Hao Pingfan's smoking habits, enchanted by the promise of experiencing the so-called study of films. Hao Pingfan smiled softly, pushing the equipment toward Wei Chuan. Brother, I will first teach you how to transfer files. Later, you will follow my method and randomly load some resources onto these devices. Remember to glance through the existing content first, aiming to provide something different. Oh, I will do well. Wei Chuan, filled with enthusiasm, promised earnestly. Hao Pingfan extinguished his cigarette and began instructing him on the simple techniques of copying and pasting. After observing Wei Chuan handle the 2 devices, Hao Pingfan simultaneously downloaded the designated content while searching for information on Bitcoin online. Regrettably, discussions about Bitcoin were scarce on the internet at this time, having only recently emerged. It was merely a novelty to most, and few recognized its true value. From Hao Pingfan's recollection, it was only after 2012 that Bitcoin gained substantial traction. No need to rush. He would purchase a computer during the summer break to mine safely. Hao Pingfan had not paid much attention to Bitcoin previously and was somewhat unfamiliar with its transactions and security. To ensure absolute safety, he believed it best to mine himself. After all, Bitcoin was relatively easy to mine at present, and one could easily accumulate hundreds or even thousands within a month. With a resolution in his heart, Hao Pingfan ceased to pay attention to Bitcoin and discovered a mysterious website to provide benefits for Wei Chuan. One cannot help but reminisce about how inexperienced teachers were in this era. Beside him, Wei Chuan was busy, and when he inadvertently glanced at Hao Pingfan's computer screen, his eyes widened in astonishment. Fanzi, how can you watch such films in broad daylight? What a surprise. How else would I know which films are classics if I don't watch them? Enough chatter. Once you've finished your work, we can appreciate them at our leisure. Wei Chuan, feeling somewhat aggrieved, wished he could watch as well. The 2 of them toiled for 2 hours before finally downloading all the films. After completing their tasks, they did not leave, but instead engaged in the currently popular game, Dungeon Warrior. It had been over a decade since Hao Pingfan last played this game, and revisiting it now felt quite enjoyable. They continued playing until 5:30, after which Hao Pingfan settled the bill and led Wei Chuan to a small stir-fry restaurant outside the school, ordering 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, along with 2 bottles of beer. Cheers! Let us celebrate our first earnings today. Cheers! Wei Chuan's face beamed with joy as he downed his drink, even though he had not yet received a single penny. Hao Pingfan set down his glass and remembered he still owed Wei Chuan money, promptly pulling out cash from his pocket to distribute their earnings. Wei Chuan hurriedly interjected. Fanzi, you don't need to give me money. I hardly did anything. You treated me to dinner and internet access today. That is already more than sufficient. That won't do. I promised to help you earn money, so I must compensate you. Hao Pingfan felt quite pleased with Wei Chuan's lack of greed. He was indeed a good brother from their past life as ladybugs. However, the money still needed to be divided, and the method of distribution required careful consideration. After a few moments of contemplation, Hao Pingfan relaxed his brow and raised his glass to clink with Wei Chuan's. Listen, we must maintain clarity between public and private matters. I initiated this idea, and I did the majority of the work, so I shall take the larger share. Do you have any objections? No objections, no objections, Fanzi. Honestly, you really don't need to give me any money. Wei Chuan shook his head vigorously, still refusing. Hao Pingfan ignored him and continued. This business must continue, and new members will join in the future, so we must establish rules now to prevent any complications. Here is the plan. You assisted me with the sales last night, so I'll give you 10 yuan. Today, for helping me transfer data, you'll receive another 10 yuan. Additionally, since your total sales last night amounted to 30 yuan, you are entitled to a 10% commission, which is 3 yuan. Therefore, your total earnings will be 23 yuan. Please do not dismiss this as a small amount. This is merely a preliminary venture, and I have grander plans for the future. Once our business flourishes, we may even establish a company. And as one of the founding members, I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. Hao Pingfan counted out 2 10 yuan notes and 3 1 yuan notes, handing them to Wei Chuan. As an ordinary high school student with less than stellar grades, Wei Chuan was overwhelmed by such a generous offer. His gaunt cheeks flushed crimson as he reached out with both hands to accept his first paycheck, only to find he could not lift it. Wei Chuan looked at Hao Pingfan in confusion. Although we are still far from establishing a company, we need to set up a system in advance. You may need to adjust how you address me in the future. Wei Chuan paused, then suddenly exclaimed, Thank you, boss. Thank you, Fango. Very good. You are indeed a teachable child. Hao Pingfan felt satisfied. In his past life, he was the younger brother, but in this life, he yearned to experience the role of the older brother. After dinner, Hao Pingfan instructed Wei Chuan to return the items to their rightful owners, then wandered around the school alone. Indeed, the world is not devoid of beauty. It merely lacks the discerning eyes to recognize it. Sitting on a dilapidated flower bed, he observed the ebb and flow of students and couldn't help but exclaim. Within a mere 10 minutes, he spotted 2 girls whose beauty could easily surpass a score of 7. With a bit of makeup, they could easily reach an impressive score of 85. How had he failed to notice such charm during his school days? Just then, a passing female student seemed to have overheard his musings. With a disdainful snort, she quickened her pace, clearly intent on distancing herself for what she perceived as a lecherous gaze. However, Hao Pingfan was not about to let her escape. He suddenly seized her hand with fervor. What are you doing? The girl turned around, her tone sharp with indignation. Standing at about 160 centimeters, with 2 unrefined braids and slightly rough skin, she was enveloped in a washed-out school uniform, making it difficult to discern her figure. Yet, with her adorable round face and exquisite features, particularly her pair of lively large eyes, Hao Pingfan would easily award her a score above 85. With a change in style and a bit of skincare, attaining a score of 9 would be effortless. Xiao Yuzi, have you forgotten your Fango? Hao Pingfan was not truly a lecher. He recognized the girl immediately by her silhouette. It was Lin Yu, his close friend from elementary through middle school. Hao Pingfan himself was surprised that after so many years, he could still identify Lin Yu so easily. The only unexpected factor was her newfound beauty. How had he not seen it before? Let go of me. I don't know any Fango. You should go pursue your school beauty. Lin Yu struggled to free herself from Hao Pingfan's grasp, and her words could easily be misinterpreted as those of a couple quarreling. Hao Pingfan, however, was not inclined to take things the wrong way. Before he could respond, he sincerely said, Xiao Yuzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored you for the sake of that ridiculous school beauty. Rest assured, I will have no further dealings with her. You can come find me whenever you wish. Who wants to find you? You can go be with whoever you want. It's none of my business. If there is nothing else, let me go. I still need to study. Lin Yu averted her gaze from Hao Pingfan's earnest eyes, turning her head with a huff. Hao Pingfan smiled, undeterred by her haughtiness, and continued, Actually, I do have something to discuss with you. He intended to recruit a few girls to assist in gathering equipment for the female dormitories, and Lin Yu could join in as well. After all, The work would only take about an hour each evening and would not encroach on their rest time. He patiently explained the job description and commission structure. Watching as Lin Yu's eyes grew brighter. Without hesitation, she declared, "I'm in." Hao Pingfan was aware that Lin Yu's family was as financially constrained as his own, so he was not surprised by her eagerness. He continued, "In addition to regular entertainment films, we also have study materials available. If anyone expresses interest, you can take note of it. However, we do not engage in illegal activities." "What do you mean by that kind of film?" "I don't know," Lin Yu replied. Her eyes filled with confusion, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Hao Pingfan rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on. Remember that film we watched together while hiding under the blanket in the second year of middle school? Who watched that film with you?" Lin Yu's face instantly turned crimson, and she raised her hand to strike Hao Pingfan, only to realize that her hand was still in his grasp, and he was playfully squeezing it in public. "Hao Pingfan!" Lin Yu felt both shy and angry, her little head sweltering with the sudden excitement. Hao Pingfan finally realized something was amiss and hastily withdrew his hand, awkwardly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I'm just used to it. Go to hell." Lin Yu, unable to contain her frustration, struck Hao Pingfan a few times. The blows were harmless, yet he exaggeratedly feigned pain, causing Lin Yu's punches to dwindle to mere playful taps, akin to a tickle. After a brief, playful exchange, their relationship swiftly returned to its previous warmth. Suddenly, Hao Pingfan recalled that Lin Yu was quite the academic prodigy and quickly added, "Xiao Yuzi, could you lend me all your study notes from junior year to senior year? I need your help." Having been preoccupied with romance before, he now realized the importance of diligent study and wondered if it was too late to start. Lin Yu's cheeks still bore a faint blush, her tongue sharp as ever. Yet she disdainfully queried, "Do you need notes for every subject?" "Yes, except for English." "Do you think you can manage to learn everything in just 2 months? Should I help you with tutoring each day?" "Not for now. If I need assistance later, I will surely seek you out, but you must not refuse," Hao Pingfan replied. Observing Lin Yu's feigned indifference despite her evident concern for him, Hao Pingfan felt truly remorseful for losing such a good friend. "Let us see how you perform first." Lin Yu haughtily lifted her chin, revealing her disdainful expression once more. Unable to resist, Hao Pingfan affectionately ruffled Lin Yu's hair and quickly darted away, laughing, as she shot him a murderous glare. Upon returning to the classroom, Hao Pingfan spotted Xu Xiangnuan trying to curry favor with Tang Yue, making her and Zhao Lin laugh heartily. Unbothered, he approached Wei Chuan, who was hiding his face in his lap, occasionally emitting lewd chuckles. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Wei Chuan replied, startled, hastily tossing a magazine into his desk. Once he recognized Hao Pingfan, he calmed down. Hao Pingfan had no intention of probing further. Every boy had his secrets. He promptly shifted the topic to his recruitment plan. "Yes, absolutely. I have a few friends who are diligent and reliable. Brother Fan, I will ask them right away." Upon hearing it was a work-related matter, Wei Chuan was instantly filled with enthusiasm, as he was destined to be a cornerstone of the future company, eager to alleviate Hao Pingfan's burdens. The recruitment process went smoothly. Upon learning that the job required only an hour of work each day, with a base salary of 10 yuan plus commissions, Wei Chuan's friends clamored to join. Hao Pingfan decided to hire them all, securing a total of 5 temporary employees, 2 boys and 3 girls. After evening self-study, he gathered everyone together, conducted a quick training session, and sent them off with paper, pens, and tape. Observing the energetic members, Hao Pingfan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, high school students who had yet to face the harsh realities of life were easily swayed. The next day, still unaccustomed to the senior year schedule, Hao Pingfan hurriedly entered the classroom at the last second of the morning bell, followed closely by a breathless Xu Xiangnuan. Xu Xiangnuan appeared disheveled, panting heavily with sweat-soaked hair sticking to his forehead, losing his usual bravado. Hao Pingfan glanced at the small steamed buns Xu Xiangnuan held, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. However, he said nothing and made his way directly to his seat at the back. Passing by Tang Yue's row, he distinctly heard her cold scoff, implying that while he was unwilling to be a sycophant, others were eager to fill that role. Ignoring her, he quickened his pace. Having no interest in being a sycophant himself, let others take on that role if they wished. Tang Yue's expression darkened upon witnessing Hao Pingfan's indifference. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. She had anticipated that he would, sensing the crisis, come pleading for her forgiveness. At that moment, Zhao Lin suddenly scoffed. Boys are so immature. They act tough on the outside while regretting it inside. Yue, you must never initiate contact with Hao Pingfan again. I want to see how long he can hold out. As if I care about him. Even if he begs me now, it wouldn't matter. Dang Jui Zito. A hint of satisfaction returning to her mood. As the two exchanged low voices, Su Kuan in the front row finally regained his composure. Flashing a grin, he deemed charming as he offered the bun to Tang Yue. It's morning self-study now. How am I supposed to eat? Can you run a bit faster next time? Anticipating praise, Su Kuan was taken aback when Tang Yue frowned instead, her lovely face marred with annoyance. His smile faltered as he began to defend himself, but Zhao Lin chimed in, displeased. Why did you only buy one? What about mine? Su Kuan was baffled. He only liked Tang Yue and had no interest in Zhao Lin. Why should he buy breakfast for her? Zhao Lin's chest heaved with frustration. She had assumed Su Kuan, being wealthier than Hao Pingfan, would be more generous, but he turned out to be quite stingy. All right, since this is your first time running errands, I will let slide. Just remember to come earlier tomorrow. Tang Yue snatched the bag containing the steamed buns, offering no thanks or mention of money, and proceeded to share it with Zhao Lin. Su Kuan stood dumbfounded, watching the scene as his cherished image crumbled. Unperturbed by this farce, Hao Pingfan was wholly absorbed in the ocean of knowledge, unaware of the time passing until someone called out to him. Hao Pingfan, someone is looking for you. Startled, he looked up to see Lin Yu standing at the door, holding two bags. Many classmates noticed her presence, astonished. After all, Lin Yu was among the top 5 students in the grade, and she had been informally selected as one of the 5 school beauties of Renhan No. 2 High School. No one expected such an outstanding girl would have any connection to the seemingly ordinary Hao Pingfan. Tang Yue, too, noticed this scene, her expression instantly turning icy. She had never wanted anyone else to intrude on her territory, even if she didn't like them. She had previously commanded Hao Pingfan to sever ties with Lin Yu, and now Lin Yu brazenly sought him out. What did this signify? Ignoring the curious gazes of those around him, Hao Pingfan quickly approached Lin Yu outside the classroom and took a look into her bags. How did it go on your end last night? Not so great. We only managed to collect 30 devices, earning a mere 100 yuan. If you're dissatisfied, we're willing to accept punishment. Lin Yu nervously fidgeted with her small hands, her voice lacking confidence about their results. It was surprising that the 4 of them had been less efficient than just Hao Pingfan and Wei Chuan. Hao Pingfan chuckled softly. Students were so innocent, still harboring thoughts of owing their boss. However, he brushed off the matter of money, waving his hand dismissively. There's no need for penalties. It's normal to be a bit clumsy on the first try. Just keep up the effort tonight. All right, I will do my best. Lin Yu puffed up her cheeks, her earnest demeanor exceptionally endearing. Seeing this, Hao Pingfan felt a playful urge and couldn't resist poking her chubby cheek, which was indeed quite bouncy. What are you doing? Hao Pingfan? Lin Yu stammered, unsure of how to respond, when a furious voice suddenly erupted from behind him. Turning around, he found Tang Yue and Zhao Lin had also exited the classroom, with Tang Yue's eyes blazing with anger. Tang Yue, are you speaking to me? Hao Pingfan regarded the irate Tang Yue, feeling a sense of impatience as he sensed the curious stares from his classmates. He had already tried to gently distance himself from her, yet she clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Tang Yue discovered that Hao Pingfan exhibited no remorse whatsoever, which only intensified the fury in her heart. Fortunately, she retained some composure and refrained from escalating the situation with a loud confrontation, instead suppressing her voice to speak coldly. Hao Pingfan had yet to respond when Lin Yu lowered her head awkwardly, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety and trepidation. Her small hands clutched tightly onto the remaining bag containing her notebook, as if awaiting the verdict of fate. Really? Hao Pingfan's eyes lit up as he edged closer to Lin Yu. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the time and place, he might have even considered kissing Lin Yu to demonstrate his resolve to Tang Yue. Both Tang Yue and Zhao Lin were taken aback, utterly astonished by Hao Pingfan's unexpected attitude. All right, Hao Pingfan, do not regret this. From this day forth, we will sever all ties. Fine. I hope you adhere to your words, Hao Pingfan replied, brimming with joy as he readily expressed his agreement. It was only after the two left that Lin Yu came to her senses, incredulously exclaiming, Xiao Fanzi, are you truly prepared to cut ties with Tang Yue? What Xiao Fanzi? Call me Fangge, Hao Pingfan retorted, playfully tapping Lin Yu's head before feigning sincerity. Did I not tell you yesterday that I would no longer have any dealings with Tang Yue and would never abandon you again? You do not have feelings for me, do you? Let me make it clear, I am not interested in dating, so you might as well give up on that notion. Lin Yu was not moved in the slightest. Instead, goosebumps erupted all over her body as she instinctively recoiled from Hao Pingfan, her eyes narrowing in wariness. You are overthinking it. How could I possibly have an interest in a brother? Even if you stood before me naked, I would remain unaffected. Hao Pingfan rolled his eyes, firmly concluding that Lin Yu's feelings for him were not of a romantic nature. This was for the best, at least for now. He did not wish for their friendship to transform into something else. You shameless. Upon hearing Hao Pingfan's outrageous words, Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, almost losing her balance. She shoved the bag containing her notebook into Hao Pingfan's arms and kicked him with force. In a flurry, Lin Yu distanced herself from the repugnant individual, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Chapter 9. Who licks whom is yet to be determined. Xu Xiangnuan. Could you please fetch me a cup of hot water? Thank you. Under Tang Yue's enchanting smile, Xu Xiangnuan's earlier displeasure dissipated like smoke, and he eagerly grabbed a cup to fetch water. Dan Zui sniped Rudili, casting a cold glance at Hao Pingfan, who was still pretending to read in the last row. Initially, she had been inclined to give Hao Pingfan a chance to admit his mistakes, which was why she had not diligently nurtured Xu Xiangnuan's sycophantic tendencies. After all, a dog that has been raised for a long time eventually develops some affection. However, she was no longer willing to grant Hao Pingfan that opportunity. How dare a sycophant insult her? Moreover, Xu Xiangnuan was not inferior to Hao Pingfan in appearance, hailing from a wealthy family and appearing quite obedient. His only drawback was his slight height, standing at a mere 1.70 meters. While he was certainly not suitable as a boyfriend, he would suffice as a new sycophant. Yue, the water is here, but it's a bit hot. Upon returning with the water, Xu Xiangnuan was about to engage in conversation with Tang Yue when she interjected. Xiangnuan, my pen's refill is about to run out. Could you help me buy a pen from the convenience store? Xu Xiangnuan's expression stiffened. The convenience store was not close, and with only a few minutes left before class, he was reluctant to go. Yet, how could he refuse when she had called him Xiangnuan? He had no choice but to indulge her. Thus, Xu Xiangnuan quickly rose and rushed out of the classroom. Tang Yue's lips curled into a smile. Had she known there were so many obedient sycophants, she would have kicked Hao Pingfan to the curb long ago. Yue, I found out that Hao Pingfan seems to be out of living expenses, so he devised a method to earn money by helping classmates download content. Lin Yu is presumably the one he hired to manage the girls' dormitory. Just as Tang Yue reveled in her thoughts, Zhao Lin put away her sliding phone and shared the information she had gathered, a flicker of intrigue flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated the seemingly oblivious Hao Pingfan to possess such entrepreneurial acumen. She had indeed underestimated him. With the impending college entrance examination, it was absurd for him to waste time on such a humiliating venture. Hao Pingfan was truly beyond redemption. Tang Yue shook her head, her fury dissipating considerably. Given Hao Pingfan's academic performance, it was evident they were destined to inhabit different worlds. It was beneath her dignity to be angered by someone like him. However, Zhao Lin was determined not to let Hao Pingfan off the hook so easily. She also wished to download something. Who would turn down a bargain? Seizing the opportunity before class began, Zhao Lin approached the back row, sat down beside Hao Pingfan, and bluntly stated, Hao Pingfan, I want to download a few songs and movies. The songs are Su Songs Yu Hibu Kuan Duo Yu to Jiesher, along with a total of 6 songs and 2 movies. That will be 5 yuan in total. Hao Pingfan remained unfazed by Zhao Lin's rude demeanor and calmly provided his response. Zhao Lin slightly parted her lips, momentarily believing she had misheard, incredulously confirming, You are charging me? Isn't that obvious? You're not my girlfriend. Why shouldn't I charge you? Hao Pingfan retorted without reservation. After all, she had gotten so much for free from him before. Now she still expected to take advantage of him? How dare Hao Pingfan speak to her in such a tone? Zhao Lin's chest heaved with indignation as she instinctively threatened. Hao Pingfan, you wouldn't want Yue to ignore you forever, would you? No, I would like that. Zhao Lin felt a pang of disappointment as she observed Hao Pingfan's nonchalant demeanor. A strange thought bubbling up in her mind. It seemed that Hao Pingfan may genuinely not harbor feelings for Tang Yue. Zhao Lin stared intently at Hao Pingfan, as if attempting to discern his true thoughts. To her surprise, Hao Pingfan suddenly shyly averted his gaze, his previously indifferent expression now tinged with awkwardness. He feigned composure while staring at the empty space ahead, visibly swallowing hard as he said, "If you still wish to consider me a friend, I can offer you a discount of 20%. Zhao Lin was taken aback, strangely feeling as though Hao Pingfan might have some feelings for her. How could that be? After all, he was Tang Yue's devoted sycophant. Nevertheless, unwilling to pass up a deal, Zhao Lin's face quickly brightened with a sweet smile. Pouting in discontent, "What nonsense are you thinking? We have always been good friends, and even if you break up with Yue, that won't change our relationship." "That's good. Zhao Lin, rest assured, I will download your songs and movies by noon." Hao Pingfan patted his chest, seemingly relieved, and hastily made his promise. Zhao Lin felt even more bewildered. Hao Pingfan's demeanor was eerily reminiscent of his previous sycophantic behavior toward Tang Yue. Could it be that his eyes had truly been cured? However, in the next moment, Zhao Lin's expression froze as she witnessed Hao Pingfan extend his hand toward her chest. "After the 20% discount, Zhao Lin, you still owe me 4 yuan. You want to charge me, even though we were good friends?" Zhao Lin was displeased. She was willing to be Hao Pingfan's good friend, yet he still demanded payment? What kind of logic was that? Hao Pingfan silently chuckled to himself while maintaining a facade of regretful eyes, feigning innocence as he explained, "I do not wish to ask you for money, but this business is conducted with a few friends, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. Moreover, I do not have any money on me. Otherwise, I would cover it for you." Seeing the guilt-ridden expression on Hao Pingfan's face, Zhao Lin felt it was inappropriate to press the matter further and, with impatience, replied, All right, I will give you the money now." Zhao Lin fished out a few coins from her tightly packed pocket, handing them to Hao Pingfan along with the 4 yuan. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Before Zhao Lin could erupt in anger, Hao Pingfan instinctively released his grip, his face turning crimson as he lowered his head, repeatedly apologizing like a young boy who had committed a mistake. Zhao Lin's anger mysteriously quelled. Familiar with the nuances of youthful romance novels, she recognized the boy's demeanor as a clear indication of his feelings for someone he cherished. Zhao Lin's mind couldn't help but entertain a bold notion. Could it be that Hao Pingfan's indifference towards his breakup with Tang Yue stemmed from a newfound affection for her? Zhao Lin scoffed inwardly. She would never pick up the pieces of what Tang Yue discarded. A slight smirk crept onto her lips despite her attempt to remain aloof, her tone softening considerably. "It's fine, I don't hold it against you," she said. "Thank you, Zhao Lin, for your forgiveness. I told you it's all good. We're friends, so you can call me Lin Lin." "Lin Lin?" "Yes, Pingfan." Their conversation grew increasingly intimate until the class bell rang, prompting Zhao Lin to reluctantly depart. Once she left, the smile on Hao Pingfan's face vanished instantaneously. With memories of a past life, he understood Zhao Lin's character all too well. Despite her close friendship with Tang Yue, she harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards her, envious of her beauty, family background, academic prowess, and the multitude of admirers she attracted. He recalled the distinguished senior who had won Tang Yue's heart, only to be secretly pursued by Zhao Lin, who later flaunted her conquest before Tang Yue, nearly driving her to madness. What Zhao Lin had not anticipated was Tang Yue's fervor, which turned the situation into a school-wide spectacle, culminating in chaos for all involved. As for him, once a devoted admirer of Tang Yue, he knew that should he abandon her for Zhao Lin, the latter would not refuse. She might even approach him intentionally to provoke Tang Yue. Enjoy your fleeting triumph while it lasts. In the end, the tables may turn, Hao Pingfan mused, narrowing his eyes at Zhao Lin's retreating figure before immersing himself once more in the ocean of knowledge. Chapter 10. Feigning illness. Time flew by, and Thursday, the day of the mock exam, arrived. Unlike the other anxious students, Hao Pingfan felt remarkably at ease. After all, there was no point in fretting over what he didn't understand. Yet, he took great satisfaction in the accomplishments of the past few days. Through collective effort, they had thoroughly canvassed all the dormitories and reaped substantial rewards. Their total sales had successfully exceeded the 1,000 mark. After deducting internet fees and commissions for the team members, Hao Pingfan's final earnings surpassed 500. Now, he could indulge in 3 meat dishes at every meal. This was a deliberate choice on his part. He had no intention of becoming a mere sycophant to Zhao Lin, rushing to curry favor. As a man with the psychological maturity of someone in their 30s, although he lacked extensive romantic experience, he understood that mere flattery would not win a woman's heart. Instead, one must elevate oneself to attract her naturally. Moreover, Frequent interactions with Zhao Lin might provoke Tang Yue's resistance. At this critical juncture leading up to the college entrance examination, Hao Pingfan was reluctant to stir up trouble with a potential ticking time bomb. He preferred to let Tang Yue regret her choices in due time after the exams. Coupled with the mysterious constraints imposed by the platform, Hao Pingfan found little motivation to forge a deeper connection with Zhao Lin. Merely observing without action held little value. The seed had already been planted in Zhao Lin's heart, and as he continued to excel, her impression of him would inevitably deepen, making it easier to win her over post-exams. If he failed to do so, it mattered not, for he had not invested much. As Hao Pingfan quietly contemplated his future endeavors, he suddenly sensed a lingering gaze upon him. Raising his head, he confirmed it was indeed Zhao Lin. For the 7th time in recent days, she had cast him such a look. Habitually, he offered a shy smile before quickly averting his gaze, feigning shyness. Observing this, Zhao Lin's suspicions diminished slightly, yet she felt a pang of frustration. From Hao Pingfan's expressions and actions, it was evident he harbored feelings for her. Why then did he not shower her with the same adoration he had shown Tang Yue? She had hoped to flaunt this newfound attention before Tang Yue. Lin, what are you looking at? Would you like some pastries? Su Kun woke up early just to buy these, and I can't finish them all by myself. Tang Yue patted Zhao Lin's shoulder, sharing the pastries. Rather than delight, Zhao Lin felt anger. Yet again, Tang Yue had managed to one-up her. Su Kun in the front row swallowed hard, feeling equally disheartened. He had intended to share breakfast with Tang Yue, but she had taken all the pastries without a second thought. The early study session concluded swiftly, ushering in the time for the mock exam. The rules mirrored those of the college entrance examination, though the science exam was rescheduled for that evening. Fangu, could you let me copy your answers during the exam? By sheer coincidence, Hao Pingfan and Wei Chuan found themselves in the same examination room, seated in front of and behind one another. Wei Chuan was brimming with excitement. Hao Pingfan may struggle with science, but his prowess in language and English would surely be a boon. Hao Pingfan frowned and interrupted Wei Chuan's daydreams. You think you can cheat now and still get away with it during the college entrance exam? I plan to study in the magical city. If you can't keep up, you won't have a place among the founding members of our company. What? Wei Chuan panicked at the thought. He had already boasted about being a future senior member of the company, and failure to achieve that would be utterly humiliating. You promesa, Fan Yi. I will study hard and keep pace with you. That's good to hear, but don't worry too much. I don't expect you to get into a top university. Just aim for a nearby college. I can definitely manage that, and one T let you down, Fangu. Wei Chuan sighed in relief. Confident he could score around 360 points with a little extra effort to enroll in a college in the magical city. Hao Pingfan patted Wei Chuan's shoulder in encouragement, though internally, he felt anything but at ease. Having only reviewed for a few days, he was likely to perform poorly on this exam. If his score fell below 300, how could he maintain his dignity? It seemed time to employ his feigned illness strategy. Unconsciously spinning a pen, Hao Pingfan's mind settled on the idea, one that solidified after completing the language exam. Thus, Wei Chuan was astonished to find that the same Hao Pingfan who had devoured a hearty meal earlier that day was now bedridden by afternoon. The following day, with only the English exam remaining, Hao Pingfan's ailment mysteriously vanished, and he returned to the examination hall. With an air of casual confidence, he swiftly completed the paper and, under Wei Chuan's admiring gaze, submitted his answers and exited the room. The conclusion of the exam heralded the commencement of the month-long holiday. Fan Yi, good afternoon. Fangu. As Hao Pingfan stepped outside the school gates, a group of employees, already gathered, greeted him in unison, their enthusiasm drawing the attention of fellow students. Hao Pingfan felt no shame. Rather, he reveled in the moment. These vibrant young individuals were his loyal subordinates. The only one who remained silent was Lin Yu, still clad in her school uniform, instinctively distancing herself from the group. Hao Pingfan felt a twinge of displeasure. They were all part of the same team, and there should be no exceptions, prompting him to huff in irritation. Xiao Fan, Lin Yu stammered under his gaze, gripping her clothes in embarrassment. But before she could finish, Hao Pingfan interrupted. Fan Yi. Hao Pingfan finally released Lin Yu, leading the way as she trailed behind. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at his tall figure, muttering under her breath, "What a jerk, displaying arrogance in front of everyone. I will make you kneel and call me Sister Yuzi one day." For lunch, they chose a quaint little restaurant, tucked away in an unassuming location with a less-than-ideal ambience. Yet its delectable flavors were immensely popular among food enthusiasts. Due to the holiday, there were not many students dining at the restaurant, and among them was actually an old acquaintance of HOPNGFN. XKN. Is this the kind of filthy place you bring us to for a meal? Tang YWI, clad in a white cherry hoodie, stood with her arms crossed, her fair and alluring face adorned with frost. Chapter 11. ZHOLN's heartfelt stirring XKN's group consisted of 4 individuals. Besides XKN and Tang YWI, there were also ZHOLN and a male classmate named YWI. However, the atmosphere among them was rather tense, with Tang YWI and ZHOLN both displaying displeasure, while XKN incessantly attempted to explain the circumstances. HOPNGFN paid them no mind and led his companions to an unoccupied table. Tang YWI naturally noticed HOPNGFN's arrival, her irritation intensifying. If it were HOPNGFN, he would certainly be aware of her profound aversion to such a dirty dining environment. ZHOLN's impatient expression slightly softened. She still hoped to make HOPNGFN her devoted admirer. Thus she couldn't reveal her true nature too openly. With no time to greet HOPNGFN, XKN seized the opportunity when Tang YWI quieted down and quickly counseled. YWI, do not let the environment deter you. The flavors here are truly exquisite. The house specialties, dry-fried pig intestines and spicy diced chicken, are highly praised. Do you not know that I do not consume pig intestines or anything spicy? XKN's smile faltered as he hastily pulled out HOPNGFN's notes, only to find that indeed it was recorded there. Fortunately, despite the disdain in Tang YWI's eyes, she adhered to the age-old tradition of making the best of a situation and eventually settled down after laying down a few sheets of paper. XKN breathed a sigh of relief, wiped his brow, and cautiously inquired about the menu. Predictably, another round of torment awaited them. Meanwhile, HOPNGFN was much more jovial, rapidly ordering dishes and a few bottles of beer. As the beer-braised dishes were served, HOPNGFN poured each person a glass and stood up, stating, "Thank you all for your efforts these past few days. I toast to everyone." His gaze swept over the 7 youthful faces before him, acknowledging their varied academic performances and capabilities, yet recognizing them as diligent and earnest individuals. As his new venture was about to commence, he needed everyone to continue their hard work. Cher FNG. The classmates raised their glasses to clink with HOPNGFN, their faces brimming with joy. Among them, WI2N was the most exhilarated, as the scene evoked a sense of camaraderie akin to a company gathering. As an esteemed member of the group, he felt a swell of pride. HOPNGFN set down his glass, observing the gentle blush on their faces, and solemnly declared, "Following our recent endeavors, the upcoming workload will stabilize. Thus our primary focus will shift to new projects. As for the current responsibilities, they will be entrusted to WI2N, FNG. Am I capable of this?" WI2N, taken aback by the sudden surprise, felt dizzy with disbelief at his newfound leadership role. The classmates congratulated him, their enthusiasm nearly causing WI2N's smile to split his face. Just as they were reveling in the moment, an incongruous voice suddenly interjected. "Haha, this is hilarious. This menial task that you all are so proud of actually has a hierarchy? Is this what you refer to as an esteemed member, WI2N?" The speaker was YWI, a classmate of modest stature, with a face that appeared both shifty and sly. As he harbored a crush on Tang YWI and often sought to create trouble for HOPNGFN, who spent time near her. YWI, could you kindly repeat what you just said? HOPNGFN, wishing to avoid a futile argument, stood with a beer bottle in hand, his tone remaining composed. Seeing this, WI2N and the other 2 boys rose in unison, glaring at YWI with fierce intensity. YWI's laughter abruptly ceased, his body instinctively shrinking back, ultimately resulting in him falling clumsily to the ground, utterly embarrassed. Tang YWI and HOLN, who had been laughing moments earlier, were now taken aback, their alabaster necks seemingly constricted, frozen in place. Useless. YNWI, unable to voice his outrage, silently climbed back to his feet, no longer daring to speak loudly. Tang YWI's face flushed with humiliation, feeling deeply ashamed that she had been intimidated by a mere sycophant. Va, obeying. You wish to resort to violence simply because I made a jest? How can a man possess such a narrow temperament? Unmoved by Tang YWI's reproach, HOPNGFN continued to engage everyone in the meal. Tang YWI's eyes widened in disbelief. How could HOPNGFN, who had always been subservient to her, dare to scold her? Never having endured such indignity, she contemplated teaching HOPNGFN a lesson, but was interrupted by YWI. HOPNGFN is likely upset seeing you dining with male classmates, hence his strong reaction. He is currently in a fit of anger, and with so many people on his side, confronting him now might lead to unfavorable consequences. Why does he have to be angry? We have long since broken up. Tang YWI assessed the imposing figures across the table, her emotions swiftly transitioning to calmness. Moreover, she recognized HOLN's insight. It was evident that HOPNGFN felt jealousy and regret, and she should find joy in that. Seeing Tang YWI no longer causing a scene, HOLN discreetly peered at HOPNGFN, who was now toasting with others, her heart fluttering with a newfound admiration. Just moments ago, HOPNGFN had exuded a commanding presence reminiscent of a protagonist in a drama, causing her heart to race. After this tumultuous episode, the two tables maintained a clear boundary, with neither party intruding upon the other. Tang YWI incessantly directed XKN to attend to her needs, seemingly attempting to provoke HOPNGFN through such behavior. Unfortunately for her, HOPNGFN was too preoccupied with drinking and mingling to pay her any heed. Half an hour later, as everyone had eaten their fill and prepared to depart, Xu inquired, FNG, are you truly not going online? With a smile, HOPNGFN declined, then produced the red envelopes he had prepared, distributing one to each person. Inside was a modest sum of 5 yuan, but it was the thought that counted. Thank you, FNG. The high school students, unfamiliar with such gestures, were touched to the point of tears. Even LNYU, who had yet to cool off, found HOPNGFN increasingly agreeable. Not far away, ZHOLN, who had been silently observing HOPNGFN's actions, found her eyes sparkling with renewed interest. Today's HOPNGFN was a stark contrast to the timid and introverted boy she knew from school. Every movement exuded the allure of a mature man, rendering him increasingly captivating. YWI, have you finished your meal? Shall we go shopping first or head to the ice rink? XKN's table was also preparing to disperse, and upon seeing Tang YWI leisurely gather her belongings, he could hardly contain his excitement. The reason he had tirelessly attended to her, without complaint, was that Tang YWI had promised to accompany him to the ice rink. Just the thought of holding the hand of his goddess while gliding on ice sent shivers down his spine. However, Tang YWI's subsequent words plunged XKN into despair. XKN's eyes dimmed, neither stopping nor attempting to keep her. He suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. Chapter 12. Winning the prize after returning to the dormitory and organizing his belongings, HOPNGFN met up with LNYU, who had also finished packing, and they walked together towards the school gate. To his surprise, HOPNGFN encountered XKN waiting for him with a smile plastered on his face. You've arrived. Should I not be here? XKN appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend HOPNGFN's words, as he retrieved a small booklet from his bag. Here are your notes back. I shall no longer acquire them. KNG, are you preparing to give up? Whoever wishes to serve can do so. At home, my mother is reluctant to let me do any chores, yet I've been bossed around by Tang YWI these past few days without any benefits. Do they think I am a servant? I have come to see through this. Tang YWI never intended to pursue a romantic relationship with me. XKN wore a face of indignation, seemingly filled with hatred born from love, having developed a significant grievance towards Tang YWI. How Pingfan regarded Su Xiangnuan with newfound respect. The ability to promptly cut losses alone surpassed his own past. He nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, there is no future in being a sycophant. In the end, a sycophant is left with nothing. A chuckle escaped him. Xiao Fanzi, your years of servitude have not been in vain. You've even managed to summarize it into a catchy phrase. Su Kuan remained perplexed, but Lin Yu laughed heartily, occasionally playfully striking Hao Pingfan's shoulder. Annoyed, Hao Pingfan brushed off Lin Yu's hand and, noticing Su Kuan's lingering confusion, bluntly remarked, "Your previous behavior was that of a sycophant." "Oh, then you're also a sycophant," Su Kuan retorted. Caught off guard, Hao Pingfan quickly changed the subject, saying, "No rush. Yang Wei invited me to buy lottery tickets." Su Kuan's words pierced through Hao Pingfan's buried memories like a sword. During high school, Yang Wei had a penchant for scratch-off tickets, purchasing a few to play with whenever there was a break. After the first mock exam, he struck lucky, winning 3,000 yuan, which left his classmates green with envy. But now, Hao Pingfan smirked, "Kuan Gu, you can wait for Yang Wei. I shall take my leave." He pulled Lin Yu along, aware that in his previous life, there was no occasion where Su Kuan, Yang Wei, and Tang Yue dined together on this day. Arriving late might mean the tickets would be sold out. Su Kuan watched the retreating figures of Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu, his eyes widening in realization. No wonder Hao Pingfan had suddenly abandoned Tang Yue. He had secretly developed a relationship with the brilliant Lin Yu. "Let go of me." At the entrance of the only lottery shop within a 500-meter radius, Lin Yu, her face flushed, yanked her hand free from Hao Pingfan's grasp, indignantly striking him several times. Her irritation wasn't due to shyness. They had shared more intimate moments before, even knowing the size of Hao Pingfan's middle school attire, due to an unexpected incident. However, being in school, if classmates witnessed them holding hands, it would be hard to explain. With little time to pacify Lin Yu, Hao Pingfan strode into the lottery shop. "Boss, give me 10 5 yuan scratch-off tickets." He refrained from purchasing more, as Yang Wei was also a struggling student, often left with only 20 yuan at the month's end. If he couldn't win anything with 10 tickets, it would signify that the grand prize was beyond his reach. "Xiao Yuzi, help me scratch them." "Why do you still believe in this? It's clearly a scam." Lin Yu reluctantly sat down. Her father was a gambler, leading their family to ruin, resulting in her aversion to such games of chance. Yet, to her surprise, as she slowly finished scratching the first ticket and meticulously reviewed the rules, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiao Xiaofan, do you think I won? Let me see. You won, and it's 3,000 yuan." Hao Pingfan's face lit up with joy, almost wanted to shower Lin Yu with kisses. With this 3,000 yuan, he could pursue his entrepreneurial endeavors without needing to concoct excuses to swindle money from his family. Luck continued to favor him. He swiftly scratched the remaining tickets and won another 500 yuan. Coupled with the 10 yuan from 2 other tickets, his total winnings amounted to 3,520 yuan. "Congratulations to both of you. With such luck, won't you continue?" The shopkeeper, beaming, handed Hao Pingfan the money, delighted as this fortunate event provided a much-needed promotional boost for his otherwise lackluster business. While managing the shopkeeper, Hao Pingfan counted the cash, ensuring the amount was correct before tossing it into his backpack. "Be careful with that." Lin Yu tugged at Hao Pingfan disapprovingly. This was several thousand yuan, after all, and should not be treated so cavalierly. Hao Pingfan chuckled at Lin Yu's concern, preparing to tease her, when 2 high school students entered the shop. It was Yang Wei and Su Kuan. However, given the stark contrast in their physiques, they silently unclenched their fists and pretended not to notice Hao Pingfan. Hao Pingfan, seemingly having forgotten the earlier conflict, greeted them warmly. "Kuan Gu, Yang Wei, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy lottery tickets as well?" "Hee." Xiao Yuzi suddenly wanted to buy a few tickets to play with, and I had no choice but to oblige, Yang Wei replied. Lin Yu shot her head up, her eyes wide with disbelief at Hao Pingfan's audacity. Su Kuan sensed the air of romance, feeling a pang of jealousy. "We'll take our leave. Enjoy your time." Hao Pingfan didn't linger for conversation, pulling the pouting Lin Yu out of the lottery shop. "Kuan Gu, are they dating?" Yang Wei noticed the couple holding hands and, amid his shock, felt a twinge of delight. With such a beautiful girlfriend, Hao Pingfan would surely stop pursuing Tang Yue, especially since Su Kuan had just indicated his withdrawal from the chase. Did this not mean an opportunity for him? "Young fellows, what lottery tickets would you like to buy? I advise you to hurry. Those 2 students just won several thousand yuan and might bring you good luck." The shopkeeper interrupted Yang Wei's thoughts, his voice enticing. What? They won several thousand yuan. Yang Wei gasped, nearly consumed by jealousy. Why did Hao Pingfan get a beautiful girlfriend and win money? Xu Xiangnuan was not particularly concerned about the money, but curiosity piqued his interest. Perhaps he would win a grand prize today as well. Unfortunately, luck did not smile upon them. Yang Wei spent all his money on transport and internet fees, winning nothing over 10 yuan. The two exited the lottery shop, disheartened. Gazing at the brilliant sunshine outside, Yang Wei felt as if he could see Hao Pingfan's mocking face. It's all Hao Pingfan's fault. If he hadn't won, I might have won something myself. Xu Xiangnuan remained silently pensive. Had he not mentioned the lottery ticket, perhaps it would have indeed been him and Yang Wei celebrating a win. Chapter 13. Women are naturally weak, but become strong for their mothers having won the grand prize. Hao Pingfan deposited the money in the bank and was now indulging in shopping in the county town, accompanied by Lin Yu, who resembled a downtrodden housewife. Originally, Hao Pingfan intended to share 500 yuan of the winnings with Lin Yu, but she adamantly refused, unable to persuade her otherwise. Hao Pingfan compromised by buying her a new pair of shoes. He did not skimp on himself either, purchasing a second-hand Nokia phone for 300 yuan. After all, he would require a mobile phone for his upcoming entrepreneurial ventures. Once he finished selecting gifts for his family, he and Lin Yu headed toward the bus station. Hao Pingfan's home was in a village over 10 kilometers from Renhe County. Although it was conveniently located near a national road, the village lacked industry, resulting in most young laborers working elsewhere. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the bus station, where a multitude of motorcycles crowded the roadside, and the sounds of drivers calling out to passengers filled the air. One dark-complexioned man spotted Hao Pingfan, and his eyes lit up, quickly pushing through the throng of fellow drivers with a hearty smile. Yongye. Hao Pingfan recognized him immediately. It was Zhao Yong, the suitor of his older sister. Zhao Yong, now around 28, was considered a late bachelor in the countryside, known for his honest and filial nature. It seemed his simple-minded sister also harbored some feelings for Zhao Yong. However, all of this had been ruined in Hao Pingfan's previous life. The family was already burdened with debt, and with Hao Pingfan only managing to attend a third-tier university, the accumulated tuition and living expenses were considerable. Faced with his mother, Chen Guiqin's insistence that her son-in-law must support him through university, Zhao Yong's family had no choice but to retreat. After all, Zhao Yong's family was just an ordinary rural household and could hardly bear such a heavy responsibility. The concluding fate reveals that Zhao Yong ultimately married a woman who had been previously married, only to find himself divorced shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, his elder sister also wed a man of dubious character, and her face has since lost all traces of joy. Reflecting on how his sister never held any resentment towards him, but rather tirelessly toiled on his behalf, Gao Pingfan felt a surge of emotion. Vowing to himself that he would never allow such tragedies to unfold again in this lifetime. Noticing Gao Pingfan's silence, Zhao Yong chuckled awkwardly and offered a clumsy excuse, prompting him to say, "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Yong." Gao Pingfan chose not to expose Zhao Yong's fib, nodding in agreement. Zhao Yong was taken aback, then beamed with excitement. Previously, his future brother-in-law had been quite aloof, avoiding interaction with him, yet now he was willing to ride in his vehicle, displaying such a positive attitude. It was indeed a joyous occasion. Zhao Yong swiftly brought out the motorcycle, and Gao Pingfan took the bag from Lin Yu, seating himself in the middle, while Lin Yu deliberately distanced herself from him at the back. "Hold on tight, we're off," Zhao Yong exclaimed with vigor, akin to a general embarking on a campaign as they sped into the distance. It had been quite a while since Gao Pingfan had ridden a motorcycle. Feeling the gentle breeze and watching the landscape retreat was indeed a refreshing experience. However, just then, the motorcycle suddenly decelerated, causing Gao Pingfan to unexpectedly lurch into Zhao Yong, while a sudden pressure pressed against his back. "Pingfan, Lin Yu, are you all right?" A dog suddenly dashed out ahead. "We're fine," Gao Pingfan replied, shaking his head and glancing back at Lin Yu, who had distanced herself even further, realizing that his experience was still lacking. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. 20 minutes later, the motorcycle veered off the highway, and after a short distance, they arrived at two adjacent mud brick houses. In 2009, most families in the village had already built brick houses, making these two mud houses particularly conspicuous. This was the home of Gao Pingfan and Lin Yu. "Chen Guiqin, do you dare to deny it? My vegetable garden has been ravaged by your chickens. If you don't compensate, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Fang, stop spouting nonsense. Which of your eyes saw my chickens eating your vegetables? My few little bean sprouts aren't even worth my chicken's attention. Huh, with your stingy nature. Not even willing to feed your chickens properly. If they weren't sneaking my vegetables, they would have fainted from hunger long ago. As Gao Pingfan and the others dismounted the motorcycle, they witnessed two middle-aged women quarreling across the yard. One was tall and robust, while the other was petite and frail. Yet the smaller one seemed to hold the upper hand in the argument. Gao Pingfan called out to the smaller woman, who was none other than his mother, Chen Guiqin. Upon seeing Chen Guiqin again, Gao Pingfan had expected to be overwhelmed with emotion, yet he felt surprisingly calm, as if she had never departed this world, merely waiting at home for her wandering son to return. Upon catching sight of Gao Pingfan, Chen Guiqin abandoned her quarrel with Lu Fang and hurried over, pulling him close to examine him. Sanwa, you seem to have lost weight. Are you not eating well at school? To be honest, I now eat 3 meat dishes in a meal. Mom, is my sister home? Brother Yong wants to speak with her. I don't know, Zhao Yong panicked, waving his hands in a fluster, his dark complexion revealing no sign of embarrassment. Chen Guiqin had always held a favorable impression of Zhao Yong, the honest young man, explaining, "It's all right, I can come by in the evening." Rather than feeling disappointed, Zhao Yong felt a lightness akin to inebriation. With his future brother-in-law's attitude shifting dramatically and his future mother-in-law being so amiable, his hopes soared. Then Aunt Chen, Pingfan, I shall take my leave. Zhao Yong, wishing to assist Chen Guiqin with some chores, hesitated before ultimately deciding to depart. Gao Pingfan held Zhao Yong back, offering him some fruit. I can't accept this. Zhao Yong vehemently refused, but eventually relented under Chen Guiqin's persuasion, accepting the fruit with a shy demeanor. After Zhao Yong left, Chen Guiqin gazed at the assortment of bags in Gao Pingfan's hands, finally voicing her curiosity. Sanwa, where did you get the money to buy all these things? I'll explain later. I need to deliver a gift to Aunt Fang first. The Aunt Fang he referred to as Lu Fang, the woman who had been arguing with Chen Guiqin and also Lin Yu's mother. Lu Fang was well known in the vicinity, not merely for her fiery temperament, but also as the formidable woman who had sent her husband to the hospital, scaring him into a divorce. However, it was said that Lu Fang had once been a gentle and submissive woman, often a victim of domestic violence, until she witnessed Lin Yu suffering the same fate, compelling her to arm herself and single-handedly support a home for Lin Yu. Truly, the old adage rings true, a woman is inherently weak, but becomes fierce for the sake of motherhood. Chapter 14. The potato-biting incident. The Lin family and the Gao family shared a neighborly relationship that had always been amicable. Especially after both families came under the leadership of their women, they mutually supported one another to ward off any external bullying. Hence, despite the fierce quarrel between Chen Guiqin and Lu Fang earlier, Chen Guiqin did not impede Gao Pingfan's intention to present gifts. Pingfan, you're still in school. Why are you suddenly buying me things? Lu Fang instinctively glanced at Lin Yu beside her, slightly suspecting that the two youngsters were involved in something more. Of course, if there were indeed something between them, she wouldn't oppose it. However, with them still in school, proper precautions must be taken. Gao Pingfan, oblivious to Lu Fang's thoughts, smiled as he explained, "This is actually a gift from Xiao Yu. Her good fortune today allowed me to win a lottery." "Humph. You said it had nothing to do with me. You bought it, and even if I didn't scratch it, you'd still win," Lin Yu retorted, her chin lifting slightly in defiance. "I see. Then I shall graciously accept it." A smile spread across Lu Fang's face. Knowing that Lin Yu had never shown interest in boys, and that her only compatible friend, Gao Pingfan, had been in contact with her less and less over the past year, it was indeed a joyous occasion to witness their relationship mending. The home was undeniably modest, with an old wooden door riddled with insect holes, and the earthen floor remained in its raw state, while the cooking area was a rudimentary clay stove, exuding an aura of primitivity. Gao Pingfan surveyed the room, feeling an unusual sense of estrangement. After graduating from university in his previous life, his family's house had been funded by the government to be transformed into a small building, and his memories of the mud house had long since faded. Now, returning to this familiar place, he found it somewhat difficult to adjust. "Sanwa, can you now tell me where the money came from? Please don't engage in any illegal activities." Chen Guiqin pulled Gao Pingfan to sit down, growing increasingly anxious. She relied on her son for survival. If anything were to happen to him, she could hardly envision her own existence. Gao Pingfan, understanding Chen Guiqin's concerns, hastily recounted the story of his lottery win. Really? You're not deceiving me? Chen Guiqin was filled with joy. Her son was indeed remarkable. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Yu, but I can't give you the money just yet. I plan to use it to rent a room outside. I want to study more at night, as the dormitory is too noisy. Gao Pingfan was not concerned that Chen Guiqin would take the money away. As the most treasured member of the family, she would do her utmost to fulfill his requests. Renting a room was also imperative. He could no longer tolerate the odors of the dormitory. For the sake of better rest and study, as well as the impending milk tea business, he required an independent living environment. Chen Guiqin, indeed, did not press further about the money, merely cautioning Gao Pingfan against misusing it. However, she was somewhat apprehensive regarding the idea of renting outside. Is it safe outside the school? Mother, have you forgotten that the county just underwent a severe crackdown at the end of last year? Who would dare to act recklessly now? HOPNGFN recalled the brutal measures vividly. Several individuals had met their demise at the hands of gunfire. CHNGQN felt somewhat reassured, yet a trace of unease lingered. Let me accompany you to rent a house. I don't want you to be deceived. I'm no longer a child, mother, so please rest easy. Besides, I will be studying in another province soon, so consider this an opportunity for early preparation. Very well. It seems my son has grown up without me noticing. CHNGQN reflected with a blend of pride and melancholy as she observed HOPNGFN's towering figure. After exchanging a few words, CHNGQN busied herself with chores. With nothing to occupy his time, HOPNGFN fetched a chair to bask in the sunlight of the courtyard. Retrieving a pack of HNGTSHN cigarettes that he hadn't smoked for several days, igniting a cascade of memories. He was the third son in the family, but his elder brother had tragically passed away shortly after birth, leaving only his elder sister, HOFNGPing, and him. His recollections of their father, HOGN, were faint. He remembered him as a taciturn man, silently shouldering the family's burdens. However, during his third year junior high, their father fell gravely ill and soon departed from this world. His mother, CHNGQN, was not highly educated and had once been indecisive, never winning an argument, merely sulking in silence. Yet after the passing of their father, she gradually transformed into a fiery woman, with only Li F-ing as her rival in the surrounding villages. Nevertheless, in her dealings with him, CHNGQN's demeanor remained gentle and accommodating, preferring to exhaust herself rather than allow him to suffer any grievances. Ultimately, this led to her untimely demise in her 60s. His elder sister, HOFNGPing, now 25, was somewhat slow-witted and had ceased her studies after middle school, staying home to assist with household tasks. In rural areas, children who do not pursue education tend to marry early. HOFNGPing, sturdy and well-built, had previously attracted numerous suitors. Unfortunately, the HO family held a strong preference for sons, and their parents explicitly stated that any suitor must assist HOPNGFN. No one was willing to take on such a burdensome role, and after their father's illness and the family's mounting debts 3 years ago, interest in marrying into the HO family dwindled, leading her to marry a worthless man. Woof! As his cigarette burned down, HOPNGFN's drifting thoughts returned abruptly. He suddenly spotted a small, yellow dog sprinting into the yard, its half-white tail wagging vigorously like a fan. TDU, you're still alive? HOPNGFN exclaimed joyfully, squatting to vigorously rub the dog's head. TDU was his cherished pet from his second year of junior high, having brought him immense joy over the past 5 years. Yet tragically, this beloved creature had been killed during his senior year. The incident was quite simple. In rural areas, dogs that do not bite are typically not leashed and roam freely. TDU, being exceedingly timid, would retreat while barking at strangers and never initiated aggression. One day, while TDU was out for a stroll, 2 mischievous children attempted to capture him, and in a moment of desperation, he bit one of them. This act led to dire consequences. The HO family had to pay thousands in medical expenses, exacerbating their already precarious financial situation, while TDU was killed by that family in their rage, leaving him forever separated from his beloved companion. TDU, I swear I will not allow you to meet such a tragic fate again. If memory serves, tomorrow marks the anniversary of that unfortunate incident. To prevent history from repeating itself, HOPNGFN resolved to tether TDU tonight and keep a vigilant watch over him the following day. He refused to believe those mischievous children would prevail this time. As evening descended, HOPNGFN found a rope to tie TDU to the left side of the wood shed in the courtyard. Upon inspection, he realized that a doghouse was still missing. After rummaging through the house, he could not find an unused basket. So he decided TDU would have to make do with a makeshift arrangement for the night, planning to devise a proper solution by tomorrow. HOFNGP stood around 165 centimeters tall, slightly plump, with rough, dark skin. However, her facial features were well-proportioned, and her laughter could be heard from several meters away. "Look, PNGFN, see what I bought for you," HOFNGP exclaimed, her face bright with excitement as she approached, holding a piece of pork and playfully tapping HOPNGFN's shoulder as she hopped closer. "Sister, after a long day's work, you still have so much energy." HOPNGFN grinned and rubbed his shoulder, feeling delighted to see his elder sister smile once more. HOFNGP proudly lifted her chin. "Humph, do you think I'm like you? Skinny as a chicken? I could still haul a few loads of bricks if needed. Is that so? Then why don't you go chop some pigweed for me now?" Came their mother CHNGQN's sharp voice from the kitchen, causing HOFNGP's proud demeanor to wilt instantly. HOPNGFN found himself helpless in this situation. As the youngest son, he had never chopped pigweed and couldn't help even if he wished to. Seeing both CHNGQN and HOFNGP busying themselves, he felt guilty for attempting to slack off, and, disregarding CHNGQN's objections, he ignited a fire at the stove. At 7 in the evening, the family finally gathered around the dining table. HOFNGP's eyes widened at the sight of braised beef, stewed ribs, and red braised pork, nearly drooling with anticipation. "Mother, what special occasion is it today? The feast looks so sumptuous." CHNGQN beamed with pride, casting a sidelong glance at her greedy daughter as she admonished. "Look at how filial your brother is, and then look at you. When have you ever bought me anything?" "Mother, all my earnings are with you. I have no money to buy anything." HOFNGP protested, feeling a bit wronged, suddenly realizing the inconsistency. HOPNGFN was still a student. Where would he get money to buy things? Whenever this topic arose, CHNGQN would eagerly share HOPNGFN's lottery win, recounting it as if she had witnessed it herself. "PNGFN, you truly are remarkable," HOFNGP praised, giving him a thumbs up, proud to have such a talented brother who not only excelled in studies, but also won a lottery prize. "Not bad, not bad," HOPNGFN replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, only a mother and sister could turn a mere lottery win into such grand praise. After enjoying a lavish meal, seizing the moment while CHNGQN was occupied feeding the pigs, HOPNGFN took out 500 yuan and handed it to HOFNGP. "Sister, take this to buy new clothes for yourself and mother." No, this is your money for renting a house and meals. I cannot accept." HOFNGP shook her head vigorously, insisting that the elder sister should provide for the younger brother, not the other way around. HOPNGFN pressed the money into her hands. "I have enough left for myself. You need not worry. Besides, you and mother have not bought new clothes in years. I cannot indulge myself while you and mother suffer at home. That would make me heartless. Furthermore, you need decent clothes for your outings with YNGG. How could you go out without something nice to wear? Who said I'm going out with him?" HOFNGP flushed crimson, but ultimately did not refuse her brother's kind intentions. Outside, CHNGQN, who had been observing from a distance with a bucket of pig feed, couldn't contain her tears of joy. Her youngest son had truly matured. The next day, HOPNGFN slept soundly until dawn. By the time he awoke, CHNGQN and HOFNGP had already left for work, leaving behind a bowl of hot porridge and pickles in the pot. HOPNGFN brought the food to the courtyard, where TDU was whining incessantly, his eyes filled with longing for the outside world. "TDU, you've grown up. Why do you only want to play outside? I'll find you some wives soon, and I guarantee you'll never want to leave home again." HOPNGFN squatted in front of TDU, earnestly painting a bright future, but alas, TDU remained indifferent, still struggling to break free. "Xiao F and Z, are you not ashamed? Talking to TD you like that so early in the morning. Lin Yu's voice drifted over from next door, filled with disdain. Hao Pingfan turned his head to glance, noticing that Lin Yu, due to being at home, was not wearing her school uniform but rather a loose long-sleeved shirt. However, even though the garment was a size too large, it could not conceal the evident curves. The signature thick braid had vanished, replaced by her lush, glossy hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, adding a touch of allure to her cuteness, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. Xiao Yuzi, you look truly beautiful today. Hao Pingfan sincerely complimented. And by his standards, Lin Yu's allure surpassed that of Tang Yue by a significant margin. Lin Yu was taken aback by Hao Pingfan's boldness so early in the morning. Her cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue as she retorted, "Pa, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory." Women are indeed perplexing. Even when praised, they seemed displeased. Hao Pingfan, sensing the moment was ripe, instructed Lin Yu to remain in place without moving. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu obediently stood still, her eyes filled with curiosity. Perhaps this is what it means to be a feast for the eyes. "You shameless." Lin Yu finally discerned Hao Pingfan's mischievous intentions, her face burning as she raised her small fist, determined to teach him a lesson. However, Hao Pingfan was not one to stand idly by. He held his bowl and led Lin Yu in circles around the yard, while the potato added a lively soundtrack, creating a joyful atmosphere throughout the small courtyard. After some playful antics, Hao Pingfan finished washing the bowl and inquired if Lin Yu had any unused old baskets at home, as he needed one to set up a doghouse. "There's just the right one. I'll go fetch it now." The arrangement of the doghouse was quite simple. Just toss in some straw and a few old clothes. Yet, Lin Yu approached it with utmost seriousness, bending down and meticulously crafting it, as if creating a piece of art. Hao Pingfan squatted opposite her, initially focused on the doghouse, but unbeknownst to him, his gaze was gradually drawn elsewhere. This doghouse is truly large and white. Indeed, there are only misnamed titles, not misnamed nicknames. "What are you looking at?" "I am merely observing." A voice filled with embarrassment and anger interrupted Hao Pingfan's admiration, and he instinctively expressed his genuine thoughts. "You shameless." Lin Yu's face turned crimson, and she pushed Hao Pingfan to the ground, mounting him and delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Hao Pingfan did not dare to retaliate, feeling a sense of guilt. After all, Lin Yu was his dear friend. How could he harbor any improper thoughts? After a while, Lin Yu finally grew tired and was about to help Hao Pingfan up when a sudden cacophony of cries and shouts erupted from outside. Chapter 16. Making milk tea. What has happened? Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu hurried to the gate, discovering a group of people carrying 2 children who were covered in blood, crying pitifully. The adults were both distressed for the children and arguing with one another, seemingly blaming each other for the incident. Hao Pingfan recognized these people vividly. They were the same ones who had killed the potato and forced their family to compensate them. From the shouts of both parties, Hao Pingfan gleaned the essence of the situation. Once again, it was a tale of unruly children mistreating dogs, but this time it was not the potato that suffered, but rather their own dog. The dog was evidently much fiercer than the potato, having left the 2 rascals battered and bruised. Had the adults not intervened in time, it is likely that today would have marked the anniversary of those children's demise. Well done. Hao Pingfan relished in their misfortune, feeling a sense of vindication. Lin Yu shared no sympathy. The 2 families were brothers, and neither the adults nor the children were particularly virtuous. They deserved it. The next day, Hao Pingfan, needing to rent a room in the county and procure equipment for making milk tea, set off early with Lin Yu to the county. "Xiao Fanzi, can you now share what business you plan to pursue?" On the bus, Lin Yu inquired, voicing a curiosity that had lingered in her heart. "I will be making milk tea." Several milk tea shops already existed around the school, and as a novice high school student, how could Hao Pingfan possibly compete with those adults? Furthermore, selling milk tea required renting a storefront and investing considerable time and effort in operations. Did Hao Pingfan intend to abandon the college entrance examination? "Xiao Yuzi, you need not worry about me. I have my own clever plans." Hao Pingfan exuded confidence. He did not intend to open a milk tea shop, nor did he plan to spend time on the extravagant varieties of milk tea. He would solely focus on one type, Xu Xiangnuan. Hao Pingfan was uncertain whether Xu Xiangnuan was available in the market yet, but he was certain that he would be the first to sell it in this county. The reasoning behind choosing Xu Xiangnuan was straightforward. It was rich in flavor and ingredients, giving a strong impression of value, making it an enticing option for students. Yet in reality, even if one filled a cup to the brim, the cost would only amount to 2 or 3 yuan. Who cares about you, you narcissist? Lin Yu kicked Hao Pingfan lightly, unwilling to continue the conversation, turning her gaze to the window. Upon arriving in the county, Hao Pingfan led Lin Yu directly to the school gate to search for rental housing. After a lengthy search, they finally found a single room with a kitchen and bathroom. About 40 square meters, for a rent of 500 yuan per month, payable in advance for 2 months. This price was undoubtedly high for a county in 2009. Yet, given its proximity to the school and the imminent college entrance examinations, many parents accompanying their children had caused a scarcity of available housing. After much effort to find a suitable place, Hao Pingfan had no choice but to accept the terms with reluctance. After signing the contract and tidying up the room, it was nearly noon. Observing Lin Yu, who had transformed into a little calico cat, Hao Pingfan proposed, "Xiao Yuzi, why don't you come with me to my aunt's house for lunch?" Hao Pingfan's aunt, Chen Gurong, had settled in the county with her family. Lin Yu hesitated at the suggestion. "I feel it might be inappropriate for me to go. I could just boil some noodles here. We're good friends. What could possibly be inappropriate? Besides, you have helped me so much today. How could I allow you to eat instant noodles alone? Are you perhaps shy?" "Who is shy? I'll go." Provoked by Hao Pingfan, Lin Yu's face flushed with indignation, and she made to leave. Hao Pingfan quickly stopped her. "You haven't washed your face yet." After more than 10 minutes, Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu took the bus to an old neighborhood. At the entrance, they bought some sunflower seeds and nuts. And Hao Pingfan knocked on his aunt's door with the bag in hand. "Pingfan, why are you only arriving now? I heard from your mother that you came to the county early this morning." "Oh, Xiao Yuzi is here too." The door was opened by a woman who bore a resemblance to Chen Guiqin and seemed somewhat displeased with Hao Pingfan's tardiness. However, upon seeing the well-behaved Lin Yu behind Hao Pingfan, her expression shifted to one of warmth, inviting Lin Yu inside. "So love will vanish, will it?" In the living room, the dining table was already set with food, occupied by a somewhat stern-looking middle-aged man. "Hello, uncle." This middle-aged man was Hao Pingfan's uncle, Huan Song. Although he did not appear amiable, he was indeed a good person. Hao Pingfan's aunt's family was not affluent. His uncle worked in a wholesale fruit market while his aunt operated a street stall selling spicy hot pot, their income merely average, and they still had to support their cousin's university education. However, when Hao Pingfan's father fell gravely ill, his aunt's family had unhesitatingly loaned 50,000 yuan, of which the Hao family had only repaid 20,000, leaving 30,000 outstanding. "Pingfan, why did you bring a gift today?" Huan Song subtly nodded toward Lin Yu, who was conversing with his aunt, exchanging knowing glances with Hao Pingfan. Hao Pingfan felt a wave of embarrassment and placed the nuts on the table, stating earnestly, "Today, I needed Xiao Yuzi's help with something. I couldn't just use her and then leave her behind, so I brought her along. You, such a beautiful young lady, are unaware of the opportunities before you. One day, you shall surely regret it." Huan Song shook his head, feeling that Hao Pingfan was beyond redemption. Had he possessed such a charming childhood companion in the past, he would have undoubtedly celebrated his high school graduation with a grand feast. When Xiao Yuzi arrived for dinner, he urged her to feel at home, treating the space as if it were her own. Auntie warmly ushered Lin Yu to the table, treating her with the enthusiasm one would reserve for a future daughter-in-law, incessantly serving her dishes. Meanwhile, Hao Pingfan clinked glasses with Huan Song, inquiring about the nuances of the fruit industry. Although Hao Pingfan was currently focused on making Xu Xiangnuan and not yet involved with fruit, he was certain that he would eventually open a store. It was wise to prepare in advance. Huan Song, after several toasts prompted by Hao Pingfan, found himself somewhat dazed. He recalled that Hao Pingfan had never been one to drink, often reserved. How had he transformed into such a formidable drinker today? Nevertheless, Huan Song offered no concealment regarding fruit-related information, generously imparting his experiences, which greatly benefited Hao Pingfan. "Your uncle often boasts about his drinking prowess, yet even you, who have never touched alcohol, surpass him. How embarrassing." After the meal, Huan Song, who prided himself on being able to drink 2 gin without inebriation, was now sprawled on the sofa, babbling nonsensically, eliciting disdain from Auntie. "Auntie, Lin Yu and I have plans this afternoon, so we shall take our leave." "All right, have fun," Auntie replied, unusually agreeable, slipping Hao Pingfan 50 yuan discreetly. Hao Pingfan felt that Auntie had misunderstood something, but it was difficult to clarify. so he accepted it as an early investment in his future endeavors. Once his career flourished, he would repay Auntie and her family handsomely. Chapter 17. You all should learn from Hao Ping Fan's diligence after lunch. Hao Ping Fan and Lin Yu resumed their busy schedule. They first visited a second-hand market to purchase a thermal container sealing machine and other equipment, and then procured various ingredients for making Xu Xiangnuan. All the money he had won from the lottery was now entirely spent. Hao Ping Fan couldn't help but lament the insufficient funds. Observing the room filled with equipment and materials, Lin Yu's concern deepened. If this venture failed, Hao Ping Fan might end up begging. Well, the equipment seems all right. Let's go eat first. After a few minutes, Hao Ping Fan stood up, stretching his back, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Everything was in place, and with dreams taking flight, success was but a step away. You have a kitchen here. Let me take over the cooking. Lin Yu, feeling pity at the thought of Hao Ping Fan's potential bankruptcy, sought to help him save some money. All right, there's a market downstairs. You can choose what to buy. Hao Ping Fan had no doubts about Lin Yu's culinary skills. After all, how could a child from the countryside not know how to cook? He handed Lin Yu the 50 yuan given by Auntie and collapsed onto the bed, indulging in the comfort of the mattress. Indeed, a spring mattress was far superior to a hard bed. Hao Ping Fan initially planned to rest for a moment, but before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. He only stirred when Lin Yu called him for dinner. It smells delightful. Hao Ping Fan inhaled deeply, a mouth-watering aroma enveloping him, awakening his appetite. He approached the small dining table, accepted the chopsticks Lin Yu offered, and eagerly sampled the dish. How is it? Lin Yu looked at Hao Ping Fan with anticipation. It's absolutely delicious. Flatterer. Lin Yu rolled her eyes, though her eyes sparkled with joy. Hao Ping Fan made no attempt to defend himself. His voracious eating clearly indicated his approval of Lin Yu's culinary talents. In his lifetime, he believed Lin Yu's cooking would rank among the top 3 of all those he knew. After devouring the meal, Lin Yu volunteered to wash the dishes. As he gazed at her graceful figure, Hao Ping Fan suddenly proposed, Xiao Yuzi, how about you come over for dinner every afternoon from now on? You cook, and I'll come. I am not your maid. Don't expect me to cook and wash dishes for you every day. Fortunately, Hao Ping Fan had thick skin and felt no embarrassment. You think too much. I merely wish to share meals with you. Since you are unwilling to come, I suppose I shall resort to the cafeteria's unpalatable dishes. On Sunday evening, there was an evening study session, and before the bell rang, Hao Ping Fan slipped into the classroom. The homeroom teacher, Liao Kai-fu, had already arrived, his expression as dark as a thundercloud, silencing the students beneath him. Once most of the students had gathered, Liao Kai-fu slammed his hand on the desk and coldly declared, Our class performed particularly poorly on the mock exam. His words abruptly snapped all students out of their holiday demeanor, plunging them into a state of tension. Liao Kai-fu then harshly criticized Xu Xiangnuan and others for their declining grades before allowing the class monitor to distribute the report cards. Hao Ping Fan received grades for only 2 subjects, Chinese 75 and English 136. Not bad. With some effort, he could aspire to enter a second-tier university. He felt reasonably satisfied. Mastering the text in Chinese would yield a score of 100, meaning he would need to achieve around 220 in other subjects to secure admission. As he relaxed, Liao Kai-fu unexpectedly called his name. You all should take Hao Ping Fan as your role model. His English score has improved by nearly 20 points, placing him 3rd in the entire school, even surpassing students from the experimental classes. Through diligence, he has achieved such results. I believe you all can do the same. Hao Ping Fan faced the adoring gazes of his classmates with a serene expression, affirming to himself, Yes, indeed, I am this dedicated. In a corner, Wei Chuan scratched his head in confusion. Just last week, he had spent every day with Hao Ping Fan, and whenever he sought him out, Hao Ping Fan was engrossed in studying mathematics and chemistry, hardly relevant to improving his English, was it? Meanwhile, Tang Yuwei's expression darkened considerably. After Hao Ping Fan distanced himself from her, his academic performance had surged. Was this not a subtle hint that she had previously hindered his studies? Yue, do not take it to heart. Perhaps this is merely a stroke of good fortune for Hao Ping Fan, Zhao Lin whispered to comfort her. Yet her desire to make Hao Ping Fan her devoted admirer intensified. The more exceptional Hao Ping Fan became, the more it irked Tang Yue. She could hardly wait to witness the scene of Hao Ping Fan fawning over her. Teacher Liao, I wish to change my seat. You two wish to change seats? Liao Kai-fu frowned at Xu Xiangnuan, then glanced at Hao Ping Fan seated behind him. Was there something amiss with the seat in front of Tang Yue that hindered proper studying? Xu Xiangnuan certainly would not disclose his pursuit of Tang Yue. He simply insisted on a seat change. After a moment's hesitation, Liao Kai-fu consented to Xu Xiangnuan's request. Xu Xiangnuan had consistently maintained stable grades, and this sudden decline could very well be influenced by his seating arrangement. After Xu Xiangnuan joyfully left, Hao Ping Fan expressed his desire to study off campus. If your mother agrees, I have no objections. However, can you ensure your study efficiency at home while not attending evening study sessions at school? Liao Kai-fu recognized Hao Ping Fan as an honest student who never lied, and given his remarkable improvement in English this time, Liao Kai-fu's trust in him deepened. Yet upon hearing that Hao Ping Fan wished to review at home in the evenings, Liao Kai-fu felt a twinge of apprehension. Home was not like school. It lacked a conducive learning environment and teacher supervision, making it challenging for anyone lacking unwavering resolve. Teacher Liao, please allow me to try. If it proves ineffective, I will abandon the idea immediately. Hao Ping Fan's earnest gaze and resolute tone conveyed his determination. In the future, the focus of the milk tea business will shift to the evening. To earn money, he must sacrifice a bit of his study time. Fortunately, as long as he prepares the tea base and cooked grass jelly in advance during lunch, it won't consume too much time in the evening. Once he achieves a certain level of success, he can enlist his aunt's help, thereby freeing himself completely. Very well, I have agreed. The honest image of Hao Ping Fan once again played a role, and Liao Kai-fu ultimately chose to trust him. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 18. Unexpectedly calling me classmate, however. Tang Yue's mood was exceedingly foul. Originally, Hao Ping Fan's remarkable academic performance had already troubled her, and now, the sycophantic Xu Xiangnuan had suddenly ceased his flattery. It is worth noting that Hao Ping Fan had diligently admired her for over a year, and even after being forcibly separated by her mother, he still held lingering feelings. Yet Xu Xiangnuan, after less than a week, could not endure it. Was the disparity not too vast? With this comparison, Tang Yue finally recognized the value of Hao Ping Fan, especially since he was attentive, patient, and adept at summarizing experiences, unlike Xu Xiangnuan, who was careless and didn't even know her preferences. Perhaps she should give Hao Ping Fan another chance. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is challenging. Having grown accustomed to Hao Ping Fan's 360-degree gentle care, Tang Yue felt somewhat out of sorts last week, though she merely suppressed her feelings without showing it. However, she had just severed ties with Hao Ping Fan. If she were to approach him now, would she still retain her dignity? It was all Hao Ping Fan's fault for angering her. Otherwise, how could she have uttered such heartless words? Hao Ping Fan, I heard you won a lottery. Shouldn't you treat us? Indeed, I heard it was a few thousand yuan. Fangu is truly fortunate. Having won so much money, treating classmates to a cup of milk tea wouldn't be too much to ask, right? The classmates, either joking or envious, urged Hao Ping Fan to host a treat. Yang Wei, who had just taken the initiative to position himself in front of Tang Yue, smirked slightly at this scene. The rumor of Hao Ping Fan winning was deliberately spread by him. He intended for Hao Ping Fan to spend a little. Tang Yue and Zhao Lin's eyes widened. Several thousand yuan could buy them a plethora of delightful items, just as the two women were reveling in their plans. Hao Ping Fan, caught in the middle, smiled wryly and said, My family owes a significant sum of money. My lottery winnings have already been taken by my mother to pay off debts. Even if I want a treat, I couldn't. Everyone was dejected. Tang Yue and Zhao Lin felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their minds racing with thoughts of lovely dresses and gifts swiftly drifting away from them. However, Hao Ping Fan elongated his voice, and amidst the students' renewed hopeful gazes, continued, I do have a way to get discounts on milk tea. My aunt has returned from Wanwan province and plans to open a grass jelly milk tea shop in the county. But unfortunately, she hasn't found a suitable storefront yet. If you want to sample it, I can help you out. The first cup will only be at an 80% discount. Let me tell you, grass jelly is unlike regular milk tea. It contains not only grass jelly but also red beans, coconut, peanuts, and more. The taste will ensure you remember it for a lifetime. Under Hao Ping Fan's passionate description, several classmates swallowed hard, and finally, one could not help but ask, how much does such delicious milk tea cost per cup? A medium cup is 10 yuan, and a large cup is 12. Isn't tea that expensive? The classmates exclaimed. Nowadays, Milk tea generally costs around 6 or 7 yuan, and those made from powdered milk can even be as low as 2 or 3 yuan. 10 yuan seemed rather exaggerated. Hao Pingfan calmly waved his hand. There's a reason for the price. Tomorrow I will bring samples, and you will naturally see that it is worth the cost. Furthermore, our milk tea comes with home delivery. A dedicated person will bring it to you. Is it really that good? The classmates were somewhat daunted by Hao Pingfan's confidence. Even Xu Xiangnuan and a few other affluent classmates placed their orders on the spot. The smile on Hao Pingfan's face could not be contained as he took out his phone to add their contact information. Undoubtedly, these wealthy individuals would become regulars at the milk tea shop, and relationships must be nurtured with care. Watching as the atmosphere around Hao Pingfan became increasingly lively, Yang Wei felt his teeth grinding in frustration. How did it come to this? The plan was to have classmates make Hao Pingfan spend money. Yet it ended up with him receiving funds instead. Bakayuru, Hao Pingfan sensed a warning. Unsolicited flattery often harbors ulterior motives. Tang Yue noticed how Pingfan's suddenly tense demeanor and chuckled inwardly. He still resembled the familiar sycophant, growing anxious at her mere presence. However, her smile became even more amiable as she softly said, Pingfan, I also want to order a cup of that grass jelly milk tea. Medium or large? Hao Pingfan maintained a serious expression, resembling an emotionless robot. Tang Yue tugged at Hao Pingfan's sleeve and shook it, exuding a girlfriend's charm. I prefer the large. Oh, that would be 9 yuan and 50 cents. Are you seriously going to charge me? Tang Yue's smile froze, and a flicker of surprise and anger flashed in her eyes. Hao Pingfan casually brushed her hand aside, puzzled. Are you not going to pay for your purchase? But Tang Yue faltered, unable to continue as it seemed they were no longer in a romantic relationship. Seeing her at a loss, Hao Pingfan spoke up, classmate. Do you still want to buy milk tea? Did you just call me classmate? Tang Yue had initially intended to give Hao Pingfan a chance to reconcile, but seeing his calm demeanor ignited her fury. She had actively sought opportunities for Hao Pingfan to show himself. Yet he remained so aloof. Did he truly believe Tang Yue was so eager for that cup of milk tea? Since Hao Pingfan was so obtuse, Tang Yue decided not to say anything more. She shot him a cold glare and stormed off in anger. Hao Pingfan was utterly indifferent to Tang Yue's feelings, twirling a pen as he pondered. He felt that his previous thoughts might have been misguided. A girl like Tang Yue, who was willful and capricious, should indeed be firmly rejected. Otherwise, she might still think he harbored lingering feelings and would come to pester him when displeased. Yue, what were you discussing with Hao Pingfan just now? Nothing. Dang Zui, in no mood to elaborate, sulked at her desk. Zhao Lin, receiving such a cold response, felt not anger, but rather delight. It seemed that Hao Pingfan truly had no lingering feelings for Tang Yue. In the front row, Yang Wei observed Tang Yue's demeanor and felt even more resentment towards Hao Pingfan. How dare he provoke his beloved goddess? He must make Hao Pingfan pay the price. Chapter 19. Lin Yu block ding ding ding. The sound signaling the end of evening's study echoed, and the students, who had been pent up for an entire night, burst out of the classroom like zombies. Hao Pingfan was not in a hurry. He diligently completed the math problems in his notebook before leisurely closing his book and heading towards the playground. Tonight, he had asked Wei Chuan to gather all the employees for the first and final briefing before the grand opening. Pingfan, where are you heading? Upon exiting the teaching building, under the dim night sky and the cool breeze brushing against him, a female voice unexpectedly rang from behind, nearly startling Hao Pingfan. Zhao Lin, are you waiting for me? The speaker was Zhao Lin, and a hint of surprise and joy immediately appeared on Hao Pingfan's face. Zhao Lin was quite pleased with Hao Pingfan's reaction and apologized. Yue doesn't like me interacting with you, so I usually don't talk to you much. I hope you want to hold it against me. Why would I? I'm just happy to see you. How could I possibly blame you? In response to Hao Pingfan's delighted gaze, Zhao Lin felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and quickly awkwardly changed the subject. Pingfan, I would also like a cup of grass jelly milk tea. Are you buying or just asking? Hao Pingfan, having understood the distinction, pretended to be troubled. Lin, this is my aunt's business. I cannot make decisions. I can only offer you a discount at most. How much of a discount can you offer? In Zhao Lin's eyes, disappointment flickered. Indeed, a poor boy was just that, a poor boy, unwilling to treat her to even a cup of milk tea. Nevertheless, one must seize the opportunity when it arises. Zhao Lin feigned a bright smile, clinging to Hao Pingfan's arm and shaking it persistently. Hao Pingfan was enveloped by the fresh scent of the girl. And after a moment of internal conflict, as if making a decision against his ancestors, he clenched his fist and declared, "I'll give you a 50% discount. A large cup will only cost you 6 yuan. Eh." Zhao Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished that Hao Pingfan was indeed offering such a generous deal. While others would pay 12 yuan, she would pay merely 6, which was undeniably a great bargain. Moreover, if Tang Yue were to discover that Hao Pingfan charged her only half the price, she would surely be furious. At that moment, Zhao Lin could play the innocent card, further stoking the flames of discord, leaving Tang Yue to vent her frustrations on Hao Pingfan and completely absolving herself of any blame. Seeing Zhao Lin's mischievous grin, Hao Pingfan sensed her ulterior motives and promptly cautioned her. Lin, you must not speak of this to anyone. If others find out, I will have no choice but to revert to the original price. I'm not foolish. Why would I broadcast this? Zhao Lin retorted, her laughter stifled. Yet her resolve was already formed. If that herbal milk tea proved delightful, she would keep it to herself for a while, should it disappoint. She would not hesitate to voice her dissatisfaction. After bidding farewell to Zhao Lin, Hao Pingfan swiftly made his way to the playground, where his 6 loyal comrades had already gathered. However, he noticed the absence of Lin Yu, which struck him as odd. Given Lin Yu's character, she would typically send him a message, even if she couldn't attend. Wei Chuan and the others shook their heads, equally puzzled by Lin Yu's whereabouts. Let's start the meeting, Hao Pingfan suggested, sending Lin Yu a message before leading the group to form a circle beneath a street lamp. Our new venture will be selling milk tea, which I will prepare, while your responsibilities will include delivery and promotion. The daily base salary remains 10 yuan, and for each cup of milk tea delivered, you will earn a commission of 50 cents. Hao Pingfan patiently explained the job's intricacies and the unique qualities of the herbal milk tea. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if his employees were unaware of what the herbal milk tea entailed. The group listened intently, with Wei Chuan, a company veteran, even taking notes. However, it seemed they did not fully grasp the significance of the 50-cent commission. This simply wouldn't do. Hao Pingfan raised his voice, passionately painting a vivid picture of their potential earnings. Do not underestimate the 50-cent commission. You will not be delivering just 1 cup of milk tea, but many. This means that for a single run, you could earn several yuan. Moreover, delivery is quite simple. Students typically order from classrooms and dormitories. If a classroom orders 20 cups, that equates to a 10 yuan profit for you with minimal effort. Hao Pingfan's words acted like a spell, igniting enthusiasm among the group on that slightly chilly night. With such calculations, earning 100 yuan in a day seemed within reach. Brother Fan, with commissions this high, you won't end up at a loss, will you? Wei Chuan, after his initial excitement, could not help but voice his concerns. He had taken Hao Pingfan's enterprise as his own and did not wish to witness his downfall. The others began to share in the apprehension. The short distance from outside to inside the school raised doubts about the commission's generosity. Hao Pingfan waved his hand dismissively and smiled. I am not a self-sacrificing saint. I have no intention of losing out. Besides, with your unwavering support, how could I mistreat you? Brother Fan, we will definitely give it our all. Although Hao Pingfan spoke lightheartedly, his words moved those present. 2 emotional girls even found their voices choked with emotion. Realizing this, Hao Pingfan felt compelled to pause the meeting until everyone regained their composure, before resuming with a detailed promotional plan. 10 minutes later, as the meeting drew to a close, Hao Pingfan tightened his collar and issued a final warning. Please do not let work interfere with your studies. If your grades slip, do not blame me for being ruthless. A collective gasp filled the air. Who would have thought that work could impact academic performance? After the meeting, which had gone on rather late, Hao Pingfan stood up, brushing off his pants, and decided not to linger for further conversation. He had many tasks awaiting him and no time to waste. Tell me, when did you start dating Mingge? The girls pressed, demanding the truth without any evasion. How could Mingge possibly be interested in someone like you? As Hao Pingfan exited the playground, intending to buy a bag from the convenience store to carry his belongings, he was suddenly drawn to a commotion from a shadowy corner. Initially, he wished to disregard the trivial romantic squabbles of the girls, but upon a closer glance, he recognized the familiar figure at the center of the chaos. Xiao Yuzi? Hao Pingfan strode over, discovering that it was indeed Lin Yu, surrounded by 3 girls, her head bowed in silence, appearing quite pitiable. Anger surged within him as he forcefully pushed the 3 girls aside. What do you think you're doing? The trio, taken aback, exchanged nervous glances. The leader, feeling her pride wounded, retorted coldly, "None of your business. I advise you to mind your own affairs." "Well, I intend to meddle," Hao Pingfan asserted. The girls swallowed hard, retreating while hastily clarifying, "Big brother, we meant no harm. We just wanted to ask Lin Yu a few questions." "Is that so?" Hao Pingfan remained skeptical, turning to Lin Yu, who still appeared shaken. Chapter 20. Feeling like a clown, the night sky was ominously overcast, and the chill of the evening breeze made the three girls shiver. Although Hao Pingfan had not acted inappropriately, his formidable presence instilled fear in them. They pleaded silently with Lin Yu, hoping she would speak the truth and not betray them. Fortunately, Lin Yu was kind-hearted. Under Hao Pingfan's concerned gaze, she gently nodded. "They really haven't done anything. They just asked me a few questions." "Xiao Yuzi, you didn't deceive me, did you? Speak freely, with me around. No one dared to bully you." "Really, they didn't." Gazing at Hao Pingfan's earnest expression, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart and nervously averted her gaze. With that, Hao Pingfan's trust began to solidify, and he turned back to the girls. "This time I will let it slide. But if I discover that you continue to bully Lin Yu, don't blame me for being harsh. Rest assured, we will avoid Lin Yu from now on and guarantee no trouble." The three girls sighed in relief, making promises before hastily retreating. Once they were gone, Hao Pingfan frowned and asked, "Xiao Yuzi, why did they approach you tonight? Did you really steal their man?" "It was you who stole." Lin Yu rolled her eyes in frustration, slowly explaining, "They believed I was flirting with Xu Tianming and came to warn me. But I have hardly spoken to Xu Tianming, and I have no idea why he confessed to me in the classroom tonight." "Is he the campus heartthrob, Xu Tianming?" Hao Pingfan recognized the name. He was the most popular student at Rena No. 2 High School. Handsome, musically talented, skilled at basketball, and academically brilliant. He was the dream boy of many girls. "Yes, that's him." Lin Yu spoke with a hint of grievance. "I maintain a clear distance from all the boys in my class. Who knew I would be embroiled in such unnecessary trouble?" Hao Pingfan furrowed his brows, indignant that someone dared to pursue his good friend. "Do you want me to teach Xu Tianming a lesson?" "Please don't. I have already made it clear that I rejected him," Lin Yu quickly interjected, fearing that Hao Pingfan might do something reckless. As the once vibrant campus fell into silence, Hao Pingfan suggested, whom Lin Yu did not refuse. Deliberately lagging a step behind and obediently following Hao Pingfan's side, occasionally stealing glances at the tall figure ahead, a faint smile inexplicably gracing her lips. She had always envied how other children had their fathers to shield them from adversity when trouble arose. Today, it seemed she finally understood that feeling. "Brother Fan, let me help you carry some of this," Wei Chuan eagerly offered, noticing the burden Hao Pingfan was shouldering. "It's nothing for me. You should rest." Hao Pingfan replied casually, shifting the box on his shoulder without feeling any strain. Having been reborn, he possessed immense strength, easily capable of carrying several hundred pounds. However, he had no time to rest and immediately immersed himself in the task of preparing Xu Xiangnuan milk tea. After all, he had already received payment and needed to fulfill his promise. Thus, he busily worked until 1 in the morning before finally collapsing onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Entrepreneurship is not easy," he lamented. The next day, Hao Pingfan arose early, bringing the freshly prepared Xu Xiangnuan to the classroom, instantly garnering the attention of all his classmates. "Is this the Xu Xiangnuan? It looks like there's so much in it. No wonder it's so expensive. It feels distinctly different from other milk teas. I wonder how it tastes." Having piqued their curiosity the previous day, the students found themselves even more intrigued upon seeing the actual product. However, they chose to remain cautious, considering it was a Tenyuan drink, and they would be quite disappointed if it did not live up to expectations. "I'll taste it first," Xu Xiangnuan declared, eagerly tearing off the lid and scooping a generous spoonful into his mouth, savoring it like a connoisseur with his eyes closed. "How is it?" a curious classmate inquired. Xu Xiangnuan opened his eyes, a dazzling light shining within them as he exclaimed, "It's delicious. Is it really that good?" Other students who had purchased the Xu Xiangnuan quickly took a taste and echoed the same sentiment, devouring it eagerly. Seeing this, the classmates no longer doubted the flavor of the Xu Xiangnuan and eagerly rushed to place their orders with Hao Pingfan. "It's just a cup of milk tea. What is so remarkable about it?" Yang Wei's expression twisted with jealousy as he forced himself to ignore the happenings near Hao Pingfan. Taking a deep breath to present a cup of milk tea, he had meticulously purchased earlier to the sullen Tang Yue. Tang Yue, I heard you like milk tea, so I specifically bought you a cup. I don't need it. Tang Yue glared at the lively scene not far away, feeling a twinge of resentment towards Hao Pingfan. How could such a delectable treat not be offered to her? She would never forgive him. Yang Wei awkwardly held up the milk tea, speaking cautiously. Tang Yue, this is my sincere gesture. I hope you can accept it. Get lost. Tang Yue shot him a disdainful look. How dare he attempt to win her favor with such a face? Did he think she had no standards when it came to admirers? Disappointment flickered in Yang Wei's eyes as he prepared to turn away. But then he saw Hao Pingfan, having dealt with everyone else, approaching with the milk tea. Could it be that Hao Pingfan prepared this for me? Just moments ago, she had resolved not to acknowledge him. Yet a triumphant expression spread across Tang Yue's face. Hao Pingfan had been so indifferent last night. She thought he had changed his heart, but it seemed he had merely been planning a surprise. Nevertheless, she would not forgive Hao Pingfan's rudeness so easily. At the very least, he owed her a month's worth of milk tea. A smile also graced Zhao Lin's lips, as she had long awaited this moment. Just thinking about the awkwardness Tang Yue would soon experience made her tremble with excitement. Zhao Lin, your milk tea, Hao Pingfan announced. Thank you, Zhao Lin replied politely, accepting the drink with a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Tang Yue's hand, which had been raised in anticipation, suddenly froze as if time had stopped. Yue, what is wrong? Zhao Lin asked, her face filled with confusion, appearing utterly innocent. It's nothing, my hand just itched suddenly. At that moment, she felt akin to a fool. Chapter 21. I no longer like you. The promotion of Xiao Xian Chao progressed even more smoothly than anticipated. The students from the county town had rarely encountered such a milk tea. Despite its higher price, curiosity compelled them to buy a cup. Furthermore, 99% of those who had tasted the Xiao Xian Chao praised it highly. With word of mouth among the students, the sales of Xiao Xian Chao skyrocketed, becoming known throughout the school in just a few days, with nearly 400 cups sold daily. After deducting all expenses, Hao Pingfan was now earning over 500 yuan a day. This was indeed formidable. After all, 10 yuan per cup was not inexpensive. In these few days, Hao Pingfan was incredibly busy, even sacrificing much of his study time. Ultimately, he could no longer manage alone and enlisted Wei Chuan and Lin Yu to assist in the milk tea preparation. While earning money was vital, academic performance could not be neglected. In the front row, Tang Yue rested her head on the desk, her face etched with discomfort as she discreetly cast a glance at the earnest Hao Pingfan, feeling a pang of loss. Unbeknownst to her, her attention towards Hao Pingfan had grown increasingly intense. She enjoyed watching him study diligently, relished the sight of him engaging in cheerful banter with classmates, and admired his calm demeanor in resolving conflicts. Yet, it seemed that Hao Pingfan truly no longer cared for her. Not only had he not looked her way in days, but he had also failed to inquire about her well-being when her relatives visited. Zhao Lin was also secretly observing Hao Pingfan, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Unlike her initial intention of treating Hao Pingfan as a mere admirer, she genuinely desired a romantic relationship with him now. Even though Hao Pingfan was still quite ordinary, his displayed potential made her willing to take a chance. What was so special about a mere delivery person of milk tea that garnered the affection of so many girls? Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped Tang Yue, leaving her too weak to focus on Hao Pingfan, clutching her abdomen as her face turned pale. Having been frail since childhood and having caught a chill last night, she was now suffering from menstrual cramps. Yue, hang in there. I'll get you some hot water, Zhao Lin said, ever the considerate friend, quickly rising to fetch water. Tang Yue, unable to articulate her pain, inadvertently glanced over at Hao Pingfan. In the past, he would have had everything she needed prepared by this time. Tang Yue, what's the matter? Do you need me to take you to the medical room? Yang Wei noticed her distress, his face instantly filled with concern. In her moment of urgency, Tang Yue finally acknowledged Yang Wei and relayed what Hao Pingfan had once prepared for her. Please buy me some painkillers, a cup of brown sugar water. I need a hot pack too. Got it, I'll go right now. Seeing Tang Yue's pitiful condition made Yang Wei feel both sympathetic and excited. She was finally asking him for help. He had made significant progress toward success. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wei dashed out of the classroom, disregarding the imminent class. Tang Yue, I only managed to get the painkillers. I couldn't find the brown sugar or hot pack at the supermarket. Thank you, Tang Yue said. lacking the energy to be angry or upset. Yang Wei truly could not compare to Hao Pingfan. He couldn't even manage to buy the right items. Yet, Yang Wei was overjoyed. Not only had the goddess entrusted him with a task today, but she had also graciously thanked him. He felt euphoric. Tang Yue took the medicine and ignored Yang Wei, resting her head on the desk, increasingly nostalgic for Hao Pingfan. Finally, when the afternoon class ended, Tang Yue felt somewhat better and, seeing Hao Pingfan about to exit the classroom, bit her lip and quickly followed him. Yang Wei and Zhao Lin observed Tang Yue's unusual behavior, both feeling an ominous premonition, and hurriedly followed her. Hao Pingfan was blissfully unaware of the impending events. Descending the stairs while discussing today's milk tea data with Wei Chuan, only to be confronted by Tang Yue at the staircase. Tang Yue, what are you up to? Hao Pingfan instinctively braced himself. In her weakened state, could she be attempting to extort him? Ignoring Hao Pingfan's feigned indifference and the varied gazes of Wei Chuan, Yang Wei, and Zhao Lin, Tang Yue earnestly declared, Pingfan, I forgive you. Let tu es réconcile. Hao Pingfan was utterly perplexed. When had he erred? Tang Yue paused, her tone softening further. I understand my mother can be hurtful, but our relationship is between the two of us. You need not concern yourself with her opinions. She may currently have the power to hinder us, but once we reach university, she will no longer be able to intervene. At that time, I will accompany you to every corner of the campus, creating beautiful memories that belong solely to us beneath the setting sun. Such words, akin to a confession, drew gasps from Wei Chuan and Yang Wei. To think that Hao Pingfan had previously been in a relationship with Tang Yue. Wei Chuan couldn't help but admire Hao Pingfan even more. Indeed, he was the venerable leader of their company, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Yang Wei's face contorted with jealousy. By what right, by what means? Zhao Lin, feeling anxious, nervously clutched her clothing, silently praying that Hao Pingfan would refuse. Naturally, Hao Pingfan would not acquiesce. In his past life, after pursuing her to the bustling metropolis, Tang Yue had merely regarded him as an ATM, leaving memories with her senior in every corner of the campus. How could he possibly repeat the same mistake now? Especially since he no longer held feelings for her? Taking a deep breath, Hao Pingfan softly replied, Tang Yue, your mother once swore that if you sought reconciliation with me, your family would meet with misfortune. Surely, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your loved ones? Tang Yue had anticipated that Hao Pingfan might refuse her due to his pride, and she had prepared for such a scenario. However, she never expected that his reasoning would be this. My mother was merely speaking out of anger. You need not take it to heart. For the first time, resentment towards her mother filled Tang Yue, her expression shifting as she ultimately couldn't bear to relinquish Hao Pingfan, forcing a smile as she explained. Goodness, you're willing to forsake your family. Hao Pingfan felt a headache coming on, resolutely stating, but I no longer have feelings for you. Impossible. Tang Yue exclaimed in disbelief. How could Hao Pingfan, who had always adored her, have ceased to love her? Chapter 22. A definitive break. Students passed through the corridor, some playfully engaging in mischief. Yang Wei stood silently at the periphery, preventing curious onlookers from intruding. Even though witnessing his goddess seeking reconciliation with Hao Pingfan pierced his heart, he did not wish for anyone to witness her vulnerable side. Leaning against the wall, Hao Pingfan, facing Tang Yue's confident gaze, calmly stated, whether you believe it or not, the truth remains. I hope you will cease pursuing me. Tang Yue fixed her gaze intensely on Hao Pingfan's eyes, noting no sign of evasion. Her heart sank lower, compelling her to question, have you developed feelings for someone else? Yes, Hao Pingfan answered without hesitation, casting a glance at Zhao Lin, causing her heart to race. He had openly admitted it. Tang Yue was taken aback by this response, her lips trembling with anger. How could you possibly like someone else? Is it that Lin Yu? No. Then who? None of your concern. Hao Pingfan nonchalantly faced Tang Yue's fury, his tone unwavering. Observing this, Tang Yue abruptly lost her interest in pursuing the matter further. She, Tang Yue, possessed her own pride. Regardless of whether Hao Pingfan was sincere or merely feigning disinterest, having rejected her overture to reconcile, she vowed never to grant him another chance. I hope you do not regret this. We are now completely severed. After delivering her cold verdict, Tang Yue turned and staggered down the stairs, her silhouette inexplicably tinged with sorrow. Witnessing the goddess's heartbreak, Yang Wei's animosity towards Hao Pingfan reached its zenith. He resolved to report him to the teacher that very night, ensuring Hao Ping Fan's milk tea delivery would cease. Zhao Lin discreetly winked at Hao Ping Fan, then, with a smile gracing her lips, hurried after Tang Yue. Once they departed, Wei Chuan, who had been holding his breath, finally exhaled, nearly breaking into a celebratory dance. Fango, you're truly amazing for rejecting the campus belle's proposal to reconcile. Basic skills do not overestimate. Hao Ping Fan ambled down the stairs, hands in pockets, exuding an air of confidence that momentarily left Wei Chuan in a daze. Regaining his composure, Wei Chuan approached him, conflicted. But she is the top belle of our school. Fango, are you truly not considering it? I am somewhat face-blind and cannot discern beauty, but I dislike flatness. Wei Chuan wanted to scoff. How could one claim to be face-blind, yet have been enamored with the campus belle for over a year? So, Fango, who do you like now? Is it Lin Yu? Whisper it to me. I promise to keep a secret. It's Zhao Lin. Fango, you must be joking. Zhao Lin pales in comparison to Tang Yue and Lin Yu. How could you possibly like her? Wei Chuan's disbelief was evident. Hao Ping Fan sighed in exasperation. Why was no one willing to believe the truth? As the day unfolded, yesterday's reconciliation incident stirred no ripples within the class. Tang Yue no longer glanced back at Hao Ping Fan, seemingly resolute in her decision to cut ties. Hao Ping Fan, unfazed by Tang Yue's actions, remained oblivious to the teacher's lecture, quietly focusing on his mathematics review as per his plan. The long language class finally concluded, and Hao Ping Fan closed his mathematics workbook, feeling a throbbing headache. Why must mathematics exist in this world? Hao Ping Fan, come to the office. The homeroom teacher, Liao Kai-fu, called out as he gathered his books and teacup. Hao Ping Fan, momentarily bewildered, stood and allowed Wei Chuan to depart first before swiftly following Liao Kai-fu. Yang Wei, witnessing Hao Ping Fan being summoned by the teacher, wore a sinister smile. How dare he bully his goddess? He would ensure Hao Ping Fan paid a heavy price. Upon entering the office, Liao Kai-fu set aside his teaching materials and gestured for Hao Ping Fan to take a seat. Liao Laosher, what do you need from me? Hao Ping Fan asked, taking a seat opposite Liao Kai-fu without formality. Liao Kai-fu, cutting to the chase, took a sip of tea and stated directly, Hao Ping Fan, I have heard that the milk tea known as Xu Xiangnuan is your doing. It's my aunt's business. I am merely helping out. Hao Ping Fan had anticipated this inquiry from the teacher and promptly recounted the story of how his aunt had returned from her studies. Liao Kai-fu nodded, recalling that his daughter had purchased a cup for him before and found it quite delightful. However, having received a report, he could not ignore it. With the impending college entrance examination, he wished for Hao Ping Fan to focus solely on his studies. I have received feedback from students indicating that your milk tea deliveries are somewhat disruptive to their study and rest. We will try to limit deliveries to the dinner period and half an hour after evening study sessions. Hao Ping Fan readily assured, showing no inclination to dispute. As a former bankrupt businessman, he understood the appropriate attitude for the moment. Liao Kai-fu was momentarily taken aback, his subsequent words caught in his throat. After another sip of tea, he continued, typically, the school does not permit outside deliveries, and, as you're all third-year students facing the impending examinations, I hope you can temporarily cease this business and devote your thoughts to your studies. However, if we do not work, we will have no money for school. A sudden pang of anxiety surged within Hao Ping Fan. This was the prime opportunity to earn money. How could it simply be dismissed? Soon, Hao Ping Fan's eyes began to glisten with tears as he said, Teacher Liao, you are aware of my family situation. Not only are we in debt, but we also have little income. If I do not find a way to earn money, even if I manage to get into university, I will not have the means to attend. It is not just me. Others in the team are similarly challenged, who would willingly toil through a day of hard study only to work as well. Hao Ping Fan's heartfelt performance brought tears to Liao Kai-fu's eyes. His hand holding the teacup remained motionless for a long moment. Indeed, if it were not for genuine financial struggles, how could Hao Ping Fan and his peers possibly seek employment? Was it that they did not appreciate rest? With a sigh, Liao Kai-fu could no longer voice his objections and lamented, You are all good children. I will not stop you, but you must manage your delivery times carefully so as not to disturb your classmates. Additionally, do not let your studies suffer. If I discover any of you experiencing a drop in grades, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Understood. We will be cautious, Hao Ping Fan replied, his expression burdened. This was indeed a case of immediate karma. He had previously used grades to threaten his employees, and now his homeroom teacher was using the same tactic against him. However, it was indeed time to seek a permanent shop outside. Upon exiting the office, Gao Pingfan's mind was not entirely at ease. He was merely temporarily safe. High school was far stricter than university, and it was destined that he could not continue with food delivery. Fortunately, this had been part of his plan all along. He had merely accelerated the timeline slightly. Chapter 23. Moving in together, Lin Yu and Wei Chuan were skillfully sealing the milk tea, while their classmates stowed the drinks into their backpacks and swiftly departed once full. Fangge, what did the homeroom teacher want with you today? Wei Chuan asked, having seen a rumor in the group that the school had forbidden them from delivering milk tea in the future, and it was spreading with much conviction. As a future cornerstone of the company, Wei Chuan expressed considerable concern over this. Gao Pingfan set down his backpack, took over Lin Yu's task, and casually replied, nothing much. The teacher just said for you all to study hard, or you won't be allowed to deliver milk tea. Oh, then I will definitely study diligently from now on. Wei Chuan sighed with relief, but a strong sense of urgency surged within him. He did not want the business to falter due to his own shortcomings. Moreover, as an elder of the company, he had to set a good example for everyone. Yes, let's do our best. Gao Pingfan was quite pleased with Wei Chuan's attitude. As expected of a company veteran, he had the right spirit. After a busy half hour, all previous orders were finally completed, and Lin Yu had just finished preparing dinner. Reluctantly, Lin Yu had to take on the role of chef. The dinner was simple, consisting of ordinary home-cooked dishes. However, Wei Chuan devoured the meal with delight, singing its praises. Lin Yu, your cooking is simply exquisite, far surpassing what my mother makes. Since Wei Chuan had tasted Lin Yu's cooking 2 days prior, he willingly volunteered for extra hours just to ensure he did not miss a meal. Lin Yu smiled modestly but refrained from speaking. She preferred not to engage in excessive conversation with boys other than Gao Pingfan, and Wei Chuan was no exception. Gao Pingfan snatched the last piece of braised pork right in front of Wei Chuan and said, eating so much will bankrupt the company. You are not allowed to come again. Fangge, please. I promise to eat less in the future. Wei Chuan, patting his belly, playfully protested. However, Gao Pingfan had his methods. He took out his second-hand Nokia phone and switched to camera mode. Upon seeing this, Wei Chuan quickly straightened his back, smoothed his clothes, and styled his hair like an adult. According to Gao Pingfan, this was for taking photos for documentation. When they eventually achieved success, they would have these to boast about. After taking a few snapshots of Wei Chuan, Gao Pingfan posed for a picture with a reluctant Lin Yu. What a perfect match, Wei Chuan thought, observing the two in the frame, though he remained puzzled. He could not fathom why. With Lin Yu's beauty, good figure, excellent academic performance, and culinary skills, along with their childhood bond, Gao Pingfan was uninterested in her. It was truly baffling. After dinner, Wei Chuan discreetly took his leave. Lin Yu quietly entered the kitchen to clean up, glanced at Gao Pingfan, who was preparing milk tea, bit her lip, and ultimately approached him. How much do you want to borrow? Lin Yu's conflicted expression left Gao Pingfan momentarily stunned. When had she ever intended to borrow money? Ahem, Xiao Yuzi, weren't you looking to borrow money from me? Upon seeing Lin Yu's expression, Gao Pingfan realized his assumption was incorrect, resulting in an awkward cough. Lin Yu, having been interrupted, lost her tension and directly stated her request. Xiao Fanzi, may I do my laundry here in the future? What? Can't you do laundry in the dorm? Gao Pingfan looked at Lin Yu quizzically. He had no washing machine here, and it was no different from the dormitory. Could it be that Lin Yu sought to spend more time with him under the pretext of doing laundry? However, the next moment, Lin Yu shattered Gao Pingfan's self-absorption, her face displaying annoyance. The girls in her dorm had a habit of accumulating their clothes for joint washing, which resulted in a lack of space for drying, causing all their clothes to be crammed together and taking ages to dry. Recently, this behavior had escalated, making it impossible for her to dry her own clothes. And their voices are so loud at night. They keep me awake for ages, she added. Were they doing this on purpose? Gao Pingfan's expression turned serious as he contemplated a possibility. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. While there were indeed a few girls in her dorm who liked Xu Tianming and had previously expressed their feelings to him, it was possible their actions stemmed from resentment toward her. Yet these girls had always behaved this way. It was hard to determine if they were intentionally targeting her. Will you just keep enduring this? The college entrance examination is approaching. If it affects your performance, it would be detrimental. Gao Pingfan felt a headache coming on. If someone were blatantly bullying Lin Yu, he could confront them directly. But this ambiguous situation was far more complicated. Suddenly, Gao Pingfan recalled something. In his previous life, Lin Yu had scored several points lower than usual on her college entrance examination, only managing to get into a regular 211 university. Perhaps these factors had indeed played a role. If it comes to that, I will have to request a dormitory change from the teacher, Lin Yu pouted. Her eyes filled with conflict. A new dormitory might not necessarily be better than her current one. Gao Pingfan considered this, and, after a moment of furrowed brows, suddenly had an enlightening thought that offered a permanent solution. Why not move in with me? But there's only one bed here. How can I sleep? Lin Yu retorted. I might as well rent a place. She casually dismissed the idea, but the more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Now that she could earn money, she could indeed rent a place just like Gao Pingfan. Gao Pingfan did not want to lose the opportunity to enjoy Lin Yu's cooking, so he persuaded her. Don't waste money. The bed is big enough for both of us. If you mind, I can sleep on the floor. Of course I mind. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she surprisingly agreed to Gao Pingfan's suggestion. I can move in here, but you mustn't have any improper thoughts or actions towards me, or I will tell Aunt Qin. You don't trust me? I have always regarded you as a good brother, Gao Pingfan declared earnestly, patting his chest in assurance. You better mean it, Lin Yu muttered under her breath, her words barely audible to Gao Pingfan. The arrangement for Lin Yu to move in progressed unexpectedly smoothly. Upon receiving Lin Yu's application, the homeroom teacher granted approval without confirming with Lu Fang. After all, in the teacher's eyes, Lin Yu was a model student, excelling in both character and academics. She claimed she was going to stay at her cousin's house, so it was undoubtedly the case. However, as the hour was already late, Gao Pingfan suggested that Lin Yu endure one more night in the dormitory, planning for her to move out the following afternoon when the holiday commenced. While Lin Yu was elated at the prospect of escaping her hardships, Yang Wei seethed with frustration, fixating on the delivery person who was still darting around the dormitories. Infuriated to the point of boiling over. Why, after he had reported Gao Pingfan, was the school still allowing them to deliver milk tea? Chapter 24. I am her fiancé. As the noon bell rang on Sunday, it heralded a rare moment of freedom for the third-year students. Zhao Lin deliberately lingered in the classroom, but upon realizing that Gao Pingfan had no intention of inviting her, she huffed and sashayed out. She found it perplexing to decipher Gao Pingfan's thoughts. He had clearly hinted at his affection for her, even offering her a special discount on milk tea. Yet now, when she was willing to give him a chance to pursue her, he remained passive. Fangu, shall we go online together this afternoon? My treat. Wei Chuan approached Gao Pingfan with an exuberant smile, buoyed by the earnings he had amassed from making milk tea and downloading apps, alongside additional allowances from Gao Pingfan, totaling a remarkable 500 yuan. With newfound wealth, he even dared to purchase a year's membership. I'm not going. I need to help Xiao Yu move, Gao Pingfan politely declined, refraining from mentioning his weekend work. Money could always be earned, and despite knowing he could make a decent profit by setting up a stall today, he ultimately chose to forego it. Everyone had worked hard throughout the week and deserved a proper rest. Moving? Is Lin Yu renting a place? Wei Chuan inquired, a sense of urgency creeping into his heart. As Gao Pingfan's right-hand companions, he felt the need to keep pace with Lin Yu's decisions. No, she will be living with me, Gao Pingfan stated plainly, unable to conceal the truth about their cohabitation from Wei Chuan, who frequently visited the rental house. What? Wei Chuan exclaimed in astonishment, recalling how Gao Pingfan had claimed to have no romantic interest in her. Yet now they were living together. Gao Pingfan briefly recounted Lin Yu's predicament, but it did little to quell Wei Chuan's disbelief. There are plenty of vacant rentals outside. Lin Yu has earned money. Why can't she rent another place? Mind your own business, kid. Go online. Gao Pingfan dismissed Wei Chuan, waving him off. Upon exiting the classroom and reaching the girls' dormitory, a cluster of students had gathered at the entrance, occasionally erupting with cheers. Gao Pingfan strode forward, parting the crowd to witness the unfolding scene. A tall, handsome youth with a buzz cut and a roguish smile was ardently presenting flowers to Lin Yu, who was clad in her school uniform. This was none other than Chu Tianming, the most sought-after student of Renan No. 2 High School. Lin Yu, I have genuinely liked you for 3 years. I hope you will agree to be my girlfriend. Agree to him. Agree to him. The surrounding high school students were electrified by the audacity of the public confession, their excitement palpable. Even the dormitory supervisor was observing the spectacle. Gao Pingfan's displeasure mounted. If other students were reprimanded for early romantic involvement, Why was the school silent about Chu Tianming's bold declaration? Did academic excellence grant one special privileges? As Hao Pingfan prepared to intervene, Lin Yu disregarded both Chu Tianming and the urging crowd, expressionlessly turning and entering the dormitory. The atmosphere abruptly shifted, leaving the students who had been cheering now mute, as if their voices had been snatched away. Chu Tianming forced a smile, quietly retracting the flowers and departing. As the crowd dispersed, only Hao Pingfan remained. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yu re-emerged carrying a large box. "Xiao Fanzi, please keep an eye on this for me. I still have a few things to collect," she said, not mentioning the earlier incident. Hao Pingfan, understanding, took a seat on a nearby bench with the box. Just as he was enjoying a game of Snake, a boy blocked his sunlight. "Classmate, what is your relationship with Lin Yu?" "Her fiancé. Seriously, I'm asking you earnestly. Please don't joke." Chu Tianming's expression darkened. He had intended to gather more information about Lin Yu, but was met with this shocking revelation. Distracted, Hao Pingfan accidentally crashed his snake into a wall side, and finally focused on Chu Tianming. "I'm not jesting. Lin Yu and I are indeed engaged, planning to marry after graduation. If you don't believe me, you may ask Lin Yu herself." "Impossible. Lin Yu is such an excellent student. Her family would never agree to an engagement." Chu Tianming was unsettled, unable to detect any deception in Hao Pingfan's demeanor. "Perhaps it is because Lin Yu and I are childhood friends and her family trusts me greatly." Hao Pingfan shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "I still don't believe it. When Lin Yu comes out, I will ask her directly." Chu Tianming, observing Hao Pingfan's seemingly reluctant expression, felt his agitation intensify. He had assumed Lin Yu, being studious and unassuming, would be easily swayed. Instead, her steadfastness left him at a loss, and the emergence of a fiancé only dimmed his hopes further. Before long, Lin Yu appeared, carrying 2 large bags. Upon seeing Chu Tianming with Hao Pingfan, her brows furrowed slightly. Without giving them a chance to conspire, Chu Tianming rushed to Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, are you really engaged to the student?" Lin Yu paused for a moment, glanced at the composed Hao Pingfan, and nodded. "Yes. When did this happen?" "None of your business." Lin Yu circumvented Chu Tianming and stood beside Hao Pingfan, her actions speaking louder than words. Chu Tianming had never witnessed Lin Yu so close to another boy. "Classmate, we'll take our leave now. If you have the opportunity, you are welcome to attend my and Lin Yu's wedding banquet," Hao Pingfan said, seizing the moment while Chu Tianming was momentarily taken aback. As he stood up with the box, he added a pointed reminder. "You bastard." Chu Tianming felt an urge to lash out, but ultimately unclenched his fists. Losing his temper now would only make him a fool. He would see how Hao Pingfan laughed once he won Lin Yu over. Meanwhile, Hao Pingfan faced the impending wrath of Lin Yu. Blushing, she kicked him several times. "Xiao Fanzi, what nonsense were you spouting earlier? Who's engaged to you? Don't be ungrateful. I sacrificed my reputation to help you escape Chu Tianming's clutches. That doesn't justify it. What if word gets out? If it does, then other girls won't see you as a threat anymore." "Perhaps you're right. Xiao Fanzi, I apologize. I misunderstood you." Lin Yu contemplated, feeling increasingly appreciative of Hao Pingfan's actions, a hint of remorse gracing her features. Hao Pingfan waved it off generously, smiling as he replied, "No witties. You kicked me a few times. I suppose it's only fair that I give you a light slap in return. What do you think you're hitting me?" Lin Yu's gaze was vigilant, yet both her hands were occupied with bags, rendering her incapable of stopping Hao Pingfan. Hao Pingfan scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe, smirking wickedly, and ultimately delivered a playful slap to her head. "What are you daydreaming about? You're the one who's imagining things." Lin Yu's cheeks turned crimson, and in a fluster, she kicked Hao Pingfan. Chapter 25. Sharing a bed. The weather in early April was perfectly suited for outings. Taking advantage of the weekend afternoon off, Hao Pingfan set out with Lin Yu. Their main objective was to scout for a suitable location to open a milk tea shop, while also indulging in some shopping. Unfortunately, after an entire afternoon of wandering and consuming a plethora of snacks, they still had not found an appropriate storefront. Hao Pingfan remained unperturbed. He still had ample time. If it came down to it, he could always pay a premium to lease poorly performing shops. This was precisely why he insisted on co-renting with Lin Yu, with Wei Chuan no longer interrupting them. Their mealtime was unusually harmonious, reminiscent of an old married couple who had been together for years. In truth, they weren't far from that description. They had shared meals daily since middle school, with Lin Yu possessing an intimate understanding of Hao Pingfan's preferences. even more so than many wives know their husbands. What left the deepest impression on him was Lin Yu's insatiable appetite in middle school, often consuming 2 bowls of rice and a significant amount of snacks. It was no wonder she had developed so well. "What are you looking at?" Lin Yu noticed how Ping Fan's gaze and instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. "Little Yuzi, trust is paramount among friends. Your constant vigilance truly saddens me." How Ping Fan feigned displeasure, not feeling guilty at all, instead delivering a stern lecture. Lin Yu, uninterested in engaging further, huffed and retreated to the kitchen with her bowl and chopsticks. After a brief respite, How Ping Fan retrieved his books and notes to commence his studies. With the college entrance examination looming ever closer and having already lost several days, he needed to make the most of his time. Immersed in his studies for half an hour, a sudden sound of running water from the bathroom jolted him. It seemed someone was taking a shower. It then dawned on him that Lin Yu, like him, had opted not to attend evening study sessions and would not be going to school that night. How can I study under these circumstances? His youthful body stirred restlessly, as his thoughts, once filled with knowledge, now danced with temptation. After reciting Buddhist scriptures several times, he finally managed to regain his composure and return his studies. In the dim light, the sight of the young man diligently studying at his small desk possessed an inexplicable air of tranquility. However, this serenity was swiftly shattered as Lin Yu settled beside him. Fresh from her shower and clad in pajamas, she felt no need to conceal her figure, given that it was just the two of them at home. Her skin, still glistening from the shower, radiated a soft, delicate allure, enhanced by a subtle, fresh fragrance that elevated her charm to unprecedented heights, making Tang Yue seem lackluster in comparison. "Are you trying to gouge out my eyes?" Lin Yu blushed fiercely and playfully punched How Ping Fan, her expression fierce. Satisfied, she generously offered, "Xiao Fanzi, are there any questions you don't understand? I can help explain them." "Not for now. You should focus on your own review." How Ping Fan shook his head. He was still building his foundational knowledge, and asking questions would be futile. "Forget it." Lin Yu turned away in frustration, feeling unappreciated despite her efforts to study at home. How Ping Fan understood her good intentions and felt a warmth swell in his heart, suppressing any distracting thoughts. They continued their respective reviews until 11:30, when they finally took a break. "I'm going to take a shower. Can you set up the bedding for me?" How Ping Fan stretched, feeling mentally and physically drained. All thoughts of women and temptation were cast aside. All he desired was sleep. "Am I your maid? First cooking, now bedding? What's next? Laundry and cleaning." Lin Yu complained vocally, yet her body moved involuntarily to fulfill her duties, a clear case of saying one thing while meaning another. How Ping Fan chuckled as he grabbed a change of clothes. "I was hoping you'd warm my bed. Keep dreaming." An unhealthy image flashed in Lin Yu's mind, causing her cheeks to flush. How Ping Fan refrained from teasing her further and quickly finished a shower. By the time he emerged, Lin Yu had already prepared the bedding. "Good night, Xiao Yuzi." As the time grew late, How Ping Fan crawled under the covers and closed his eyes. However, perhaps due to the comfort of the mattress, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Indeed, transitioning from luxury to simplicity is challenging. How Ping Fan sighed and began counting sheep. "Stop counting. You're disturbing my sleep." An irritated voice from the adjacent bed interrupted his thoughts. "You're still awake? How could I sleep with you moving around and counting? Incorrectly, no less." Lin Yu's voice was laced with irritation, clearly displeased with How Ping Fan's antics. "My apologies, it was my fault. I won't count anymore." How Ping Fan quickly apologized, realizing he had been too loud, despite believing his murmurs would not disturb her. Lin Yu fell silent, and a peculiar stillness enveloped the room, broken only by their rhythmic breathing. After an indeterminate period, How Ping Fan finally felt drowsy. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Lin Yu's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Come sleep on the bed. I'll take the floor." "Forget it. Sleeping on the floor could make you sick. That would be unfortunate." "Are you doing this on purpose?" Lin Yu's tone raised, startling How Ping Fan from his drowsiness. "What do you mean?" How Ping Fan was puzzled. Had he said something wrong? "Isn't it obvious you want to share the bed with me? Then come up. But I warn you, if you dare to get handsy, I won't hold back." How could I be that kind of person? How Ping Fan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. To prevent Lin Yu from changing her mind, he quickly climbed onto the bed, snuggling up beside her. "Keep your distance." "Fine." How Ping Fan complied, genuinely fatigued, and soon drifted off to sleep. Lin Yu, however, lay wide-eyed in the darkness, her cheeks flushed. She couldn't comprehend why she had made such a bold decision. It was utterly reckless. It's all Hao Pingfan's fault. If he hadn't been so fidgety tonight, I wouldn't have softened. Feeling the steady rhythm of his breathing behind her, Lin Yu felt an urge to punch him, but ultimately pouted in frustration and closed her eyes. Chapter 26. A new classmate the following day at 6 o'clock. The sky outside remained dim. Hao Pingfan, still groggy, rolled over and inadvertently brushed against a soft body. Am I in a club? His mind was befuddled. Hadn't he reincarnated as someone living alone? Why was there a woman beside him? It quickly dawned on him that it was Lin Yu lying next to him. As he turned, he confirmed that Lin Yu was indeed soundly asleep, her lips slightly parted as she let out soft sounds. This was Hao Pingfan's first time observing Lin Yu from such proximity. Her long eyelashes, chubby cheeks, and slightly upturned lips made her resemble a life-size doll. However, after a moment of admiration, Hao Pingfan silently distanced himself from Lin Yu, refraining from any inappropriate actions. They were good friends, and Lin Yu trusted him greatly. Taking advantage of her would be utterly disgraceful. After reciting the great compassion mantra several times to calm his restless heart, Hao Pingfan finally rose and made his way to the bathroom. After Hao Pingfan departed, Lin Yu, who had been feigning sleep for several minutes, finally opened her eyes. Gazing at Hao Pingfan's retreating figure, she muttered, "For now, consider this round one." Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, her peculiar behavior went unnoticed by Hao Pingfan, who was accustomed to their playful banter. This morning, her sudden kick did not strike him as unusual. The pair playfully jostled their way out of their rented accommodation, consciously maintaining a distance. Should anyone discover their cohabitation, no matter how eloquently Hao Pingfan might argue, he would struggle to clarify their innocence. Upon entering the classroom, after the customary tally of classmates' orders, Hao Pingfan strode confidently toward his throne. As he passed by the row where Tang Yue sat, she abruptly remarked coldly, "Hao Pingfan, I would like to order a cup of milk tea, and I will pay you." After a moment of surprise, Hao Pingfan accepted the 10 yuan she offered, briefly astonished that Tang Yue was actually willing to pay. "Well, isn't this a surprise?" he mused as Tang Yue, observing his astonishment, let out a soft huff of satisfaction. She had declared her intent to establish boundaries with Hao Pingfan, and she was resolute. Even if he were to beg her for a free drink, she would not acquiesce. Hao Pingfan smiled nonchalantly, finding her demeanor perfectly acceptable. It was a matter of business, with neither party provoking the other. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. She had previously shared a few cups of milk tea with Tang Yue, who had made it clear that she did not enjoy it, merely sampling it out of politeness. Now, with Tang Yue suddenly ordering from Hao Pingfan, could it be that she intended to mend their relationship? Zhao Lin had begun to develop feelings for Hao Pingfan and certainly did not wish for him to be snatched away. "I'll have one too." Yang Wei's voice abruptly interrupted Zhao Lin's thoughts as he coldly handed money to Hao Pingfan. He harbored an intense dislike for Hao Pingfan and had never before tasted the milk tea. However, since Tang Yue was buying, he felt compelled to pay his rival in order to engage in conversation with his crush. Very well. Hao Pingfan noted Yang Wei's hostility but remained courteous, smiling as ever. The morning study session proceeded without incident. It appeared to be yet another ordinary day. Suddenly, a boy in the class exclaimed, "Wow, she's so beautiful." Even the girls gasped in surprise. Hao Pingfan lifted his head at the sound, his eyes widening in admiration. Despite his extensive experience with women, he could not deny that this was the most stunning girl he had ever encountered. The girl stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, her features exquisitely delicate, her skin as fair as snow, and her figure was alluringly graceful, far surpassing Tang Yue. Moreover, her beauty was accompanied by an air of aloofness. Clad in a simple white dress paired with a light blue jacket, she exuded an inexplicable nobility. It was clear that she was a refined young lady raised in privilege. Hao Pingfan was deeply impressed, recalling that after the college entrance examinations, he had seen her leave the county in a Bentley. In their second year of university, he happened to cross paths with her again while working part-time at a private kitchen. He distinctly remembered her addressing an elderly gentleman, often seen on television, as Grandpa. Yet, her name seemed somewhat peculiar. Hao Pingfan found himself recalling 3 characters, just as the girl introduced herself. "Hello everyone, my name is Xu Xiangnuan." In stark contrast to his classmates' fawning admiration, Hao Pingfan nearly burst into laughter. Such a regal girl bore the name Xu Xiangnuan, and he couldn't help but think it sounded almost comical. Just as he was enjoying the humor, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him and instinctively silenced his laughter. At that moment, Liao Keifu announced, "Class, Xu Xiangnuan is our new transfer student. Let's give her a warm welcome." The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, with the boys particularly eager, their eyes glued to her. Liao Keifu disregarded the infatuated boys, scanning the classroom before pointing to the empty seat next to Hao Pingfan. "Xu Xiangnuan, you can sit there for now." "All right." Xu Xiangnuan nodded lightly, making her way to where Hao Pingfan sat. The boys, unable to voice their frustration, felt disheartened. Xu Xiangnuan clearly appeared to be a diligent student. And how could she possibly occupy the last row? What if she turned out to be nearsighted? Meanwhile, some girls sighed with relief. A girl like Xu Xiangnuan was too imposing, and sitting at the back would be a welcome reprieve. Since Xu Xiangnuan's arrival, Tang Yue's expression had grown increasingly solemn. She had always been confident that no one could challenge her status as the school beauty, but Xu Xiangnuan's presence posed a significant threat. With a beauty that rivaled her own and an impressive aura, Tang Yue felt a sense of insecurity creeping in. Her friend Zhao Lin shared the same apprehension. A girl even more striking than Tang Yue was now sitting next to Hao Pingfan. What if he were to fall for her? It seemed imperative for Zhao Lin to become more proactive. He was a loyal person, wholly devoted to Tang Yue. "Hello." Hao Pingfan greeted Xu Xiangnuan amicably as she settled into her seat, lacking any ulterior motives. Although Xu Xiangnuan possessed wealth and influence, associating with her would not be prudent for Hao Pingfan, a reborn individual. He had no intention of becoming a dependent son-in-law. For the life of a family's son-in-law came with its own burdens. Should he be discovered engaging in frivolous affairs, he could very well find himself in dire straits. He certainly did not wish to lose his footing at such a young age. Xu Xiangnuan was momentarily taken aback. She was acutely aware of the gazes directed her way. And among the male students, Hao Pingfan's gaze stood out as the most sincere. Moreover, he had inexplicably jested about her name. How amusing. Chapter 27. Zhao Lin takes initiative according to the descriptions in novels. Pursuing a young lady of Xu Xiangnuan's stature typically involves taking her to street stalls or playing claw machines. Although Hao Pingfan had no intentions of pursuing her, he did wish to enhance his standing in her eyes. After all, who wouldn't he want to be associated with such a delicate and privileged individual? However, he thought better of it. If Xu Xiangnuan were to develop feelings for him, it could lead to complications. After some contemplation, Hao Pingfan ultimately dismissed the notion. This was not vanity, but rather a preemptive measure against potential danger. Reality was not a game, and Xu Xiangnuan had no affection meter to gauge his feelings. Should he inadvertently cultivate her affection to an extreme, and she were to confess her feelings, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a normal interaction. There were classmates and desk mates, and there would inevitably be some chemistry between them. Goodness, she's reading management books. If anyone else were caught reading such literature during class, Hao Pingfan would have assumed they were merely showing off. Yet, Xu Xiangnuan was different. Her family indeed had a business to manage. Wiping away his envious tears, Hao Pingfan immersed himself in his studies. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Xu Xiangnuan closed her book, devoid of any haughty demeanor typical of privileged individuals, instead speaking with a gentle warmth that inexplicably evoked a sense of distance. After a brief conversation, the students dispersed. Hao Pingfan noted the experience gained. Language skills increased by 1. "Brother Fan, I'd like to order a cup of milk tea." As Hao Pingfan reflected on his newfound knowledge, Xu Xiangnuan approached, playfully winking at him. Hao Pingfan quickly grasped Xu Xiangnuan's intentions. He had previously been placing milk tea orders and had already done so today. Xu Xiangnuan's sudden appearance suggested that he had ulterior motives. Sure enough, in the next moment, Xu Xiangnuan turned to strike up a conversation with Xu Xiangnuan. "Shun, are you familiar with milk tea?" "Yes," Xu Xiangnuan replied. Xu Xiangnuan's next words were abruptly stifled, taken aback that Xu Xiangnuan was indeed aware. Hao Pingfan cast a curious glance, for there were indeed classmates in the class who had ventured to big cities. Yet Xu Xiangnuan was the first to be acquainted with the delicacy known as Xiao Xianchao milk tea. Meeting the astonished gazes of the two, Xu Xiangnuan softly elucidated. "I once saw a shop named Xiao Xianchao in Modu, though I have yet to taste it." "Ah, I see." Hao Pingfan nodded in understanding, realizing that the Xu Xiangnuan milk tea had already made its debut. Xu Xiangnuan, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Classmate Shun. Fan Ji's aunt operates a Xu Xiangnuan milk tea shop, and the flavor is absolutely delightful. How about I treat you to a cup as a welcome for our new classmate?" "No need, I can buy it myself. How much does a cup cost?" Xu Xiangnuan swiftly interjected, turning her attention to Hao Pingfan. "A medium cup costs 10 yuan, a large cup 12. Is there no small cup?" Xu Xiangnuan instinctively inquired. "There is none. We only have medium and large cups here." "Then I will have a medium cup, please." After pondering for a few seconds, Xu Xiangnuan deduced that this might be a sales strategy, stirring her interest. Once she had procured her milk tea, she quietly began her analysis. Xu Xiangnuan, feeling innocent, spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, claiming he was not at fault. To be frank, he was not entirely clear on why the vendor had eliminated the small cup, but since everyone seemed to be doing it, there was certainly a rationale behind it. At the very least, the medium cup sounded more appealing than the small cup, and the profit margin was evidently greater. The usually tranquil corner of the classroom was disrupted by Xu Xiangnuan's arrival, remaining lively throughout the morning. Some eager classmates even began to send love letters. Hao Pingfan shook his head in silence. There was no such thing as love at first sight in this world. It was merely infatuation at first glance. When noon arrived, Hao Pingfan did not indulge in the folly of inviting Xu Xiangnuan to lunch, but simply exited the classroom. He had to prepare the tea soup for making Xu Xiangnuan milk tea and could not afford to waste time. However, as soon as he stepped out of the teaching building, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly approached, and a curvaceous figure blocked his path. "Pingfan, why are you walking so fast?" Zhao Lin panted, her chest heaving as she caught her breath. Hao Pingfan would not admit he was anxious to eat, instead gently inquired. "Lin, do you need something from me?" I would like to walk to the playground with you, if that is all right." Zhao Lin, for the first time, took the initiative to invite a boy, feeling somewhat nervous as a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Of course." Hao Pingfan, patting his flat stomach, readily agreed. It was lunchtime, and the playground was nearly devoid of people. Hao Pingfan and Zhao Lin walked closely together, their arms almost within 3 centimeters of each other. A simple intertwining of fingers could lead to her delicate hand. Yet, Hao Pingfan refrained from doing so. Holding hands would signify a relationship, and he wished to focus on his studies for the remaining 2 months. The atmosphere grew slightly tense, prompting Hao Pingfan to break the silence. Lin, it truly makes me happy that you sought me out today." "Humph, you actually noticed. It's been so long since you've made the effort to reach out to me." Zhao Lin, feeling a bit irked at having to take the initiative, lamented how it was unbecoming for a girl to do so. And now, with her hands so close, Hao Pingfan didn't even attempt to hold it. What a blockhead. Hao Pingfan forced a bitter smile and replied helplessly, "I wanted to reach out to you as well, but my daily workload is overwhelming. I truly have no time." "Pingfan, you are still a student. Why must you burden yourself so?" Zhao Lin wanted to suggest that he stop working, but fearing the loss of her discounted milk tea, she quickly amended her statement. "If it's too much, perhaps you could ask your aunt to hire another person to lighten your load." "No need. I do not find it exhausting." The thought of one day supporting the girl he adored made all the hardships worthwhile. "Who is this beloved girl of yours?" Facing Hao Pingfan's affectionate gaze, Zhao Lin's heart raced, her small hand nervously clutching her clothing. Hao Pingfan softly replied, "I cannot reveal it just yet. I wish to confess to her publicly after the college entrance examination, so that all our classmates may bless us." Zhao Lin felt a tinge of disappointment, but also an inexplicable sense of longing. The scene of Hao Pingfan confessing his feelings in front of all their classmates would surely be romantic. Moreover, Tang Yui would undoubtedly be present. If Tang Yui witnessed the increasingly outstanding Hao Pingfan turning to embrace her, the expression on her face would be truly delightful. Chapter 28. Do not overthink. I regard you as a father. Before afternoon classes commenced, Hao Pingfan entered the classroom with a cup of freshly made Xu Xiangnuan, casually handing it to Xu Xiangnuan, who was engrossed in her book, appearing as beautiful as a painting. According to the rules he had set for himself, he should not have delivered milk tea during lunch to ensure everyone could study peacefully. However, Xu Xiangnuan had generously offered an extra 5 yuan for expedited service, compelling Hao Pingfan to break his own rule. "Here is your Xu Xiangnuan." "Thank you." Xu Xiangnuan took the cup, first inspecting it. Indeed, the medium cup was significantly taller than the small cup, giving it a substantial appearance. Yet, Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the diameter of the cup's base was quite small, suggesting that its actual capacity was not much larger than that of the small cup. Rogue vendor, Xu Xiangnuan murmured, lifting the lid to take a sip, then another. Delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight, the sweetness complemented by a hint of tartness and a refreshing quality. It was no wonder this beverage was so popular at school. Hao Pingfan attentively observed Xu Xiangnuan's reaction, and upon seeing her enjoyment, he could not help but smile. After all, the young lady was still human, not a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. If he were to present her with skewers and spicy strips, perhaps he might stand a chance with this esteemed lady. What are you laughing at? Xu Xiangnuan, sensing Hao Pingfan's gaze, became slightly flustered, her previously graceful demeanor returning to that of the aloof young lady. Hao Pingfan found her amusing, as the dignified lady seemed rather endearing in her awkwardness. I am not laughing. Do you think I'm foolish? Xu Xiangnuan, wishing to cease the conversation, resumed savoring her milk tea. Hao Pingfan, too, returned to his studies, enduring the agony of learning. Before long, the afternoon bell rang, and Hao Pingfan subtly waved to Zhao Lin before hastily exiting the classroom. Pingfan must truly like me, she mused, as the afternoon had provided ample time for her excitement to settle. Although Hao Pingfan had mentioned he would confess after the college entrance examination, he had not explicitly stated that the girl in question was indeed her. If there was another girl, her joy would be in vain. Fortunately, based on Hao Pingfan's actions thus far, it seemed that the leading lady was none other than herself. Wei Chuan, however, held a differing view and sidled up to Hao Pingfan, whispering, Fanga, you're not actually interested in that new girl, are you? It's understandable. Xu Xiangnuan is so beautiful and graceful. Who wouldn't be drawn to her? If I weren't self-aware, I might even try to win her over. But Fanga, living with Lin Yu and now developing feelings for another, doesn't that seem unfair to her? Wei Chuan's incessant chatter began to irritate Hao Pingfan, who quickly interjected, What makes you think I like Xu Xiangnuan? You specifically brought her milk tea at lunch. Isn't tea that obvious? Wei Chuan replied with a knowing look. Hao Pingfan, exasperated, swatted Wei Chuan playfully and clarified, Xu Xiangnuan offered an extra 5 yuan for expedited service. If you're willing to pay more, I would have delivered tea to you as well. Forget it. What can 5 yuan buy in terms of food? Wei Chuan chuckled awkwardly, still somewhat skeptical. Fanga, do you truly have no feelings for Xu Xiangnuan? I have stated, my heart belongs solely to Zhao Lin. Deceitful words, more deceitful words. Wei Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes. Your heart may belong to Zhao Lin, but your body is sharing a bed with Lin Yu, is it not? A few minutes later, Wei Chuan followed Hao Pingfan into the rental apartment. Upon discovering that 2 quilts were laid out on the beds, he became even more convinced of his suspicions and couldn't help but ponder whether he should start addressing Lin Yu as sister-in-law to solidify his status as an elder in the company. What was he thinking? He needed to focus on work. Noticing Wei Chuan's eyes darting around the room, Hao Pingfan realized that the young man was up to no good and forcibly seated him at his workstation. If Hao Pingfan hadn't measured everything himself the previous night, it would have been hard to believe that such a small person could harbor such grand ideals. Xiao Fanzi, I heard a stunning beauty has joined your class? Lin Yu asked curiously as she set down her backpack. News had spread like wildfire around the school, and even though she wasn't particularly interested in gossip, she had inevitably heard numerous tidbits. Many believed that this new classmate was even more beautiful than Tang Yue. Shun Tongxue is indeed very beautiful, and she sits next to Fanga. Wei Chuan hastily recounted the situation, having already mentally placed Lin Yu in the sister-in-law category. HM, Hao Pingfan grunted in discontent. You can say whatever you want, but why emphasize that Xu Xiangnuan is his deskmate? A cold sweat broke out on Wei Chuan's brow, wishing he could slap himself. How could he mention his boss's closeness to another woman in front of both the boss and his sister-in-law? His political awareness was woefully inadequate. As expected, Lin Yu remarked with a smile that was neither here nor there. Xiao Fanzi is quite lucky now. He can be close to the source of his desires. I have no interest in her, so proximity doesn't matter, he replied. Right. Fanga says he likes Zhao Lin. Wei Chuan quickly chimed in to remedy his earlier blunder. However, the moment he spoke, Lin Yu and Hao Pingfan exchanged glances that shifted in intensity. Wei Chuan was at a loss, feeling like tears would spill forth. Why was he unable to control his tongue today? Hao Pingfan patted Wei Chuan's shoulder, saying nothing more than, let us focus on work for now. Wei Chuan lowered his head, fearing that his status as an elder in the company might be in jeopardy. Lin Yu did not press further. She donned an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. After finishing their work, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air. However, Wei Chuan was not his usual lively self. He appeared dejected, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. Hao Pingfan found it amusing and gave him a light punch. Finally speaking up, let this one slide, but remember to think before you speak in public from now on. You are to be a future elder of the company, and every action must be well considered. Fangge, I will certainly be cautious, especially regarding you. I will never reveal a word to anyone. Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled again as he declared his vow with determination. That is hardly necessary, Hao Pingfan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, as if he truly had something to hide. After dinner, Wei Chuan quickly took his leave, leaving only Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu in the room. Lin Yu took her time to tidy up the dishes, serious in her gaze, as she looked at Hao Pingfan. Zhao Lin is that close friend of Tang Yue's? Yes. Do you really like her? I wouldn't say alike. I just want to pursue her after high school. Hao Pingfan confessed to Lin Yu without reservation, revealing his thoughts. You want to be a scoundrel? Lin Yu's voice rose sharply. Not liking her, yet still pursuing her? Isn't that playing with someone has feelings? Hao Pingfan grew displeased. How could he be accused of wrongdoing for something that had not even begun? Who am I playing with? I never said that once I win her over, I would abandon her. She might very well be the one to reject me. In his previous life, Hao Pingfan had attended the same university as Zhao Lin and knew her romantic history all too well. Before school even started, she had gotten together with a wealthy upperclassman, only to later pursue Tang Yue's upperclassman when she found him more appealing. Now, he was merely a poor high school student delivering milk tea. It was unlikely Zhao Lin would notice him unless her standards were significantly lowered. What if Zhao Lin doesn't initiate a breakup? Lin Yu pressed on, seizing on a flaw in Hao Pingfan's reasoning. Hao Pingfan locked eyes with Lin Yu and joked, Xiao Yuzi, are you so concerned that you might have developed feelings for me? If you admit it, I'll abandon this plan immediately. As if I would like you. You can pursue whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Are you serious? Why would I lie? I've told you before that I could never date you. At most, I'd just consider you like a father. Hao Pingfan was taken aback. What a shocking statement. Lin Yu quickly realized she had misspoken, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly stood up, looking flustered. I'm going to wash the dishes now. Chapter 29. Second mock exam for the next few hours. Lin Yu did not exchange a single word with Hao Pingfan. Even while studying, she deliberately moved to the farthest corner of the room, turning her back to him. Hao Pingfan gazed at Lin Yu's graceful figure, a hint of understanding dawning upon him. In his past life, Lin Yu had never harbored such bold thoughts about him. The shift from friends to a father-daughter dynamic must stem from that night when he bravely intervened to disperse her group of female classmates. Lin Yu had lacked paternal affection since childhood. Perhaps his timely assistance had provided her with an unparalleled sense of security, leading her to develop a distorted sentiment towards him. With this thought, Hao Pingfan's gaze softened considerably. Xiao Yuzi, if you truly want me to call you Dad, feel free to do so without hesitation. I wouldn't mind. Go away. Lin Yu spun around, her face still flushed with embarrassment, angrily throwing her pen at Hao Pingfan. He maintained his smile, embodying a father's immense tolerance. However, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable chill at the sight of his grin. She muttered something about taking a shower and hurriedly fled to the bathroom. Lin Yu took an unusually long time in the shower. Even when a light rain began to fall outside, she remained inside. Hao Pingfan sensed he might have overstepped this time and approached the bathroom door, sincerely saying, Xiao Yuzi, I was wrong. I won't mention this again. Just as he finished speaking, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Lin Yu's captivating figure. Hao Pingfan felt a chuckle rising within him, but ultimately restrained it, grabbing a change of clothes and entering the bathroom. The lingering scent of Lin Yu filled the air, and a pair of freshly laundered undergarments lay in the corner, triggering a flurry of inappropriate thoughts in Hao Pingfan's mind. Damn it! He quickly dismissed those thoughts, opting for a cold shower to avoid any actions he might regret. There was no mattress on the floor, and his own quilt remained on the bed. Testing the waters, he called out, Xiao Yuzi, it's a bit chilly with the rain tonight. May I sleep on the bed? Assuming Lin Yu would acquiesce, he carefully climbed onto the bed, inching a bit closer to her than a little more. Given their current closeness, surely it wouldn't matter to sleep a bit nearer, right? But when they were less than 10 centimeters apart, Lin Yu finally could not hold back and exclaimed, "Stay away from me." "Oh," Hao Pingfan replied, realizing he had overstepped and retreating to maintain a respectful distance. Didn't he wish to sleep too close to Lin Yu anyway? It wouldn't yield anything beneficial and would only serve to increase his discomfort. The night passed in silence, accompanied solely by the sound of rain outside as they drifted into slumber. When Hao Pingfan awoke the next morning, he once again beheld Lin Yu's adorable sleeping form. After gazing for a moment, he could not resist pinching her chubby cheek. Lin Yu did not wake, so he pinched her again. At that moment, Lin Yu finally opened her eyes, glaring at Hao Pingfan. "What are you doing?" Hao Pingfan remained unperturbed, smiling as he greeted her. "Good morning. Good morning, my foot." Lin Yu puffed out her cheeks, angrily kicking Hao Pingfan off the bed with her delicate foot, then tightly wrapping herself in the quilt to shield her body from his gaze. Hao Pingfan rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothing, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Enough. If you dare to disturb me while I'm sleeping again, do not blame me for informing Aunt Qin." Lin Yu, filled with indignation, maintained a resolute stance. Just yesterday, Hao Pingfan had merely observed, yet today he had begun to take action. If she did not sternly intervene, she could not fathom what might transpire while she slept. Hao Pingfan sighed at this behavior. The tempers of young girls these days were exceedingly volatile, lacking the gentleness one might expect from the establishment. Life soon adopted a rhythmic routine. Each day, Hao Pingfan prepared milk tea, studied diligently, searched for storefronts, strolled with Zhao Lin in the evenings, and spent nights with Lin Yu addressing their academic shortcomings. Life unfolded in a manner both ordinary yet fulfilling. Before long, it was the end of April, marking the day of the second mock examination. Hao Pingfan was in good spirits, not solely due to the impending holiday following the exam, but because he had discovered a promising location for his milk tea shop. The shop was situated at the intersection, a mere 200 meters from the school. Although slightly distant, it could draw from the nearby residential areas and passenger stations, ensuring a substantial footfall. Furthermore, the layout of the shop was commendable, requiring minimal alterations to become operational. "How can you still smile with the exam approaching?" questioned Xu Xiangnuan, placing how to master time management into her desk. Bewildered by Hao Pingfan's demeanor, he was disciplined, diligent, and mature, yet she found it perplexing that despite his constant studying, he struggled with even the simplest of problems. Had it not been for Hao Pingfan's tendency to speak only when posing questions, Xu Xiangnuan might have suspected he was deliberately seeking her out. "Why shouldn't I smile? If I don't, should I cry instead?" When it came to academics, Hao Pingfan felt quite satisfied. You'll understand the meaning of tears after the exam," Xu Xiangnuan scoffed, turning her head away to cease conversation with him. Thus, she no longer felt the need to maintain her aloof facade in his presence. Observing Xu Xiangnuan's haughty demeanor only lifted Hao Pingfan's spirits further. With a mere slight effort, he had managed to elevate her fondness for him. The prospect of securing her favor in the future seemed promising. The examination commenced in earnest. Hao Pingfan faced the contents of the test with considerable difficulty. The only solace he found was that he could at least comprehend the questions this time. Upon the conclusion of the test, a month-long break awaited. He bid farewell to Wei Chuan, who wished to play games with him, and after sharing whispers with Zhao Lin on the playground, he departed without hesitation, leaving her with a forlorn gaze. Hao Pingfan understood Zhao Lin's thoughts. Their daily walks over the past half-month had strengthened their bond, yet he refrained from confessing, even avoiding physical contact. Zhao Lin, plagued by uncertainty, was likely becoming anxious. "I know you're eager, but please, do not rush." Hao Pingfan remained as steadfast as ever. The more he suppressed his emotions now, the more fervently they would explode later. Moreover, he had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship during high school. His sole focus was on his studies. As he mentally reviewed his upcoming plans, Hao Pingfan found himself at the school gates. A large crowd had gathered outside, creating a lively atmosphere. Approaching swiftly, Hao Pingfan, utilizing his considerable height, quickly discerned the scene within the circle. Once again, it was Chu Tianming, this ostentatious figure. This time, he had not brought flowers, but a black Toyota stood beside him. "How romantic! Why doesn't Chu Tianming fancy me?" She mused. Having wealth is impressive, but does that mean a high school student can drive? Did he even pass the driving test? Lin Yu had her merits, but was it merely her academic prowess and beauty that set her apart? The murmurs of the onlookers varied. Some were filled with jealousy, others with disdain, while many simply egged on the spectacle. Xu Qianming's lips curled into a smile as he approached Lin Yu, softly declaring, "No need." Lin Yu, her expression cold, did not spare him a glance and turned to leave. Xu Qianming's smile faltered. The reality was starkly different from his expectations. This tactic had won him many girls in the past. Why was it failing with Lin Yu? He had observed her daily in her school uniform, which suggested a modest background. How could someone like her resist his financial allure? Was it possible there truly existed women who were not materialistic? If so, perhaps he simply had not offered enough. Unwilling to concede, Xu Tianming hastily positioned himself in Lin Yu's path. He had boasted to his friends that he would win her over within a week. Now, nearly a month had passed without any progress, and he feared the mockery of his peers. Lin Yu's impatience grew. Unlike Hao Pingfan, Xu Tianming was hardly the type she would believe. Not only did Lin Yu remain unconvinced, but many onlookers also wore expressions of disdain. The excuse was flimsy at best. Did he truly believe everyone was a fool? Yet Hao Pingfan believed it. Before Lin Yu could refuse, he pushed his way into the fray, excitedly addressing Xu Tianming. "It's you." Xu Tianming's face twitched at the sight of that infuriating grin. After that day, he had delved into Hao Pingfan's background, discovering he was merely a lovesick admirer of Tang Yue. How could such a sycophant steal his woman? Was he truly inferior to a mere dog? The crowd, witnessing Lin Yu not rejecting Hao Pingfan's hand, exchanged astonished glances. Lin Yu had always been promoted as a paragon of virtue, dedicated solely to her studies and avoiding frivolities. Xu Tianming's shifting expressions further piqued their interest. It appeared he was aware of Lin Yu's relationship. Yet, knowing she had a boyfriend, he persisted in his pursuit. Was that not shameless? Even Xu Tianming's admirers felt disappointment. To them, he was a heroic figure. How could he stoop to become a third party? Having never faced such scrutiny, Xu Tianming gritted his teeth, barely maintaining his composure. Gazing at the couple in front of him, lost in their affection, all that remained in his heart was resentment. He vowed that this pair would pay for their audacity. With a loud thud, the car door slammed shut, leaving behind a cloud of dust and the laughter of classmates. "Let us depart," Hao Pingfan declared, uninterested in becoming a spectacle. He called to Lin Yu and, amidst envious gazes, strode away. This scene was also witnessed by Tang Yue and Zhao Lin, who were preparing to go shopping. That deceiver. He previously denied liking Lin Yu. Thankfully, I did not give him a chance to reconcile. Tang Yue's nails dug into her flesh. An inexplicable pang of sorrow striking her heart at the sight of Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu together. Zhao Lin seemed oblivious to Tang Yue's words, her gaze vacant, as though she were a soulless shell. Wasn't Hao Pingfan the one she liked? Why was he with Lin Yu? Meanwhile, in a modest BMW parked nearby, Shin Shumo observed the entire scene, her expression shifting to one of understanding. No wonder Hao Pingfan had maintained his distance. He already had such a beautiful girlfriend. Yet, Hao Pingfan was indeed a devoted individual, unlike the peers she had encountered before, who, despite having girlfriends, would still seek her attention. Lin, my relationship with Lin Yu is purely platonic. I was merely pretending to be her boyfriend, just now. Reflect on it calmly. If I truly liked Lin Yu, would I have waited until now to be with her? I have mentioned before that my affections lie elsewhere. Who is that person? Speak their name now. Are you sure you wish to know? On the other end, Zhao Lin, holding her phone, hesitated. She sensed that Hao Pingfan harbored feelings for her. If he were to utter her name now, it would equate to a confession. But would she accept it? After all, this was her first experience with love, and she yearned for a romantic declaration. Moreover, she wished to provoke Tang Yue with her relationship with Hao Pingfan. It felt like a pity that Tang Yue was not present. At that moment, another message from Hao Pingfan arrived. "Lin, we are good friends, and I do not wish to deceive you. With the college entrance examination approaching, I want to remain focused and hope you can understand." "All right, I understand you." Upon reading Zhao Lin's final message, a subtle smile crept onto Hao Pingfan's lips. At this moment, he truly desired to maintain a friendship with Zhao Lin, leaving all other matters to be addressed after the exams. Lin Yu felt a chill run down her spine and distanced herself slightly from Hao Pingfan. "Xiao Fanzi, is this how you deceive girls? It's utterly disgusting." "Disgusting?" Hao Pingfan turned to Lin Yu, his gaze turning earnest. "Lin Yu, actually, get lost, you pervert." Anticipating that Hao Pingfan had nothing good to say, Lin Yu pushed him onto the bed before he could speak. After a brief moment of playful banter, a frown suddenly appeared on Lin Yu's delicate face. "Xiao Fanzi, after today, Everyone in school will undoubtedly know about our relationship, and the teachers will receive word too. What should we do if they ask us? Hao Pingfan, reclining with his hands behind his head, nonchalantly stared at the ceiling. Then we simply won't admit it. As long as we don't acknowledge it, the teachers won't have the means to confront us. In truth, even if they did admit it, it wouldn't matter since the exams were imminent, and the teachers wouldn't concern themselves with such trivialities. Did you not see that Tianming openly confessed to you, yet nothing happened? Even in the worst-case scenario where parents were summoned, they need not worry. Perhaps Aunt Fong had long wished for him to become her son-in-law. You speak nonsense. Lin Yu slapped Hao Pingfan on the shoulder, nearly hitting him in a sensitive area, yet her mood had lightened. Lu Fong indeed held a favorable impression of Hao Pingfan. If she discovered that Lin Yu was with him, she probably wouldn't intervene. As they approached Xiao Yi's house, the messages in the milk tea group chat rang incessantly, causing Lin Yu's cheeks to flush. Having weathered many storms, Hao Pingfan remained unfazed, calmly denying the rumors. Do not believe or spread rumors. Lin Yu and I have always been merely good friends. Anyone who spreads falsehoods will face deductions from their rewards. As soon as this was said, the previously vibrant group fell eerily silent. Hao Pingfan nodded in satisfaction, putting away his phone and knocking on the door of Xiao Yi's home. Pingfan, you mentioned you had something to discuss with us today? In the living room, beside Xiao Yi, there was Yuan Song, who had been specially awakened. The couple observed the close camaraderie between Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu, and an unexpected thought surged in their minds. Could it be that Hao Pingfan had gotten Lin Yu pregnant? Hao Pingfan placed the gifts on the table, and once everyone was seated, smiled as he said, Today, I am here to ask for your help, Xiao Yi. Oh no. Chen Guirong and Yuan Song exchanged worried glances, their anxiety intensifying. However, as it was their beloved nephew, they could not simply disregard him. Chen Guirong was about to speak when Hao Pingfan began recounting his entrepreneurial journey over the past month. Pingfan, are you saying that by selling milk tea at school, you earned 30,000 yuan in a month? Chen Guirong and Yuan Song felt as though they were listening to a fairy tale. Combined, their annual income barely reached 60 to 70,000 yuan. Yet Hao Pingfan had made that in a month. However, they understood that such remarkable earnings stemmed from the curiosity of classmates during the first month. Relying solely on the school would likely not yield such returns again. Pingfan, you're not deceiving us, are you? Aunt, why would I have any reason to deceive you? If you don't believe me, I can show you my bank account balance. Conveniently, there was a branch of the industrial and commercial bank just outside the neighborhood, and they went to check the balance, which displayed 24,000 yuan. Facing Chen Guirong's puzzled expression, Hao Pingfan clarified, I just rented a shop and paid the rent for a quarter. Such a significant matter. Why didn't you consult the family? Chen Guirong felt a surge of concern and could not help but scold him. In her mind, Hao Pingfan was still an ordinary high school student. What if he was deceived? Hao Pingfan refrained from explaining and simply stated, How about this? After lunch, I'll take you to see it, and you'll understand whether I've been deceived. All right. Hao Pingfan's confidence reassured the couple, alleviating their worries somewhat. It dawned on them that Hao Pingfan had undergone a remarkable transformation, possessing the demeanor of a mature man. Pingfan, what kind of help do you need from us? I would like to ask aunt and uncle to assist me in selling milk tea. The salary is a base of 3,500 yuan plus commission. Under normal circumstances, one should earn at least 5,000 yuan a month. But we don't know how to make milk tea. Chen Guirong felt somewhat bewildered. Even if she did not receive a salary, she would gladly help her nephew with his business. However, she lacked the skills. Hao Pingfan encouraged her. It's quite simple. I'll teach you a few times over the next couple of days, and you should be able to master it. Then I'll give it a try. Chen Guirong responded hesitantly, thinking that if she couldn't learn, she would hastily ask Hao Pingfan to recruit someone else. Yuan Song hesitated to resign, but expressed his willingness to take a few days off to help Hao Pingfan establish the framework. After lunch, they visited the shop Hao Pingfan had rented, and both Chen Guirong and Yuan Song found no faults, completely putting their minds at ease. Pingfan, do you live with Lin Yu? Chen Guirong scrutinized the room and noticed that the items were all in pairs, her discerning gaze suddenly darting between Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, too shy to respond. Hao Pingfan, however, was quite at ease. He and Lin Yu were innocent, and there was nothing to hide. He calmly explained, Lin Yu has been ostracized in the dormitory, and she also helps me with work and studies, so she is temporarily staying here. However, we sleep separately at night, so aunt need not worry. Do you wish to sleep together? Chen Gurong playfully tapped Hao Pingfan on the head and, still concerned, warned, there are only 2 months until the college entrance examination. You two should not engage in any frivolous behavior. After the exams, you may do as you please. No one will interfere. I understand. Hao Pingfan replied earnestly. Lin Yu's face turned even redder as she pinched Hao Pingfan's waist from behind, realizing how shameless he was. Despite sleeping together every night, Hao Pingfan could speak so boldly. His audacity was astonishing. Subsequently, Hao Pingfan began teaching them how to make the milk tea with burnt grass jelly. Once the proportions were mastered, making the tea became remarkably easy, and Chen Gurong and He Wansong quickly got the hang of it. After tasting the burnt grass jelly milk tea, they finally understood why Hao Pingfan could earn so much in a month. The tea was genuinely delicious. Before they knew it, evening had arrived, and Hao Pingfan insisted on having his aunt and uncle stay for dinner. The meal was met with their enthusiastic praise, and of course, it was Lin Yu who had prepared it. Uncle, do you know anyone who could do renovations? I would like to make some modifications to the shop tomorrow. Having escorted his aunt and uncle downstairs, HOPNGF expressed his request. No problem, leave it to me. Now devoid of any doubts regarding the profitability of milk tea, thought that had he not desired to play it safe, he would have quit his job to join HOPNGFN without hesitation, and he immediately made a firm promise. Thank you, uncle. HOPNGFN said no more and waved goodbye to the couple with a smile. This child, PNGFN, seems destined for success. Soon, my sister will no longer have to toil so hard. Not just your sister, we will likely enjoy some comfort as well. Having abstained from alcohol that evening, walked lightly, never imagining that one day he would bask in the glory of his nephew. Initially, his brothers often mocked him for financially supporting HOPNGFN's family, likening it to throwing meat buns to dogs. Yet now, if those relatives discovered that their own nephew had arranged such an excellent job for them, they would surely be consumed by envy. Chapter 32. Ensuring safety measures. Not long after dinner, HOPNGFN received a call from his mother, CHNGUQN, whose anxious voice came through as soon as the line connected. SNW, did you really earn 30,000 yuan this month? Are you planning to open a milk tea shop? Of course it's true. HOPNGFN recounted his journey of utilizing his lottery winnings to create milk tea, which had taken the school by storm. After a lengthy silence devoid of praise from the other end, he added, opening a milk tea shop is merely the beginning. Once I earn more money, I plan to establish a branch in the county and have my elder sister work there as well. I can't do it. I'm too clumsy for that. His elder sister interjected, overhearing the conversation and swiftly declining the proposition. HOPNGFN chuckled. Sister, you need not worry. Making milk tea is not much harder than moving bricks. If my aunt and uncle can learn, I believe you can too. If you're truly lacking in confidence, I can have YNGG assist you. I don't know. No, I don't know. It's settled. Once SNW opens the branch, you will join. Though his elder sister wanted to back out, she was quickly silenced by their mother's authoritative tone and reluctantly agreed. After discussing the store opening for a while, CHNGUQN cautioned, SNW, while making money is important, do not neglect your studies. Don't worry, Mom. I'm well aware of that. HOPNGFN understood his mother's obsession with his university education and made a firm promise. All right, as long as you know. Well, it's getting late. Just as HOPNGFN was about to wrap up the conversation, Aunt Li F. Ng's voice suddenly chimed in. PNGFN, I heard you are living with LNYU? Both HOPNGFN and LNYU, who had just emerged from the kitchen, froze. Earlier that afternoon, HOPNGFN had specifically instructed his aunt to keep it a secret. How had this information leaked? After a brief silence, he steeled himself to recite the evasive explanation he had prepared for his aunt. Lu Fong seemed to readily accept it. Oh, is that so? Could you pass the phone to LNYU? I want to have a word with her. Sure. HOPNGFN handed the phone to LNYU, breathing a sigh of relief. He did not wish for his family to misconstrue his innocent relationship with LNYU, for if their parents insisted on marrying them off, it would truly be a cause for tears. HOPNGFN felt a knot tightening in his heart and hurriedly asked, what did your mother say to you? Nothing much. LNYU ignored him and tossed HOPNGFN's blanket aside. Lu Fang had just insisted that she must take precautionary measures. She was still a high school student. Was it not too early for her to be concerned about such matters? After a night of rest, Hopngf busied himself over the weekend, designing the store's interior, purchasing new equipment for milk tea production, training his aunt and uncle in the art of milk tea making and arranging advertisements, moving about like a whirlwind. Simultaneously, money flowed out like water, as he invested nearly all his earnings from the previous month into the new shop. However, the results were remarkable. In just 2 days, the store transformed dramatically, its innovative layout and bright colors seeming almost out of place in the small county. Ngu Ing and HWNS Ing were thoroughly impressed. They had no idea where Hopngfn had acquired such skills, which were far beyond what an ordinary high school student should possess. On Sunday evening, Hopngfn, LNYU, Ngu Ing, and HWNS Ing gathered at the entrance of the milk tea shop, where a beautifully crafted sign was prominently displayed. CHYNUS. What a lovely name. PNGFN. How did you come up with it? Ngu Ing beamed with delight, finding the name far superior to any other milk tea shop like Xiying. Hee. I think it's a splendid name too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have borrowed it. Hopngfn refrained from voicing his intention to register the trademark, soon to prevent others from snatching it away. Next came the unveiling of the sign. After more than 10 minutes of securing it and turning on the electricity, a warm glow illuminated the night sky, the 4 characters shining brilliantly. Aunt, uncle, make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow, the shop will officially be in your hands. However, you need not feel overly anxious. I will come over to assist you during lunch and after school. Hopngfn provided a few reminders before preparing to leave. Primarily, there was little to worry about. To generate buzz, he had intentionally introduced 2 flavors of milk tea that had yet to be developed in this era. Though not guaranteed to please everyone, the students and young adults would certainly be intrigued to try them. PNGFN, you need not concern yourself with us. Focus on your studies. We can handle it ourselves. Ngu Ing still felt somewhat uneasy, having only learned for 2 days and now being thrust into action, which made her feel quite unsteady. Yet, as an elder, she could not allow Hopngfn to worry about her, so she steeled herself. All right, then we shall take our leave. Hopngfn sensed nothing amiss. His aunt and uncle had already become quite adept at making milk tea in just 2 days, and if they were merely slow, that was acceptable. That night marked the distribution of exam results, and Hopngfn received notification from his homeroom teacher that he must be present. Do you want some? As he settled into his seat, his desk mate, the young lady, discreetly passed him a packet of spicy strips. Hopngfn was taken aback. He had yet to make a move, yet she had personally bought spicy strips. SHNCHM noticed his astonishment and, feeling a bit shy, explained, I had never tried these snacks before. Yesterday, while passing a supermarket, I saw that children really liked them, so I curiously bought a few. I didn't expect them to be quite tasty. All right then. The young lady indeed had a blank slate in this regard. Should she continue to offer him snacks like spicy strips, it might bolster her fondness for him. However, Hopngfn had no interest in such matters. After tasting SHNCHM's spicy strips, he simply laid his head down on the desk to rest. He was exhausted from the previous days and needed some recuperation. Yet SHNCHM was not about to let Hopngfn off so easily. She gently poked him in the side, curious. When did you and your girlfriend get together? LNYU and I are not a couple. We are merely classmates. Don't lie to me. Everyone is saying you and that girl named LNY are childhood sweethearts. If you say so, then so be it. Hopngfn turned away, leaving SHNCHM staring at his back. Frustrated, she huffed and turned her head, deciding not to speak to him for the rest of the night. Chapter 33. Distributing cigarettes to the homeroom teacher at 7 o'clock, Liu K. entered the classroom with a stack of papers tucked under his arm, his expression devoid of emotion, causing the previously joyous atmosphere in the room to plummet. With a thud, he slammed the papers onto the podium, his icy gaze sweeping over the faces of all the students as he spoke in a deep voice, with the college entrance examination approaching. Just look at what you all have become. I could hear your racket from quite a distance. The students all shrank back, silent, having grown accustomed to such scenes. Liao Keifu pointed out a few more faults before instructing the study committee member to distribute the report cards. Soon, Hao Pingfan received his results. Chinese, 90, Mathematics, 75, English, 138, Comprehensive Science, 115, bringing his total to 418, already surpassing the threshold for third-tier universities, with a promising future ahead. However, Liao Keifu was evidently dissatisfied with Hao Pingfan's performance and called out his name first. Hao Pingfan, you have greatly disappointed me. You have shown no improvement in comprehensive science, and your scores in Chinese and mathematics have even declined. Is this what you call serious study? I told you last time that if your grades drop, you will no longer be allowed to receive milk tea. You should know what to do now, right? And you must attend evening self-study sessions at school. You cannot continue to indulge like this. I understand, Hao Pingfan replied, displaying a look of shame as he fully accepted Liao Keifu's reprimand. With his aunt and uncle managing the milk tea shop, he no longer needed to invest too much thought into it. He had originally planned to make a final push in the last month, and Liao Keifu's decision coincided perfectly with his intentions. Some classmates looked at Hao Pingfan's chastised demeanor, unable to suppress their glee. This was truly a moment of satisfaction. The most delighted among them was Yang Wei, who, if not in the classroom, would have burst out laughing. Tang Yue and Zhao Lin exchanged puzzled glances. Each time they observed Hao Pingfan, he was diligently studying. Logically, such grades should not have been the outcome. It was truly perplexing. Wei Chuan, while worrying for Hao Pingfan, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. His own grades had also declined somewhat, and he had worried whether this might affect his standing in the company. Now that Hao Pingfan, the boss, had also faltered in his performance, it seemed this matter would not be raised again. Hao Pingfan, how do you feel now? Are you still happy? Xu Xiangnuan, who had just vowed not to initiate conversation with Hao Pingfan that night, quickly approached him after he sat down, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Hao Pingfan cast her a sidelong glance, but chose to ignore her. The illusion of Xu Xiangnuan's grandeur had completely shattered in his mind. At times, she resembled a mere child. He, being magnanimous, generally did not engage with such childish antics. Noticing Hao Pingfan's indifference, Xu Xiangnuan assumed he was genuinely upset and refrained from further teasing, softly offering, "One poor exam does not define you. There is still a month left. With some effort, you could still aim for a second-tier university. Additionally, I have some real exam questions and materials. If you need them, I can bring them to you tomorrow." "Thank you," Hao Pingfan replied, turning away without a glance. Given her sincere offer to assist him, it would be ungrateful to take advantage of her kindness. Seeing his cold response, Xu Xiangnuan pouted in dissatisfaction. While other boys sought ways to get closer to her, Hao Pingfan remained aloof despite her overtures. Could it be that her allure had diminished? Xu Xiangnuan. Just as Xu Xiangnuan was engulfed in self-doubt, Liao Keifu suddenly called her name. She looked up bewildered, and then quickly regained her composure, smoothing her clothes as she stood elegantly. Elegant. A word sprang to Hao Pingfan's mind, nearly causing him to question whether the sulking Xu Xiangnuan had been merely a figment of his imagination. The classmates seized this rare opportunity to openly admire Xu Xiangnuan, captivated by a blend of admiration, jealousy, and affection. Liao Keifu's eyes flickered with admiration as he paused before announcing, "Xu Xiangnuan scored 666 points, the highest in school." Wow! The students collectively gasped in awe. How could one be so beautiful and excel so academically? Hao Pingfan gazed at Xu Xiangnuan's perfectly proportioned figure beside him, feeling a sense of wonder. Had it not been for his rebirth, he feared he would have lacked the courage to even speak to her. At the podium, Liao Keifu lavished praise on Xu Xiangnuan before gently asking, "Xu Xiangnuan, could you share your insights on studying with everyone?" "Of course," Xu Xiangnuan replied, her tone calm and unhurried, like a gentle stream flowing into their hearts, leaving everyone entranced. Yet, whether they were captivated by her voice or the content of her words remained uncertain. Hao Pingfan listened intently, but as he did, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Xu Xiangnuan read extracurricular books during class daily. What could she possibly share? Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she was at deception. Outside the classroom, Liao Keifu shot Hao Pingfan a frustrated glare before saying, "You need to come with me to the principal's office. Someone reported that you were selling milk tea and dating. Be cautious and remember not to disrespect Director Zhao." "Understood," Hao Pingfan replied obediently, resembling a wild horse. leaving Liao Keifu somewhat bewildered. "Aren't you nervous at all?" "Should I be?" Hao Pingfan replied, pulling out an unfinished cigarette and casually offering one to Liao Keifu with a smile. "I never intended to continue selling milk tea at school. If it stops, so be it. As for dating, I haven't even been in a relationship. So what is there to fear? You seem to be quite the performer. Last Friday, a photo of you holding hands with Lin Yu was placed on Director Zhao's desk." Liao Keifu bluntly exposed Hao Pingfan's falsehood while glancing at the cigarette in his hand, suddenly realizing something was amiss. "You, young man, are actually smoking and dare to offer me a cigarette? Hand them all over." Hao Pingfan felt a bit inflated from running the milk tea shop, leading him to commit such a foolish act. With no other choice, he obediently surrendered his Red Pagoda mountain cigarettes. At that moment, they passed by the experimental class where Lin Yu was located. Inside the classroom, Xu Tianming saw Hao Pingfan being sternly reprimanded outside the window, and a wicked grin spread across his face. This report had been his doing. Hadn't Hao Pingfan been arrogant before? He had openly humiliated him. Now he would ensure that Hao Pingfan could no longer act so defiantly. Chapter 34. Lessons for Xu Tianming following Liao Keifu into the principal's office. Lin Yu and the head teacher of the experimental class, Teacher Zhou, were also present. Director Zhao was a middle-aged man with slightly more hair than Liao Keifu. Though still limited in quantity, his expression appearing somewhat stern. Teacher Zhou, on the other hand, was a woman in her 30s, with a plump figure and gentle demeanor, well loved by the students. Upon seeing Hao Pingfan, Lin Yu discreetly blinked and then quickly lowered her head, her small hands anxiously clasped, clearly very tense. At this moment, Director Zhao's cold gaze fell upon Hao Pingfan as he snorted. "So you are Hao Pingfan?" "Yes," Hao Pingfan replied, neither servile nor haughty, not resembling someone about to be reprimanded, but rather someone expecting praise. Director Zhao was somewhat displeased with Hao Pingfan's attitude and slammed his hand on the table. "Students should behave like students. You are about to face the college entrance examination, yet waste your time on dubious activities. Do you think you're living up to your parents' expectations? Don't try to brush me off with that excuse of relieving pressure on your family. Your parents worked hard to send you here to study, hoping you would gain admission to a good university. If your part-time job affects your exam performance, do you think your parents would be pleased?" "Director Zhao, I was wrong. I promised to change my ways, study diligently, and I will no longer sell milk tea." Hao Pingfan performed with remarkable skill, immediately displaying a look of shame and repeatedly assuring him. Director Zhao let out a light snort, his gaze softening somewhat. Initially, he had thought Hao Pingfan was a troublemaker, but now he seemed quite obedient. "It's good that you realize your mistakes. Young people should have a long-term perspective. After a month of delivering milk tea, you might earn a few hundred yuan at most. Once you get to university and acquire skills, there will be plenty of opportunities to earn money." The principal speaks wisely. Hao Pingfan nodded repeatedly, observing that although Director Zhao appeared rather stern, he was, in fact, quite amiable. However, Director Zhao was not swayed by Hao Pingfan's flattery. His icy gaze resurfaced as he flung several photographs onto the table. "This institution is a place of learning, not a venue for romantic entanglements. To publicly display affection at the school gate. Do you think that with just a month until graduation, the school no longer holds authority over you? This is an injustice." Hao Pingfan glanced at the photographs, which included a frontal image of him and Lin Yu holding hands, as well as a clear shot of their departure together. Lin Yu remained silent, merely perusing the photos. With Hao Pingfan by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, trusting him to resolve the situation. "How have I wronged you?" Director Zhao scoffed, angered by the blatant evidence, yet still faced with defiance. Liao Keifu, who stood nearby, furrowed his brow, recalling how well Hao Pingfan had presented himself moments ago, only to now appear troubled. Realizing that the conspicuous absence of Xu Tianming's notable backpack in the photographs indicated who had reported him, Hao Pingfan recounted how Xu Tianming had repeatedly harassed Lin Yu, leading to her being ostracized and bullied, ultimately forcing her to pretend to be in a relationship with Hao Pingfan to fend off Xu Tianming's advances. Director Zhao's gaze shifted to the voluptuous teacher Zhou, his expression turning fierce. If Hao Pingfan's account held any truth, it was a clear indication of the teacher's negligence and the school's failure. "I have heard of Xu Tianming confessing to Lin Yu in class, but I assumed. What use is your assumption? These senior students are on the brink of graduation. A clandestine romance might be overlooked. However, A public declaration is absolutely unacceptable. This clearly undermines the school's regulations and sets a poor example for the underclassmen. You are to summon Xu Tianming to my office immediately. Without granting teacher Zhou the chance to explain, Director Zhao unleashed a barrage of reprimands, leaving her unable to lift her head in shame as she exited the office. Shortly thereafter, a bewildered Xu Tianming arrived with teacher Zhou. Upon seeing how Ping Fan and Lin Yu with their heads bowed in trepidation, he could not suppress a smug smile. You two lovebirds flaunting your affection publicly have finally faced the consequences. However, Director Zhao's subsequent words extinguished Xu Tianming's amusement. Xu Tianming, you possess quite the audacity, violating school rules by openly confessing your feelings and even driving to the school gate to harass Lin Yu. Do you truly treat this school as your own home? Teacher, I did not. Xu Tianming stammered, drenched in cold sweat and eager to defend himself. But Director Zhao would not afford him that opportunity, impatiently declaring, You know the truth within your own heart. Bring your parents here tomorrow, and during the intermission, you will present a 1,000-word self-critique before all faculty and students. Of course, as a wealthy young master, you may choose to ignore my instructions, but consider the ramifications of such a choice. I understand. Xu Tianming felt a surge of anger, his fingers whitening as he realized that if he were to present a critique, he would lose face entirely. The carefully cultivated image of a male god would be shattered, and he would become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Yet, he understood the gravity of defying the school director, ultimately suppressing his fury and begrudgingly agreeing. Director Zhao waved his hand, signaling the dismissal. Goodbye, director. Goodbye, teacher. Hao Pingfan politely bid farewell before leading Lin Yu out. Before departing, Lin Yu collected the photographs from the table. Once outside the office, Hao Pingfan noticed Xu Tianming's sullen demeanor and expressed concern. Classmate Xu, you appear quite distressed. Are you perhaps troubled about how to write that self-critique? Not to worry. I can provide you with a few examples. You bastard. Xu Tianming glared at Hao Pingfan with bloodshot eyes, his gaze ferocious, yet before he could utter another word, he found himself hoisted off the ground by Hao Pingfan's single hand. Classmate Xu, I did not quite catch that. Could you repeat yourself? Hao Pingfan spoke softly, but Xu Tianming's eyes were filled with terror as he stammered, in nothing. Ah, I understand that you were the one who reported us. Should I catch you attempting any further mischief, rest assured, I shall not be so lenient next time. Hao Pingfan released Xu Tianming, gently patting his pale cheek in a manner reminiscent of a cinematic villain. Xu Tianming scrambled away from Hao Pingfan, too intimidated to voice any threats. He had genuinely felt the specter of death looming over him, fearing that at any moment, Hao Pingfan might snap his neck. Xiaofan, how can you possess such strength? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing how easily Hao Pingfan had lifted someone weighing over 100 pounds. Hao Pingfan casually wiped his hands and remarked meaningfully, I not only possess strength, other aspects are equally impressive. Are you trying to die, you weirdo? Lin Yu blushed and playfully kicked Hao Pingfan. However, she surprisingly did not rebuff his comment. Chapter 35. The team disbands Brother Fan. I heard the school has completely banned us from selling milk tea. Previously, Wei Chuan had not taken the class teacher's warning about prohibiting deliveries seriously. For everyone knew that Liao Keifu was tough in words, but soft in heart, and would not make things difficult for the students. But the situation had changed. Now that the school leadership had personally intervened, there would be no room for leniency. Hao Pingfan immediately recognized that this news had been disseminated by Xu Tianming, confirming, indeed, that is the case. The dean just summoned me regarding this matter. What should we do now? Wei Chuan's eyes reflected despair. Was the dream of the company's veterans destined to shatter? Nearby, Shun Chumo, who had been reading, cast a concerned glance, hoping to continue enjoying milk tea. Hao Pingfan took a sip from his water cup and slowly began to speak. We must naturally adhere to the school's regulations. From now on, let us all focus on our studies. The college entrance examination is imminent, and it is indeed inappropriate to divert our attention. But after all our hard work, are we just going to give up? Wei Chuan clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, and cried out in anguish. You are being overly dramatic. Hao Pingfan felt an impulse to distance himself from Wei Chuan, quickly adding, do not be too disheartened. This setback is merely temporary. Once the college entrance examination concludes, you can resume your work. Moreover, we are not entirely ceasing production. Our milk tea shop outside the school has completed renovations and will commence operations tomorrow. What? Wei Chuan blinked in confusion. As a veteran of the company, how was he unaware that Hao Pingfan had opened a new milk tea shop? Had love truly vanished? Hao Pingfan offered no further explanation, continuing, "The promotion of the shop will rely on you all. I will send the advertising materials shortly, and I need you to help disseminate them." Understood. Wei Chuan received the task, his earlier despondency instantly replaced with fervor. This was the feeling of being needed. Hao Pingfan provided a few more reminders, instructing Wei Chuan to convene all members for a meeting that evening before ushering him out. "Hao Pingfan, are you the owner of the milk tea shop?" After sending the promotional materials to the group, Hao Pingfan heard Xu Xiangnuan's assured voice nearby. "Why do you say that?" Hao Pingfan neither confirmed nor denied it, intrigued by Xu Xiangnuan's flawless complexion. Do not attempt to deny it. From my observations, every time Wei Chuan comes to seek your opinion, it is you who makes the final decision, never consulting your aunt. Furthermore, your previous exclusive sales within the school are a significant flaw. If your aunt were truly the owner, why would she abandon such a vast market outside? Is she too eager to earn money? Indeed, quite perceptive. Hao Pingfan clapped in admiration, truly a testament to the upbringing of a young lady, swiftly detecting the flaw. Xu Xiangnuan raised her chin in pride, yet soon pouted in displeasure. Coming from a modest background, Hao Pingfan managed to excel in her studies while also thriving in business, making her feel significantly inferior. Noticing the shift in Xu Xiangnuan's mood, Hao Pingfan gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not be disheartened. You will gradually grow accustomed to it." "Accustomed to what? I am superior to you. Go away." Xu Xiangnuan, exasperated, attempted to strike Hao Pingfan, but inadvertently tripped over a chair. Observing this, Hao Pingfan hastily reached out to assist, only to grasp something unintended, causing the atmosphere to freeze. "Pingfan, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Lin chased after them, her face etched with displeasure. Hao Pingfan dismissed the unwelcome sensation of Xu Xiangnuan's soft touch from her mind and gently replied, Lin, I apologize, I was lost in thought. Were you worried that the school would prevent you from continuing to deliver milk tea?" Recalling the rumors from their group chat, Zhao Lin's anger diminished slightly, replaced by concern. If Hao Pingfan ceased the deliveries, would she still be able to enjoy half-price milk tea? Hao Pingfan nodded. "Yes. The school has issued a strict order against our deliveries. But fret not, my aunt has opened a new milk tea shop outside the school. And if you wish to drink, you can purchase directly. Will it still be half-priced?" Zhao Lin exclaimed, regretting her eagerness. How could she appear so desperate? What if Hao Pingfan misconstrued her interest in their friendship as being solely for the half-priced milk tea? Hao Pingfan, seemingly oblivious to her urgency, responded apologetically. "Currently, our relationship is merely that of ordinary classmates, and my aunt can only offer you a few discounts before you may need to pay full price. But do not worry. After the college entrance examinations, you might no longer need to spend money on milk tea." "Why would I need to spend?" Initially dismayed by the prospect of paying full price, Zhao Lin's expression shifted to one of shyness as she lowered her gaze, anxiously glancing at her chest. Hao Pingfan maintained a serious demeanor, his gaze unwavering. "Because I might be working full-time at the shop then, allowing me to secretly provide you with free drinks. Is that all?" Zhao Lin stared in astonishment. Did Hao Pingfan's mind consist of wood? Watching her storm off in anger, Hao Pingfan remained unfazed, lingering outside a while longer before heading to the playground, where Wei Chuan, Lin Yu, and others had gathered. Without unnecessary preamble, Hao Pingfan disclosed the cessation of deliveries and distributed 100 yuan red envelopes to each as a token of gratitude. "Brother Fan, will we still be able to follow you in the future?" asked Zhang Dongdong, a bright student with considerable potential. Upon hearing this, the others gazed at him with eager anticipation. Hao Pingfan smiled. "Of course, I am planning to open a shop in Modu, and those who wish to accompany me are welcome to continue working together. Additionally, the milk tea shop in the county is also in need of staff. So if you want to take a part-time job during the holidays, just let me know." "Brother Fan, can I work directly at the milk tea shop without going to university?" A girl named Wu Xiaoying timidly raised her hand, posing this question. "Sure, I will take you there tomorrow." After a moment's consideration, Hao Pingfan agreed. He was aware of her academic struggles, recognizing that pursuing further education was unlikely. The shop was in need of personnel, and with some training, she could start immediately. "Thank you, Brother Fan." Wu Xiaoying expressed her gratitude, relieved that she would no longer have to work in a grim factory with her cousin. The other students regarded Hao Pingfan with newfound respect. He truly meant business. The final gathering was cherished by all, extending conversations until the dormitory lights began to dim, leading to reluctant farewells. After waving goodbye, Hao Pingfan strolled quietly under the starlit sky alongside Lin Yu. Xiao Yuzi, what are you thinking about? Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Hao Pingfan casually initiated a conversation. Lin Yu, unusually refraining from their usual banter, responded solemnly. Xiao Fanzi, the thought of parting ways with everyone I've strived alongside feels rather painful. Throughout life, one will encounter countless farewells. In time, you will grow accustomed to it. Moreover, with the convenience of modern communication and transportation, even if you attend university, meeting them will still be quite easy. Hao Pingfan did not perceive Lin Yu's sentimentality as juvenile. After all, it was normal for a high school girl to be somewhat melancholic. Lin Yu gazed intently at Hao Pingfan's face, softly asking, "Will we also part ways in the future?" "Certainly not. You consider me a father figure. How could I possibly abandon my obedient daughter?" "Xiao Fan, Z, you are courting death." Lin Yu, no longer in a melancholic mood, began playfully chasing Hao Pingfan around the campus. Chapter 36. The opening of the milk tea shop. Xu Xiangnuan paid no heed to Hao Pingfan, sitting upright and quietly browsing through her books, embodying tranquility. Relieved, Hao Pingfan was about to begin studying when Xu Xiangnuan unexpectedly handed him a stack of papers. Upon noticing Hao Pingfan's puzzled expression, Xu Xiangnuan coolly remarked, "This is the information I promised to give you yesterday." "Oh, thank you." Hao Pingfan felt a pang of guilt. Despite the events of last night, Xu Xiangnuan still honored her promise. In contrast, his behavior seemed utterly disgraceful. After handing over the materials, Xu Xiangnuan did not return to her studies. A faint blush graced her fair cheeks as she calmly stated, "Let us pretend last night never occurred." "Did we do anything last night?" Hao Pingfan widened his eyes, feigning ignorance. Observing his act, Xu Xiangnuan felt no relief, instead experiencing a surge of annoyance. Last night, Hao Pingfan had seized the opportunity to touch her not once, but thrice. She had previously thought of him as an upright gentleman, only to discover he was quite the audacious rogue. However, given the unexpected circumstances, Xu Xiangnuan could not wholly attribute the blame to Hao Pingfan and begrudgingly chose to forgive him. "If there is nothing else, I shall continue studying." Sensing the murderous intent in Xu Xiangnuan's gaze, Hao Pingfan hastily straightened his posture and pretended to read. Reflecting on the previous night's events, he too felt wronged. Subjectively, he had no intention of acting inappropriately. Alas, his hand had developed a reflex, which he could hardly be blamed for. Alas, another session of standing and punishment awaits me. Rather than listening to those leaders' monotonous lectures, I would prefer to catch up on some sleep in class, Wei Chuan lamented, trailing alongside Hao Pingfan with a gloomy expression. As a veteran of the group, he had spent a restless night worrying about the disbandment, feeling both reluctant and uncertain about the future, now utterly fatigued. "Perhaps today will bring an unexpected delight," Hao Pingfan casually remarked, his gaze meeting Zhao Lin's, causing her to shyly turn her head away. Xu Xiangnuan, positioned behind Zhao Lin, observed the exchange and softly uttered two words, "Scoundrel." Hao Pingfan frowned and turned to identify the audacious individual daring to malign him. Upon realizing it was Xu Xiangnuan, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Meanwhile, Tang Yue, who was walking hand in hand with Zhao Lin, noticed her friend's unusual behavior and inquired, Lin, what were you just looking at?" "Nothing, nothing at all," Zhao Lin replied, slightly flustered, waving her hands. Tang Yue refrained from pressing further, but cast a furtive glance toward the direction Zhao Lin had been observing, only to find it was Hao Pingfan. How could Zhao Lin possibly have any connection with Hao Pingfan? "She was my dear friend." Tang Yue shook her head, dismissing the bold conjectures forming in her mind. However, that person could never be HOPNGFN. Not to mention that HOPNGFN's heart undoubtedly belongs solely to her and can scarcely accommodate any other woman. As a good friend, ZHOLN would never covet what is not hers, even if it is something HOPNGFN has discarded. Upon gathering at the playground, the school leaders, as usual, delivered some rather insipid platitudes that lulled the audience into a stupor. Just then, Director O strode onto the stage with a serious demeanor, proclaiming, "Our school has recently experienced a most egregious incident, wherein a student brazenly confessed his feelings to a girl on campus. After being rejected, he incessantly pursued her, significantly tarnishing our school's reputation. As director of HO's admonition grew increasingly severe, the students below became more animated, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Even Xu, who had nearly dozed off moments ago, was now wide awake, excitedly turning to HOPNGFN and exclaiming, FNG. Director of HO must be referring to CHTNMing, right? That scoundrel actually dared to encroach upon FNG's territory. He truly doesn't know his place. I told you, Lin Yu and I are merely good friends. HOPNGFN has never engaged in early romance. Chu nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, just good friends who sleep on the same bed. During this exchange, Director HO concluded his speech, and CHTNMing trudged up to the stage with a dejected expression. Upon realizing that the one in trouble was indeed CHTNMing, the playground erupted with excitement. After all, he was the widely recognized heartthrob of the second high school. Why was he in such a disheveled state today? Many girls felt their hearts shatter at the sight. Why would CHTNMing, who had better options, choose to pursue a mere bookworm fixated on studying? Had he lost his senses? With great difficulty, CHTNMing managed to read through his prepared statement, his countenance gloomy, too ashamed to meet the gaze of his peers below. He understood that from this day forth, he would no longer be the beloved figure at the second high school. Yet, he dared not entertain thoughts of revenge. All he desired was to graduate swiftly and escape this sorrowful place. As the assembly concluded, the students continued to chatter animatedly about CHTNMing's scandal. HOPNGFN had long since relegated CHTNMing to the back of her mind and resumed her immersion in her studies. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was lunchtime. With her mind preoccupied with the situation at the milk tea shop, HOPNGFN barely had time to eat before heading there with Lin Yu and W Xiaoying. Annie, how did it go this morning? She inquired as she strode into the shop, donning a custom apron. CH and Ing smiled in response. It was quite good. We sold 50 cups this morning, and everyone praised it highly. That's wonderful. HOPNGFN nodded. It was not peak hours for milk tea, as students were still in class, so such sales were commendable. Taking advantage of the relatively low customer volume, HOPNGFN began to familiarize W Xiaoying with the environment and equipment. However, soon enough, HOPNGFN found herself too busy to attend to W Xiaoying. As more students flooded in, the shop became packed. Being the most experienced staff member, HOPNGFN was consumed with activity, relying on Lin Yu to help wipe the sweat from her brow. HOPNGFN, I would like a YOLINLAT, called out a new customer with a somewhat irate tone. Turning around, HOPNGFN discovered it was ZHOLN and TNYWI, who approached with an air of discontent. All right, I'll prepare that right away. And what would you like, miss? HOPNGFN momentarily disregarded the jealous glare from ZHOLN and focused on TNYWI. I'll take a cup of the multi-fruit grape, please. TNYW, I stated her order without any further embellishment. HOPNGFN clearly intended to provoke her, but TNYW, I was not one to fall for such tricks. Having placed their orders, the two girls stepped aside, silently observing HOPNGFN's movements. Watching HOPNGFN work tirelessly, TNYW, I felt a sense of resignation wash over her. After the college entrance examination, she and HOPNGFN would undoubtedly be from two entirely different worlds. HOPNGFN might spend his life working at the milk tea shop, and it truly was not worth her anger over such a life. Resolutely, she decided that once she and HOPNGFN were together, her first action would be to sever ties between him and Lin Yu. Chapter 37. Eyes have their own desires after teaing YWI and HON purchased their milk tea. Y&W, I swaggered into the shop with an air of arrogance. HOPNGFN, I would like a YOLINLAT, a multi-fruit grape, and a YNGZHGNL. Upon entering, Y&W, I slapped 50 yuan onto the table, exuding an aura of affluence. HOPNGFN beamed with a radiant smile, revealing her perfect set of 8 teeth. Certainly, that will be 42 yuan. Here's your 8 yuan change. What? So expensive? Y&WI's legs wobbled. Just by selecting a few extravagant names, the prices soared. This was nothing short of extortion. After all, this was his living expenses for several days. HOPNGFN did not grant YNWI the opportunity to reconsider. Swiftly collecting the money into the register and handing him 8 yuan in change, patiently explaining, "Our milk tea is made with genuine, fresh fruits, and the tea is brewed with premium ingredients, ensuring that you receive your money's worth." "Fine, I'll buy it." YNWI gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding against a refund. Earlier, while following TNYWI, he had vaguely overheard her singing praises about the new milk tea. If he could cater to her preferences, their relationship might advance significantly. At that point, his chances of success when confessing after graduation would increase substantially. As for why he ordered 3 cups, one was for himself to foster common ground with TNYWI, and the other was to bribe HOLN, her confidant. KOPNGFN, upon observing UNGV, could not help but feel a twinge of pity, recognizing a reflection of his past self in him. Yet, he had no desire to offer counsel. One must respect the fates of others. Before long, HOPNGFN handed over the 3 cups of milk tea to the visibly distressed YNWI, cheerfully stating, "We welcome your next visit. I'll never return to this place again." YNWI stormed out, his face ashen. He would never set foot in this establishment again. After a frenzied hour and more, as the student traffic finally began to wane, HOPNGFN sent W. Xiangnuan outside to buy some boxed lunches, seizing a moment to eat. Just as she was relishing her meal, SHNCHM entered the shop. Dressed simply in a sweatshirt and fitted jeans, she appeared no different from an ordinary girl. Yet, her flawless visage and curvaceous figure commanded the attention of everyone present the moment she stepped inside. SHNCHM was accustomed to such attention. She surveyed the shop with keen interest, her eyes widening with intrigue. The name of the shop, the decor, the names of the milk teas, and the uniform attire of the staff all presented her with an entirely novel experience. She had never imagined that a milk tea shop could operate in such a manner, and that the names of the beverages could possess such poetic charm. HOPNGF noticed SHNCHM from the outset, but held no desire to engage. He no longer aspired to win this young lady's favor. He merely hoped she would hold no grudges against him. However, SHNCHM took the initiative to approach him, whispering, "Did you design all this?" "Yes. ISNT quite nice." Speaking of this topic invigorated HOPNGFN. After all, he was a former milk tea shop owner who understood the industry better than he understood women. He would dare to assert that no one could rival his knowledge of milk tea shops. Mediocre. A tinge of jealousy stirred within SHNCHM. How could a lecher possess such talent? It was utterly unjust, ignoring HOPNGFN's self-satisfaction. SHNCHM hesitated for a few seconds before pointing to the YNGZHGNL. "I'll have a cup of YNGZHGNL, please." "Certainly." "Xiao prepare a cup of YNGZHGNL for classmate SHNCHM." Oh, Lin Yu was only unruly at home, while she consistently presented herself as well-behaved in public. Upon hearing the conversation, she promptly set aside her lunchbox to prepare milk tea. Shin Shimo observed Lin Yu's diligent demeanor and recalled the flirtatious exchange between Hao Pingfan and Zhao Linmei earlier that morning. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she exclaimed, "What a scoundrel!" Hao Pingfan, displeased, reluctantly accepted the label of a lecher, but protested his innocence regarding any mischief. Shin Shimo fell silent, quietly waiting nearby, while a few audacious classmates approached for her contact information, only to be deterred by Shun Shimo's icy gaze. "Your milk tea," Hao Pingfan announced 2 minutes later, handing a cup to Shun Shimo. With curiosity, she took a sip, and her expression subtly shifted. "How does it taste?" "Mediocre." Shin Shimo stifled the urge for another sip and calmly exited the tea shop, feeling a surge of frustration within. Seems you're a bit sulky," Hao Pingfan chuckled, finding this young lady increasingly endearing. Lin Yu approached after wiping her hands, her small face wearing a teasing smile. Hao Pingfan glanced at her nonchalantly, continuing his meal. "You're jealous." "No, you are," Lin Yu retorted, her voice sharp like an agitated cat. She acknowledged her envy of Shun Shimo's poise, yet she was certainly not jealous. After all, she had no romantic feelings for Hao Pingfan. Hao Pingfan ceased his teasing gently tousling Lin Yu's hair, and said softly, "You needn't envy Xu Xiangnuan. You excel in many ways too, and you possess one significant advantage over her." "What advantage?" Lin Yu eagerly inquired, momentarily forgetting about Hao Pingfan's teasing hand. Leaning closer, Hao Pingfan whispered in her ear, "You are older than her." Hao Pingfan. Lin Yu's ears flushed crimson, and in a fit of embarrassment and indignation, she began to playfully hit him. Chen Guoron and He Wan Song, witnessing this affectionate scene, could not help but smile despite their fatigue. Youth truly is a wonderful phase. After several days of assisting the Cha Yin Yusei milk tea shop through its initial phase, Hao Pingfan found himself visiting less frequently. His aunt and the others had become quite adept at crafting various milk teas and no longer required his assistance. With a looming college entrance exam, he needed to devote all his energy to studying, thus entrusting the shop's management entirely to his aunt. As he immersed himself in books and exercises, early June arrived. Mere days before the exam, Hao Pingfan organized his materials and expressed gratitude to the quietly reading Xu Xiangnuan. Though her demeanor had grown colder over the past month, she remained responsive to his inquiries. With her support, his grades soared, improving by 80 points in the 3 model exam at the end of May, nearly breaking the 500 mark. He vividly recalled the astonished expressions of Liao Keifu and his classmates, with Yang Wei even suspecting he had cheated, though no evidence could be found. Never mind, Hao Pingfan thought, his gaze involuntarily lingering on her delicate hands for a few moments before reluctantly turning away. "Lecture," Xu Xiangnuan muttered to herself, causing Hao Pingfan's face to flush. He truly hadn't intended it. His eyes merely had a mind of their own. Chapter 38. Before the college entrance exam, parting always brings sorrow, and as high school life nears its conclusion, even the most reluctant students reveal a sense of reluctance. Today, Liao Keifu was not his usual stern self. His demeanor was gentle as he offered blessings to each student. When the school bell rang, he waved goodbye with a tinge of nostalgia. Hao Pingfan felt a pang of sadness. High school had come to an end once more, and he wondered if he would ever experience it again. Beside him, Xu Xiangnuan, who had packed her backpack and was ready to leave, paused momentarily, turning to interrupt Hao Pingfan's musings. "Hao Pingfan, what do you plan to attend university?" "It depends on my scores. If the opportunity arises, I would like to go to MO. Having lived in MO for nearly a decade in his previous life, he naturally yearned to return to familiar grounds. Moreover, as an economic hub, MO offered abundant opportunities and talent, which would greatly benefit his entrepreneurial aspirations. With many industries currently thriving, Hao Pingfan wished to seize the moment, aiming for a mundane life as a landlord. "Oh," Xu Xiangnuan replied indifferently, standing up to leave. On her way out, she received several bold love letters from classmates, all of which she declined. Hao Pingfan did not linger, exiting the classroom empty-handed, where he encountered Tang Yue and Zhao Lin. "I'm leaving first." This time, Hao Pingfan did not deliberately ignore them. Instead, he greeted Zhao Lin amicably. With high school nearing its end, he no longer had to worry about Tang Yue disrupting his studies and felt no need for clandestine interactions with Zhao Lin. Does Hao Pingfan think he can engage with me as an equal just because his grades have improved? Zhao Lin thought, recalling how she had previously instructed Lin Yu to pose as his girlfriend to provoke her. She had not yet settled that score. If he didn't formally apologize, she would never forgive him. Zhao Lin paused, nearly bursting into laughter. Tang Yue still believed that Hao Pingfan was fond of her. How would she react upon discovering his affections had shifted to her close friend? The mere thought of that dramatic revelation sent shivers down Zhao Lin's spine. Hao Pingfan chuckled nonchalantly, walking away under Tang Yue's astonished gaze. "He doesn't even try to placate me." Tang Yue stomped her foot in frustration, mentally adding a note of displeasure towards Hao Pingfan. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Lin Yu was already there, and the room contained 2 large boxes. "Have you packed?" "Yes." "You really act like a young master now, not even lifting a finger to pack your things." Lin Yu rolled her eyes, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Hao Pingfan brushed off her remarks, waving his hand and declaring, "Then let's set off." "Wait, let's take a photo first." Lin Yu halted him, nostalgically gazing at the place they had shared for over a month, capturing their precious memories on her phone. The June weather had turned warm, with the sun blazing down, causing many third-year students and their parents to sweat profusely as they moved their luggage. This also indicated it was a lucrative day for milk tea sales. As Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu passed by Cha Yin Yusei, they found the entrance crowded with eager customers placing their orders. Pingfan, over here. Hao Pingfan, effortlessly carrying 2 large suitcases and intending to head to the bus station, heard a familiar voice. Zhao Yong approached, dripping with sweat but wearing a goofy smile. Brother Yong, what a coincidence. Not a coincidence. I specifically waited for you here. Zhao Yong scratched his head, his dark face reflecting a hint of nervousness. After a moment's hesitation, he finally stammered. Hao Pingfan was taken aback. Zhao Yong, noticing his confusion, hurriedly explained, revealing that news of Hao Pingfan's milk tea venture had spread, and many were aware of his newfound success. Consequently, many began to consider their own interests. Zhao Fangping, attractive and nimble, had previously struggled to find a partner due to her background, but now with her brother's success, potential suitors were flocking to their door. Thus, Zhao Yong, feeling inferior in comparison, had rushed to seek Hao Pingfan's assistance. Hao Pingfan held a favorable impression of Zhao Yong, but refrained from making guarantees. Such significant matters depended on his sister's own choices. Zhao Yong's disappointment was palpable, but he forced a smile, saying, "All right, I appreciate it, Brother Yong." Hao Pingfan smiled in response, agreeing to help. If he does not agree, Zhao Yong is likely to overthink. Indeed, seeing that Gao Pingfan did not refuse, his smile became genuinely warmer. It appears that in the future, the brother-in-law still leans towards him. Lin Yu remained silent beside them, quietly observing the interaction between Gao Pingfan and Zhao Yong, and surprisingly felt that Gao Pingfan exhibited a greater maturity than Zhao Yong. No wonder I subconsciously regard Xiao Fan as a paternal figure to lean on. It turns out that it is not a matter of my own mind, but rather that Xiao Fan's tone and gestures indeed resemble those of an elder. Zhao Yong diligently secured the 2 boxes onto the motorcycle's back seat, but this left an exceedingly cramped space for seating. Gao Pingfan and Lin Yu were pressed closely together, with not a sliver of extra room, making it quite uncomfortable. Gao Pingfan felt a tinge of regret, wishing he had opted for the bus instead. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was also very uneasy, attempting to shift back a little to create some distance, only to find herself rebuffed by the boxes behind, bringing them even closer. Ultimately, Lin Yu had no choice but to remain still and accept the situation. The weather was already sweltering, and Gao Pingfan felt even hotter, as if he might ignite at any moment. Yet, he had to endure, fearing that Zhao Yong might misunderstand. 20 minutes later, Gao Pingfan disembarked, drenched in sweat, feeling as though the ride had imprisoned him. After Lin Yu exited, she quickly adjusted her clothing, keeping her head down and maintaining a clear distance from Gao Pingfan. "Yonggu, would you like to come over to my house?" Gao Pingfan invited Zhao Yong after unloading the luggage. Zhao Yong promptly waved his hand and rode off on the motorcycle as if in escape. Gao Pingfan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Zhao Yong was in essence a pure-hearted young man. However, such a person was truly suited for his carefree elder sister. Chapter 39. 50,000 a month Qin Jie. The business at Pingfan's milk tea shop is thriving. I estimate it must earn at least 10,000 a month. I believe it could be more. With so many people queuing daily, it might reach 20,000. Goodness, 20,000 a month? That's more than I earn in a year. Aunt Guiqin has such an outstanding son. She will surely enjoy a life of comfort in the future. Outside the door, Tudo lay basking in the sun, and upon spotting Gao Pingfan's return, he excitedly wagged his tail, eager to come over for affection. Unfortunately, the leash was too short, leaving him to gaze longingly at Gao Pingfan while emitting a series of whines. Gao Pingfan smiled, ruffling Tudo's head as he entered the yard. Inside the yard sat 7 or 8 people, mostly relatives and neighbors, along with 2 well-known matchmakers from the area, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Guiqin's smile seemed to have no end. Gao Pingfan's voice drew everyone's attention, prompting Chen Guiqin to hastily set aside her needlework and rush over. "Mom, you're mistaken. I've gained nearly 10 pounds this month." Gao Pingfan lamented, for he had been constantly fed by Lin Yu, resulting not only in a rapid increase in weight, but also a growth spurt of 2 centimeters, rendering him no longer so frail. The aunts and cousins all gathered around, chattering incessantly. Gao Pingfan remained patient, as these individuals had lent money to his family in the past, and one must be grateful. He calmly addressed their various peculiar inquiries, and the way they looked at him shifted significantly. Previously, they had regarded him as a mere child, but now that perception had changed. It was evident that a high school student could achieve such business success for a reason, Gao Pingfan was far superior to their own dull-witted children. Chen Guiqin's chin lifted high, filled with pride. Their family had long been looked down upon, but now, who would dare to label their son as a burden? Gao Pingfan did not deter Chen Guiqin's exuberance. In his previous life, he had never allowed her to bask in glory. In this life, he would ensure that she lived every day amidst the envy and admiration of others. In the evening, the gossip group finally dispersed, and Gao Fangping entered the yard. Laden with bags and humming a children's song she had heard somewhere, she proudly presented the fish, lamb, and various fruits before Gao Pingfan, wearing a look of satisfaction. Gao Pingfan was taken aback. "Sister, today ISNT payday. Where did you get the money?" "From the money you left last time. Mom, and I bought a set of clothes each, and the remaining amount Mom said would be my allowance. I haven't spent a single penny, as I intended to help you replenish your health." Gao Fangping grinned, nearly bringing Gao Pingfan to tears and feigned dissatisfaction, saying, "Now that I can earn money, you should keep your earnings for yourself. No need to worry about me. Besides, one set of clothes isn't enough. Tomorrow I'll take you and Mom to buy a few more." "Humph, you little brat, don't act like an adult. Leave the matters of grown-ups to us." Gao Fangping playfully slapped Gao Pingfan and strutted into the kitchen, calling out, "Mom, look at all the things I bought for my brother. Why are you shouting so loudly?" A scolding voice echoed from the kitchen, prompting Gao Pingfan to chuckle. At 7 o'clock in the evening, steaming dishes were served at the table, with large portions of fish and meat piled into Gao Pingfan's bowl. "Sanwa, you're about to take the college entrance examination. Eat more to replenish your strength." "Mom, that's enough. I genuinely cannot eat anymore." After much insistence from Gao Pingfan, Chen Guiqin finally ceased her efforts to serve him more food and asked a concerned question. "Sanwa, how much does the milk tea shop earn in a month?" Gao Fangping innocently interjected, "Why are you looking at me? Your brother means to say you shouldn't go around bragging." "I'm very discreet," Gao Fangping protested, feeling somewhat wronged. Under Chen Guiqin's piercing gaze, however, she repeatedly promised to keep quiet. Gao Pingfan then softly stated, "Last month, after deducting various expenses, we made approximately 50,000. Both Chen Guiqin and Gao Fangping were left dumbfounded, their chopsticks clattering to the ground without them even realizing it. Earning 50,000 a month. Were they dreaming? Gao Pingfan shook his head. Last month was merely a benefit from the new shop opening. Earnings will surely decline quickly. I estimate a normal month would yield around 20 to 30,000 for a shop. My goodness, that is still. Gao Fangping was too astonished to articulate her thoughts. She had been striving for an entire year to earn 2 or 3,000, yet Gao Pingfan seemed to find it unsatisfactory. Your brother's earnings must not be disclosed. Otherwise, someone might get envious. I understand. I promise not to speak carelessly. Gao Fangping nodded vigorously, feeling a thrill of trepidation. If she could earn such a sum in a month, she might not even sleep well. However, this money could not be used to repay debts just yet. After my college entrance examination, I plan to open another branch, allowing my elder sister and Yongge to work there. Gao Pingfan preemptively prepared Chen Guiqin for the news. Their family still owed about 40 to 50,000 in debts, with Aunt's family holding 3,000 of that. To prevent Chen Guiqin from overthinking, he needed to clarify the purpose of the funds. Sanwa, you don't need to worry about me. Do as you wish. Chen Guiqin waved her hand, showing no concern for the money's purpose. She was just an uneducated rural woman, far less knowledgeable than her precious Sanwa, and preferred not to complicate matters. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Yong's name, Chen Guiqin's brow furrowed slightly. Previously, she had been satisfied with Zhao Yong, appreciating his honesty and filial piety. However, as a mother, how could she resent her children living well? Despite her strong preference for sons over daughters, now that Gao Pingfan had succeeded, she wished to find an even better match for Gao Fangping. Marriage was a significant matter, and Chen Guiqin wanted to consult her son's opinion. After pondering, she remarked, "Recently, many matchmakers have approached Fangping, and several families have promising conditions, with good jobs and homes. Among all, I hold the utmost confidence in Zheng Yi. Although he is somewhat advanced in age, having already reached 30, he possesses a tall and robust stature." Chen Guiqin spoke as she produced a photograph of Zheng Yi, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Gao Fangping lowered her head, refraining from rebuttal, absently pushing her rice around in the bowl. Her earlier joy now dissipated. Chapter 40. The Shadow of Lin Yumam. "If it is this Zheng Yi, I am against it," Gao Pingfan declared, laying down his chopsticks and gazing at the handsome young man in the photograph, a surge of anger igniting within him. Zhang Yi was the spouse of his elder sister in a past life. On the surface, he appeared to be quite respectable. However, behind closed doors, he indulged in excessive drinking and gambling, and when intoxicated, he resorted to domestic violence. Since his sister's marriage, her life had been fraught with misfortune, often suffering from both verbal and physical abuse. It was only after Hao Pingfan and his friends confronted Zhang Yi and gave him a severe thrashing that his sister's situation improved somewhat. In this lifetime, he would never allow his sister to fall into that abyss again. Huh? Since Samwood disagrees, then let's drop it, Chen Guiqin said reluctantly. Although she was immensely pleased with Zhang Yi, she held her precious son's opinion in high regard. If Hao Pingfan objected, then it was surely not to be considered. At that moment, Hao Fangping also lifted her head, offering a grateful smile to Hao Pingfan. However, he remained unaware of her gesture, pondering as he lightly tapped the table. Rather than selecting an unknown individual of dubious character as a brother-in-law, he favored Zhao Yong. At least Zhao Yong's character was commendable, and he genuinely cared for his sister. Most importantly, his sister harbored feelings for Zhao Yong as well. With this in mind, Hao Pingfan addressed Chen Guiqin, "Mom, let my sister decide on this matter herself. Our family will no longer lack for money, so we need not concern ourselves with the background of the other party, as long as my sister is happy." Fangping will undoubtedly choose that burly Zhao Yong. Chen Guiqin nodded reluctantly, conceding to her son's decision. Hao Fangping leapt up excitedly, exclaiming, "I'm going to tell Yong the good news right now. Already scheming before you're even married. What will happen when you actually tie the knot?" Chen Guiqin huffed in dissatisfaction. Hao Pingfan served his mother a piece of lamb, smiling as he assured, "Mom, rest assured, I will be filial to you in the future. As for my sister, let her pursue her happiness as she wishes." Sanhua is truly considerate of me, Chen Guiqin thought, her heart swelling with joy, even infusing a hint of sweetness into the lamb she consumed. Meanwhile, at Lin Yu's home, the mother-daughter duo was also having dinner. Yu, what are you really thinking? If you like Pingfan, you should solidify your relationship soon. Otherwise, as he continues to excel, you might miss your chance. Lu Fang expressed her concerns, serving Lin Yu a piece of braised pork. Previously, she had believed her daughter superior to Hao Pingfan, but her perception had shifted. In just 2 months, Hao Pingfan had established a sizable milk tea shop and independently developed numerous popular new tea flavors. Not even the average high school student could achieve such feats. Most adults would struggle to reach this level. If all goes well, Hao Pingfan was likely to become a prominent businessman in the future. As for her daughter, even if she was reluctant to admit it, Lu Fang had to face the reality that Lin Yu paled in comparison to Hao Pingfan. Lin Yu paused in her movements. Unconcerned, "I merely regard Xiao Fan as a good friend. What thoughts could I possibly have?" Lu Fang shot her a disparaging glance. "Oh yes, good friends living together, cooking and doing laundry for each other daily. I even suspect you two good friends share a bed at night." "Mom, how can you slander your own daughter? I've told you, we sleep separately at night, one on the bed, the other on the floor." Lin Yu's face flushed red, indignantly placing her chopsticks down as she averted her gaze from Lu Fang. As a mother, Lu Fang understood Lin Yu exceedingly well. She could tell instantly that Lin Yu was flustered, further solidifying her suspicions. She continued to persuade. "What are you pretending for in front of me? You and Pingfan are childhood sweethearts, and Chen Guiqin is quite fond of you. If you wish, I could approach Chen Guiqin tomorrow to formalize this match." "Absolutely not," Lin Yu exclaimed in panic, nearly toppling from her chair. This left Lu Fang puzzled. "You clearly have feelings for Hao Pingfan. Why the resistance to engagement?" The room fell silent, the dim light casting an unspoken atmosphere. Lin Yu hesitated, fidgeting with her hands, before finally speaking in a subdued tone, "Mom, I cannot marry. The thought of Xiao Fan becoming like Dad after a relationship frightens me." You need not fear. Not everyone is like your father," Lu Fang said, her heart aching as she gently embraced Lin Yu. She had never anticipated that her daughter, who had always been independent and strong, could possess such vulnerability. Had she known, she would have dealt with that scoundrel much sooner. "I understand, but I cannot control my emotions. Hence, I believe maintaining our current relationship with Xiao Fan is quite good," Lin Yu confessed, nestled in Lu Fang's embrace, feeling inexplicably relieved. She did not wish to disappoint Lu Fang's expectations, yet she found herself trapped within her own heart. Now that her secret was out, Lu Fang would likely cease pressuring her about love and marriage. As for future children, she could always seek Xiao Fan's assistance. Surely that lecherous Xiao Fan would not refuse. Lu Fang sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. All of it was her fault. The next day, Hao Pingfan's family rose early. Chen Guiqin and Hao Fangping donned new clothes, their faces radiating joy. Today was not an occasion for great celebration. It was merely an ordinary market day. Yet, hearing that her precious Sanhua would personally buy her clothes, Chen Guiqin incessantly insisted it was a waste of money, though her smile betrayed her true delight. This was Sanhua's first time buying her clothing. Upon exiting their home, they encountered Lu Fang and her daughter, who were also heading to the market. Lu Fang, let us walk together, Chen Guiqin cheerfully greeted, her head held high. Observing Chen Guiqin's proud demeanor, Lu Fang's expression darkened momentarily. Is it merely because you have a good son that you feel so triumphant? Nevertheless, Lu Fang did not retreat. Instead, she engaged in lively conversation with Chen Guiqin, one boasting about her son's business success, while the other extolled her daughter's academic achievements. Hao Pingfan refrained from interrupting the two elders' banter. Instead, approaching Lin Yu with a playful remark, "Xiao Yuzi, why do you look so listless? Could it be that you missed my presence last night? You narcissist." Lin Yu kicked Hao Pingfan lightly, her face momentarily betraying her discomfort. He had indeed hit the nail on the head. Fortunately, Hao Pingfan merely brushed it off and shifted the topic, allowing Lin Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. The two families then commenced their market stroll. The streets of the small town were narrow, and it took merely over 10 minutes to circle around. After a general exploration, Hao Pingfan led them to a clothing stall. He made sure to treat everyone equally, purchasing 2 outfits for each of Chen Guiqin, Hao Fangping, and Lu Fang. Initially, Lu Fang vehemently refused, but upon observing Lin Yu patiently selecting clothes for Chen Guiqin, she immediately changed her stance. Lin Yu protested, I did not, don't say such things." Chapter 41. The end of the college entrance examination. A few days of vacation swiftly passed, and at last, the most significant moment of their lives arrived, the college entrance examination. In this tense atmosphere, even Hao Pingfan, a seasoned individual from 2 lifetimes, felt a twinge of anxiety. Chinese, mathematics, comprehensive science, English. Hao Pingfan cast aside all distractions, pouring every ounce of effort into overcoming these formidable challenges. Upon completing his final English exam and exiting the classroom, an unparalleled sense of relaxation washed over him. According to his estimation, the results of the college entrance examination would certainly not fall below his scores from the 3rd mock exam. As he exited the gates of Yizhong, Hao Pingfan spotted Wei Chuan from a distance under the trees, astonishingly holding a bouquet of roses. "Ah, I didn't expect you to be so well concealed. Pray tell, who do you intend to confess to?" Hao Pingfan approached Wei Chuan with large strides, his eyes filled with curiosity. In his previous life, he had never heard Wei Chuan mention harboring feelings for anyone. Upon noticing Hao Pingfan's arrival, Wei Chuan's nervousness diminished slightly. With a reddened nose, he shyly admitted, "It's classmate Xu Xiangnuan." "Aha, the young man has aspirations." The fog in Hao Pingfan's mind lifted, and he finally comprehended why Wei Chuan frequently sought him out to discuss trivial matters and deliberately lingered. It was indeed a grand scheme. Wei Chuan sighed with a wry smile. "Fangirl, please don't tease me. I know I am not worthy of classmate Xu Xiangnuan. Today, I merely wish to ensure my high school life leaves no regrets." "I support you, go for it," Hao Pingfan said, this time without a smile, as he encouraged Wei Chuan with a pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, Fangirl." Wei Chuan felt emboldened, stretching his neck in anticipation of Xu Xiangnuan's arrival. Soon, her figure graced the scene, adorned in a flowing white dress that complemented her ethereal beauty, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Wei Chuan swallowed hard, just as he was about to rise and approach her. Unexpectedly, the dashing Su Kuan seized the opportunity first. Su Kuan, holding a delicate necklace, was passionately expressing his feelings to Xu Xiangnuan. Fortunately, Su Kuan was rejected. Wei Chuan and other classmates with similar intentions immediately sprang into action, eager to seize the second chance. However, at that moment, a sleek black Bentley came to a halt before Xu Xiangnuan. A muscular woman with short hair emerged from the vehicle, respectfully opening the door for Xu Xiangnuan. This scene left all present in awe, and Wei Chuan and the others instinctively halted in their tracks. After a prolonged silence, How Ping Fan could no longer bear to watch and gently roused Wei Chuan, whispering, "Ah, are you still planning to confess? That bouquet of roses seems rather unnecessary now. If you need it, Fangirl, it's yours. It can't be returned anyway." Wei Chuan replied, gazing at the luxury car drifting away, feeling as though his youth had come to an end. How Ping Fan accepted the roses with satisfaction, pleased to save a bit of money. At that moment, How Ping Fan's phone chimed, revealing a message from Shin Shimo. "You lecture, I'm leaving. Perhaps we'll meet again by fate." Was it merely a few playful pinches, and you've held a grudge ever since? How childish. How Ping Fan thought bitterly, yet replied, "Safe travels." Putting away his phone, he felt a tinge of melancholy. The young lady had ultimately left, and he wondered if their paths would cross again, and if she would still call him lecherous brother. After a while, Wei Chuan finally gathered his scattered emotions and noticed something amiss. "Fan Yi, weren't you and Sister Lin already together? Are you planning to publicly announce it again in front of all our classmates today? When did I ever say I was with Lin Yu? I have professed my affection for Zhao Lin. Today, I am confessing to her. No way, Fangirl. Are you serious?" Wei Chuan exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. What a twist. The girl he secretly admired had suddenly become a wealthy heiress, while his leader forsook two school beauties for the comparatively lesser Zhao Lin. Was the world truly mad, or was it he who failed to grasp its truths? Enough of these wild thoughts. I still need your help tonight. How Ping Fan offered no further explanation, requesting Wei Chuan to temporarily hold onto the flowers before heading to the salon to trim his unkempt hair and switch to a refreshing hairstyle. He then changed out of his school uniform into a newly purchased outfit. Instantly, he transformed from a somewhat disheveled and reserved high school student into a bright and cheerful young man. "Xiao Yuzi, how do I look now?" How Ping Fan asked as he admired his reflection in the mirror, almost unable to resist inquiring who the handsome figure was. Lin Yu, holding How Ping Fan's old school uniform, rolled her eyes. "Mediocre. Huh, you're just jealous." Ignoring her feigned indifference, How Ping Fan pulled Lin Yu beside him, and they took several selfies together. Self-absorbed, taking pictures just for a haircut, Lin Yu exclaimed, her eyes rolling upward. Yet, after How Ping Fan sent her the photos, she couldn't help but admire them, a smile slowly gracing her lips. After refining his appearance, it was nearly time for the evening gathering. The venue selected was Hongyan Restaurant, where not only How Ping Fan's class, but also Lin Yu's experimental class and two other classes had made reservations. Wow, who's the handsome guy next to Lin Yu? I thought she and How Ping Fan were a couple. Did How Ping Fan get dumped? That looks like How Ping Fan. As How Ping Fan and Lin Yu entered the hall hand in hand, they instantly captured the attention of their classmates. Lin Yu, being a beautiful academic star with significant popularity, combined with How Ping Fan's striking transformation, made them appear as a pair of celestial beings. "I can't believe my Fangirl is so handsome." Wei Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always thought his looks were comparable to How Ping Fan's, but now he realized he had been superficial. It goes without saying that his older brother surpassed him in every aspect. The only flaw he could find was How Ping Fan's questionable taste and affection. He couldn't fathom why Zhao Lin was worthy of such devotion. At that moment, Zhao Lin's eyes sparkled as she realized that a casual step could lead her to such a charming boyfriend. She felt incredibly fortunate. The thought of How Ping Fan publicly confessing to her later made her heart race uncontrollably. Yet upon noticing Lin Yu beside How Ping Fan, her mood soured. Lin Yu seemed to cling to How Ping Fan like a stubborn adhesive. One might easily mistake her for his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Tang Yue marveled at the scene, but was filled with regret. Now that How Ping Fan had improved academically and transformed into such a handsome young man, she lamented her earlier decision to let him go so easily. "I'll head to our class first. If you don't hear from me by 10, go to your Aunt S." How Ping Fan instructed Lin Yu before striding over to the table where Wei Chuan was seated. Lin Yu remained standing, momentarily dazed. "Fangirl, you really look handsome today," Wei Chuan exclaimed, pulling out a chair for How Ping Fan, his tone tinged with envy. How Ping Fan humbly waved his hand. "I'm all right. I hope you've prepared everything I asked for. Rest assured, it's all set." Wei Chuan hesitated, wanted to voice his concerns, but ultimately remained silent. In this world of myriad complexities, the intricacies of love are the most elusive. Just as he had fallen for the school beauty Shin Shimo at first sight, How Ping Fan might have simply found a connection with Zhao Lin. Chapter 42. The successful confession today might be the final gathering of their high school career. And many classmates donned their finest attire and adorned themselves with beautiful makeup. Yet, none could rival the beauty of the school flower, Tang Yue. Dressed in a white dress and with a subtle touch of makeup on her delicate face, she resembled a blooming flower, irresistibly captivating attention. Many male classmates stole glances at Tang Yue, speaking louder in hopes of catching her eye. Beside her, Zhao Lin was equally stunning. This evening, she wore a pink ruffled chiffon blouse paired with a white short skirt, showcasing her alluring long legs that surpassed those of her peers, leaving onlookers enchanted. Hao Pingfan did not approach Zhao Lin to strike up a conversation during dinner. Instead, they exchanged glances a few times. As the gathering was nearing its conclusion, Hao Pingfan signaled to Wei Chuan and then stepped onto the stage. Oh, someone is confessing again. Could it be Tang Yue once more? The students below were abuzz with excitement. Many had chosen this evening to declare their feelings. Some succeeded, while others faced rejection. With Tang Yue being the most frequently confessed to, yet all attempts ended in failure. Hearing the murmurs around her, Tang Yue felt her heart race uncontrollably, but she raised her chin slightly, feigning indifference. Zhao Lin's heartbeat, however, was much more pronounced. Filled with joy at the thought of Hao Pingfan's impending confession and excitement at the prospect of publicly overshadowing Tang Yue, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. Yet, some female classmates felt disheartened upon seeing Hao Pingfan take the stage, as they had hoped to express their affections for him as well, only to realize their chance had slipped away. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat expressionless, chewing on beef, her gaze fixed on Hao Pingfan's figure on stage. Unfazed by the attention, Hao Pingfan held the microphone and directed his heartfelt words towards Zhao Lin's table. There's a girl whom I've cherished for a long time. Her every smile and movement makes my heart flutter. To me, she is the most beautiful goddess. In order to be worthy of her, I strive to study and work hard. As he spoke these romantic words, he descended the stage, accepting the bouquet of flowers from Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan and others quickly adorned the table, where Tang Yue and her friends sat with colorful lights, forming a heart shape, adding a touch of romance to the ordinary environment. Wow! Many students gasped in astonishment. This was the first time they had witnessed such a heartfelt confession that evening. In the center, Tang Yue clutched her clothing tightly, her eyes trembling. So Hao Pingfan had silently made all these efforts for her. Zhao Lin could not help but feel a wave of emotion, momentarily forgetting her intention to provoke Tang Yue, her only desire being for Hao Pingfan to reach her side quickly, and then to accept him. Hao Pingfan, holding the flowers, finally arrived in front of Zhao Lin and Tang Yue. Hao Pingfan, you can't just easily. Tang Yue attempted to maintain her aloofness, but was taken aback when Hao Pingfan presented the flowers to Zhao Lin, softly asking, Lin, would you be my girlfriend? I would. Zhao Lin eagerly accepted the flowers and embraced Hao Pingfan tightly. Quiche. As the surrounding classmates expressed their surprise that Hao Pingfan's chosen target was not Tang Yue, Wei Chuan and others began to cheer. The students, ever eager for spectacle, joined in the encouragement. Zhao Lin's cheeks flushed with hesitation. She was reluctant to give away her first kiss so soon. However, Hao Pingfan did not afford her the opportunity to choose. Lowering his head without hesitation to capture her long-awaited red lips. After nearly a minute of kissing, he finally released Zhao Lin. The raucous cheering had vanished, leaving only the envious gazes of their classmates. Embarrassed, Zhao Lin buried her face in Hao Pingfan's chest, pretending to be oblivious. Meanwhile, Tang Yue remained in a state of shock, unable to believe what she had witnessed. Impossible. How could Hao Pingfan possibly like Zhao Lin? And Zhao Lin, her dear friend. Why would she agree to Hao Pingfan? Yet, watching the two embrace intimately before her, Tang Yue's face paled drastically, her nails digging into her flesh without her awareness. This was supposed to be a story involving three people, yet she felt like a mere clown accentuating their romance. As the crowd dispersed, Tang Yue could no longer contain her fury and confronted the pair. Hao Pingfan, Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Seeing Tang Yue's anger, Zhao Lin felt a thrill of satisfaction, yet maintained a gentle facade, starkly contrasting with Tang Yue's agitated demeanor. Hao Pingfan recognized that Zhao Lin was about to retaliate and said little, simply nodding before turning to leave, not casting a glance at Tang Yue. Hao Pingfan truly no longer likes me. The disregard felt more cruel than any action, and Tang Yue's heart ached as if being torn apart. She had been willing to accept Hao Pingfan, so why had he suddenly abandoned her? Yes, it must be Zhao Lin. It was Zhao Lin who had seduced Hao Pingfan. Leading to this outcome, Tang Yue's eyes burned with rage as she glared at Zhao Lin, as if intent on devouring her whole. Zhao Lin's face instantly reflected fear. Yue, please don't look at me like that. I truly didn't do anything. Carefully, Zhao Lin pulled Tang Yue down to sit, whispering, actually, Hao Pingfan had started asking me out long ago. Initially, I thought he merely wanted to inquire about you. But one day, he suddenly confessed his feelings for me. As your close friend, how could I agree to him? I even wanted to slap this scoundrel. But a couple of days ago, I had an epiphany. It's too lenient to let such a fickle person go. So I decided to train him into my devoted admirer to help you vent your frustrations. Is that so? Tang Yue could no longer contain her anger. But if what Zhao Lin said was true, should she be grateful to Zhao Lin? However, she felt something was amiss. How could one cultivate a devoted admirer and then give away their first kiss? Before Tang Yue could question further, Zhao Lin explained just now, Hao Pingfan took advantage of my momentary negligence. Besides, I don't possess your beauty. If I want to secure Hao Pingfan's heart, I must first offer something in return. This is what they call fishing with a long line. Perhaps that was the case. Tang Yue instinctively nodded, still feeling uneasy. The crux of the matter was that she had already developed feelings for Hao Pingfan, now that he had gone to be Zhao Lin's devoted admirer. What was she to do? As Tang Yue pondered how to express her regrets and persuade Zhao Lin to relinquish Hao Pingfan, she heard Zhao Lin gently say, Yue, you don't still have lingering feelings for this fickle man, do you? Of course not. Tang Yue retorted defiantly, wishing she could slap herself twice for her own foolishness. Chapter 43. Suppressing Yang Wei, Tang Yue initially intended to leave and avoid the situation, but at Zhao Lin and their classmates' insistence, she reluctantly attended. In the brightly lit private room, the students were laughing and shouting, while Hao Pingfan sat in a corner sofa with Zhao Lin and an expressionless Tang Yue. Lin, what song would you like to sing? I can help you choose, Hao Pingfan said, holding Zhao Lin's hand with a gaze full of tenderness. Zhao Lin deliberately raised her hand slightly to ensure Tang Yue could see, sweetly suggesting, how about we sing a duet? Fanga? Sure, let us sing Only Feel for You. Watching the intimate interactions between Hao Pingfan and Zhao Lin, Tang Yue felt as though her teeth would shatter from clenching them so tightly. This was all supposed to belong to her. After a brief wait, it was finally Hao Pingfan and Zhao Lin's turn to perform. Many classmates noticed their interlocked hands, their eyes filled with envy. Just having stirred rumors with the academic goddess Linyu, now Hao Pingfan had embraced another beauty. How fortunate he was. In the center of attention, Zhao Lin felt exceptionally delighted. Previously, when she was with Tang Yue, she was always seen as the supporting character. Now it was finally her turn to shine on stage. Moreover, Tang Yue could only watch helplessly, unable to express her anger. This feeling was exhilarating. Hao Pingfan, oblivious to all the distractions, focused solely on Zhao Lin's presence. Halfway through the song, his hand unknowingly slipped onto Zhao Lin's soft and delicate waist. Zhao Lin stiffened momentarily, but ultimately did not push Hao Pingfan's hand away. In the presence of so many onlookers, it would be unseemly not to give her new boyfriend due respect, especially with Tyngyi lurking nearby, her eyes filled with envy. Therefore, Hopngfn, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, embraced in tightly and completed the entire song. Tngyev, on the other hand, felt her chest tighten with indignation. Oh, no, I apologize for my earlier lapse, Hopngfn said, releasing his hold with an apologetic expression. Upon seeing this, Zholn's dissatisfaction diminished significantly. She believed she understood Hopngfn well enough to know that his earlier behavior was unintentional. However, as Zholn prepared to distance herself from him, she suddenly caught sight of Tyngyi's twisted expression of jealousy and promptly changed her mind. Instead of moving away, she leaned a little closer to Hopngfn. Why not seize the opportunity? Hopngfn feigned surprise and quickly wrapped his arm around Zholn. The thin fabric of their clothes doing little to mask the warmth of their contact. Zholn's cheeks flushed. She merely intended to draw nearer, without any intention of being overly affectionate. Yet, having already been embraced, she felt that breaking free would render her efforts futile. so she pretended to be content nestled in HOPNGFN's arms. Indeed, TYWI's face was now clouded with frost as she witnessed the couple's brazen display of affection in broad daylight. If looks could kill, ZHOLN would have faced 1,000 deaths at that moment. TYW, I even began to doubt the sincerity of HOLN's previous words. Was she truly offering her solace? Or was this merely a scheme to provoke her? Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and YWI, clad in a suit and holding a bouquet of roses, strode in. Behind him, classmates quickly surrounded YWI with a heart-shaped string of lights. HOPNGFN and the onlookers exchanged glances, sensing a strange familiarity with the scene unfolding before them. YW, I felt a twinge of anxiety, yet maintained his composure. Initially, he had planned to confess during dinner, but after witnessing HOPNGFN's bold declaration, he deemed his own approach too simplistic. Seizing the moment while everyone was singing, he splurged on a suit and roses, aiming to win YWI's heart in one fell swoop. Observant classmates had already turned off the music, and a hush fell over the room. At last, YWI stood before YWI and spoke earnestly. YWI, leave. YWI cut him off without hesitation. Her mood had already soured that evening, and now, a less than desirable suitor dared to approach her. As if her space were a refuge for the unwanted. YWI instinctively recoiled, his face paling in disbelief. Why was this not unfolding as he had imagined? How could HOPNGFN achieve success so effortlessly? HOPNGFN could not help but chuckle at the situation. YWI's misfortune was almost comical. ZHOLN joined in the laughter, a sense of superiority washing over her. What did it matter that TYWI had numerous admirers? None could compare to her HOPNGFN in this rivalry among friends. She emerged victorious. YWI, feeling increasingly irritable, was reluctant to confront TYW, but found himself mocked by HOPNGFN. In that moment, a surge of anger welled within him, and disregarding their physical disparity, he clenched his fist and charged at HOPNGFN. And then, nothing more happened. HOPNGFN, still holding HOLN with one arm, effortlessly subdued YWI with his other hand, whispering, "Are you awake now?" "I am," YWI replied, attempting to struggle free. Yet, HOPNGFN's grip was like iron, rendering him immobile. Thus, despite his fury, he had no choice but to concede. HOPNGFN, noticing his compliance, casually released him. In an instant, YWI's eyes flashed with rage as he seized a wine bottle from the table and hurled it toward HOPNGFN's head. "Watch out!" ZHOLN screamed, instinctively closing her eyes. Then, a loud crash echoed as YWI was sent sprawling against the door of the private room. "My goodness, what a powerful kick!" WICHUN exclaimed, prompting disbelief among the classmates. A single kick capable of sending someone flying. Could HOPNGFN truly be a martial arts master? HOPNGFN paid no heed to the astonished murmurs of his classmates as he casually approached YWI. "Are you convinced now?" "I'm convinced," YWI admitted, genuinely cowed. That kick had utterly drained him of courage. He could not even bear to meet HOPNGFN's gaze, and, after hastily apologizing, scrambled away. Once YWI departed, the classmates eagerly surrounded HOPNGFN, bombarding him with questions about his martial prowess. Outside the throng, HOLN gazed at the composed HOPNGFN, her hands unconsciously forming a heart shape before her chest. If she had harbored any lingering resentment towards TYWI that led her to date HOPNGFN, such thoughts had evaporated. A man who was not only handsome, but also exuded confidence, was precisely the embodiment of her ideal partner. In TYWI's eyes, a flicker of intrigue ignited as well. Chapter 44. All gatherings must eventually part at 9:30 in the evening. The time to part ways had arrived. After 2 hours of revelry, everyone began to feel fatigued, dispersing in small groups. Most of the classmates had indulged in alcohol, their faces flushed. The homeroom teacher, Leo K. had even made a phone call urging students to avoid wandering alone for their safety. That night, Both Tywi and Zhol had consumed their fair share of drinks. The difference was that Tywi felt a sting in her heart from the bitter wine, whilst Zhol was elated. The two were now in a slightly dazed state, relying on each other for support as they walked. Despite being the one most pressured to drink, Hopngfn seemed to be unaffected. Stepping out into the cool night air, he felt entirely refreshed. Family members awaited outside, and a fashionable woman with curly hair quickly approached the befuddled Tywi, her tone laced with discontent. This was none other than Tywi's mother, Ding. After reprimanding her daughter, Ding cast a disapproving glance at the surrounding classmates, clearly blaming them for her daughter's current state. However, upon noticing Hopngfn, especially as he was supporting another girl, her expression shifted from surprise to disdainful amusement. She had thought Hopngfn was a lovesick fool, only to discover he had quickly found a new flame. Fortuitously, she had intervened in time to prevent Tywi from being taken advantage of. Hopngfn, aware of Ding's presence, greeted her with a broad smile. In fact, he owed her a debt of gratitude. Had she not forced him to break up, he might have struggled to find a compelling reason to part ways with Tywi. Unfortunately, he had not realized this in his previous life. Ding misconstrued Hopngfn's smile as a challenge. With a scowl, she huffed and led Tywi into a nearby establishment. "Effing go, are we heading online?" Chuan approached, extending an enthusiastic invitation, only to be met with the furious glares of both Hopngfn and Zholn. As newly minted lovers, both were keen to savor their time together. Chuan soon recognized the inappropriateness of his suggestion, awkwardly scratching his nose before hurriedly retreating. "Ellen, we wish to stay with you a bit longer. How about we take a stroll in the nearby park?" Hopngfn gazed adoringly at Zholn, his eyes conveying that she was the sole focus of his world. Embarrassed, Zholn averted her gaze, her heart fluttering with sweetness, and nodded without hesitation. The adjacent park, newly constructed in recent years, was frequented by many for exercise, but at nearly 10 o'clock, it lay nearly deserted. As Zholn strolled through the serene park, feeling the coolness of the evening breeze, an inexplicable sense of anxiety surged within her. She tightly clutched Hao Pingfan's arm and softly reassured him, "It's all right, I have you." Hao Pingfan enveloped Zholn's soft form in his embrace, his steps unwavering as they eventually arrived at a secluded lake nestled deep within the park. The myriad of stars twinkled upon the lake's surface, and with a gentle gust, countless ripples danced, creating a dreamlike illusion. "Lin, let us sit here," Hao Pingfan suggested, choosing a secluded bench and placing Zholn delicately upon his lap. "Brother Fanyu." Zholn's eyes widened in alarm, her body tensing as she struggled to escape. This was all too sudden, and with no one around, she feared that if Hao Pingfan succumbed to his primal instincts, she would truly find herself in dire straits. Hao Pingfan, sensing her discomfort, did not insist but spoke earnestly. Lin, do you know how happy I am today? Before confessing, I was riddled with doubts and contemplated retreating, terrified that you might reject me publicly. However, I yearn for our relationship to be openly acknowledged. I want the world to know how much I adore you. Thankfully, I took that courageous step. Zholn's struggles gradually subsided as she listened to Hao Pingfan's heartfelt declaration. Feeling profoundly touched, to have such a loving boyfriend filled her with happiness. Hao Pingfan gently turned Zholn towards him, gazing into her glistening eyes, and declared, Lin, I love you. Brother Fan, I love you too. Their eyes locked, and the air around them seemed to shimmer with their affections. Hao Pingfan slowly lowered his head, and Zholn did not shy away, simply closing her eyes in bashful anticipation. Time appeared to freeze in that moment, and nothing in the world could hinder their love. Lin, I love you. I will make you the happiest princess in the world. With Hao Pingfan's fervent declaration, everything shifted. Chapter 45. Why do you look so haggard? Lin, I'm sorry. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Hao Pingfan and Zholn found themselves in a hotel, where Hao Pingfan incessantly apologized while holding Zholn close. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her heart brimmed with resentment. Everything had transpired too swiftly. She had never imagined she would so easily lose herself. Yet, it was too late for anger. She could only strive to secure her own interests. Brother Fan, will you treat me well in the future? Of course. Hao Pingfan promptly assured her, promising free milk tea for Zhao Lin from then on, and vowing to buy her gifts as soon as he had the means. Zhao Lin's mood brightened slightly at his words. After all, the milk tea from the Chai Yin Yusei shop cost over 10 yuan a cup, so she would certainly benefit from indulging daily. Noticing Zhao Lin's expression soften, Hao Pingfan leaned in closer and whispered, Lin, it's getting late. We should rest. Zhao Lin replied, her cheeks flushed, not refusing. Pingfan, are you there? I heard about a movie that is supposed to be fantastic. How about we go see it together in a couple of days? After sending the message, Tang Yue tossed her phone aside and buried her head in her pillow, mumbling incoherent excuses about being tipsy. Unfortunately, her solo performance yielded no response. Tang Yue's expression shifted as she realized that despite her overt advances, Hao Pingfan was still ignoring her. Did he expect her to apologize in person? If he chooses to ignore me, then I shall not grant him another chance. She flung her phone away once more, collapsing on her bed, tears of regret streaming down her cheeks. Everything that belonged to Hao Pingfan was meant for her, yet she let it slip away. Noticing Lin Yu fixated on the wall clock, Zhao Lin inquired, you've been watching the time? Is there something you've neglected to do? Nothing, Lin Yu replied, forcing a smile as she gazed into the dark night outside. The image of Hao Pingfan and Zhao Lin entwined in affection pierced her heart with an inexplicable pain. But now, there was nothing to be done. All she could do was sigh. As she watched Zhao Lin's silhouette fade into the distance, Hao Pingfan fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that in his previous life, Zhao Lin had gone to her relatives in a magical city after filling out her applications. It seemed he needed to seize the moment and visit her more frequently. Otherwise, after such a long pursuit, it would feel like a loss. A voice interrupted Hao Pingfan's thoughts. It was his aunt, Chen Gurong. You seem to be lost in gaming. Look at your face, you look haggard. Chen Gurong exposed Hao Pingfan's pretense, advising Pingfan, although the college entrance examination is over, you shouldn't let yourself slip too much. The milk tea shop requires your presence. I always feel uneasy without you around. I will be more mindful, Hao Pingfan conceded, acknowledging that he had indeed been engrossed in gaming lately. After discussing some shop matters with his aunt, he shared his aspiration to open a branch. Aunt, I would appreciate your help. Please keep an eye out for any available shops on Commercial Street, ideally near Yizhong. I plan to open another location. Isn't that a bit hasty? Don't worry. This has been in the works for a while. In a few days, I'll send my older sister and classmates to learn from you for a few days. Once the new shop is confirmed, they'll be ready to jump right in. Time waits for no one. Summer is approaching fast, and if I don't act quickly, others will seize the opportunity, Hao Pingfan reassured her, seeing his plans well organized. Chen Guirong nodded in agreement. While passing by the bus station, they happened upon Zhao Yong, who was waiting for passengers. This time, Zhao Yong wore a broad smile that outshone the sun. Hao Pingfan teased, Brother Yong, what has got you in such high spirits? Did you find money? Ha. Zhao Yong scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Hao Pingfan decided to let it go and pulled out a newly purchased cigarette, offering one to Zhao Yong. Brother Yong, my sister should have mentioned selling milk tea together. What do you think? I'm in. Zhao Yong was no fool and expressed his eagerness without hesitation. In these times when motorcycle businesses were dwindling and Hao Pingfan's milk tea shop thrived, the choice was obvious. All right, in a couple of days, you and my sister can come to the milk tea shop to learn how to make it. Hao Pingfan lit a cigarette for Zhao Yong, and they squatted on the roadside, enjoying the moment. As the smoke curled around them, Zhao Yong gazed at the bustling Tea Yin Southeast shop across the street and couldn't help but smile. He felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Chapter 46. If we continue like this, your girlfriend will be upset. Hao Pingfan found himself unable to refute, as he truly felt a bit fatigued, though only slightly. Sanhua, how did you fare in your exams? Are you confident? After chatting about various village gossip, Chun Guiqin cautiously broached the topic of grades, having refrained from calling Hao Pingfan for fear of upsetting him if he had not performed well. Hao Pingfan set down his cup with confidence and replied, Mom, rest assured, I will definitely pass into university. That's wonderful. I will visit the Xiangnuan temple in a few days to pray for you. It will surely be foolproof. Chun Guiqin beamed with joy, as their family was finally on the verge of producing a college student. Hao Pingfan, aware of his mother's long-standing desire, indulge in her happiness for a while before sharing his plans to open a new store and send Zhao Fangping and Zhao Yong for training in a few days. This news undoubtedly delighted Chen Guiqin even more. The beloved son of our family has achieved both academic and career success, while the daughter has also made significant strides, finally living up to her husband's expectations before his passing. With so many joyous events occurring in the Hao family, it is only natural to celebrate. By 3 in the afternoon, Chen Guiqin busied herself in the kitchen, even asking Hao Pingfan to invite Lu Fang's family over for a meal to create a lively atmosphere. Hao Pingfan, well aware of Chen Guiqin's intentions, realized that inviting Aunt Fang was merely a pretext. She likely wished to showcase her family's achievements before her. There are no dramatic scenes of the female protagonist bathing or similar clichés. When Hao Pingfan found Lin Yu, she was lying on the bed, engrossed in a drama titled Xianjian Xu Xiangnuan. However, Lin Yu's attire seemed rather scant. Perhaps it was due to being at home, as she wore only a small tank top and shorts, revealing ample fair skin. Her smooth, white thighs, curvaceous hips, slender waist, and elongated neck were mesmerizing. Despite having just endured 3 exhausting days, Hao Pingfan felt a renewed vigor. Who? Lin Yu seemed to sense the intense gaze from behind her and quickly turned around, her cheeks flushing. Is it that dangerous? Hao Pingfan felt fortunate he had not acted on his earlier thoughts. Otherwise, he might find himself in the hospital now. Xiao Yuzi, I'm here. Are you not going to welcome me? He approached the bed, attempting to lighten the mood. After all, they had shared a bed for 2 months, and she couldn't just turn her back on him like that. However, Lin Yu turned away again, ignoring him completely, prompting him to complain playfully. I say, you were the one who slept with me. Lin Yu, irked, quickly retorted, her face turning crimson. What was she saying? Hao Pingfan chuckled and tossed off his slippers, intending to squeeze onto the bed beside her. How about I let you sleep with me today? Get away, you filthy thing. Lin Yu attempted to push him off the bed with both hands and feet, but surprisingly, her strength was minimal. Realizing Lin Yu's jealousy stemmed from his relationship with Zhao Lin, Hao Pingfan swiftly turned the tables, pinning her beneath him. Then, under Lin Yu's astonished gaze, he planted a quick kiss on her rosy lips. Are you satisfied now? You. Lin Yu covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Hao Pingfan, unable to comprehend that he had stolen her first kiss. Not satisfied? Then let me kiss you a few more times. He bent down, feigning another kiss. At that moment, Lin Yu finally reacted, resorting to punches and kicks in an attempt to push him off, this time genuinely using her strength. Hao Pingfan, feeling the pain, hastily grasped her hands, but Lin Yu mistook his actions for further advances and struggled even harder. The two rolled around on the bed, causing the old wooden frame to creak under their weight until the bedroom door was suddenly flung open, halting their antics. Yo-Yo, what are you doing in here? Why is there so much noise? Carry on. Lu Fang, upon seeing the disheveled pair on the bed, was momentarily at a loss for words and hurriedly attempted to close the door to leave. But then she realized something was amiss. Her daughter seemed to be in distress. The door swung open again, and she shouted, What are you doing in broad daylight? Separate immediately. Aunt Fang, we were just playfully tussling. Even Hao Pingfan, with his thick skin, felt a flush of embarrassment at being caught teasing her daughter. Still not getting down? How long do you intend to hold on? Lu Fang scoffed, her voice now laced with anger. Hao Pingfan dared not delay and quickly climbed off the bed. After all, she was someone capable of sending her husband to the hospital with a knife. He did not wish to provoke her. With a face redder than a monkey's bottom, Lin Yu also descended from the bed, her hair tousled and clothes in disarray, standing silently beside Hao Pingfan, resembling a victim of an affront. Observing Lin Yu's state, Hao Pingfan felt a pang of concern, suspecting she might be deliberately framing him. He quickly said, by the way, my mother has invited you all to our house for dinner tonight. Remember to come. With that, he took off, slipping away. Now only Lu Fang and Lin Yu remained in the room. Observing her daughter's flushed face, Lu Fang spoke coldly. Yo-Yo, is this how you and your friend interact? Lin Yu had no response and chose to remain silent. Lu Fang, reluctant to reproach her daughter too harshly, sighed, Yo-Yo, if you choose to be friends with Pingfan, it would be best to maintain some distance. Otherwise, when Pingfan finds a girlfriend, how do you think she will feel seeing you two so close? I understand. Lin Yu stammered, her light dimming in her eyes. Oh, now you realize your mistake? Unfortunately, it's too late. Hao Pingfan hummed a tune, feeling the restlessness of unfulfilled desires, the favored ones acting with impunity, as he scrolled past Tang Yue's message from 3 days prior. He announced in the milk tea group, "Is anyone interested in a part-time job at the milk tea store this summer? If so, please indicate the second digit of pi. I'll tally the responses." Wei Chuan, Zhang Dongdong, 1 Chun-Li. 1 in the end, only Wei Chuan, Zhang Dongdong, and Chun-Li expressed interest in the part-time positions. The others, Zheng Chong and He Huan, had either decided to work elsewhere or assist with farming at home. Hao Pingfan did not press the issue. Life's journey meant some would depart while others would join. After discussing training times with Wei Chuan and the others, he tucked his phone away and happily played with a potato. As evening approached, Lu Feng and Lin Yu arrived at Hao Pingfan's house for dinner as promised. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Chen Guiqin began to boast without subtlety. However, this time Lu Feng did not falter. She had learned from her daughter that Lin Yu was likely to score above 650. What did that mean? It implied that Lin Yu could essentially choose any university in the country, except for Huaqing University and Yanjing University. Chen Guiqin's smile became somewhat forced. Casting a resentful glance at Hao Pingfan, he shrugged helplessly, indicating that he truly had no control over academic matters. Yet, Lin Yu's demeanor that evening puzzled Hao Pingfan. She remained silent throughout the meal, often lost in thought. After dinner, as Lu Feng and Chen Guiqin exchanged banter while washing dishes in the kitchen, Lin Yu quietly rose and headed toward her own yard, not even bidding Hao Pingfan farewell. Feeling increasingly uneasy, he caught up with her at the gate. "Xiao Yuzi, what's wrong? Are you upset because I kissed you earlier? Let go of me. You're with a girlfriend now, and still pulling on me like this. Aren't you afraid she will get angry?" Lin Yu forcefully broke free from Hao Pingfan's grasp, pouting as she attempted to walk away. Hao Pingfan sensed an odd tone in her words. Unable to hold her back, he cornered her against the wall, lowering his voice to threaten. "Xiao Yuzi, you better not resist. You wouldn't want Aunt Fong to catch us again, would you? Xiao Fanzi, you are truly shameless." Lin Yu spat out through clenched teeth, suddenly recalling something and hastily covering her mouth. What happened to trust? Hao Pingfan mentally noted her reaction and softly reassured her. "I told you before. My relationship with Zhao Lin was merely revenge. It won't affect our friendship. Even if I find a real girlfriend in the future, if she minds my closeness to you, I would simply end that relationship and seek someone new until I find one who doesn't. Don't use me as an excuse. You're just a playboy." Lin Yu unconsciously lowered her hand that was covering her mouth, her small lips still remarkably firm. Hao Pingfan suddenly felt an urge to test just how firm those lips were, and he could not help but lean in gradually. Lin Yu appeared as if she was ensnared by a spell, her wide eyes fixed on him as he drew nearer and nearer. Just as the distance between them shrank to a mere centimeter, Hao Pingfan's phone suddenly chimed. What stroke of luck! Who on earth dared to interrupt me at this moment? Grumbling, Hao Pingfan glanced at his phone only to discover it was a message from his new girlfriend, which alleviated his frustration. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yu sighed in relief, yet felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, contemplating slipping away while Hao Pingfan was distracted. However, to her surprise, he tossed his phone aside and fiercely pulled her into another passionate kiss. Chapter 47. You must still like me. Fanga, are you there? Hao Pingfan, do you plan to stop loving me after having my body? In the dimly lit courtyard, under the cover of night, Hao Pingfan passionately kissed Lin Yu for over 10 minutes, ultimately confirming that her lips were not as hard as he had imagined. Rather, they were soft and sweet. I must be out of my mind to engage in such behavior with a friend. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin had sent a barrage of messages, accompanied by several missed calls, her tone escalating from tender to increasingly irate. Lin, how could I possibly stop loving you? The depth of my affection for you is something even you might struggle to fathom. If love were to have an expiration date, I believe my love for you would last a millennium. Fanga, how cheesy. I don't wish to be this way, but my feelings for you are simply impossible to conceal. Me too. I long to see you right now. With just a few words, Hao Pingfan managed to quell Zhao Lin's anger. Their conversation grew increasingly lively, and eventually, they resorted to a phone call to alleviate their longing for one another. Fanga, it's all your fault. I nearly forgot to address the matter at hand. After indulging in sweet nothings for over 20 minutes, Zhao Lin suddenly exclaimed, her tone laced with concern. Fanga, our progress is remarkably swift. I've been worried you might abandon me. How could that be, Lin? If I were to abandon you, may the heavens strike me down. Hao Pingfan swore earnestly, as he had no intention of initiating a breakup. Even if Zhao Lin were reluctant to part with his skills and endurance, he could always adopt a more carefree demeanor, ensuring she would remain disillusioned. If despite everything, Zhao Lin steadfastly supported him in his endeavors, refraining from rekindling any past relationships and willing to amend her less admirable traits, he would be open to granting her a chance, genuinely embracing her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin's spirits noticeably lifted, and she playfully insisted, "Then you must promise to maintain your distance from Lin Yu and Yu Wei, particularly Lin Yu. If she seeks you out, you must firmly reject her." "Absolutely. Without your consent, I shall not utter a single word to them. You are truly wonderful, Fangge. What can I say? I am fond of you." He. After several more moments of light banter, just as how Ping Fan believed the call was nearing its conclusion, Zhao Lin chimed in again. "Fangge, actually, I wanted to ask if you would like to register for driving lessons together." After all that heartfelt conversation, the last line was the crux of the matter. How Ping Fan felt a twinge of frustration, but readily agreed. The fire within him had yet to be extinguished, and he was eager to see Zhao Lin again. In the following days, Hao Ping Fan took turns escorting his sister Wei Chuan and others to the milk tea shop for lessons. While he acquired a computer for himself in the county and set up broadband at home, he never forgot about mining Bitcoin, a venture with virtually no risks and substantial returns. Only a fool would refrain from pursuing it. After a day of researching Bitcoin mining and storage, he set his computer to work around the clock, and he also spent $5 online to purchase 2,000 Bitcoin. He was not overly ambitious, planning to hold a maximum of 5,000 Bitcoin. After all, should he become a major player in the market, what then? Once he wrapped up his Bitcoin endeavors, the date of June 15th arrived, the day he had agreed with Zhao Lin to sign up for driving school in the county. They arranged to meet at the Cha Yin Yusei milk tea shop. Upon entering, Hao Ping Fan did not spot Zhao Lin, but instead encountered an unexpected figure, Tang Yue. Tang Yue was clad in a sleeveless light pink dress, her delicate arms resting on her exquisite chin as she sipped her milk tea while gazing out the window, radiating an air of serene beauty. Passers-by, whether young men or older gentlemen, could not help but steal glances at her. If one were to disregard her temperament, it was fair to say that Tang Yue possessed a certain goddess-like allure. While she was indeed beautiful, her temper was notoriously difficult, and in terms of physique, he preferred Zhao Lin. Not to mention, he had a close friend whose looks were comparable to Tang Yue's. "Boss." The newly hired staff greeted Hao Ping Fan with a hint of formality, causing Tang Yue to be momentarily taken aback. She had noticed him the moment he entered, his handsome features and confident demeanor making him stand out in the crowd. Initially, she had hoped he would approach her to apologize, but to her surprise, he completely ignored her. Wasn't it said that the milk tea shop was run by his aunt? Why was the employee addressing him as boss? No wonder Hao Ping Fan was so invested in the milk tea business. It all made sense now. It also explained why Wei Chuan and the others looked up to him so much, and why he appeared to be the most skilled at making milk tea on his first visit. This was indeed Hao Ping Fan's own enterprise. Tang Yi Wei, with a straw in her mouth, found herself momentarily paralyzed by regret. How could she have failed to appreciate such an outstanding boyfriend? No, wait. Zhao Lin seemed unaware that Hao Ping Fan was the owner. Could it be that he did not truly have feelings for Zhao Lin, but was merely using her to provoke me? Tang Yi Wei Bunda, growing increasingly convinced of her theory. She had always thought that Hao Ping Fan's affection had been unwavering, but perhaps he had been deeply affected by her mother's words, leading him to act impulsively. Yet in truth, she was the one he cared about the most. Unbeknownst to Hao Ping Fan, Tang Yue had already concocted an elaborate narrative in her mind. Seeing her lost in thought, he felt a sense of relief, as he did not want Zhao Lin to discover so quickly that he was the owner of the milk tea shop. Otherwise, their breakup would become far more complicated. After quietly instructing the staff, Hao Ping Fan had Zhang Dongdong prepare a cup of milk tea, choosing a table as far as possible from Tang Yue. Tang Yue pouted slightly, wishing to approach him, but feeling too shy to do so. Just as she hesitated, Zhao Lin walked in through the door. Today, Zhao Lin was dressed to impress, sporting a spotted tank top paired with snug jeans that accentuated her curves beautifully, complemented by her newly styled wavy hair. She appeared both youthful and alluring, captivating in every sense. Upon entering, Zhao Lin noticed the distance between Hao Ping Fan and Tang Yue and couldn't help but smile. Today, she had intentionally invited Tang Yue along. The thought of Tang Yue watching her and Hao Ping Fan grow closer made her want to burst into laughter. Chapter 48. My green tea bestie Fanga, why are you sitting so far away? Come join us. Zhao Lin swayed her hips as she approached Tang Yue, then waved affectionately at Hao Pingfan. Hao Pingfan felt an urge to scoff. Did Zhao Lin not realize why he maintained such a conspicuous distance from Tang Yue? Yet, he wore a smile on his face as he strode over to Zhao Lin, softly saying, Lin, you're here. What kind of milk tea would you like? I shall buy it for you. Zhao Lin pointed at the newly launched product in the milk tea shop, slightly tilting her head, her voice laced with a playful charm. All right, I will get it for you right away. Hao Pingfan affectionately pinched Zhao Lin's nose and turned towards the counter, addressing the recently arrived Chen Guirong. Aunt, I would like a cup of Tiantian macaron, please. Of course, Chen Guirong replied, furrowing her brow as she glanced between Hao Pingfan and the charming Zhao Lin, a wave of confusion washing over her. Wasn't Hao Pingfan supposed to be with Lin Yu? Why was he so intimate with another girl? Could it be that Hao Pingfan was playing both sides? Chen Guirong, disapproving of her beloved nephew straying down a dubious path, quietly inquired, Pingfan, what is your relationship with that girl? I just started dating her. Chen Guirong's frown deepened. And what about Lin Yu? What will happen to her? Hao Pingfan replied, Lin Yu and I have always been just good friends. Aunt, please don't overthink it. Chen Guirong was perplexed. It seemed that Hao Pingfan had never acknowledged any romantic involvement with Lin Yu. But can one truly share a bed with a friend of the opposite sex? Observing Hao Pingfan's unwavering confidence, Chen Guirong began to question if she was simply outdated, unable to keep pace with the evolving dynamics of relationships. Meanwhile, Tang Yue's mood soured considerably. Watching her former boyfriend now fawn over her best friend felt akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. Moreover, it was clear that Hao Pingfan had feelings for her, and she reciprocated. Why then must they inflict such torment upon each other? If only Hao Pingfan would bow his head and apologize, she would be more than willing to grant him another chance. Across the table, Zhao Lin stole a glance at Tang Yue's gloomy expression, her spirits lifting even further. Oh, Tang Yue, even if you're the campus belle, you have lost my boyfriend, and now must witness my display of affection. Nevertheless, he said little more and sat beside Zhao Lin. Lin, your milk tea. Thank you. Fanga. Zhao Lin's eyes squinted into crescent moons, her heart filled with joy. As expected, Hao Pingfan kept his word. Now that they were a couple, she no longer had to pay for her milk tea. Yue, Fanga, do you have time coming up? How about we travel together? After sipping their milk tea and engaging in light conversation, Zhao Lin's mind whirled with a new idea to flaunt her relationship. 3 people traveling together meant Hao Pingfan would be by her side, while Tang Yue would be left alone to persist. Just picturing that scenario was amusing. Hao Pingfan, aware of Zhao Lin's intentions, prepared to find an excuse to decline. He had not forgotten his original motive. He saw Zhao Lin as a girlfriend to avenge the grievances of the past, not to serve her like a submissive. The notion that Zhao Lin could command him was utterly preposterous. Before Hao Pingfan could voice his refusal, Tang Yue preempted him with an apologetic remark. Oh, I see. Zhao Lin felt a twinge of disappointment and turned to Hao Pingfan. Although a trip would lack excitement without Tang Yue, traveling with her boyfriend still held its allure. Hao Pingfan feigned reluctance. My aunt is opening a new store soon, and I need to help oversee it and train staff, so I probably won't have the time. Are you so busy that you can't spare a day for me? Zhao Lin's irritation flared, her straw poking the bottom of her cup with vigor. Hao Pingfan gently reassured her. But you said so yourself. You cannot deceive me. Zhao Lin's pout softened, though her expression remained somewhat displeased. Across the table, Tang Yue was taken aback to hear that Hao Pingfan was opening a new store. It had only been a little over a month since the opening of Cha Yin Yusei, and now he was expanding? How much money must he be earning? Hao Pingfan was once again reshaping her perceptions. Yet, it pained her to see such an exceptional young man humbling himself to appease Zhao Lin, prompting her to consider confronting Zhao Lin and asking her to refrain from retaliating on her behalf. However, a moment later, Tang Yue's desire to confront vanished without a trace. Zhao Lin unexpectedly offered her half-finished milk tea to Hao Pingfan. They were now sharing the same cup. Was Zhao Lin really seeking to avenge her? Yue, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Lin, reveling in her affection, feigned concern. Tang Yue clenched her fists, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Hao Pingfan couldn't help but feel sympathy for Tang Yue. Having such a manipulative friend was truly unfortunate. After spending half an hour, they finally finished their milk tea and prepared to enroll at the driving school. Exiting the milk tea shop, the sun outside was rather intense. Zhao Lin retrieved a small umbrella she had prepared in advance and handed it to Hao Pingfan. Understanding her unspoken intent, he accepted the umbrella, holding it above their heads as Zhao Lin affectionately linked her arm with his. Upon arriving at the driving school, they successfully registered, and the instructor led the trio to the practice area for a brief introduction to the vehicles. As an experienced driver, Hao Pingfan executed a series of impressive drifts, leaving both the two ladies and the instructor astounded. "Wow, kid, your skills are remarkable. You won't need to attend training. I'll simply notify you for the exam," the instructor declared, impressed by Hao Pingfan's prowess. Zhao Lin, overwhelmed with excitement, wrapped her arms around Hao Pingfan's waist, exclaiming, "Fanga, you're amazing. You must teach me." "Absolutely. I promise to guide you every step of the way." Hao Pingfan smiled. Even without Zhao Lin's request, he would impart many driving techniques. Zhao Lin's joy intensified as she cast a glance at Tang Yue, whose expression had turned awkward once more. "What about Yue? Will you teach her too?" "Of course. I will teach her all she needs to know." Hao Pingfan chuckled, causing Zhao Lin to frown. Hadn't she just reminded him to uphold his integrity as a gentleman? Yet, before Zhao Lin could express her discontent, Hao Pingfan added, "However, this is only when Tang Yue joins you. I am quite busy lately and cannot dedicate time solely to assist her with driving." "How do I know whether you're genuinely busy or just making excuses?" Zhao Lin retorted, her mood brightening as she proudly huffed. Tang Yue felt discontent brewing within her, especially as she noted Zhao Lin's fluctuating emotions. A realization dawned upon her. Zhao Lin accepting Hao Pingfan's affections was likely not merely for her sake, but rather to provoke her. The thought that her dear friend harbored such malicious intentions left Tang Yue momentarily speechless. She had considered revealing that Hao Pingfan was the owner of the milk tea shop, but that notion evaporated. For now, she would allow Zhao Lin a moment of triumph. Once Hao Pingfan's temper cooled, he would undoubtedly cast Zhao Lin aside and reconcile with her. At that point, she would relish watching Zhao Lin's pride wilt. Chapter 49. Why didn't you bring me along? After leaving the driving school, the trio initially planned to go shopping, but Tang Yue made an excuse to slip away, leaving Zhao Lin feeling quite disappointed. Consequently, it was left to Hao Pingfan to accompany Zhao Lin on her shopping excursion, despite Zhao Lin's various hints for Hao Pingfan to purchase her clothing and bags. He pretended not to understand and deflected her requests. Eventually, he could no longer maintain the pretense and began weaving grand tales, claiming that his aunt would reward him with a substantial sum once he graduated from university, at which point he would buy Zhao Lin whatever her heart desired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin's anger vanished instantly, and she began affectionately calling him good brother repeatedly. Naturally, Hao Pingfan did not refrain from treating Zhao Lin entirely. He unexpectedly spotted some stylish stockings in a store and promptly bought her several pairs in different colors. After their shopping spree, evening arrived, and everything unfolded seamlessly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The relationship between HOPNGFN and ZHOLN has rapidly intensified. 3 days later, after bidding farewell to the increasingly clingy ZHOLN at the bus station, HOPNGFN made his way to the milk tea shop. The previous day, his aunt had informed him of a seemingly suitable shop available for rent, urging him to visit in person to finalize the details. However, he had been preoccupied at that time and decided to postpone the visit until today. "Hello everyone, it's nice to see you all here," HOPNGFN greeted nonchalantly, his demeanor betraying none of the emotional turmoil of a man who had spent 3 days with his girlfriend. NYU, fully aware of what HOPNGFN had been up to, huffed in annoyance and turned away. Chinguar Ing and HWNS Ing, upon learning of HOPNGFN's new relationship, had speculated about the situation, with HWNS Ing offering a knowing look that only a man could understand. Only Chu N remained oblivious, curiously asking, "F and G, I heard you've been in the county these past few days, but I haven't seen you at the milk tea shop or the internet CAF. Hee. I've been out exploring with my girlfriend," HOPNGFN responded. "You didn't take me along for the fun, F and G. How could you prioritize romance over friendship?" Chu N and the others found nothing amiss, but LNYU, who had spent the most time with HOPNGFN, shot him a skeptical glance. HOPNGF responded to their banter with a smile and provided Xu in with the location before addressing HWNS Andy, let us go check out the shop now. Sure. HWNS removed his uniform and drove them to the commercial street. After inspecting the shop's location, HOPNGF expressed his satisfaction. Although the space was modest at around 15 square meters, it was situated at the intersection of YZH and the commercial street, surrounded by several internet CAFs, ensuring a substantial foot traffic. Before long, the shop owner arrived, and while the asking price was higher than the one HOPNGF had previously rented by 500 yuan, after some negotiation, they managed to reduce it. However, the owner insisted on an upfront payment for a year's rent. After reviewing all the owner's credentials, HOPNGF ultimately agreed. The process went smoothly. They swiftly signed the contract, and the owner handed over the keys before departing with the payment. HOPNGF surveyed the compact shop and said to HWNS Annie, I'll leave the renovation and equipment procurement to you. Absolutely. HWNS assured him confidently. HOPNGF nodded and, after a moment's contemplation, added from now on, you 1T need to sell milk tea. Focus solely on procurement and logistics for the two shops. Got it. HWNS couldn't help but smile. Although he had earned over 7,000 yuan the previous month, more than double his former salary, he struggled with the customer service aspect, particularly given his intimidating appearance that could frighten children. HOPNGF's arrangement suited him perfectly. How has our lifelong brotherhood turned into such a lack of trust? HOPNGF sighed, expressing his disappointment. In the following days, HOPNGF found himself frequently rushing to the county. His tasks included monitoring the renovation progress of the new shop, teaching everyone how to make new milk tea flavors, and accompanying HOLN for driving practice. Among these responsibilities, helping HOLN with her driving proved to be the most exhausting. Her nervousness behind the wheel made it difficult to teach her, leading to considerable frustration. Additionally, after each practice session, HOPNGF had to study various topics with ZHOLN, causing him to lose weight gradually. During this time, an unexpected development occurred. I began to show an increasing fondness towards him, initiating conversations during driving practice and sharing her rural experiences upon returning home, with demeanor softening remarkably. HOPNGF suspected that I might genuinely have feelings for him, but instead of feeling flattered, he found himself rather troubled. He had no interest in the sticky attachment that I represented, and thus he revealed to HOLN that she had forbidden him from contacting other girls, which promptly restored his peace. Upon realizing HOPNGF's unwavering resolve, HOLN, elated, even softened her previously obstinate stance. Time swiftly passed to June 25th, the day the college entrance exam results were released. Xu had prayed to their ancestors early in the morning, hoping for favorable outcomes for HOPNGF. That evening, LNYU no longer avoided HOPNGF as she usually did and, accompanied by Li F. arrived at his home around 7 o'clock. As everyone anxiously awaited, the clock struck 7, and HOPNGF wasted no time logging onto the results website, first entering LNYU's information. Chapter 50, You Did Great. My Love Chinese. 125, Mathematics. 133, English. 123, total. 655. After a few moments of anticipation, LNYU scores were finally revealed. Li Ep Neve, after verifying the identity information and results, couldn't help but embrace LNYU, bursting into tears of joy. The high score her daughter achieved made all her years of hard work feel worthwhile. Congratulations, YU. You are so exceptional. You will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Chen expressed her delight. HOFNGP gazed at the results with astonishment and envy. When she was in middle school, her scores never exceeded 200. LNYU's were more than triple that, which was truly impressive. Once LNYU scores were reviewed, it was time for HOPNGF to check his results. Chen QN and HOFNGP grew increasingly anxious, muttering under their breaths. HOPNGF skillfully entered his exam number, and the results appeared swiftly. Total score, 540. HOPNGFN, how's that score? Can you get into the first-tier university? Xu Qian's heart initially relaxed as she saw the total score, but then she quickly asked, having checked the previous year's admission scores. She knew that her son would likely have no trouble entering a second-tier university. Yet, as is human nature, she couldn't help but hope for him to qualify for a first-tier university. Of course, HOPNGFN confirmed, recalling that the cutoff for first-tier universities this year was only around 500 points, so he had exceeded the minimum requirement significantly. However, gazing at the score on the screen, HOPNGFN couldn't help but reflect. He had not anticipated that his efforts over the past few months since his rebirth would yield such remarkable results. Truly, the saying holds, sometimes, if you don't push yourself, you remain unaware of your own potential. Wonderful. My son is finally making progress. Xu Xiangnuan exclaimed joyfully, dancing around like a child. HOPNGFN expressed her excitement, declaring that she would treat HOPNGFN to an array of delicious foods as a reward. After a considerable time of celebration, the atmosphere in the room eventually calmed. Xu Xiangnuan, still uneasy, cautioned, 3. Make sure to choose your school wisely and take your time. Last year, a child from a neighboring village scored above the second-tier line, but chose the wrong school and ended up in a vocational college. I also heard that the best university major now is civil engineering. What do you think? As a reborn young man with great aspirations, HOPNGFN had no interest in such a field and promptly replied, Mom, you needn't worry about me. I've already decided to apply to MD University of Technology, majoring in computer science. Is MD University of Technology a first-tier university? Yes. Then that's fine. Xu Qiannuan had initially intended to offer further advice to HOPNGFN, but before she could voice her thoughts, it dawned on her that he was no longer the naive child needing her care. He had become the pillar of the family. Thus, she refrained from making any more unsolicited suggestions regarding HOPNGFN's choice to study far away in MD. Xu Qiannuan had no intention of opposing him. A young man should aspire to broaden his horizons, and with HOPNGFN's exceptional capabilities, he certainly shouldn't remain confined to their small town. HOPNGFN, which school do you think LNY you should choose? Lu Fang could not help but interject. As a rural woman, she felt her knowledge was limited, and when it came to matters of such gravity, she instinctively sought the counsel of someone she deemed reliable. Hao Pingfan pondered briefly before offering his suggestion. I believe Shuangdan University would be a suitable choice. I recall Xiao Yuzi expressing a desire to study financial management, and their institution excels in that field. Moreover, Shuangdan University is conveniently close to Modi University of Technology, allowing me to care for Xiao Yuzi whenever needed. Who said you would take care of her? Besides, who will be looking after whom remains uncertain. Lin Yu pouted, responding with mild discontent, only to be silenced by Lu Fang's firm hand. I think Shuangdan University is quite good. Yuzi, why not choose this one? Lu Fang had heard of Shuangdan University, though she was unaware of its true prestige. Nevertheless, whenever someone was said to have been admitted to Shuangdan University, envious gazes would inevitably follow. Additionally, Lu Fang harbored concerns about Lin Yu venturing off to university alone. Having someone as mature and composed as Hao Pingfan nearby would certainly alleviate her worries. The only apprehension she might have was that Lin Yu could potentially become pregnant during her university years. Xun Guiqin joined in the persuasion, having already considered Lin Yu as her future daughter-in-law, naturally wishing for them to be closer together. Lin Yu's eyes revealed a flicker of interest, yet she maintained her stubbornness, stating, I will think about it. I was too preoccupied with checking the college entrance examination scores tonight. We haven't even had dinner yet. Xun Guiqin and Lu Fang brought out an array of sumptuous dishes they had prepared in advance, filling the table to the brim. Xun Guiqin even brought out a treasured bottle of Wulianya that she had kept for many years. May both children enjoy good health and academic success. May your lives be smooth and your wishes fulfilled. Xun Guiqin and Lu Fang raised their glasses, resembling elders bestowing blessings upon newlyweds, their faces radiating joy. Hao Pingfan was evidently swept up in the atmosphere, absent-mindedly chiming in, may the newlyweds grow old together and bear children soon. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Fang's smile faltered for a moment as she observed her daughter's bashful demeanor, evoking a sense of melancholy akin to that of a mother marrying off her daughter. Chen Guiqin, however, continued to smile, viewing it as an inevitable development. Hao Pingfan, unabashed, teased, "Eldest sister, are you contemplating marriage? Perhaps I should ask Yonggu to propose sooner." "I am not. I did not say anything of the sort." Hao Pingfan's face turned as red as a ripe fruit, her flustered expression eliciting laughter from those present. After dinner, Hao Pingfan moved a chair beside the potato to enjoy the cool evening air, retrieving his phone to find numerous messages. At that moment, Wei Chuan was active in their class group chat. "Fango, how did the college entrance examination go?" "Not too bad. Scored 540. "Wow, that's impressive. I only managed 400. Wei Chuan and several other classmates expressed their astonishment. It was noteworthy that just 2 months prior, Hao Pingfan had only scored around 420 or 430. A remarkable improvement of over 100 points in such a short time seemed almost surreal. Zhao Lin was evidently taken aback by Hao Pingfan's achievement, exclaiming in the chat, "Hubby, you are amazing." This remark only intensified the envy among their classmates. Not only had Hao Pingfan excelled academically, but he also had a beautiful girlfriend, truly a winner in life. "Hubby, you are incredible." "Linlin, don't you already know how great I am?" "I'm not sure." The two engaged in sweet banter for a while. Even the potato could not bear to listen any longer, barking a few times before sulking away. Meanwhile, as the two basked in their affection, Tang Yue observed the messages in the group chat, feeling her heart wrench in agony. "Hapter benkesdeshimt vienas deng ye regretsiuli." Is the Hao Pingfan who scored 540 in the group chat the same one who used to pursue you? In a room filled with youthful exuberance in Rinna County, Deng Jie and Tang Yue sat side by side before the computer, gazing at the screen displaying that familiar name and astonishing score. Deng Jie was filled with disbelief. She had previously investigated Hao Pingfan's academic performance, noting that he typically scored just above 400 and was on a downward trajectory. How could he possibly achieve such a high score in the college entrance examination? It is worth noting that her exceptionally talented daughter had only scored over 520. Yes, he is the very person you disdain the most. Tang Yue's gaze remained fixated on Zhao Lin's message, referring to him as hubby. Veins standing out on her hands as her eyes nearly bled with rage. If it weren't for that conniving Zhao Lin taking advantage of the situation, Hao Pingfan should rightfully be her husband. Deng Jie detected the resentment in Tang Yue's tone, but felt no guilt for her actions, responding with discontent. "Yue, I acknowledge that Hao Pingfan's progress is indeed remarkable, even exceeding my expectations. However, he is only capable of getting into a first-tier university at best. It is not that impressive. Moreover, given his family's impoverished circumstances, you are unlikely to go far together. My early intervention in your relationship is for your own good." "For my own good? You always presume to know what is best for me. Do you understand how exceptional Pingfan truly is? If it weren't for your actions hurting his pride, how could he possibly have broken up with me?" Zhao Lin would not have been able to seize the opportunity, and now I am left helplessly watching that wretched girl call him hubby. "It is all your fault, Deng Jie." Deng Jie's expression hardened, taken aback that her daughter would dare to argue with her over a mere boy. He is just a slightly better performing poor student. How exceptional can he really be? "Yue, you are still young." But before Deng Jie could finish her sentence, Tang Yue abruptly interrupted. "Mom, do you not realize that Hao Pingfan is the owner of Kaiyan Yuesheng? He is only 18, yet he is swiftly improving his academic performance while successfully managing a business. Can you find anyone more exceptional than Hao Pingfan in the county?" "What? No way." Deng Jie gaped in disbelief. Her first reaction was skepticism. Kaiyan Yuesheng is currently the most popular and renowned milk tea shop in the county. How could it possibly be founded by a high school student? And that high school student is none other than the Hao Pingfan she looked down upon. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Regrettably, the person she longed for had not continued to engage in the conversation. Could it be that he was privately messaging Zhao Lin? Noticing Zhao Lin's sudden silence in the group, Tang Yue felt an ominous premonition rising within her, and her heart began to ache anew. Deng Jie, sensing her daughter's despondent demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and ceased to question the truth of Tang Yue's words, quickly offering gentle comfort. "Yue, even if Hao Pingfan is indeed the owner of Kaiyan Yuesheng, it is not such a significant matter. Once you go to university outside, you will realize there are countless individuals more outstanding than him. Given your remarkable qualities, he truly does not deserve you. But I like how Ping Fan, woo-woo, Tang Yue finally succumbed to her emotions, sobbing uncontrollably at her desk, utterly heartbroken. Deng Jia, too, found tears streaming down her face, as regret began to seep into her heart for the first time. Had she known this would happen, she would never have so thoughtlessly intervened in their relationship. A few days later, in early July, the weather grew increasingly hot. Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu boarded a bus once again to the county, preparing to fill out their college applications. In truth, Hao Pingfan had a computer at home and could complete this task without making a special trip. However, his longing for Zhao Lin was overwhelming, and he desperately needed her to alleviate his feelings of yearning, thus necessitating this journey. Lin Yu, wishing to reunite with her friends, accompanied him on this trip. Upon disembarking from the bus, Hao Pingfan reminded Lin Yu, "Xiao Yuzi, keep your distance from me today, otherwise, Zhao Lin will become jealous." Lin Yu's expression momentarily paled, and she walked ahead in silence. Hao Pingfan, sensing her anger, quickly grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Just this once. I promise not to prioritize romance over friendship again. Who cares? Do not let go of me, or else your girlfriend will get upset." Lin Yu pouted, her tone laced with resentment. To Hao Pingfan, this only brought him a sense of relief, prompting him to chuckle as he released her hand and strode ahead. Soon, they arrived at the school gate, where they encountered Tang Yue and Zhao Lin along with a group of classmates. Zhao Lin donned a short skirt reminiscent of their first encounter, her exposed legs adorned with knee-high white stockings, adding a touch of allure mixed with cuteness. "Darling." Zhao Lin's eyes sparkled upon spotting Hao Pingfan, and disregarding the gazes of others, she rushed into his embrace. Hao Pingfan was enveloped by the fragrance and softness of the girl, instinctively wrapping his arms around Zhao Lin's enticing figure as he softly murmured, Lin, I missed you so much. You've become even more beautiful in just a few days." "Fangu, I miss you too." Zhao Lin nuzzled against him like a gentle cat. Nearby, Su Kun, Wei Chuan, Yang Wei, and other classmates observed the scene, their expressions collectively tinged with envy. It was perplexing how the gap between them, all fresh high school graduates, had widened so dramatically. Tang Yue and Lin Yu, who had been trailing behind, momentarily froze in their expressions before forcing themselves to appear indifferent. After all, they were at the school gate. Hao Pingfan and Zhao Lin shared a tender moment before parting ways to enter the school. Upon reaching the classroom, students clustered together, no longer adhering to their previous seating arrangements. Hao Pingfan and his friends casually occupied an empty spot. As the school bell, Tang Yue attracted immediate attention upon entering the classroom, prompting inquiries about her future plans. "Tang Yue, which school do you intend to apply to?" "Modi University of Technology," she replied, having previously expressed her aspiration to study in Modu. If Hao Pingfan truly harbored feelings for her, he would likely choose to attend Modu as well. Zhao Lin, unaware of Hao Pingfan's intentions, inquired curiously, "Fangu, have you made a decision about which school to attend?" "Also Modi University of Technology." It became evident that Hao Pingfan still had her in his heart. Instantly, Zhao Lin's expression darkened, and suppressing her anger, she whispered, "Fangu, why did you choose this school? Is it because of Yue?" Lin, do you not comprehend my feelings? My heart belongs solely to you." Hao Pingfan embraced the upset Zhao Lin tightly, allowing her to feel the strength of his heartbeat. While a strong heartbeat might not prove much, it was clear that Zhao Lin was swayed by this gesture, her anger dissipating as she playfully circled around him, asking, "Then why are you attending the same university as Yue?" "Because Modi University of Technology is closest to the Guanghua Academy you plan to attend." Hao Pingfan offered an indisputable reason. In his previous life, both he and Zhao Lin had only managed to enroll in a third-tier university, choosing Guanghua Academy to remain near Tang Yue. He would often take the bus to Modi University to be readily available for her summons. Reflecting on his past actions now made him feel foolish. His reason for choosing Modi University this time was simple. He was more familiar with its environment than with Guanghua University. As for the possibility of encountering Tang Yue's entanglements at the same university, he felt no concern. If she dared to provoke him again, he would not hesitate to confront her. Such a woman was not worth his trouble. At worst, he could find a new girlfriend once in university, or use Xiao Yu as a shield if necessary. Zhao Lin, enchanted by Hao Pingfan's words, was overwhelmed with emotion. "Fangu, You are truly wonderful. But I only wish to be good to you. I have no interest in anyone else. Hee Fangge, you are so cheesy. Hearing the teasing laughter from behind, Tang Yue felt a surge of frustration. However, having endured constant provocations from Zhao Lin, she had developed a greater capacity for patience and would not allow herself to be easily riled as before. Once they reached university, she and Hao Pingfan would be classmates, while Zhao Lin would be in a long-distance relationship. Moreover, she and Hao Pingfan shared a profound emotional foundation. The future advantage was undoubtedly hers. After a while, all the students had gathered, and the homeroom teacher, Liao Keifu, strode in with a teacup in hand. Skipping the usual small talk, he immediately stated, "I trust you all have a general idea of the schools you wish to apply to. I want to dwell on this matter. If anyone remains uncertain, feel free to approach me later. Today, I primarily want to discuss which majors may suit you best. First, let's talk about suitable majors for boys: civil engineering, mechanical manufacturing, computer science." Liao Keifu elaborated on various fields, prompting nods of agreement from the students. Hao Pingfan had no desire to interrupt. While many online discussions labeled these majors as pits, it could not be denied that the demand for these fields was substantial, ensuring job prospects. Furthermore, the academic performance of most students in the class left little room for choice. After outlining some professional prospects, Liao Keifu led them to the computer lab to guide them on filling out their applications. Fangge, should I choose electrical automation or computer science? Wei Chuan approached, looking conflicted. After learning that Hao Pingfan intended to attend Modu University, he had set his sights on the nearest vocational school. Now, he was torn between the two appealing majors. Opt for computer science, Hao Pingfan suggested without hesitation. The next few years will belong to the internet. Many students from training programs can easily earn over $10,000 a month after just a few months of study. Choosing this major will ensure you can comfortably provide for yourself in the future. All right, I'll apply for computer science. Wei Chuan, filled with confidence in Hao Pingfan's advice, eagerly went to fill out his application. Just then, Su Kuan approached discreetly, whispering, "Fangge, do you know which school Shinshimo applied to?" "No, Gun Ge. You can still be holding on to that," Hao Pingfan replied, not having contacted Shinshimo recently. However, with memories from his past life, he was aware she had enrolled in Shuangdan University. Yet, he could not share this with Su Kuan. Su Kuan managed a faint smile and sat beside Hao Pingfan, sighing. What is love that it compels one to risk life and death? I never understood why Yang Wei persistently pursued Tang Yue, despite her rejections. Now I realize that true love knows no bounds. Even if rejected, merely seeing her, even for a moment, brings satisfaction. Fangge, we are kindred spirits. I believe you can understand me. I do not, Hao Pingfan replied, shifting his chair slightly away. He had no desire to be a love-struck fool any longer. Su Kuan said nothing more, walking away with an inexplicable air of melancholy. After finishing their applications and exiting the computer lab, Wei Chuan looked at Hao Pingfan with eager anticipation. Fangge, it's still early. Why don't we go to an internet CAF? It's been ages since we played games together. That won't do. Wei Chuan instinctively recoiled, casting Hao Pingfan a sympathetic glance. Who claimed that having a girlfriend guaranteed happiness? Hao Pingfan now lacked even the freedom to go online. It was truly pitiable. After sending Wei Chuan away, Zhao Lin intimately linked her arm with Hao Pingfan's and, casting a reluctant glance at Tang Yue, extended an invitation. Yue, I will be visiting my cousin in Modu in a few days. How about we go shopping together today? Tang Yue's heart fluttered, with Zhao Lin gone. Her opportunity had arrived. Yet, she was determined not to give Zhao Lin another chance to humiliate her and hastily concocted an excuse to slip away. Zhao Lin's plans had not come to fruition, and she couldn't help but stomp her foot in dissatisfaction. Without her best friend by her side as a backdrop, she felt as though something essential was missing. Hao Pingfan had long been aware of Zhao Lin's intention to travel to Modu, yet his face still instantly betrayed a look of surprise and reluctance. Lin, you're going to Modu? Yes. My cousin has asked me to help at her makeup shop. She promised me a salary of 4,000 for a month, Zhao Lin replied, lifting her chin with pride. Hao Pingfan eagerly inquired, what about your driving test? Can't you wait for the notification to arrive before going? They're in urgent need of help at my cousin's place. I must go quickly. But what about me? Hao Pingfan's performance, layered with emotion, culminated in a single statement that pierced Zhao Lin's heart. Unable to contain herself, Zhao Lin embraced Hao Pingfan tightly, hesitating for a moment before saying, Fangu, I'm sorry. I promise to call you often. No, we must go to a hotel now. Huh? Zhao Lin was bewildered, unsure how the conversation had veered towards such a topic. Hao Pingfan spoke earnestly. I want to leave a deep mark on you, to ensure you do not forget me. Hee, Fangu, what nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly forget you? Zhao Lin felt a warmth in her heart at Hao Pingfan's concern and readily agreed to the hotel suggestion. Hao Pingfan embraced Zhao Lin's soft, warm body, a smile playing on his lips. After all, shopping paled in comparison to this experience. Furthermore, this was likely their last opportunity together, so it was imperative to cherish it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sun streamed through the thick curtains, illuminating the disheveled room. At 9 in the morning, Zhao Lin finally stirred awake, inadvertently waking the somewhat weary Hao Pingfan. Gazing at Hao Pingfan's handsome visage, Zhao Lin felt a pang of reluctance alongside a profound sense of crisis. Unable to resist, she pinched Hao Pingfan's soft flesh and warned, I assure you, I won't. Hao Pingfan readily agreed, having no interest in Tang Yue, and thus had no intention of pursuing her. As for Lin Yu, Zhao Lin would remain oblivious in Mo Du. As long as they weren't discovered, there was no interaction to speak of. To prevent Zhao Lin from continuing her nonsensical ramblings, Hao Pingfan shifted the subject. Lin, after I have kept this empty room for you for 2 months, don't you think I deserve a reward? What reward? Forget it, I don't need one. After spending some time conversing with Zhao Lin, the two exited the hotel. As they stepped into the blinding light outside, Hao Pingfan felt a surreal sense of disconnection. They made their way to the bus station, where Zhao Lin once again embraced Hao Pingfan, saying, Fangu, you must remember to think of me every day and maintain your distance from other girls. You still don't trust me? You occupy my every thought. How could I possibly entertain anyone else? This girl, who seeks no material gain and only enjoys simple pleasures, deserve a little patience, don't you think? I trust you, Fangu. I must take my leave now. I will call you when I arrive in Mo Du safe travels. Hao Pingfan waved goodbye, watching as Zhao Lin limped on a bus, the smile on his face fading away. When they next met, Zhao Lin would likely have a new boyfriend. He wondered if she would regret her past choices upon discovering his wealth. The opening of the new shop went exceedingly well, garnering an overwhelming reception from customers. Moreover, with the scorching summer heat coinciding with the school holidays, few could resist a refreshing cup of delicious milk tea, leading to long queues at both milk tea shops daily. Fortunately, Hao Pingfan had trained a group of staff in advance, or he would have truly struggled to keep up. The process of obtaining his driving license was equally smooth. After a few attempts, he easily secured it. During this period, he encountered Tang Yue several times in the county town. Her behavior grew bolder with each encounter, evolving from merely visiting the milk tea shop to engage him in conversation to actively inviting him out for shopping and movies. Even a fool could recognize Tang Yue's genuine affection for him. However, Hao Pingfan had no interest in her whatsoever and once again used Zhao Lin as an excuse to firmly decline her advances. The excuse was old but effective, and thereafter, Tang Yue ceased to appear before him. Zhao Lin, now in Mo Du, had predictably been in contact with Hao Pingfan less and less. Initially, they spoke daily, which gradually dwindled to every other day, then every 3 days, and recently she had not reached out for 5 days. It was evident that Zhao Lin had likely found a new love and would soon be breaking up with him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin found herself in a state of inner turmoil. In a high-end apartment complex, she sat across from her cousin Zhang Yu, both clad in thin camisoles that left their fair skin exposed to the air, yet no one was there to appreciate it. Zhao Lin unconsciously stroked her smooth thigh, her expression shifting repeatedly as she struggled to make a decision, eventually seeking guidance from her cousin. Sister, How Long confessed to me today. Should I accept him? How Long, whose full name was Zhou Haolong, was also a resident of the complex and somewhat handsome. Coincidentally, he was a student at Guanghua Academy, currently in his 2nd year, which made him Zhao Lin Sr. Just days after her arrival in Mo Du, she found herself relentlessly pursued by Zhou Haolong, who showered her with gifts and affection. A stark contrast to Hao Pingfan, who merely painted grand dreams. Under the onslaught of gifts, Zhao Lin quickly found herself wavering. But she still clung to the memories of Hao Pingfan, unable to summon the resolve to break up with him. Zhang Yu reclined on the soft sofa, her legs crossed, and after taking a leisurely drag from her cigarette, she replied, Lin, I advised you before to end things with your impoverished boyfriend. Our youth is limited. We cannot waste it on those who cannot provide. But I like Fango. Being with him, though lacking in money, brings me joy, Zhao Lin protested. Still the naive young girl. Zhang Yu scoffed lightly, elegantly flicking the ash from her cigarette. What use is love if he cannot buy you beautiful clothes? Can he provide you with luxurious cosmetics? Can he take you out for lobster and seafood? Zhao Lin clenched her fists, her retorts failing her. Hao Pingfan had never given her significant gifts. The most he had done was treat her to a few cups of milk tea and buy her some stockings, which he had subsequently torn apart. Lin, I am your cousin. How could I harm you? Look at me. I once married a much older man against my family's wishes. But now, that old man has passed away, and his house, car, and business all belong to me, enabling a swift leap in social class. Isn't that far better than worrying about daily necessities with a poor man? Of course, you need not follow my example and seek an elderly man on the brink of death. But you shouldn't settle for a rural lad whose family is barely making ends meet. Although Zhou Haolong's family is not excessively wealthy, their assets exceed 10 million, and he is generous. What are you waiting for? However, do not rush to give yourself away. Men value a woman's first time highly. You are beautiful and have a good figure. You may encounter men better than Zhou Haolong in the future. She had once graduated from university filled with dreams, hoping to build a life in Mo-do with her boyfriend, but without money. How could they find happiness? No matter how deep the feelings, they would not withstand the trials of life. Eventually, she came to terms with this and moved on to a happier existence. For this dear cousin, Zhang Yu did not want her to traverse the same winding path. Zhao Lin instinctively nodded, yet upon hearing Zhang Yu's final admonition, a flicker of guilt stirred within her. She had long ceased to experience any firsts. However, having heard that vigorous exercise might rupture that delicate membrane, she considered that perhaps she could concoct an excuse involving cycling to evade scrutiny. Have you come to your senses? No longer intent on clinging to your destitute boyfriend? Observing Zhao Lin's increasingly relaxed demeanor, Zhang Yu lit another cigarette and teased her. Zhao Lin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her gaze. Beyond mere spiritual and physical satisfaction, she harbored substantial desires for a material life. Particularly after arriving in Mo-do and witnessing the world, she could scarcely bear the thought of returning to her previous adieu existence. Hao Pingfan could not provide her with what she craved. Even love could not justify remaining together. Zhao Lin felt no remorse towards Hao Pingfan, as he had indulged in her company without expense for over half a month. Indeed, it was he who had profited. Yet, before severing ties with Hao Pingfan, there was one task she needed to accomplish: informing her dear friend Tang Yue. Without hesitation, Zhao Lin promptly retrieved her phone and sent a message to Tang Yue. Yue, I am preparing to break up with Hao Pingfan. In Renhe County, Tang Yue sat vacantly before the television when her phone suddenly chimed. Upon discovering it was a message from her loathsome friend, she had initially intended to ignore it, but upon reading its contents, she immediately sat upright. Over the past month, she had set aside her former pride and had actively sought goodwill with Hao Pingfan, only to find him indifferent, even deflecting her advances with Zhao Lin's words. In that moment, Tang Yue had wanted to exclaim, Hao Pingfan, are you Zhao Lin's dog? Having been a pampered princess throughout her life, she had never before faced such repeated rejections. She had resolutely decided to cut Hao Pingfan from her life entirely, vowing never to engage with him again. After all, no one is indispensable. If Hao Pingfan could be so heartless, she would no longer grant him any opportunities. Even if he were to regret his actions and plead for her forgiveness, it would be futile. Little did she know, as she endeavored to fortify her heart, Zhao Lin had come to snatch away her resolve. Unable to contain her impulse, Tang Yue swiftly typed a response. Why? I initially accepted Hao Pingfan's confession primarily to support you, but now that I am in Mo-do, I find it impossible to manipulate him, so I no longer wish to continue. Yue, you wouldn't blame me for giving up halfway, would you? It isn't that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, Hao Pingfan has become exceedingly bothersome, bombarding me with calls throughout the day, which distracts me from my work. That wretched man is flaunting his affections, having encountered several disappointments. Tang Yue recognized that Zhao Lin's surface-level complaints were, in reality, a display of Hao Pingfan's infatuation with her, igniting a surge of anger within her. Just as Tang Yue was on the verge of unleashing her fury upon Zhao Lin, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. If Zhao Lin were to break up with Hao Pingfan, would that not present her with an opportunity? Though this might carry the taint of picking up discarded shoes. It would inadvertently fall into Zhao Lin's scheme. Yet, Zhao Lin was blissfully unaware that Hao Pingfan was an exceptional young man who owned 2 milk tea shops. When she eventually won him over, revealing his true identity, it would be uncertain who would emerge triumphant. The more she contemplated, the more excited she became, leading Tang Yue to join in ridiculing Hao Pingfan, solidifying Zhao Lin's resolve to part ways with him. How delightful it would be to watch the once exalted goddess settle for what remained of her efforts. The mere thought was exhilarating. Moreover, when Tang Yue eventually showcased her conquest of Hao Pingfan, she would have already found an even more outstanding boyfriend. The expression on Tang Yue's face at that moment would surely be nothing short of spectacular. Meanwhile, Hao Pingfan remained blissfully unaware of the impending breakup countdown, busily attending to customers alongside Lin Yu. The acceptance letters had been issued by the end of July, prompting Lu Feng and Chen Guiqin to jointly organize a graduation feast. This led to the occasion resembling a wedding celebration more than a simple graduation event, as the faces of the visiting relatives, classmates, and even teachers bore ambiguous smiles. After completing the rounds of toasts, Hao Pingfan made his way to the staff area of his milk tea shop. As he settled down, he caught sight of Wei Chuan winking at him. "Congratulations on your marriage, Fan Ge. What do we celebrate the wedding night?" "Get lost. Lin Yu and I share a purely platonic relationship. If you keep spreading rumors, I will sue you for defamation." Hao Pingfan's words instantly lifted the mood at the table, though his status as the boss kept laughter restrained. After clinking glasses with everyone, Hao Pingfan shifted to serious matters. "I plan to head to Mo in a few days to scout for a store. Is there anyone among you who wishes to develop there?" Hao Pingfan looked at the remaining individuals aside from Wei Chuan and Zhang Dongdong. Both Wei Chuan and Zhang Dongdong were set to attend school in Mo, and since they attended the same institution as Hao Pingfan, there was no need for further inquiry. However, he still needed a few trustworthy full-time employees. Chun-Li was the first to raise her hand. "I want to go." "All right, you're in." Hao Pingfan nodded in satisfaction. Chun-Li had been one of his most reliable team members, possessing both character and capability. Hao Erbao timidly raised his hand next. "Fan Ge, can I go too?" "Of course." The others contemplated for a moment, but ultimately declined for various reasons. Respecting their decisions, Hao Pingfan raised a glass to toast everyone. Although today was merely a small choice, the trajectory of their futures might very well shift from this moment onward. It is hard to determine who is right or wrong. One can only say that in this life, what matters is that everyone finds happiness. Chapter 55. Happy breakup, Fan Ge. May I accompany you to Mo this time? Wei Chuan, recalling his status as a company veteran, eagerly signaled his desire to follow his leader's footsteps before Hao Pingfan could depart. Hao Pingfan waved his hand. "I will be going with Lin Yu this time. It will be a bit inconvenient for you to join." "I understand." Wei Chuan's enthusiasm dimmed, feeling quite aggrieved. Ever since Hao Pingfan began dating, he sensed a growing distance between them, and now it seemed he was being brushed aside with excuses. Surely, if he went along, he could share a room with Hao Pingfan as well. Why was it inconvenient? Did Hao Pingfan plan to share a room with Lin Yu? Hao Pingfan, noticing Wei Chuan's disappointment, patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Do you realize that time is of the essence for you? I won't be opening just one store in Mo. It won't be long before a branch opens near your school. As a senior member of the company, if you can't grasp the operational procedures, production methods, and sales management of the milk tea shop, how can I trust you to oversee it? Fan Ge, I will work hard to learn and won't let you down." Wei Chuan immediately straightened up, puffing out his chest with renewed vigor, shedding any remnants of his earlier dejection. The others did not find his enthusiasm embarrassing. Rather, they looked on with envy. It was evident that Hao Pingfan placed great importance on Wei Chuan, and it was only a matter of time before he rose to a leadership position. After more than half an hour, the graduation feast finally concluded. Hao Pingfan plopped down on the threshold, feeling more exhausted than after battling Zhao Lin for 3 days and nights. Chen Guiqin, Lu Feng, and Gao Fengping, who had been the busiest that night, did not appear fatigued. Their faces still radiated bright smiles. Once the women finished tidying up, they brought the leftover food to the table, commencing their dinner. During the meal, the women recounted the compliment from the guests regarding Lin Yu and Hao Pingfan, occasionally erupting into proud laughter. Hao Pingfan joined in their joyous laughter. In his past life, he had never brought such joy to his mother, but in this life, he finally accomplished it. Xiao Fanzi, what are you laughing at? Why is your laughter so lewd? Lin Yu, clad in a delicate yellow dress gifted by Hao Pingfan, which accentuated her alluring curves, disdainfully handed him an apple. Hao Pingfan took a hearty bite, savoring its sweetness. I was contemplating our imminent journey to Mo Du in a couple of days. When the time comes, you can shout to the heavens and the earth. But one matter. You better watch it. If you dare to act out, I will cut your hair and sell it as a donkey tail. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed deeper, and she brandished a pair of scissors at Hao Pingfan in a mock display of intimidation. Recognizing the potential for mischief, Hao Pingfan wisely refrained from further teasing, aware that a single misstep could cost him the happiness of countless women in the future. After finishing their apples, they joined Chen Guiqin, who had also concluded her meal, and all gathered in the courtyard to enjoy the evening breeze. Gazing at the myriad stars, feeling the refreshing wind, inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from Lin Yu, and listening to the cheerful banter, Hao Pingfan felt enveloped in tranquility and beauty. After indulging in a few more playful moments with the dog's head, he seized a lull in the conversation to address his mother. Mom, I will transfer you several thousand yuan tomorrow. In a few days, please find someone to renovate the house. The house is still livable. Why waste money? Chen Guiqin responded without a moment's thought. Hao Pingfan had just cleared their debts and was about to embark on a new venture in Mo Du. She could not afford to hinder him. He waved his hand dismissively. If we don't renovate the house, we can at least fix the flat. It won't cost more than 50 or 60,000, which won't significantly impact me. Besides, my sister and Yongge are likely to tie the knot by the end of the year. We can't have our home looking shabby when others come to propose. Hao Pingfan preferred to ensure his mother had a comfortable living environment over investing in the expansion of his new business. Although this decision may seem irrational, he was resolute in his choice. The reasoning behind only renovating the flat was straightforward. With only a few family members, a larger house would be unnecessary and would only create more cleaning to manage. Chen Guiqin hesitated. In rural culture, reputation held significant weight. If their home appeared dilapidated during a marriage proposal, it could easily lead to scorn. Furthermore, many were aware of Hao Pingfan's newfound wealth, and if he neglected to renovate, it might be misconstrued that her son was unfilial. At that moment, Lu Fang chimed in to persuade her. Guiqin, this is Pingfan's heartfelt intention. You should not refuse it. All right, then let us proceed with the renovations. Chen Guiqin finally made up her mind, resolving to withdraw from her savings to lessen the financial burden on Hao Pingfan. Pleased, Hao Pingfan turned to Lu Fang and suggested, Aunt Fang, why not renovate your house as well? Lin Yu is working with me now, so you need not worry about her tuition and living expenses. If you're short on funds, just let me know, and I can cover it for you. Lu Fang found herself at a crossroads. Despite Lin Yu earning a fair amount alongside Hao Pingfan, she still wished to save more for her daughter's future. Lin Yu was taken aback, not expecting Hao Pingfan to extend his generosity to her family, and a warm feeling surged within her. While Hao Pingfan may have been a notorious flirt, he had a genuinely warm side when it mattered most. Realizing that their home was indeed in dire need of repairs, Lin Yu joined the persuasion efforts. With her own daughter advocating, Lu Fang's resolve wavered further. Ultimately, the ever-competitive old friend, Chen Guiqin, understood Lu Fang's sentiments. Lu Fang, don't hesitate. If our two families renovate together, we might even secure a better price. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang made her decision with alacrity. With the decision made, the group enthusiastically discussed the construction of the new houses. After Hao Pingfan contributed some practical suggestions, he reclined back, petting the dog. At that moment, a message pinged in from Zhao Lin. Pingfan, let us break up. Why? There's no reason. I just suddenly don't love you anymore. All right, I respect your decision. I wish you happiness. Hao Pingfan typed his response without a flicker of emotion, saving the chat history just in case Zhao Lin might regret her choice and attempt to rekindle their relationship in the future. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin, in Moonlight, was taken aback by Hao Pingfan's nonchalant acceptance of their breakup. Given his previous obsession, she expected him to plead desperately for her to reconsider. What had caused this sudden change? 2 days later, after arranging everything at home, Hao Pingfan set off with Lin Yu. Their journey began with a bus ride to Rongcheng, followed by a flight to Mo Du, expected to take around 8 to 9 hours. While waiting in Rongcheng, Tang Yue suddenly messaged him. Pingfan, I have my graduation party tomorrow. Will you come? I'm sorry, I can't make it. Hao Pingfan was puzzled. After a period of silence, why was Tang Yue reaching out again? Pingfan, even though we VE parted ways, we're still classmates. You wouldn't want to miss a classmate-s graduation party, would you? Don't worry. My mother has changed her opinion of you, and no longer looks down on you. Whether your mother respects me or not has nothing to do with me. Besides, I truly have matters to attend to. Hao Pingfan was reluctant to engage in pointless banter with Tang Yue, so he sent a casual photo of the airport. You're at the airport. Are you planning to reconcile with Zhao Lin? Do you know that she has only been toying with you? Oh, I'm willing to be toyed with. Hao Pingfan realized that Tang Yue was already aware of his breakup with Zhao Lin. She must have learned this from Zhao Lin herself, likely with some ulterior motive in mind. However, none of this concerned Hao Pingfan anymore. He simply wished to quietly find his next girlfriend and once again relish the feeling of being toyed with. You! Tang Yue sent several exclamation marks, clearly indicating her emotional upheaval. Uninterested in her outburst, Hao Pingfan prepared to board the plane, tucking away his phone as he led the somewhat apprehensive Lin Yu, who was flying for the first time, to the boarding gate. 3 hours later, they arrived in Mo-Do and took a taxi to a hotel near Mo-Do University of Technology. It was now 9 in the evening, and both exhausted and famished from their day of travel. They grabbed a quick meal before heading to the hotel. The front desk was staffed by a young woman in her 20s, clad in a fitted business suit, though lacking the beauty and figure of Lin Yu. Hao Pingfan stated plainly, 1 big bedroom, 2 rooms. Lin Yu, caught off guard by Hao Pingfan's candidness in front of others, flushed and pinched his waist hard. Hao Pingfan winced, rubbing his side, and replied with mock displeasure, Miss, we also have standard rooms, and the price is quite similar to that of the big bedroom. The front desk attendant, sensing the tension, suggested an alternative, only to be met with an intense glare from Hao Pingfan. Just a big bedroom, that's settled. Noticing Lin Yu's intent to stir trouble, he simply covered her mouth, leaving her to emit muffled sounds of protest. All right, I will process that for you. The attendant recognized that Lin Yu seemed to lack strong resistance and sighed internally, feeling powerless. A girl as beautiful and well-proportioned as her was likely to face a rough night with a man beside her. Xiao Fanzi, don't forget you have a girlfriend. I don't want to be mistaken for a mistress. Once inside the room, Hao Pingfan finally released Lin Yu, who retaliated with playful punches and kicks. Lying on a soft big bed without a care for appearances, he comforted her. It's all right. I already broke up with Zhao Lin to sleep with you tonight. Really? Are you telling the truth? Lin Yu's movements came to a halt as she stared in bewilderment at Hao Pingfan. How could she be unaware that Hao Pingfan had broken up? Hao Pingfan directly handed the chat history to Lin Yu. Hey, Xiao Fanzi. You've been dumped by Zhao Lin. Huh? Lin Yu could not help but chuckle after reading it. The scoundrel Hao Pingfan had finally met his downfall. Hao Pingfan merely smiled indifferently. After all, he had experienced everything he was meant to, and a breakup was just a breakup. You are shameless. Lin Yu, a naive young woman, could not bear to hear such things and blushed fiercely before rushing into the bathroom to shower. Half an hour later, Lin Yu finished her shower, and Hao Pingfan quickly took one himself. Emerging from the bathroom, Lin Yu was already lying on the bed, her petite frame pressed against the edge, and a slight push would likely send her tumbling off the bed. Why are you sleeping so far away? Hao Pingfan dried his hair and quickly dove into the covers, instinctively wanting to embrace Lin Yu. However, his hand was swatted away before it could reach her. Don't touch me. Why can't I touch you? I don't have a girlfriend now. As Hao Pingfan spoke, his hand reached towards Lin Yu again, only to be rejected once more. Xiao Fanzi, I'm not your girlfriend. I hope you can respect me. Are you jealous? Hao Pingfan ceased his attempts, gazing at her alluring silhouette with a tone of certainty. I am not. I told you I don't like you. You are definitely jealous. I am not. Then why could we hug before but not now? You must be jealous. I haven't eaten. If you want a hug, I'll give you one right now. Lin Yu, fuming, turned around and leaped into Hao Pingfan's embrace. He felt as if he had been struck by a fluffy, fragrant marshmallow, longing to take a bite. Thus, Hao Pingfan acted swiftly, catching Lin Yu off guard. Yet, he soon halted, sensing something was amiss as he looked into Lin Yu's eyes. They were devoid of any emotion. Xiao Yuzi, what is wrong? Panic gripped Hao Pingfan as he quickly distanced himself. Lin Yu's expression remained blank as she asked, Why did you stop? Should I continue? Hao Pingfan tentatively inquired. Get lost. Lin Yu kicked him angrily, silently putting on her clothes, seemingly indifferent to Hao Pingfan's unwavering gaze. However, the blush on her cheeks and her slightly flustered movements betrayed her calm facade. 2 minutes later, Lin Yu finished dressing. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the hotel room was quiet, and the temperature felt slightly chilly. After a few minutes of hesitation, Hao Pingfan cautiously inched closer to Lin Yu and whispered, "Xiao Yuzi, do you really mind having a relationship with me?" "I do mind." "Why? How can you even ask why? Haven't you always said you only see me as a good brother? Do good brothers have relationships with each other?" "Ah, Xiao Yuzi, please don't misunderstand. I only want to deepen our brotherly bond through a more intimate approach." Hao Pingfan's greatest asset was his thick skin, and he subtly leaned in closer to Lin Yu. With her back turned to him, Lin Yu did not notice his movement, her tone dripping with disdain. "As expected of a shameless person, you can spout such nonsense. If you dare call me shameless, then I'll show you what shamelessness looks like." Hao Pingfan suddenly pulled Lin Yu into his arms, startling her into a scream. "Xiao Fanzi, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I will really get angry." "Don't worry, I won't make any sudden moves." Hao Pingfan's hands remained respectfully on Lin Yu's abdomen, keeping his promise. Lin Yu sighed in relief, intending to relax her tense body, only to suddenly sense something was off. "You just said you wouldn't make any sudden moves. This is something I can't control," Hao Pingfan replied with a wry smile. Yet he had no intention of letting Lin Yu go. With no way to counter his audacity, Lin Yu attempted to appeal to his emotions, saying, "Xiao Fanzi, please let me go. I really don't want our relationship to change accidentally. Right now, I can still watch you fool around with other women. But if we become intimate, my mindset will be completely different." "I see. Then I won't force you anymore." Hao Pingfan understood the reason and respected Lin Yu's choice. However, he worried that one day she might succumb to temptation herself. At that point, he could hardly be blamed. Yet Lin Yu, seeing that Hao Pingfan's words were appealing while his actions were far from it, retorted angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't force me? Why haven't you let go? We used to sleep like this. What's the problem? Before it was an accident, and now it's just an accidental embrace." Lin Yu surrendered, her tone softening. "Doesn't this make you uncomfortable? Even if it's uncomfortable, I still want to hold you." "Fine, then you can hold me. Let us see how long you can endure it." Lin Yu angrily closed her eyes, and soon enough, she actually curled up and fell asleep in Hao Pingfan's embrace. Initially, Hao Pingfan was filled with desire, feeling immensely uncomfortable, internally cursing himself for seeking trouble. Gradually, however, his desires faded, and he eventually succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Lin Yu slowly awakened from her dreams, enveloped once again by the familiar scent. First surprised, she then caught sight of the handsome face mere inches away, involuntarily breaking into a smile. Thus, even knowing their situation was inappropriate, she could not muster a strong resistance. Just then, Hao Pingfan suddenly opened his eyes, a teasing smile on his face. "Xiao Yuzi, are you so captivated by my looks this early in the morning? Narcissist." Lin Yu's face flushed as she kicked Hao Pingfan away, hurriedly getting out of bed to wash up. In August, the Magic City felt like a giant furnace, already sweltering in the morning. After breakfast, Hao Pingfan and Lin Yu braved the heat, inquiring around the vicinity of the Magic City University of Technology. With less than a month until school resumed, it was imperative to find a suitable storefront quickly. Hao Pingfan intended to rent a small shop of about 20 to 30 square meters. First, a milk tea shop did not require an extensive space. Second, the rental prices in a Magic City were exorbitantly high. A larger space was simply unaffordable. Although 2009 was a period of downturn in real estate, prices in the Magic City remained high, with better locations starting at 2000. Naturally, the prices for commercial properties were even more staggering, especially those near universities, which were in high demand, with many people bidding above market rates. From what Hao Pingfan gathered, even a modest 20 square meter shop would cost at least $8,000 a month, with a minimum deposit of 3 months' rent. This meant they would need to cough up $30,000 to $40,000 up front, not to mention the renovation and equipment purchases. Even Boss Hao, who owned 2 milk tea shops in the county, could only shed tears of poverty in the face of such high prices. Regrettably, after wandering under the scorching sun, they still found nothing. With no suitable locations near the University of Technology, Hao Pingfan had no choice but to set his sights on the vicinity of Shuangdan University. In Hao Pingfan's vision, the ideal milk tea shop would be in a location visible to either him or Lin Yu, if they could not find a suitable spot near both schools. Only then would they consider alternatives. At 3 in the afternoon, the temperature soared, causing the air to shimmer. Hao Pingfan initially wanted Lin Yu to rest in the hotel, but she adamantly refused. Reluctantly, he had to take her along to Shuangdan University. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street opposite Xu Xiangnuan, one is immediately met with a myriad of shops lined up in an orderly fashion, with a steady stream of people bustling about. Despite the sweltering heat and the fact that students have yet to return to school, the foot traffic here is a testament to the street's advantageous location. You don't mind the heat at all, Lin Yu remarked, playfully inching closer and lightly resting her hand on Hopngfn's arm. The two strolled along the street like a couple, encountering several rental advertisements along the way. However, after making a few calls, they found either that the properties had already been leased or that the asking prices exceeded Hopngfn's budget. At this point, he had resigned himself to seeking help from an agency the next day to expedite the process. Lost in thoughts of tomorrow's plans, Lin Yu suddenly grasped Hopngfn's arm, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Xiao FNZ. ISNT that your beautiful desk mate? Hopngfn followed Lin Yu's pointed finger and spotted SHNCHM engaged in a calm discussion with a middle-aged man inside a shop, the man occasionally stealing glances at her. In Chapter 58, Why Are You Rewarding Him? SHNCHM was dressed in a brown, lightweight jumpsuit reminiscent of work attire, which lent her an air of maturity and competence, contrasting her previous aloof elegance. A belt cinched at her waist accentuated her slender figure, and her unadorned, exquisite features made her irresistibly alluring to any man. Scoundrel. In the shop, while SHNCHM was conversing, she caught sight of a familiar figure outside, her icy demeanor momentarily giving way to surprise and delight. What scoundrel? Don't speak nonsense. Hopngfn and Lin Yu entered the shop, intending to greet her when they overheard SHNCHM's exclamation, instantly diminishing the joy of their reunion. Realizing her previous comment was somewhat inappropriate, especially with Lin Yu present, SHNCHM quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was just too happy to see you. It's fine. Hopngfn waved dismissively, casting a curious glance around the shop. What are you doing here? Renting a place. Oh, are you planning to start a business in college? Intrigued, Hopngfn recalled that SHNCHM had been studying management books, and it seemed she was ready to put her knowledge into practice. SHNCHM nodded. I plan to start a business. However, this shop was originally mine. I just don't need it at the moment, so I'm renting it out. Huh? Hopngfn's eyes sparkled. He had been struggling to find a suitable storefront, and it seemed this opportunity had just presented itself. The only complication was that the shop spanned 80 square meters, which he could not afford. The middle-aged man inquiring about the rental seemed to sense the tension and quickly interjected, Miss SHN, I agree to the 40,000 rent. Let us sign the contract now. Apologies, but I'm not looking to rent it out anymore. SHNCHM, understanding Hopngfn's intentions, firmly declined the man's offer. Despite his attempts to persuade her further, she remained resolute. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't he have haggled so foolishly. The middle-aged man left, his plans thwarted, leaving only Hopngfn, SHNCHM, and Lin Yu in the shop. Hopngfn suddenly donned a sycophantic smile, causing both Lin Yu and SHNCHM to shiver slightly. Old classmate, let me be frank. I want to rent the shop from you, but could you lower the price a bit? How much lower? SHNCHM stepped back slightly, her gaze cautious. How about half the price? Hopngfn shamelessly proposed. His boldness astounded her, making her realize why he, as a mere high school student, had been so successful in business. With such audacity, success was practically guaranteed. Recalling how Hopngfn had previously treated her with indifference, she now found amusement in his eagerness to please. I can agree, but you must promise me one condition. What condition? Hopngfn was surprised at how easily he had negotiated the price, internally marveling at her wealth, which allowed her to dismiss such sums so readily. I want you to massage my shoulders for a week. Such a delightful proposition. Hopngfn readily agreed, his enthusiasm palpable. SHNCHM was momentarily taken aback. This was not how she had envisioned the scenario. Hopngfn not only accepted the condition, but seemed excited about it. Lin Yu, unable to contain herself, covered her face and remarked, SHNCHM, he has just a big lecher. ISNT this rewarding him? Then let us cancel that condition, SHNCHM suggested. But HOPNGFN was not about to let this opportunity slip away. No way. A man of honor must keep his word. Let us begin now. You must be dreaming. SHNCHM rolled her eyes, causing HOPNGFN's heart to race inexplicably. The trio continued their conversation in the shop, during which SHNCHM revealed her entrepreneurial aspirations for a women's clothing store. She was not overly concerned with profits, but aimed to gather data and accumulate management experience to lay the groundwork for a future brand. To this end, she had purchased 2 shops on the pedestrian street, ultimately choosing the larger one across the street as her storefront. HOPNGFN could only marvel at how wealth afforded one such freedoms. SHNCHM was particularly intrigued by HOPNGFN's romantic life. She had learned from their class group that he had started dating HOLN. Yet here he was, spending time with Lin Yu. Could it be that he was playing both sides? When confronted with her subtle inquiries, HOPNGFN decided to be straightforward. Stop speculating. Lin Yu and I are just good friends, and I'm no longer with ZHOLN. It was ZHOLN who dumped Xiao F and Z. Lin Yu chimed in, having grown more comfortable with SHNCHM. H.O. scoundrel, you finally met your match? SHNCHM expressed no sympathy, relishing in his predicament. HOPNGFN was displeased. Why am I a scoundrel? I've only ever dated HOLN, and she was the one who ended it. SHNCHM merely scoffed. Returning her focus to Lin Yu, HOPNGFN shook his head in resignation. Indeed, prejudice was a formidable mountain, as no one believed his honesty. As the clock approached 5 o'clock, the sun began to descend, and the outside temperature slightly cooled. The 2 girls had spent nearly an hour chatting, growing increasingly familiar with one another, to the point where they had nearly forgotten HOPNGFN. Feeling bored, he pocketed his phone and glanced at the dimming sky, proposing, "Shall we take a stroll before dinner?" "Sure. I've been preoccupied with shop matters, and haven't explored this place much," SHNCHM replied, rising and stretching her stiff shoulders with a look of interest. Lin Yu readily agreed, nodding in affirmation. Upon exiting the shop, they did not immediately venture into the streets, but instead visited the shop across the way that was under renovation. This would be SHNCHM's future establishment. HOPNGFN estimated the area to be around 120 square meters, more than sufficient for her practice. "FNG, what are you doing here?" Just as they were about to leave, a voice of disbelief called out from behind them. Chapter 59. The Steel-Hearted Scoundrel in Truth. This was merely a figment of his imagination. He did not possess the genuine urge to rush forward and embrace Zhao Lin. Even upon witnessing Zhao Lin hand in hand with the young man beside her, his heart remained largely unperturbed. "Fango, it truly is you." Zhao Lin instinctively released the hand of her companion, revealing a fleeting expression of guilt. Having only just declared their breakup days prior, she now found herself in the awkward position of being seen with another man. "Zhao Lin, what a coincidence. Is this your boyfriend?" Hao Pingfan greeted them casually, as if encountering fellow classmates by chance. Relieved that Hao Pingfan did not pursue her further, Zhao Lin felt a wave of inexplicable anger rise within her. The ease with which he had agreed to their breakup had already unsettled her. Now, seeing him so calm while she was with another man only deepened her suspicions about whether he had ever truly loved her. This was especially true when she noticed Hao Pingfan in the company of Lin Yu, not to mention the presence of the enviably perfect Shin Shumo. Had he entirely disregarded her previous commands? Irritated, Zhao Lin's tone turned curt. "Yes, this is my new boyfriend, Zhou Haolong. And what is your relationship with these two?" "New boyfriend?" Hao Pingfan nearly laughed aloud. Did Zhao Lin not fear that Zhou Haolong would see through her facade? Noticing the change in Hao Pingfan's expression, Zhao Lin quickly stole a glance at Zhou Haolong. Thankfully, seemed lost in thought and oblivious to the exchange. Although Hao Pingfan had no intention of using the 2 girls as shields, he found the actions of Shen Chumo and Lin Yu disheartening. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin appeared quite pleased, realizing that Hao Pingfan was merely putting on an act in front of her. As she comprehended this, her smile widened, and the last remnants of guilt she felt towards Hao Pingfan swiftly vanished. She could hardly be blamed for moving on. If anything, it was Hao Pingfan's inadequacies that had failed to provide her the happiness she sought. Moreover, she believed he should be wishing her well. having found a better partner. Should he not feel joy for her? Hao Pingfan was perplexed by Zhao Lin's sudden, silly laughter and wished to disengage from the conversation. Just as he prepared to call Shen Shimo and Lin Yu to leave, Zhou Haolong, with his suave demeanor, spoke up. Are you all classmates of Linlin? What a coincidence. Why not join forces? Zhou Haolong directed his words to all three, but his gaze was fixed solely on Shen Shimo and Lin Yu, adorned with a self-satisfied smile. Shen Shimo lightly furrowed her brows and, returning to her usual aloof demeanor, replied coolly, No, thank you. We have other matters to attend to. What matters? Zhou Haolong seemed oblivious to her underlying meaning, his demeanor still remarkably enthusiastic. A hint of displeasure flickered in the eyes of Shen Shimo and Lin Yu. Had it been any other time, they would have long since exited the scene. Yet, this time, they deferred the decision to Hao Pingfan. Hao Pingfan smiled gently and congratulated Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, you have an excellent eye, finding such a handsome and helpful boyfriend. Your future must surely be filled with happiness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin's already darkened expression only deepened. She was no fool. She could easily perceive Zhou Haolong's intentions and gritted her teeth, saying, Long ago, didn't you say you would accompany me to buy a necklace later? Ah, yes, I almost forgot. My apologies, classmates. I may not be able to join you after all. Zhou Haolong finally recognized his eagerness had led him astray, wishing he could slap himself for his haste. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. The two girls before him were simply too stunning. As thoughts of gifts crossed her mind, Zhao Lin shot a disgruntled glance at Hao Pingfan. Look at Zhou Haolong, who had only just held her hand, yet had already spent thousands on her. And what had Hao Pingfan done? He had taken everything from her and offered nothing in return. She increasingly felt that breaking up with him was the wisest decision. Soon, Zhao Lin and Zhou Haolong walked away hand in hand, leaving only Hao Pingfan, Shen Shimo, and Lin Yu behind. Watching the couple's intimate figure gradually fade into the crowd, Shen Shimo and Lin Yu found themselves genuinely sympathizing with Hao Pingfan. Just after their breakup, his ex-girlfriend had already found a new partner, and it seemed she may have even cheated before their separation. Hao Pingfan was indeed unfortunate. Although Lin Yu had always heard him claim to be indifferent toward Zhao Lin, he had spent considerable time with her, making it impossible not to harbor some feelings. Moreover, witnessing his ex-girlfriend with another man was a bitter pill to swallow. Observing Hao Pingfan's seemingly calm facade, Lin Yu felt a pang of sympathy and softly reassured him, Xiao Fanzi, you need not be disheartened. You will surely find a better girlfriend in the future. Indeed, with your capabilities, it is Zhao Lin who will come to regret her choices, Shen Shimo added, her gaze filled with concern. Perplexed by their empathetic expressions, Hao Pingfan wondered what had led them to believe he was heartbroken. Nevertheless, since they had both offered their comfort, he merely complied by adopting a sorrowful demeanor and replied, I have long prepared for this day. There is no need for your concern. Relationships are a matter between two individuals. If she no longer loves me and wishes to leave, I shall not impede her. I will only wish her silently well, hoping she find a man who loves her even more than I did. The two girls exchanged glances, realizing they had underestimated Hao Pingfan's true nature as a scoundrel. He was, without a doubt, a steel-hearted rogue, devoid of any genuine emotion. Chapter 60. Did you not hear the sound of bathing? Tonight's dinner was chosen at a restaurant specializing in authentic local cuisine. The dishes ordered included braised pork, stir-fried shrimp, and sweet and sour ribs, all representative of the regional fare. To be honest, while the flavors of these dishes were quite delightful, Hao Pingfan personally found the sauces a tad too rich and somewhat overly sweet. In comparison, he preferred the Sichuan dishes prepared by Lin Yu. As night fell and the streets illuminated with vibrant lights, the lively atmosphere of the city seemed to embody the true essence of the metropolis. Captivated by the bustling charm of the city, the group was reluctant to part ways and continued to meander through the streets, soaking in the unique allure of the metropolis. Xiao Yuzi, Shen Shimo, would you like to try some candied hawthorn? Yes. No. Lin Yu and Shen Shimo provided contrasting responses. Hao Pingfan merely smiled and purchased 3 skewers, first handing one to Lin Yu and then forcefully placing the remaining skewer into the hands of the seemingly disinterested Shen Shimo. Pouting, Shen Shimo expressed her reluctance. Hao Pingfan, what are you doing? I'm already full and can't eat this. It's all right. I'll eat whatever you leave behind. You're so disgusting. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Shimo finally opened her mouth and took a bite, her expression softening with a hint of a smile. As they continued to eat and stroll, they purchased an array of snacks. Initially resistant to Hao Pingfan's insistence, Shen Shimo gradually accepted his offerings, her smile becoming increasingly evident. Hao Pingfan observed this transformation with great satisfaction. Indeed, the wisdom of rebirth novels had proven true. These little treats were the easiest way to win the heart of a young lady. However, this does not imply that HOPNGFN intends to pursue SHNCHM. He merely wishes to express his gratitude for the considerable reduction in his rent. Amidst the cheerful laughter, the clock struck 10 in the evening. The three had exerted themselves, their faces now bearing the marks of fatigue. It was getting late, and it seemed prudent to conclude their outing for the day. HOPNGFN turned to glance at SHNCHM, whose cheeks still bore a hint of rosy color. Upon hearing his words, the smile in SHNCHM's eyes faded significantly, and after checking the time, she softly replied, "All right. CHM, we shall take our leave now." LNYU said with a smile, waving at SHNCHM, just as she was about to depart with HOPNGFN. SHNCHM suddenly suggested, YU, why not come to my place to sleep tonight? No way. HOPNGFN thought of how he desired to continue holding LNYU, his large, soft pillow, and could not allow SHNCHM to take her away. LNYU, fully aware of HOPNGFN's intentions, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she pinched him sharply. SHNCHM cast an indignant look at HOPNGFN. How is it any of your business? HOPNGFN. He invited LNYU. Of course it is my concern. I brought LNYU out, and I must ensure her safety. My home is in the FNEWN community we just passed. A bodyguard lives next door, so you should feel reassured. SHNCHM presented her case logically, acknowledging HOPNGFN's worries to some extent. You and LNYU only just met today. Why are you so insistent on inviting her to your home? HOPNGFN found himself momentarily at a loss for words and decided to change the subject. LNYU shared in this curiosity. While she had conversed well with SHNCHM, their interaction had only spanned a few hours, predominantly revolving around HOPNGFN. Surely, their relationship had not yet reached the level of sharing a bed. My home feels rather lonely. I suddenly wish for someone to talk to, SHNCHM explained after a brief silence. Unfortunately for HOPNGFN, he was a man. Sensing SHNCHM's despondent mood, HOPNGFN jested. Surely you have more than one bedroom? Perhaps I could join as well. The more, the merrier. Regardless, LNYU would not be leaving alone with her, so she would either accompany them both or go home alone. LNYU pinched HOPNGFN again for his presumptuousness, but remained silent in opposition. In an unfamiliar city, on unfamiliar streets, she felt a lack of security and did not wish to stray too far from HOPNGFN. Even if he would tease her mercilessly that night, she still preferred to sleep beside him. Meanwhile, SHNCHM gazed at HOPNGFN with a conflicted expression. 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at a penthouse in FNEWN. SHNCHM opened the door and retrieved a pair of women's slippers for LNYU, while HOPNGFN slipped on a pair he had just purchased downstairs. The apartment is a bit small. I hope you don't mind, SHNCHM said as she led them into the living room, gesturing for them to make themselves comfortable. HOPNGFN, oblivious to the notion of courtesy, began to explore the room. As SHNCHM had mentioned, the apartment was indeed compact, a two-bedroom unit, perhaps around 90 square meters, much smaller than his countryside home with a yard. However, the value of this apartment exceeded that of his family's residence by nearly 100 times. This was even at a time when the housing market was at a low. In the future, prices could potentially soar several times over. HOPNGFN felt tears of envy welling up as he contemplated the fortune SHNCHM could amass simply by owning this apartment. The mere possession of such a dwelling could yield her millions, a life of ease indeed. With tears in his eyes, he surveyed the decor. While he could not identify the brands of the furniture and appliances, the craftsmanship and quality suggested they were quite valuable. What surprised HOPNGFN was that despite SHNCHM's cool and indifferent demeanor, The living room's decor leaned towards warm tones, with cute ornaments and cushions. It seemed this seemingly aloof goddess had a rather youthful heart. "I will take a shower first. Feel free to explore," SHNCHM said, sensing HOPNGFN's familiarity and deciding against further hospitality. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she took her change of clothes to the bathroom. "This apartment has excellent sound insulation," HOPNGFN remarked, noting the absence of water sounds from the bathroom. To LNYU, however, HOPNGFN's behavior seemed rather peculiar, and her gaze held a hint of disdain. "Xiao FNZ, you seem a bit disappointed," she teased. "Disappointed? What are you talking about?" HOPNGFN blinked in confusion, only to realize LNYU's expression and grow frustrated. "Xiao Y Uzi, you can't possibly think I want to hear SHNCHM showering, right? Am I that kind of person? Aren't you? You want to hear your good buddy shower too. Stop. I am who I am, all right?" HOPNGFN quickly pleaded for mercy, fearing LNYU might unleash more of her sharp-tongued remarks. Chapter 61. A Sleepless Night Alone at 11 o'clock. HOPNGFN slumped alone on the soft sofa, silently watching DGOTMN in the living room. Living with women had its advantages, but showering and using the restroom were rather inconvenient. SHNCHM had just finished her shower, and LNYU would likely take at least another half hour. This meant HOPNGFN would not be able to shower and sleep until after midnight. Fortunately, he no longer had a rush to catch a bus for work, so staying up a little later was of little consequence. "You still enjoy watching this?" SHNCHM emerged from her room, her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, clad in a white camisole nightdress that accentuated her delicate skin under the warm light. "Yes, for I believe in the light," he replied. "All right then," SHNCHM said, clearly not understanding, as she prepared a plate of fruit and settled onto the adjacent sofa. The two engaged in casual conversation while watching the animated show, the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. HOPNGFN suddenly noticed SHNCHM rubbing her shoulders again and inquired, "It seems your shoulders are bothering you. Would you like me to give you a massage? Can you really massage?" SHNCHM's skepticism was evident, suspecting that HOPNGFN might be trying to take advantage of her under the pretense of offering help. HOPNGFN felt his pride pricked and refused to give her the chance to decline. He promptly rose and moved behind her, confidently stating, "Just try it and see." "Very well, go ahead," SHNCHM reluctantly acquiesced, unable to find a reason to refuse. HOPNGFN beamed with confidence, gently placing his hands on SHNCHM's icy shoulders. She tensed and instinctively moved, contemplating giving up, when he encouraged, "Relax and don't be tense. You'll soon get used to it." To her surprise, it proved quite effective. Initially, SHNCHM felt awkward and wanted to escape, but after a short while, HOPNGFN's skilled hands alleviated much of her discomfort. By the end, she even found herself wishing he would give her massages every day. "See, I didn't deceive you, did I?" HOPNGFN said with a self-satisfied smile, although he had never formally learned massage techniques. His past experiences at massage parlors had imparted him with some knowledge. SHNCHM remained silent, her body gradually relaxing as she lowered her guard against HOPNGFN. After a few more minutes, as he finished with her shoulders, HOPNGFN suggested, "Shall I massage your head as well?" "All right," SHNCHM acquiesced, resting her head on the sofa in compliance. HOPNGFN, positioned above her, gained a more direct perspective of her figure and could not help but feel a surge of admiration. With her striking beauty, enviable physique, and graceful demeanor, it seemed SHNCHM was indeed favored by fortune. "What is it?" she asked, noticing his lingering gaze. Observed that had not taken any action for quite some time, and she inquired with a hint of confusion. "It's all right, I shall commence now." With that, gently closed her eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment, as she felt that indeed possessed remarkable skills. "All right, that will suffice." After a couple more minutes, since it was nearly enough, promptly sitting up and interrupting S incantation. "After a day of walking, your feet must be somewhat uncomfortable. Shall I give them a massage?" "No, it's unnecessary." Instinctively, concealed her feet, feeling both tempted and hesitant, ultimately declining the offer. "Please don't misunderstand. I genuinely wish to alleviate your fatigue. If you are unwilling, then so be it. After all, he merely intended to foster a closer relationship with, and his goal had largely been achieved. I'm done. It's your turn to wash. A few minutes later, emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair. Clad in unremarkable sleepwear, her exaggerated physique was fully concealed. Instinctively glanced at its feet. You pervert, what are you staring at? Astutely detected S gaze and cautiously hid behind. Couldn't he help but furrow her brow, questioning whether harbored peculiar inclinations. Haha, I shall take my leave to shower. You two continue your conversation. Never one to explain himself, chose to slip into the bathroom upon feeling the scrutinizing stares of both women. After turning on the shower and inhaling the lingering fragrance in the bathroom, he couldn't help but reminisce about. If she were present, he wouldn't have to endure such discomfort. Perhaps it was time for him to expedite the search for a new girlfriend with whom to share his bed. The shower took longer than anticipated. Upon emerging, he found that and had vacated the living room. With a sense of hope, opened the door to the second bedroom, only to find that was not waiting for him on the bed. Tonight, he would be left alone to wrestle with his thoughts. Chapter 62. The new manager of the milk tea shop. In the following half-month, and inexplicably settled into S home, even vacating their hotel room. However, was not preoccupied with taking advantage of the situation. All his energy was devoted to preparing for the new store. There were renovations, equipment purchases, supplier confirmations, and hiring staff, and truly felt like a spinning top. Fortunately, everything progressed smoothly. The milk tea shop was nearly ready, all equipment installed, and all that remained was to train the staff adequately before opening. With the inclusion of and as part-time employees, the staff count had exceeded 10, resulting in substantial monthly expenses for rent and salaries. Yet, remain unperturbed. As an economic hub, boasted a consumer level far surpassing that of a small county, and the acceptance of novel ideas was considerably higher. Believed that once opened, it would undoubtedly garner immense popularity, thus ensuring ample preparation of personnel and materials to avoid chaos and squandered opportunities. Held stringent criteria for the store manager. The milk tea produced by was unparalleled in this era, and it was evident that competitors would soon covet its secrets. Though in later years the milk tea recipes would become common knowledge, easily accessible via online searches, the current recipes remained confidential, a significant advantage over competitors. Was determined not to allow his secret formula to be pilfered shortly after its inception. Hence, the integrity of the manager became paramount. This was not born of lust, but rather a recognition of S commendable abilities and extensive experience in the milk tea industry. Moreover, as a single mother, her resilience was admirable. On the morning of the 20th, arrived early at the newly renovated milk tea shop, its doors already ajar. Upon entering, he was greeted by a woman in oversized jeans, her hair fashioned into a bun secured with a hair tie, diligently sweeping the floor. This scene, while seemingly mundane, was rendered extraordinary by the woman's ample proportions. As she bent down, the gravitational pull accentuated her figure, as if her attire might burst at any moment. The jeans, though appearing loose, struggled to contain her generous curves, each bend transforming their shape dramatically. What brings you here so early? Have you had breakfast? A man of integrity merely glanced a few times before awakening the engrossed woman. This individual was the newly appointed manager. At 30 years of age, she was the mother of a 4-year-old daughter, yet her youthful appearance belied her age, with delicate features and a hint of baby fat, making her seem like a recent university graduate. Boss, you've arrived. I live nearby in an older community, so I came a bit early. Nodded in acknowledgement. Please, continue with your work. I shall go have breakfast. All right, boss, take care. As he turned to leave the milk tea shop, he collided with a little girl sporting 2 braids. The girl, clutching a bun and porridge, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, big brother. No worries, little sister. What is your name? Crouched down, ruffling the girl's hair, guessing she was S' daughter. The girl, with wide eyes, replied in a sweet voice. Mommy says I should talk too much with strangers. Your mother is correct. Go on in. After watching the little girl enter the shop, turned to head outside. Over the past few days, he had sampled all the breakfast spots nearby and deemed the slightly farther shop to be the best. After a 2-minute walk, he arrived at purchased a steamer of buns, and decided to also buy a second steamer and 2 eggs. Curious, he glanced around before returning to the table, presenting the buns and eggs too. These buns are quite good. You should have some too. No, thank you, boss. We have enough here. Quickly waved her hands in refusal, causing quite a stir. Seated himself across from, smiling. I've already bought them. I can't return them. If you don't eat them, they will go to waste. All right then, quickly thank uncle. After a moment's hesitation, acquiesced, introducing her daughter. This is my daughter. Is adorable. At such a young age, you can go buy things on your own. Impressive. Praised, eliciting a beaming smile from. You truly are a good uncle. Much better than the other bad uncles. Thus, and engage in conversation while enjoying breakfast. Through deeper dialogue, learned that S husband had passed away 3 years prior, leaving her to raise alone. She had to work tirelessly while remaining vigilant against harassment from her former employer and neighbors, a truly arduous life. Upon hearing this, jested, "Do you not fear that I might also harass you?" Not at all. The boss is young, handsome, and a prestigious university student, surrounded by 2 heavenly young ladies. Surely you would never engage in such indecent behavior, replied with utmost conviction, devoid of any flattery. In truth, this reflects her genuine thoughts. Although HOPNGFN is remarkable in her own right, the girls surrounding her are so perfect that they induce a sense of inferiority. Such a paragon of excellence would hardly concern herself with someone as fated as she. Sister Y, your perception of people is truly astute. HOPNGFN instinctively cast a glance at the delectable food on the table, boldly admitting her thoughts. Indeed, he is a person of integrity and kindness, often referred to as the modern-day Li Shihu. At that moment, Tiang Gugu suddenly inquired, "Good uncle, do you really enjoy watching Mama's Bear?" The harmonious atmosphere abruptly turned awkward. Just as HOPNGFN contemplated a rebuttal, Tiang Gugu continued, "I like it too. Last night I..." Gugu, do not speak recklessly. YF, if I hurriedly covered Gugu's mouth, her face flushing crimson, and she lowered her head, unable to meet HOPNGFN's gaze. Chapter 63. The bed under the innocent remarks of Gugu, the ambience grew increasingly uncomfortable. YF, if I quickly finished her breakfast, excusing herself to inspect the ingredients, leaving HOPNGFN and Tiang Gugu exchanging glances. By 9 in the morning, other new employees gradually arrived, and the shop swiftly regained its bustling atmosphere. HOPNGFN distributed several printed booklets to everyone. This was the inaugural employee handbook for CHYNUS. As a former bubble tea shop owner who had experienced failure, HOPNGFN understood that for a shop to succeed, it required not only competitive products but also employees of commendable quality. Only by tackling both aspects concurrently could one decisively outshine competitors and lead the industry. Time flew by swiftly during work before they knew it. The sun was beginning its descent. After savoring the last cup of bubble tea made by an employee, HOPNGFN praised, "Everyone performed admirably today. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence." He then shared some exciting news with them. Once we officially commence operations, we will select 2 outstanding employees each month, with an additional bonus of 200 yuan. Moreover, future branch managers will be chosen preferentially from the exceptional employees. The initially weary new employees instantly became invigorated after hearing HOPNGFN's encouraging words, eagerly expressing their loyalty. Their eagerness to improve was palpable. HOPNGFN nodded in satisfaction, signaling for everyone to disperse, while he retained YF, if I, for a private conversation. "Boss, do you have something to discuss?" YF, if I hastened to HOPNGFN's side, her ample bosom becoming increasingly prominent in his line of sight. Bouncing slightly, HOPNGFN's eyes twitched, and with a serious demeanor, he cleared his throat, saying, "Sister F, if I, please try to wear an apron while at the shop. Otherwise, it might affect the work performance of the male employees." "Boss, I apologize. I will be more mindful tomorrow." YF, if I's face turned a radiant shade of red, and she lowered her head to avoid HOPNGFN's gaze, resembling a contrite young girl. HOPNGFN gestured for her to remain calm. "It's all right. I did not intend to blame you. This is merely a gentle reminder. Please go ahead, boss. I will tidy up the shop." "All right, then hurry and finish up so you can leave," HOPNGFN instructed, waving goodbye to Gugu, who had quietly occupied herself throughout the day, before making his way to the clothing store across the street. The shop's sign had recently been hung, named CHGN, exuding a certain artistic charm. Upon entering the store, he was greeted by a neat and bright hall, where garments in various colors were meticulously arranged in designated areas. The quality and design of the clothing were evidently superior, unmistakably not inferior products. The only drawback might be their slightly higher price. Previously, He had learned from SHNCHM that many of these clothes were produced for renowned international brands, with the only difference being the label. At that moment, SHNCHM was inside the store, engaged in a phone conversation, her back straight and brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of a beautiful CEO at first glance. Once she concluded her call, HOPNGFN spoke up, SHNCHM. The decor and selection in your store are quite impressive. Did you handle it all by yourself? Of course. Aside from my family assisting with the purchase of the store and sourcing the clothing manufacturers, everything else has been independently completed by me. Upon receiving praise from HOPNGFN, a role model for entrepreneurs, SHNCHM instinctively lifted her chin, showcasing her elegant neck to him. Impressive. HOPNGF and genuinely complimented. For a girl who had just graduated from high school to achieve such success was indeed commendable. SHNCHM smiled modestly, then proposed, HOPNGFN. How about we compete to see who has higher sales in September? Really? HOPNGFN glanced at SHNCHM in surprise. It seemed she had been harboring some competitive spirit towards him. However, he was not intimidated by a young girl and countered, a competition must have stakes. What will you do if you lose? If I lose, I will grant you one wish. If you lose, you will grant me one wish. SHNCHM sensed the weight of HOPNGFN's gaze upon her and instinctively took a step back, cautiously covering her chest. HOPNGFN, you better keep those absurd thoughts to yourself. They are simply impossible. Then what is the meaning of this competition? You are shameless. Seeing HOPNGFN openly acknowledge his less than respectable thoughts made SHNCHM's cheeks flush with indignation. How can someone be so audacious? Yet, in the end, HOPNGFN agreed to the wager with SHNCHM. After all, this was a promise from a young lady of a prestigious family, which might prove useful in the future. After assisting SHNCHM in closing the store, the two walked less than 200 meters and arrived at FNEWN Community. Upon returning home, LNYU, donning an apron, had prepared dinner, embodying the image of a gentle and virtuous wife. HOPNGFN had designated LNYU as the shop's envoy, responsible for all affairs in his absence. Consequently, she not only accompanied him to learn about the market, but also studied finance, leaving her with little time to cook. It was only in recent days, as the new shop began to find its footing, that she had a bit more free time. You have worked hard. Upon seeing the aromatic dishes adorning the table, SHNCHM's cool eyes sparkled. Ever since her first meal prepared by LNYU, she had no desire to eat out again. She even tacitly accepted HOPNGFN's constant presence at home, partly due to LNYU's exceptional cooking. Unfortunately, LNYU had been utterly exhausted by HOPNGFN's demands and had little energy left for the kitchen. To her surprise, on this special day, LNYU had prepared another delightful surprise. A smile graced LNYU's face as she glanced at HOPNGFN and remarked, "Cooking is not burdensome. Dealing with certain individuals is what is truly taxing. Little YU, you must provide evidence when you speak. I don't believe I have troubled you at all. How could you say that? Just yesterday you..." As LNYU's words trailed off, she suddenly realized that HOPNGFN's reference to troubling might not pertain to work, causing her cheeks to flush. The remaining words fell silent. SHNCHM understood the implication as well, her face slightly reddening as she retorted, HOPNGFN, you lecher. Having grown accustomed to the moniker, HOPNGFN chuckled and beckoned both women to join him for dinner. However, before they began, SHNCHM unexpectedly retrieved 2 bottles of red wine from the wine cabinet and calmly stated, "I have never had wine before. Tonight is my birthday. Shall we share a toast?" Chapter 64. After the wine, CHM, it's your birthday today? Upon grasping the content of SHNCHM's words, LNYU momentarily froze, then leaped to her feet. She and SHNCHM had become good friends by now. Had she known earlier that SHNCHM's birthday fell on this day, she would have surely prepared several more delectable dishes. SHNCHM displayed no trace of regret, smiling as she replied, "I intended to have a quiet birthday this year. In previous years, my house would be filled with guests, bustling with activity. However, I do not feel the slightest bit of joy. I merely sense that I am akin to a marionette. At present, I am truly content, especially with the presence of both of you friends. Since you regard us as friends, it would be rather unseemly not to do anything on your birthday. Let's do this. Xiao Yuzi, you go outside and fetch some meat dishes, while I shall procure a cake. Hao Pingfan decisively made the decision, not allowing Xu Xiangnuan a chance to counter. Subsequently, the group dispersed to carry out their tasks. Hao Pingfan first purchased a cake, then strolled about the street for a while before acquiring a life-size doll. Moreover, 2 boxes of beer were placed beside the table legs. Why on earth did you buy so much beer? Hao Pingfan's brow involuntarily twitched. Such a quantity of beer clearly indicated an intention to get intoxicated. Did these two truly not fear his drunken indiscretions? Xu Xiangnuan and Lin Yu demonstrated through their actions that they indeed had no such fears. Not only did they drink themselves, but they also coerced Hao Pingfan into joining, insisting that for every cup they had, he must consume an entire bottle. They proclaimed their intent to allow everyone to experience the sensation of drunkenness. Hao Pingfan, a person typically unafraid of anything, found himself intimidated by these 2 madwomen. He dared not overestimate his self-control. Should he truly become inebriated, it seemed likely that neither of these women would be able to rise from bed the following day. An hour later, the dishes on the table had transformed into remnants of the feast, while the floor was littered with numerous empty beer bottles. Xu Xiangnuan and Lin Yu, their faces flushed and eyes glazed, continued to urge Hao Pingfan to drink. Lin Yu even thrust a bottle towards Hao Pingfan's lips, appearing ready to force it down if he refused. Xiao Fanzi, drink. All right, I shall drink. Hao Pingfan capitulated entirely, and after reluctantly taking a sip, he suddenly slumped over the table, babbling nonsensically. I am drunk. Lin Yu and Xu Xiangnuan waved their hands in front of him, and upon realizing he had no reaction, their intoxicated eyes sparkled with excitement as they exchanged high-fives, exclaiming, "Yay, we have won!" Hao Pingfan, feigning drunkenness with his head on the table, found himself at a loss for words. These 2 were soon to enter university, yet they behaved so childishly. Had he known they were secretly competing with him, he would have surrendered long ago, thus avoiding being forced to consume so much alcohol. Fortunately, after getting Hao Pingfan drunk, Xu Xiangnuan and Lin Yu ceased their drinking. The 2 of them, swaying as they stood, struggled to move Hao Pingfan to the sofa and cover him with a blanket before supporting each other as they made their way to the bedroom. Just before they left, Xu Xiangnuan made sure to take the plush doll that Hao Pingfan had gifted her. As the revelry subsided, the living room became unexpectedly quiet. Hao Pingfan sat up on the sofa, rubbing his temples in pain. The combination of red wine and beer had proven to be more than even his considerable drinking capacity could withstand. Glancing at the chaotic array of dishes on the table, he lacked the motivation to tidy up. After a brief wash-up, he retired to the bedroom to sleep. At 3 a.m, while Hao Pingfan was sound asleep, the door of the adjacent room suddenly swung open, and shortly thereafter, a soft body slipped into his bed. Xiao Yuzi, why are you here? Hao Pingfan, groggy and startled awake, instinctively embraced the figure beside him. To his surprise, he encountered no resistance. Yet unexpectedly, the person next to him nestled closer into his embrace. Having abstained for nearly 2 months, and after drinking that evening, he found it impossible to withstand such stimulation. It was akin to a volcano erupting. In the morning, Hao Pingfan was the first to awaken. Upon realizing the identity of the person in his arms, his sleepiness vanished in an instant. To his astonishment, it was not Lin Yu, but Xu Xiangnuan. What on earth should he do now? Cold sweat trickled down his back. Even a seasoned individual like him felt a twinge of panic. As the saying goes, in times of crisis, remain calm and light a cigarette. Unfortunately, he could not smoke at that moment, so he closed his eyes once more, opting to face whatever came next. After a while, Xu Xiangnuan struggled to open her eyes. Not only did her head throb, but pain also radiated from other parts of her body, causing her heart to leap in alarm. Moreover, she appeared to be in the embrace of a man, particularly upon realizing that she was completely naked in a man's arms. Xu Xiangnuan nearly cried out. Only when she recognized that the man holding her was Hao Pingfan did she inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Last night had been her birthday, during which she had coerced Hao Pingfan into drinking. Then, after getting up to use the restroom, she somehow ended up here, and it seemed that Hao Pingfan had mistaken her for Lin Yu. Xu Xiangnuan dared not contemplate further. She gently pried Hao Pingfan's arm away, took a deep breath, and cautiously slid off the bed, carefully dressing herself. After ensuring that everything was in order, She was about to leave when she inadvertently spotted Hao Pingfan's discarded clothing on the floor. She gazed at it for a few seconds, then bit her lip and picked it up, blushing as she returned to the bed and began to dress Hao Pingfan. This process proved more exhausting than when she had dressed herself. Xu Xiangnuan, panting and sweating at her brow, felt her hands tremble as she reached the end. Thankfully, Hao Pingfan inexplicably shifted his body, allowing her to return his clothing without waking him. Now, she could only hope that Hao Pingfan would not recall what transpired the previous night. After a few seconds of complex emotions, as she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Hao Pingfan, she peeked outside to ensure no one was around before limping out of the room. Once the bedroom door closed behind her, Hao Pingfan finally opened his eyes. Chapter 65. A perilous escape in the disheveled bedroom. Only Hao Pingfan remained. He sat upright in bed, lighting a hometown mountain cigarette, contemplating Xu Xiangnuan's earlier behavior. Xu Xiangnuan's diligent efforts to tidy the scene clearly indicated that she did not wish for him to remember the events of the night. If he pretended to have been thoroughly intoxicated and unable to recall what happened, this matter would likely fade into obscurity. As the last embers of the cigarette extinguished, Hao Pingfan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Xu Xiangnuan's approach was indeed beneficial for him. Despite her privileged background, stunning beauty, and a figure he had personally verified to be exemplary, he was, after all, a scoundrel. Should a romantic relationship develop between them, and later he was discovered to be unfaithful, it would likely sever their friendship irreparably. Thus, for safety's sake, it was best to remain friends with such a lady. Last night was merely an endeavor to deepen their friendship, a friendly competition, nothing more significant. Xu Xiangnuan, Xiao Yuzi, good morning. As Xu Xiangnuan and Lin Yu enjoyed breakfast in the living room, Hao Pingfan casually greeted them. Xiao Fanzi, you are utterly useless. You couldn't handle such a little alcohol last night. Lin Yu unabashedly mocked him, while Xu Xiangnuan scrutinized Hao Pingfan's expression, seemingly trying to glean something from it. A man must not admit defeat. Even in a moment of potential suspicion, Hao Pingfan retorted without hesitation. Do you consider 2 bottles of red wine and a dozen beers to be little? Perhaps you should inquire about my true capabilities. Regardless, you simply cannot handle it. Lin Yu persisted playfully. Hao Pingfan, disinterested, made his way to the washroom. Observing Hao Pingfan's perfectly normal demeanor, Xu Xiangnuan suddenly spoke up. Hao Pingfan, do you remember what happened last night after you got drunk? What happened? My head hurts so much that I can't recall anything at all. You two aren't trying to prank me, are you? Hao Pingfan replied with no trace of pretense, which momentarily eased Xu Xiangnuan's anxiety. It appeared that the best-case scenario had unfolded. Hao Pingfan truly remembered nothing of the previous night. It is indeed understandable that even she only has a vague impression, and considering that HOPNGFN was completely inebriated last night, he would certainly remember even less. At this moment, LNYU finished her last sip of milk, wiped the remnants from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, and curiously remarked, as soon as these words were spoken, both HOPNGFN in the washroom and SHNCHM in the living room tensed up simultaneously. After a brief pause, a voice filled with confusion emerged from the washroom. Well, you can't even recall that. You were truly intoxicated. LNYU teased, not intending to pursue the matter further. However, SHNCHM's rising suspicion was not so easily dispelled, and she nervously inquired of LNYU, YU, did you clean up the dishes from last night? Yes, I tidied up this morning. Why? Oh, it's nothing, you've worked hard. With that, SHNCHM felt reassured, believing that HOPNGFN was not feigning drunkenness. Just as HOPNGFN emerged from the restroom, he overheard their conversation and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Had he not slacked off last night, he might have been exposed today. At that point, he would have only 2 choices: either pursue SHNCHM and become a couple, or let them drift apart, rendering his previous emotional investments futile. Neither outcome was desirable for HOPNGFN. Fortunately, it seemed that fate had ultimately favored him. After breakfast, SHNCHM suddenly decided to take a day off at home. HOPNGFN feigned concern briefly before quickly whisking LNYU away, lest SHNCHM detect any inconsistencies. Life then returned to a tranquil rhythm. As the new store was about to open, WICHUN, HORBO, and others arrived from their hometown, and HOPNGFN was occupied daily with training employees and distributing advertisements. Busy to the point of exhilaration, SHNCHM seemed to have forgotten the delightful evening they shared. During the day, she was preoccupied with the clothing store, and at night, the three would gather for dinner, revealing no signs of peculiarity. The only discernible difference was that SHNCHM maintained a consistently cool demeanor towards HOPNGFN, no longer exhibiting the lively and playful attitude she once had. Suddenly, September arrived. Today marked the grand opening of CHYNUS and CHGN, coinciding with the double arrival of college students. Early in the morning, HOPNGFN accompanied L and YU to the entrance of the milk tea shop, where all the employees, under YFI's guidance, assembled outside. Uniformly dressed in black aprons emblazoned with CHYNUS and donning little red hats, a clear indication of a professional team. Yet, amidst them, YFI felt somewhat out of place, her prominent chest raising suspicions of being inflated with balloons. "Boss, are you going to speak?" YFI approached briskly, exuding a delightful fragrance of jasmine. HOPNGFN shook his head. "I've said all that needs to be said. You are the store manager now. Please proceed with the task arrangements." "Understood," YFI replied and turned to face the employees, solemnly announcing the commencement of the meeting. HOPNGFN, listening from the side, felt increasingly satisfied. "Xiao F&Z. I previously thought you chose FFI for her looks, but now it seems she truly possesses remarkable capabilities," LNYU whispered, lowering her voice so as not to disturb the meeting. Her lips mere centimeters from HOPNGFN's cheek, the warmth of her breath tantalizing. Consequently, HOPNGFN stumbled slightly, his cheek brushing against LNYU's enticing lips. LNYU's face visibly flushed, yet under the circumstances, she could not confront HOPNGFN, resorting instead to stomping her foot in indignation. HOPNGFN, unfazed, admonished. "This is a punishment for your slander against me. If I catch you maligning my character again, the consequences won't be so lenient." LNYU wanted to retort, but seeing the eager glint in HOPNGFN's eyes, she hastily covered her mouth. HOPNGFN chuckled. "Such a little rascal. I won't let you off so easily." After a while, once YFI concluded her speech, HOPNGFN leisurely stepped to the front of the crowd and, with a single phrase, ignited their enthusiasm. "Everyone, let us work hard today, and there will be red envelopes for everyone tonight. Long live the boss." Chapter 66. The grand opening spectacle. Although HOPNGFN anticipated that CHYNUS would be well received, he was astonished by the overwhelming success on the very first day. The milk tea shop sales could only be described as astounding. The bright and clean storefront, the professional staff, the attentive service, the novel and delicious milk tea, and the generous buy-one-get-one free promotion all captivated the local foot traffic as well as students and parents traveling from afar. While the buy-one-get-one free offer only included a complimentary cup of lemonade with each milk tea purchase, the prospect of treating their children to a previously unseen delicacy, along with a refreshing cup of lemonade for themselves, drew countless parents to the shop. The entrance was so congested that it was nearly impassable, and LNYU, alongside two other cashiers, found themselves counting money to the point of exhaustion. Even HOPNGFN, as the owner, had to step in personally to expedite the milk tea preparation. Go. Our business is thriving beyond expectations. As a senior member of the company, he had been worried earlier that the sales of CHYNUS would falter, fearing that hiring so many employees was a waste and that leasing such a large space might lead to losses. After all, MD is an international metropolis, where people have encountered all sorts of novelties. What could cause a sensation in a county town may not necessarily replicate its success in MD. Yet today, he realized how youthful he truly was. No wonder HOPNGFN was the boss while he remained merely a senior employee. The difference in vision, ambition, and confidence was indeed vast. In air, do you now see how bright our company's future is? As long as you work hard, there will certainly be a place for you as a senior member in the future. HOPNGFN quickly finished his last bite of food and served WICHU in a bowl of chicken soup before joining the milk tea production line. WICHU eagerly nodded, his eyes brimming with hope. Many friends and classmates had thought he was being played for a fool by Hopngfn. However, Wi was no simpleton. In just a few months, Hopngfn had managed to open a milk tea shop in MD, and it was thriving. Now, who would dare claim that Hopngfn's venture was mere boastfulness? If he were to share the day's bustling scenes, those who had previously looked down upon them would surely be consumed by jealousy. After a bustling day that lasted until 10 at night, customer traffic finally began to wane. At that moment, Hopngfn had little inclination for idle chatter, let alone the previously mentioned dinner gathering. He simply added an extra 50 yuan to everyone's red envelope, instantly lifting the weary expressions from their faces. After another hour, the shop officially closed, and Hopngfn bid farewell to everyone as he walked home with LNYU. Xiao Yu, you've worked hard today. Today was the registration day for the double arrival of college students, and LNYU had also planned to head to school in the afternoon. However, the business at the milk tea shop was so bustling that she hardly had a moment to breathe, let alone register. If you think I've worked hard, then increase my salary. Don't just pay lip service. LNYU turned her head away, her tone full of disdain. No problem. Just tell me how much you want to raise it. Hopngfn readily agreed and then squatted in front of LNYU. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. What are you doing? Do you really think I'm unaware that you're trying to take advantage of me? No way. LNYU decisively refused. For today, Hopngfn had been the most exhausted one, and she could not allow him to carry her. Hopngfn maintained his stance, threatening, "You are truly domineering." LNYU pouted, but ultimately relented and nestled onto Hopngfn's back. Lin Yu donned a knee-length skirt today, the delicate fabric utterly incapable of shielding them from the warmth and touch radiating from their bodies. As she exuded an alluring fragrance and softness, Hao Pingfan felt invigorated. "You lecher," he exclaimed, letting out a whoop, and amidst the bewildered gazes of others, he playfully carried Lin Yu, dashing into the evening breeze. Lin Yu exchanged a brief greeting with Xu Xiangnuan before heading off for a shower. Meanwhile, Hao Pingfan settled beside Xu Xiangnuan, catching a whiff of the same scent that lingered on Lin Yu. This was hardly surprising, as they both used the same shampoo and body wash, sharing nightly slumbers. It would indeed be peculiar if their aromas differed. Xu Xiangnuan, her expression impassive, distanced herself slightly from Hao Pingfan, seemingly uninterested in conversation, continuing to silently scrutinize the data in her notebook. Hao Pingfan shook his head, pondering how naive she still was. If she intended to feign indifference, her abrupt change in attitude towards him was rather conspicuous, akin to the proverbial not having silver hidden here. With no other recourse, he initiated the conversation. "Xu Xiangnuan, how were your sales today?" Having been too occupied during the day, Hao Pingfan hadn't paid much attention to the clothing store across the street. Yet, he had noticed the throngs of customers whenever he glanced outside, leading him to surmise that Xu Xiangnuan's sales must be quite commendable. Xu Xiangnuan, her gaze unwavering, softly uttered, 50,000. "Pardon me, have you hit the jackpot?" Hao Pingfan exclaimed, rising in astonishment. His own sales for the day barely surpassed 40,000, and yet Xu Xiangnuan had outperformed him. It was worth noting that his bubble tea shop faced no competition of equal standing in the vicinity, while the clothing stores around were plentiful, both high-end and low-end. To achieve such high sales amidst so much competition was indeed remarkable. Seeing how Pingfan rendered speechless, Xu Xiangnuan's lips curled into a slight smile, though it quickly vanished, and she calmly stated, "I offered substantial discounts on the opening day, so while the sales were high, the profits were minimal. Once the discounts decrease tomorrow, the sales will surely plummet." "Ah, I see." Hao Pingfan nodded, thinking this made sense. "By the way, what about your sales?" "Not as much as yours. Just over 40,000. Xu Xiangnuan abruptly turned her head, her lips slightly parted, momentarily forgetting her icy demeanor. Hao Pingfan's bubble tea shop had not employed the drastic discounting strategy she had, yet it still managed such astonishing sales. Was selling bubble tea truly that lucrative? Hao Pingfan, however, remained unfazed, recognizing that the current success stemmed from a confluence of factors that could not be sustained indefinitely. Not to mention, once competitors grew envious and began to follow suit, his sales would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, he resolved to maximize his earnings while he still could. With this in mind, he proposed, "Xu Xiangnuan, how about we collaborate?" HM, Chapter 67, The bashful manager Yi on a tranquil night in a spacious and bright living room. How Pingfan and Xu Xiangnuan found themselves seated on the same sofa, unknowingly inching closer until their cheeks nearly touched. How Pingfan raised his gaze to the enchanting face before him, which remained flawlessly smooth and radiant, devoid of any imperfections. He couldn't help but marvel at her. A true masterpiece of creation. How Pingfan, I accept your collaboration proposal. Xu Xiangnuan reflected on his earlier suggestion of purchasing an article of clothing to receive a cup of bubble tea, growing increasingly convinced of its viability. However, as she prepared to agree, she glanced up to find How Pingfan regarding her with an intense gaze, causing her to hurriedly distance herself and exclaim, "You lecher. What are you planning?" "I, plan to do nothing." How Pingfan paused, quickly altering his tone. Xu Xiangnuan, however, misunderstood his intentions, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson that reached her ears, even tinting her fair neck. "You pervert, go to hell." Xu Xiangnuan seized a cushion, striking How Pingfan with it, continuing until she was breathless and finally ceased her assault. Unfazed, How Pingfan patiently endured her outburst, and once she finished venting, he calmly adjusted his disheveled hair and remarked, "Stop denying it. You are indeed a pervert." Xu Xiangnuan refused to believe him, hurling another cushion at him. Observing How Pingfan, who seemed to have everything under control, she reluctantly admitted to herself that he was quite normal when not being perverse. After spending over 10 minutes explaining, How Pingfan inquired, "What do you think of this approach?" "Let us proceed, as you suggested." Xu Xiangnuan instinctively held the cushion before her chest to shield herself from How Pingfan's scrutinizing gaze, feigning composure as she said, "The price of my clothing is several times that of your bubble tea. This collaborative method is clearly more advantageous for me. Aren't you worried that my sales will eventually surpass yours? It's fine. If I lose, it simply means I'll owe you a favor. Besides, we are friends, and we ought to help each other. Shun Tiwi, truly a scoundrel, you speak so smoothly." As Xu Xiangnuan clutched the cushion, still trying to maintain her bravado, she felt inexplicably moved. How Pingfan, recognizing the moment, refrained from further teasing her. Just then, Lin Yu emerged from her shower, prompting him to swiftly head to the bathroom for his own wash. After completing their routines, nearing midnight, Lin Yu and Xu Xiangnuan simultaneously yawned, preparing to retire for the night. How Pingfan stopped Lin Yu, saying, "Little Yu, let me give you a foot massage before you sleep." "What mischief are you plotting now?" Lin Yu withdrew her feet, clearly skeptical of How Pingfan's massage skills. Without further ado, How Pingfan gently pushed Lin Yu onto the sofa. "Do I need an excuse to take advantage of you? Just sit still." How domineering. Lin Yu huffed in discontent, yet she did not resist further. Xu Xiangnuan remained, curiously observing How Pingfan's actions. How Pingfan had no intention of overstepping boundaries. Even though Lin Yu's petite toes were charmingly adorable, he realized Xu Xiangnuan was present, and he must maintain his dignified image. However, Lin Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable and, after enduring a few minutes of massage, stood up with flushed cheeks. "That's enough. I'm going to bed." With that, Lin Yu hurriedly departed. Xu Xiangnuan, with a stoic expression, muttered a reprimand at the lecher before turning away, leaving How Pingfan alone in the living room. How Pingfan was left utterly speechless. He truly hadn't done anything untoward. In the following 2 days, the bubble tea shop's business surged rather than declined. After several days of word of mouth, the unique and delightful bubble tea became widely recognized, and the collaboration with Xu Xiangnuan's clothing store also yielded a significant boost in sales. This led to the entrance of the bubble tea shop nearly being overwhelmed, with a long queue stretching down the street. Fortunately, How Pingfan had prepared in advance, hiring a few part-time staff, thus avoiding a chaotic scene. Time swiftly progressed to September 4th, the day the Modu Polytechnic commenced its new term. Before heading to school, How Pingfan first stopped by the bubble tea shop. It was only 9 in the morning, and the employees had yet to arrive, leaving only the manager, Yi Feifei, who was busy wiping down tables. Since she hadn't yet begun her shift, Yi Feifei wore no uniform apron, her ample figure draped in a lightweight floral dress. Each time she bent down, the dress bore the burden of an unwarranted strain, a thought that seemed quite taxing. "Feifei, you should rest a bit longer in the mornings. There's no need for you to come in this early every day. Besides, as the manager, you can delegate cleaning tasks to the staff. You don't need to do it yourself." How Pingfan entered the shop with a hint of exasperation in his voice. As the store manager, Yi Feifei had been feeling more exhausted than her regular employees these past few days, and how Ping Fan worried she might fall ill from the strain. Boss. You're here." Yi Feifei lifted her head, holding a cloth, and revealed a faint smile as she explained, after dropping Guohua off at kindergarten this morning. "I had some free time, so I thought I'd come to the store early." "Has kindergarten already started?" Hao Ping Fan inquired. "You must still pick up your child in the afternoons, right?" "It began yesterday," Yi Feifei nodded, quickly adding, "But don't worry, boss. I've asked a friend from the same community to help with pickup, so it won't interfere with work. It's fine, even if you're delayed a bit." "It's no trouble," Hao Ping Fan said dismissively, but suddenly noticed a smudge of dust on the woman's nose across from him. After commanding her not to flinch, he gently brushed it away with his finger, tucking a few unruly strands of hair behind her ear. "Boss," Yi Feifei's voice trembled slightly, her earlobes tinged with a rosy hue. She would have thought Hao Ping Fan was teasing her if not for the visible dust on his hands. Hao Ping Fan cleared his throat and feigned ignorance of what had just occurred, calmly saying, "Well, take care, boss." Chapter 68. New character. Qin Lingyue was 8:30 in the morning, and the sun had already risen. Hao Ping Fan, dressed in a simple solid-colored shirt and jeans, appeared outside the gates of Modi University of Technology, carrying a black backpack. Some students had begun to register, but the numbers were few, and most seemed to be from out of town. Hao Ping Fan's conclusion was simple. Who among the locals would wake up so early to register? Observing that other students were accompanied by relatives, burdened with various bags, he felt somewhat out of place with his casual backpack. However, he had no desire to blend in. After surveying the surroundings, he swiftly made his way to the promising computer science department. Halfway there, a striking young woman suddenly blocked his path. "Hello, I'm Qin Lingyue, a sophomore in visual arts. May I assist you with your registration?" Hao Ping Fan halted, quickly assessing the alluring yet visibly anxious girl before him. She stood over 1.7 meters tall, her long, fair legs striking awe. Her attire was equally bold. A fitted crop top boldly displayed her ample bosom and slender waist, while her ultra-short denim shorts accentuated her shapely legs. Coupled with her exquisite features, especially her rosy lips and softly curled brown hair, she was nothing short of a siren to men. Such beauty was no mere coincidence. Hao Ping Fan, even if not a student of Modi University in his previous life, had heard of her fame. Qin Lingyue was renowned as the campus beauty and infamous for her romantic escapades. Rumors suggested she juggled multiple relationships, toyed with the affections of innocent boys, and even accepted gifts from older suitors. It seemed that today, after losing a dare, she had approached a new freshman to confess her feelings, only to toy with his heart for a month. "Classmate, are you unwilling?" Qin Lingyue noticed how Ping Fan's momentary daze and, with a hint of nervousness, inquired again. "Of course not. I will be delighted. Lead the way, senior." Hao Ping Fan beamed. Displaying a perfect set of teeth, his smile brighter than the sun that day. He had no fear of emotional manipulation, especially from someone as beautiful as Qin Lingyue. "All right, follow me," she replied. "By the way, I haven't asked your name or major yet." As she walked, a relieved smile spread across her face, but she quickly smacked her forehead in frustration. Hao Ping Fan nodded in approval. Her performance was commendable, and he couldn't detect any flaws. Truly, she embodied the notorious enchantress of Modi University, adept at masquerading as an innocent girl. Had she not overlooked him, her attire being too conspicuous, one might mistake her for an unblemished maiden. "My name is Hao Ping Fan, and I'm majoring in computer science." "Hao Ping Fan? That's an unusual name," Qin Lingyue said. Perplexed, Hao Ping Fan, accustomed to explaining, casually added, "It's the character with the red radical. A fortune teller once told my parents that the name Ping Fan could suppress negative energy, so they named me Hao Ping Fan." "Oh, it actually sounds quite nice," she replied. As they walked and chatted, Hao Ping Fan quickly drew the envy of surrounding seniors and students. Qin Lingyue, still enjoying a good reputation, was recognized as the university's leggy goddess. Many had previously pursued her, only to face rejection. Who would have thought that today the illustrious Qin would take the initiative to assist a freshman, engaging in light-hearted banter? Truly an unexpected delight. Moreover, this freshman appeared rather ordinary himself, standing at a mere 1.8 meters with a handsome yet unremarkable appearance, exuding confidence but seemingly no more remarkable than the rest. Qin Lingyue, clearly accustomed to the gazes of others, maintained her composure as she guided Hao Ping Fan to register. Along the way, he casually conversed with her, his eyes wandering to admire the scenery. Although he had traversed Modu University countless times while waiting for Tang Yue's summons in his past life, he had never felt a sense of belonging. However, that was no longer the case. He was now an official student of Modu University. This was his alma mater. Suddenly, Qin Lingwen noticed something amiss, and, staring at Hao Pingfan's empty hands, asked, "Hao Pingfan, didn't you bring a blanket or luggage?" "No, I plan to buy everything here at school," he replied. "In that case, let me take you to buy a blanket. I know a store with affordable prices and good quality." "Sounds great." Hao Pingfan agreed with a smile, and the two changed their course, heading toward the school's entrance. After half an hour, they finally purchased a blanket and some basic toiletries. They arrived at the boys' dormitory. It is well known that girls can freely enter the boys' dormitory, while boys are generally not permitted in the girls' dormitory. Given that it was the day of registration, nobody would stop Qin Lingyue from entering the boys' dormitory. Hao Pingfan followed her up the stairs, carrying the blanket, his eyes admiring her long, fair legs, unconsciously comparing her to Lin Yu and Shun Chumo. Lin Yu's legs were short and slightly plump, exuding a cute charm. Shun Chumo had slender, straight legs, resembling an anime heroine. In contrast, Qin Lingyue's legs were round and toned, clearly the result of regular exercise, suggesting great strength. "Is it room 502? "Yes." Before they knew it, they had reached the 5th floor. Qin Lingyue opened the door to reveal an empty dormitory. The room was shared by 4, with bunk beds and desks, complete with air conditioning, ideal living conditions. Each bed was already labeled with the occupants' names, and Hao Pingfan's was on the left as one entered. The bed was still somewhat dirty, so Hao Pingfan placed his blanket and cooling mat on a chair and thanked Qin Lingyue, saying, "Thank you so much for your help today. Let us exchange contact information. I'd love to treat you to a meal sometime." That's not possible. Qin Lingyue's phone was a sleek white Samsung, quite aesthetically pleasing. S mobile phone remained the same worn-out second-hand Nokia he previously purchased. His intention was not to feign modesty or to play the role of a humble individual. Rather, it was simply a matter of forgetfulness. Upon noticing his phone, paused momentarily. Yet she refrained from commenting further and diligently began entering his contact information. Observed this scene with a tinge of hesitation. He found himself perplexed, uncertain whether was disdainful of his financial situation or perhaps intrigued by it, leaving him unsure if he should subtly showcase a semblance of wealth. Once they had exchanged contact information, it was customary for them to bid farewell. However, when his gaze fell upon the unmade bed, she bit her lip lightly, displaying an unexpected blend of tension and nonchalance, and casually suggested, "Since I have some free time, why not let me help you make your bed?" At that moment, was taken aback, especially when he witnessed gracefully climbing onto his bed, her long legs on display, as she earnestly set about tidying up. His mind became even more bewildered. Considering his beauty and figure, it seemed that merely a beckoning gesture would attract a multitude of admirers. Yet here he was, merely a financially struggling freshman, and he questioned whether such efforts were truly necessary to win his affection, or if perhaps found some thrill in toying with the feelings of a poor student. Unable to make sense of it all, chose to dismiss his thoughts. After a brief span of time, S bed had been transformed, stretched her delicate yet strong waist, and gradually descended the ladder. S gaze inadvertently gravitated towards her, but he quickly averted his eyes. With only the two of them present in the dormitory, he felt a sense of urgency. If he continued to gaze, he feared that impulsive actions might lead him to an unfortunate encounter with the authorities on his very first day of college. "Are you satisfied?" she inquired. "Absolutely. I'm truly grateful," responded earnestly, noticing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He added, "You've worked hard. How about I treat you to some ice cream?" "Sure," she replied with a radiant smile, readily accepting the invitation. However, when they arrived at the supermarket to buy ice cream, insisted on paying for both of their treats. "This seems inappropriate. You've already done so much for me, and now you're spending money," he protested. "It's only right for me as your... By the way, are you free now? How about I show you around the campus?" she suggested, tearing open a corn-flavored ice cream bar without taking a bite, extending another invitation. Convinced that was indeed interested in him, glanced at the time on his phone, and cheerfully replied, "I have a few things to attend to later, but for now, I would appreciate your guidance." "All right, let us start with the artificial lake. It's quite beautiful there." As took a bite of her ice cream, a smile graced her delicate features. Under his guidance, they traversed a stone-paved, tree-lined avenue, which led to a serene blue lake that shimmered under the gentle breeze. After strolling around, They chose to sit on a bench shaded by trees. The sun's harsh rays were diffused by the leaves, and a refreshing breeze caressed them. Gradually closed his eyes, savoring this tranquil moment. As for the alluring school beauty beside him, felt no urgency. Since was intent on pursuing him, she would surely take the initiative. Indeed, it was not long before his hesitant voice reached his ears. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" "I do," he replied enthusiastically. "Then, if I were to say that I have feelings for you, would you believe me?" Her voice carried a hint of nervousness, and her words were akin to a confession. If it were any other student, faced with such an admission from a campus beauty, they would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. However, remained unfazed, even keeping his eyes closed. "I certainly believe it. Before I started university, my mother consulted a fortune teller who predicted I might find my ideal partner on my first day of school. I never imagined I would actually meet you." "Are you serious?" she questioned. "Of course, I was just teasing you." Opened his eyes with a mischievous grin, only to find his mouth slightly agape, her expression adorably bewildered. Before she could respond, gazed intently into her eyes and earnestly declared, "But there is a kernel of truth in what I just said. I truly have encountered my dream partner." With that, S cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her hands fidgeting nervously as her gaze darted away, unable to meet his. Seizing the moment, pressed on, "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Sure," she stammered, her response almost unfathomable. A radiant smile spread across his face as he swiftly embraced her alluring form, exclaiming, "I am absolutely thrilled. You truly wish to be my girlfriend?" "I do," shyly confirmed, her cheeks still flushed. Scrutinized her expression, unable to discern whether her bashfulness was genuine or feigned. Nevertheless, the mere fact that she agreed to be his girlfriend opened doors for future opportunities. Having just begun their relationship, felt it imperative to spend more time with his new girlfriend. They chatted for another half-hour before he prepared to take his leave. "No need to call me that. Just refer to me as. I'm quite fond of calling you," chuckled, dismissing her suggestion. He continued, "I truly have some matters to attend to and may not be able to accompany you further." Was not the type to disregard his newly established girlfriend. He made his intentions clear. After a moment's hesitation, acquiesced. However, as they walked together, a palpable distance remained between them, which was rather inappropriate for a couple. Thus, took the initiative to draw closer, gently taking her delicate hand in his. To his surprise, recoiled as if startled, pulling her hand away with force. Was puzzled. Was not the type of girl who would revel in such affection. Why did she react so strongly to a mere hand-holding? Realizing she may have overreacted, quickly apologized. "I'm still adjusting to our relationship. I hope you can give me some time." "You needn't apologize. I was a bit rash myself. It's my excitement that caused me to overlook your feelings," reassured her. He was not disheartened by her withdrawal, understanding that they had just begun their journey together, and there was ample time ahead. Seeing his considerate nature, couldn't help but smile appreciatively. Minutes later, as they exited the shaded path, the blazing sun reappeared above them, instinctively shifted to's other side, shielding her from the sun's intense heat. Startled, she hesitated for a moment, then slightly inched closer to him without uttering a word. "I'll take my leave now. Once I'm done with my tasks, I'll come find you." "Okay, take care. It's quite hot today. Be cautious of heat stroke," she advised as she entered the dormitory, her alluring silhouette fading from view. His smile quickly faded, regardless of whether she was a flirt. Now that she had willingly entered his life, there was no reason to let her slip away. Hao Pingfan, without further contemplation, turned and walked towards the school gate. Unexpectedly spotting a familiar face, Tang Yue, she appeared somewhat thinner, yet her demeanor remained fairly pleasant. Her exquisite features were adorned with a touch of light makeup, enhancing her innocent charm. Accompanying her were a middle-aged couple, one being Deng Jie, and the other, presumably her father, Tang Jiqiang. Hao Pingfan had no intention of approaching to greet them. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and proceeded directly to the Cha Yingyue milk tea shop. Meanwhile, Tang Yue's family was fervently surrounded by a group of enthusiastic seniors, vying for their attention with flushed faces, almost to the point of physical confrontation. Under the scorching sun, Deng Jie, unwilling to waste time, furrowed her brows and waved off the other students, leaving only a well-dressed and somewhat handsome young man, Wang Tao. He was quite animated, excitedly sharing every impressive achievement from his childhood. He even mentioned that his brother was the vice minister of the student council's planning department, confidently assuring them that if Tang Yue was willing, she would surely gain entry into the student council. The young man certainly had commendable qualities. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Wang Tao took the initiative to carry the heaviest suitcase, panting as he ascended to the 6th floor. Once inside the dormitory, he even began to sweep the floor unprompted. Deng Jie and Tang Jiqiang were both pleased with Wang Tao's actions. It was evident he was a well-mannered, industrious young man from the big city, who was also quite conversational, signaling a promising future. Unlike Hao Pingfan, who seemed to accomplish little, his slight progress had inflated his ego. With the combined efforts of the group, Tang Yue's bed was quickly tidied. However, Wang Tao, having encountered a campus beauty, was reluctant to depart so easily and suggested, "Uncle and Aunt, since it's your first time in Modu, you probably haven't had a chance to explore, right? How about I show you around the campus first? And then later, we could take a stroll nearby? I heard there's a new tea shop called Cha Yin Yusei over by Shuangdan University that offers innovative flavors surpassing all current milk teas on the market. Would you like to try it?" Upon hearing the name of the tea shop, both Deng Jie and Tang Yue's expressions changed, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Wang Tao, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong with Cha Yin Yusei? Does the shop serve Yulon latte or Yangji Ganlu? Oh, how do you know about it?" Tang Yue did not answer Wang Tao's query. Instead, her heart began to ache as if it were being torn apart. Over the past 2 months, with Deng Jie's counsel, she had thought her feelings for Hao Pingfan had diminished. Yet now, upon hearing his name again, she realized she had underestimated her emotions. Especially upon learning that Hao Pingfan had opened a milk tea shop in Modu that was thriving. Tang Yue felt a surge of regret and a tinge of resentment towards Deng Jie. Originally, such an outstanding individual as Hao Pingfan should have been her boyfriend. But he had been so cruelly separated from her by Deng Jie. Deng Jie had previously assured her that upon arriving in Modu, she would encounter countless young men far superior to Hao Pingfan. But was that truly the case? Who, at such a young age and just starting university, could single-handedly build a flourishing business, creating a milk tea that could even stir excitement in Modu? Moreover, the most crucial point was that such a remarkable person had once been so devoted to her. Yet now, all of this had been jeopardized by Deng Jie's interference. Deng Jie, oblivious to Tang Yue's rising frustration, stood frozen in place. If what Tang Yue suggested was true, and Hao Pingfan was indeed the owner of Cha Yin Yusei, then that was truly impressive. Just a few months had passed, and a milk tea franchise had expanded from county town to Modu. His ambition and resourcefulness were on a whole different level. Had she truly misjudged him this time? "Thank you for your assistance today, Wang Tao. You can leave now. No need to trouble yourself further," Tang Jiqiang remarked, noticing his wife and daughter's strangely tense demeanor. After offering Wang Tao a cigarette, he began to usher him out. Wang Tao felt aggrieved. Everything had seemed perfectly fine until the mere mention of the milk tea shop altered the atmosphere. Once Wang Tao departed, Tang Yue could no longer contain the flood of tears that streamed down her face. "Mom, it's all your fault. Yue, this is all my mistake. Please don't cry. It pains me to see you like this." Deng Jie gently embraced Tang Yue, filled with both remorse and dissatisfaction towards Hao Pingfan. She regretted her hasty actions that had driven a wedge between the couple, as now the milk tea mogul Hao Pingfan could have been her excellent son-in-law. Conversely, she was frustrated that if Hao Pingfan possessed such talent, why had he not revealed it sooner? Why wait until after their breakup to unleash his potential? It was utterly exasperating. Seeing Tang Yue's tears flow unceasingly, Deng Jie decided to set aside her previous vows, choosing instead to comfort her softly. "Yue, since you still care for Hao Pingfan so deeply, perhaps you should give him another chance. But does he still care for me?" Tang Yue gazed at her parents with tear-filled eyes, her tone wavering. At this moment, Tang Jiqiang finally spoke up, taking a drag from his cigarette. "First loves are not easily forgotten, and given how beautiful my daughter is, how could he simply forget?" Hearing her father's words, Tang Yue ceased her weeping, finding reason in his analysis. Seeing her emotions stabilize somewhat, Deng Jie chimed in. "It is said that the pursuit of a man is merely a veil. Yue, you must believe in your own charm. Then I shall try once more." Wiping her tears, Tang Yue cast aside her previous vow to never engage with Hao Pingfan again. She realized that life is long, and encountering someone she liked was a rare opportunity not to be squandered. Unbeknownst to her, she had stopped crying, her eyes now sparkling with a light known as faith. Chapter 71. Are you not speaking of age? Today marked the arrival of new students at the university, and it was anticipated that the roommates would host a gathering in the evening. To foster camaraderie, Hao Pingfan felt compelled to attend. He casually purchased some sunflower seeds and fruit from a supermarket nearby and made his way to dormitory 502. The door was ajar, and lively chatter emanated from within. Hao Pingfan strode confidently inside, immediately drawing the attention of the three occupants. 1. A young man approximately 175 centimeters tall with a side part stood up first, offering a cigarette. "Are you Hao Pingfan? I am Chen Dongsheng. This is Zhao Changkai and Chen Huan. We were just discussing how you came in so early without us seeing you. Thanks, everyone. Please enjoy some fruit." Hao Pingfan accepted the cigarette, placing the snacks on the table while sizing up the other two. Zhao Changkai was shorter, around 170 centimeters, dressed rather plainly, and appeared somewhat mature for his age. Chen Huan, on the other hand, was tall and handsome, standing at least 190 centimeters with a well-built physique, clearly someone who frequented the gym. He also seemed to come from a well-off family, using the latest model of an iPhone and sporting a prestigious Jaeger-LeCoultre watch on his left wrist. Modu truly was a place brimming with talent. Even within this small dormitory, there were individuals whose attractiveness rivaled his own. Hao Pingfan, though your name may seem ordinary, it is anything but, Chen Huan remarked, devoid of the arrogance typical of a wealthy second generation. Instead, he displayed a somewhat youthful exuberance as he personally lit Hao Pingfan a cigarette. Taking a puff, Hao Pingfan found it less comfortable than Hometown Mountain and waved his hand, saying, "It's all right. My classmates used to call me the Hu Gu of Sichuan province. Haha, then I must be the Andy Lau of Jiangsu province. That makes me the Edison Chun of Yanjing, and I shall be the Wang Baoqiang of Hunan province." With a single statement, Hao Pingfan bridged the gap between them. Learning more about their origins, Chen Huan hailed from Yanjing, Chen Dongsheng from Jiangsu, Zhao Changkai from Hunan, and he himself from Sichuan, revealing that none of the four in the dormitory were locals of Modu. After a few idle remarks, Chen Dongsheng suggested, "I have heard that university dormitories often establish a hierarchy, so why don't we do the same?" "Sounds good. Let us arrange it by height," came the response. Chen Huan, munching on sunflower seeds, was the first to chime in, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Hao Pingfan and Zhao Changkai, indifferent, nodded in agreement. Zhao Changkai, sporting a mature appearance, declared, "I'm 20. "What? That's impressive," exclaimed Chen Huan and Chen Dongsheng, both rising in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Zhao Changkai, taken aback by their exaggerated reactions, was puzzled. Having repeated a year, his age seemed perfectly normal to him. Hao Pingfan, observing from the side, nearly spat out his drink, exclaiming, "Kaigu is talking about age. What are you two comparing?" "Huh? Were you not talking about age?" Zhao Changkai, not entirely naive, quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Chen Huan's words, his face flushing with embarrassment. Chen Huan and Chen Dongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with Zhao Changcai's average height, it was hard to imagine him being frighteningly intimidating. This diversion eased everyone's fixation on establishing a hierarchy. Hao Pingfan extinguished his cigarette and suggested, "There's no need to strictly define the order. From now on, let us just refer to each other as brothers, Kai Ge, Huan Yi, Feng Yi, Fan Yi." This was a splendid idea, eliminating any concerns of rivalry. Chen Dongsheng glanced at the casually dressed Hao Pingfan, sensing there was more to him than met the eye. Within just a few exchanges, he had managed to dissolve the barriers of the dormitory, displaying a remarkable social acumen not typical of an ordinary student. At that moment, Chen Huan raised his left hand to check his watch, stretched, and announced, "Brothers, it's getting late. Let us go out for dinner, my treat." What a generous host. Hao Pingfan and Chen Dongsheng recognized Chen Huan as someone of means and readily agreed. Zhao Changkai hesitated briefly, but ultimately did not decline. "What are we waiting for? Let us go." Chen Huan pulled out his car keys, twirling them nonchalantly on his finger. Hao Pingfan discerned that it was an Audi A4. Chen Dongsheng, clearly recognizing the vehicle, exclaimed, "Huan Ge, you drive an Audi to school? My father insists I maintain a low profile at school, so this is all I can manage." Observing Chen Huan's somewhat displeased demeanor, Hao Pingfan and the others felt a pang of sympathy. Was this the life of the wealthy? It seemed rather dull. However, after some contemplation, Hao Pingfan suggested, "Huan Ge, why don't you leave the car behind tonight? It's just a short walk to the school, and besides, we'll be drinking, which makes driving inconvenient." "Right, I'll leave it behind then." The group exited the campus and arrived at the commercial street nearby. The street was bustling, rivaling the pedestrian avenues outside Shuangdan University, as it also catered to students from a nearby institution. With the influx of 2 university students and local residents, the foot traffic was astonishing. Given that it was the start of the academic year, the street was particularly crowded. The throngs of people made it challenging to find a place to eat, with every restaurant and food stall teeming with patrons. Goodness, there are too many people. I think someone just touched my backside, but I can't tell if it was a man or a woman. Xiangnuan loosened 2 buttons on his shirt, revealing his well-defined chest. Coupled with his chiseled features, it was no surprise that many girls were captivated, while even some boys blushed at the sight. Hao Pingfan ignored Xiangnuan's complaints, his gaze fixated on a large supermarket occupying a standalone building in the distance, nearly drooling. If his memory served him correctly, this 3-story structure, covering approximately 2,000 square meters, would soon be up for liquidation at a loss, potentially going for less than 80 million. Despite the downturn in retail due to the rise of e-commerce, prime locations like this maintained impressive value. If he could acquire this building, he would be set for life. Aiming to earn such a significant sum in just a year felt quite ambitious. Perhaps he was being overly optimistic. Unless a relative of the director unexpectedly appeared, it would be challenging to achieve this goal through his own efforts. Another potential route was to become a son-in-law to the Shun family. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Hao Pingfan quickly dismissed that shortcut. Living off another success was hardly appealing. As evening descended and the lights flickered on, the streets grew even more crowded. After some searching, Hao Pingfan and the others finally found a table at a bustling food stall on the culinary street. The restaurant was thriving, and they had to wait in line for the barbecue and hot pot, but the group didn't mind, opting to enjoy some cold dishes and peanuts while they waited. Surprisingly, it was not Hao Pingfan, the lively Chen Huan, or the gregarious Chun Dongsheng who broke the silence first. It was the seemingly earnest Zhao Changkai. Everyone raised their glasses in a toast, downing their beers in unison, with the cold brew invigorating Hao Pingfan and the others, while only Chen Huan appeared somewhat dissatisfied. In past gatherings with classmates, they had always ordered several bottles of beer, vowing not to stop until they were intoxicated. I thought it would taste better. Turns out it's just mediocre. Huan Gu, you've never had alcohol before? Chen Dongsheng asked incredulously. As one would expect a wealthy heir like Chen Huan to have experienced myriad indulgences. This seemed to touch a nerve with Chen Huan, who filled his glass and downed it in one go before lamenting, "My family has always been strict with me, forbidding this and that. I have grown up thinking we were just an ordinary working-class family. You can't imagine the shock I felt when I discovered we were actually wealthy. Can you relate? I thought my parents were working hard, but they were actually out enjoying life. I believed we were struggling, pouring my heart into studying to change my fate, only to learn I was already living in luxury." After the college entrance examination, realizing his family's affluence left him feeling as if all his efforts had been in vain. "All right, we understand your plight. Tonight is a perfect occasion to drown your sorrows in drink. Brothers, let us make sure to give him a proper toasting." Hao Pingfan, a reincarnate, could no longer tolerate Chen Huan's self-indulgent lamenting and signaled for Chen Dongsheng and Zhao Changkai to join him. Under the relentless toasting, before the main dishes even arrived, Chen Huan's face flushed a bright red, his demeanor becoming slightly dazed. Recognizing this, Hao Pingfan decided to ease up, allowing Chen Huan a moment to breathe as they engaged in casual conversation. As their discussion wandered to life goals, Zhao Changkai suddenly stood, raising his glass and nervously declaring, "I wish to run for class president. I hope you all will support me. Rest assured, Kai Gu, we will definitely cast our votes for you." The others, having no desire to take on leadership roles, expressed their support wholeheartedly. Zhao Changkai revealed a smile, raised his glass in a toast to everyone, and then took his seat. Subsequently, Chen Dongsheng articulated his aspirations. "I intend to embark on an entrepreneurial journey during my 4 years at university. I already possess a general direction. Will my elder brothers be willing to join me?" Chen Dongxing momentarily overlooked Chen Huan, the affluent second-generation heir, and focused his gaze on Hao Pingfan and Zhao Changkai, ultimately concentrating on Hao Pingfan. He was quite satisfied with Hao Pingfan's displayed capabilities. If Hao Pingfan were to collaborate with him, he would gain a competent ally. "Brother Sheng, I might not be able to participate, as I still need to register for the student council, and my time is quite limited." Zhao Changkai expressed his regret in declining. Chen Dongxing nodded in understanding. Naturally, Hao Pingfan could not accept either, and politely declined, stating, "I am not particularly interested in this endeavor. My current focus is on studying diligently." Hao Pingfan chose not to disclose his status as a business owner. Firstly, he preferred not to draw attention to himself and wished to enjoy his student life in peace. Secondly, he felt that boasting about owning a milk tea shop lacked meaning. He would rather unveil his identity once the shop proliferated across the nation, which would offer a sense of accomplishment. Qin Dongsheng felt disappointed but refrained from saying much, merely feeling a tinge of regret for Hao Pingfan. Hao Pingfan was indeed a decent person, yet ultimately, he was merely a student from a rural background, and his horizons remained limited. In this rapidly evolving era brimming with opportunities, waiting until after graduation to strive could be too late. Sensing the atmosphere growing somewhat somber, the blushing Chen Huan exclaimed, "It's my turn now. My goal is to achieve 100 conquests during university." A collective gasp escaped not only from Hao Pingfan and the others, but also from nearby tables, who turned their astonished gazes toward the audacious individual daring to voice such sentiments in public. Upon seeing Chen Huan's striking looks and physique, many could not help but feel envious. With such attributes, it seemed plausible that he could easily change girlfriends. "How about you, Fangirl? You and T only want to study for the next 4 years, would you?" Chen Huan's eyes fixated on Hao Pingfan, carrying an inexplicable undertone of provocation. Hao Pingfan shyly smiled. "Fangirl, I didn't expect you to be so fickle." The others present were not oblivious to the true meaning behind Hao Pingfan's words. Zhao Chengsai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if a filter had shattered. Hao Pingfan, also hailing from a rural background, had just declined Chen Dongxing's entrepreneurial invitation to focus on his studies. Therefore, Zhao Chengkai had assumed Hao Pingfan was an innocent boy, inexperienced in romantic matters, only to discover that his heart was rather adventurous. Chen Dongsheng paused momentarily before chuckling in understanding. "Let us not speak carelessly. Minors are not allowed to engage in romantic relationships." Hao Pingfan swiftly interrupted Chen Dongxing's precarious topic, affirming his adherence to the law. Chen Dongsheng, clearly skeptical, was about to continue teasing when Chen Huan interjected, "Fangirl, shall we compete to see who can find a girlfriend first? The loser will help the winner clean their dorm for a month." It is well known that Hao Pingfan had always disliked engaging in such gambling games, especially since he already had a girlfriend. To bet against Chen Huan would be akin to taking advantage of an honest person. However, upon hearing that the wager involved cleaning duties, Hao Pingfan suddenly felt that the boundaries of decency could be slightly flexible. He grinned at the still watchful Chen Huan. "All right, I accept." Thus it was agreed. Under the witness of Zhao Chengkai and Chen Dongsheng, Hao Pingfan and Chen Huan clinked their glasses, solemnizing their pledge. After a few more minutes, the ordered food finally arrived, and as they prepared to eat, a delightful female voice resonated from the entrance of the food stall. "Huangge, what a coincidence to see you here." The speaker was a girl in a short skirt, her beauty rivaling that of Tang Yue. Her delicate features and fair, supple skin complemented her long, slender legs, exuding an irresistible allure, undoubtedly making her a campus beauty. Yet, like Tang Yue, she too had the flaw of being rather flat in figure. "Tao Yinin, what brings you to Modu for your studies?" Chen Huan's expression shifted from surprise to a hint of aloofness upon recognizing the girl named Tao Yinin. "Because I have come to Modu," Tao Yinin replied playfully, then turned to Hao Pingfan and the others with a gentle request. "The store is out of seats. May I invite my dorm mates to join us?" "Of course. That is absolutely fine." Chen Dongsheng and Zhao Chengkai eagerly nodded in agreement. Having received their consent, Tao Yinin soon returned with 3 other girls. Among them, 2 had rather average looks, but one was also a beauty of campus-level allure. With 2 campus beauties in a single dorm, Chen Dongsheng and Zhao Chengkai were momentarily stunned, eagerly shifting to offer their seats. The stunning girl, however, paid no heed to their actions, casting a surprised yet slightly aggrieved glance at Hao Pingfan. It was evident that this campus beauty was none other than Tang Yue. "I've been busy this afternoon." "Oh, I see. I'll message you tonight." Tang Yue replied without a hint of anger, taking the opportunity to sit next to Hao Pingfan. Tao Yinin naturally settled beside Chen Huan, her demeanor quite familiar. Chen Dongsheng and Zhao Chengkai watched this scene unfold, feeling their hearts shatter. After all that effort to come close to the campus beauties, they found them already taken. Anyone who dared to claim that these beauties did not harbor feelings for Hao Pingfan would be met with dire consequences. After the girls were seated, they introduced themselves to one another. Regrettably, they were met with disappointment. The atmosphere at the table grew rather dull. Hao Pingfan and Chen Huan simply focused on their meals, ignoring the intentions of the campus beauties beside them. Sitting next to Hao Pingfan, Tang Yue pouted, her fists clenched. She had been so proactive, yet Hao Pingfan was deliberately ignoring her. Was he even still a man? Across from her, Tao Yinin was treated coldly, yet she maintained her smile, proactively pouring beer for Chen Huan. Huan Ge, I don't recall seeing you drink during high school. Tao Yinin pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Huan Ge, I know you're still upset with me, but I'm just emotionally slow. It's not that I don't like you. After their meal concluded, she continued, I regretted not explaining myself after our gathering, but you had already blocked me. That's all in the past. There's no need to revisit it. Tao Yinin assumed her words had touched Chen Huan, becoming even more attentive in serving him food. Tang Yue observed this exchange, her expression contemplative, mimicking the gesture of pouring beer for Hao Pingfan. Pingfan, let us reconcile. My mother has come to realize her mistakes and asked me to apologize to you today. You don't need to keep using Zhao Lin to provoke me. I know you still like me and don't truly care for her. Please, please, please. Hao Pingfan finally reacted, hastily waving his hands. Tang Yue, don't mistake my feelings. I truly have no affection left for you. Moreover, I already have a new girlfriend. I hope you'll keep your distance from me in the future. I don't want her to misunderstand. At this revelation, Lu Li and Luo Xiaorong swiftly shifted their gazes from Chen Huan and Tao Yingying to Hao Pingfan and Tang Yue, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. After all, Tang Yue was also a campus beauty. The male lead was avoiding her like the plague, and it even involved the girl's mother. Chen Huan did not share the same speculative thoughts as the others. He focused solely on the fact that Hao Pingfan had a new girlfriend, his expression one of disbelief. Fan Ge, you have a girlfriend? Indeed, I just started dating today. I don't believe it. Tang Yue sharply interrupted the conversation between Hao Pingfan and Chen Huan. Suppressing her anger as she exclaimed, Hao Pingfan, I have apologized to you countless times. What more do you want? Are you truly so petty for a grown man? Is it not possible that I'm not deceiving you and that I genuinely have a girlfriend? Hao Pingfan leisurely set down his chopsticks, took out his second-hand Nokia phone, and, in front of everyone, dialed Qin Lingyue's number. The call was picked up almost instantly. Hello, Pingfan, what is the matter? Nothing, I just miss you. Where are you now? Hao Pingfan effortlessly recited sweet nothings, prompting a brief silence on the other end before a voice responded. I'm shopping for clothes with my roommates at Shuangdan. A new women's clothing store has opened here with reasonable prices and good quality. What a pity. I was just about to say that we became a couple today and should celebrate with a meal. Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Not a problem. Go enjoy your shopping with your roommates, Hao Pingfan said as he hung up the phone, glancing at the stunned Tang Yue. Now, you must believe me, right? I don't believe it. Tang Yue abruptly stood up, tears streaming down her face as she stumbled out of the store. Tao Yinin and a few other girls exchanged glances, quickly following her outside. In the blink of an eye, the previously lively scene was reduced to four bewildered young men staring at one another. Chapter 74. Even a fool knows how to choose life is non-novel. The earth continues to spin regardless of who is absent. After Tang Yue and her group departed, the remaining patrons in the restaurant gossiped for a moment before returning to their meals. Chen Dongsheng and the others intentionally refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, instead discussing topics that they believed all men would enjoy, restoring a lively atmosphere. Chen Huan took a few bites of food before raising his glass again, expressing his dissatisfaction with Hao Pingfan. Fan Ge, you already have a girlfriend and are still betting with me. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You didn't ask me whether I had a girlfriend before placing your bet. And there's nothing in the rules that states one cannot bet if they have a girlfriend, right? This left Chen Huan speechless. Upon reflection, it indeed was his own fault. He subconsciously assumed Hao Pingfan was single since he himself was not, a clear case of arrogance. Hao Pingfan, being a kind-hearted person, suggested, how about we just let this go, and we can compete again another time? Absolutely not. I concede this time. I'll help you clean for a month. Chen Huan stubbornly rejected Hao Pingfan's kind offer. A man's word is his bond. He would accept his defeat. Hao Pingfan, satisfied with the outcome, smiled, realizing that young people are indeed easily influenced. Chen Huan, feeling gloomy after a few more drinks, began to share his story about Tao Yinin. It turned out that he and Tao Yinin were classmates in high school, and he had fallen for her at first sight. However, he was short and thin at the time, mistakenly believing his family was poor, which made him feel unworthy of her, leading him to choose silent admiration. Later, by chance, he learned that Tao Yinin preferred muscular men, prompting him to self-study fitness, resulting in a significantly stronger physique. By the time they graduated high school, he believed he had met her standards and bravely confessed his feelings. Unfortunately, Tao Yinin did not accept his confession, but graciously accepted his gift. Xiangnuan was content with this outcome. Every beginning is challenging, and he was determined to continue working hard to win her heart. However, at the end of the gathering, he experienced abdominal pain and left a few minutes late, only to see Tao Yinin casually toss the gift he had given her into a trash bin. Huangge, you truly are pitiful. Zhao Yukai and Chen Dongsheng looked at the dejected Chen Huan with sympathy. They had previously thought Tao Yinin to be a considerate and gentle girl, puzzled by Chen Huan's indifference towards her. It turned out she was merely putting on an act. Chen Huan shook his head, forcing a smile. I suppose I should thank Tao Yinin. She taught me that even the truest feelings of the impoverished do not warrant love. Look at me now. I've become a rich heir, and she is now eager to curry favor with me. Huangge, that is a bit extreme. You can't dismiss all other girls because of Tao Yinin. I believe there are still many good girls in the world, Zhao Changkai instinctively countered, holding on to a hopeful notion of love. Chen Dongsheng agreed. We cannot generalize. There are many poor people in the world. Surely not all are devoid of love. Chen Huan found himself at a loss for words, gazing expectantly at Hao Pingfan with misty eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he hesitated, suddenly recalling that Hao Pingfan was from a rural background, still using a nearly obsolete Nokia phone, yet he had managed to capture the heart of the campus beauty. Was this if not true love? Was it merely because Hao Pingfan was exceptionally charming? Unbeknownst to Chen Huan, Hao Pingfan, having sensed his friend's turmoil, patted Chen Huan on the shoulder and offered words of comfort. Huangge, I too have experienced being rejected due to my poverty, yet I still believe in love. In fact, I found a new girlfriend shortly after starting university, unaffected by past shadows. Is that truly the case? Chen Huan felt a stirring within him. Compared to Hao Pingfan's nonchalance, he appeared rather cowardly. The observing Zhao Yukai and Chen Dongsheng began to view Hao Pingfan differently. This was not some noble indifference. It was undeniably the behavior of a scoundrel. The thought that two scoundrels resided in the same dormitory sent shivers down their spines. What if those deceived girls came looking for them? Meanwhile, Tang Yue, with the relentless comfort of her three roommates, finally ceased her tears, though her eyes remained red and puffy, evoking sympathy. Roommate Luo Xiaorong, who despised scoundrels, could not help but speak up. Yue, he is just a scoundrel. He is not worth it. You've only just broken up, and he has found a new girlfriend. He clearly never truly cared for you. Indeed, even if your family circumstances forced you apart, he should not have moved on so quickly. I suspect he merely used you as a tool to show off to his friends, Lu Li added, adjusting her glasses with a detective-like demeanor. Hearing her roommates chastise Hao Pingfan, Tang Yue felt no solace. Instead, bitterness consumed her. Hao Pingfan had devotedly served her for over a year, with no one else aware of their relationship. How could such dedication stem from anything less than profound love? If there was blame to assign, it lay with her and her mother for abandoning Hao Pingfan, leaving him heartbroken. Tao Yinin seemed to discern Tang Yue's obsession and thoughtfully remarked, Yue, I suspect Hao Pingfan's suddenly appearing girlfriend is merely a pawn to provoke you. Didn't you mention that he once pursued your best friend to make you jealous? This is evidently the same tactic. He wants you to regret your past actions. But I have apologized so many times. Why can't he forgive me? Tao Yinin's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she replied dismissively, boys are like that. Out of a strange sense of pride, they refuse to easily concede. Just like Huangge, all I did was decline his confession, yet he would rather suffer in silence than accept my gesture of goodwill. What should we do then? Tang Yue, drawn to Tao Yinin's erudition and shared aspirations, instinctively looked to her for guidance. Tao Yinin cast a glance at the adorably naive Tang Yue, and suddenly let out a soft laugh. With your looks, what kind of outstanding young man could you possibly fail to attract? There is no need to fixate on a penniless boy. However, I only have eyes for Hao Pingfan. She was not merely a simple-minded girl. She discerned that Tao Yinin's pursuit of Chen Huan was not entirely innocent. What if Tao Yinin discovered that Hao Pingfan was also exceptionally talented and attempted to vie for her boyfriend? As long as you are happy. Tao Yinin ceased her persuasion, entirely unfazed by the potential secrets Tang Yue might be harboring. even if Hao Pingfan possessed a modicum of ability. How could he possibly compare to a wealthy second-generation heir with at least $1 billion in assets? It was evident to anyone with a semblance of common sense whom to choose between Xinhuan and Hao Pingfan. Chapter 75. The Treasure Girl today marked the inaugural class meeting for the new students, and everyone was quite enthusiastic. By the time Hao Pingfan arrived, the classroom was nearly full. Fangge, over here, in the back row's viewing area, Xinhuan waved excitedly at Hao Pingfan. Without hesitation, Hao Pingfan strode over and took a seat beside him. Chen Dongsheng and Zhao Chengkai were not present. Zhao Chengkai was likely chatting with other students up front, probably soliciting support for tonight's election, while Chen Dongsheng had yet to arrive. Fangge, we haven't even officially started university, yet you all seem so busy. I was just sitting here alone, feeling utterly bored. Xinhuan immediately began to complain, his expression akin to that of a forsaken Shiba Inu. This morning, he had awoken to find his dorm mates mysteriously absent, nearly leading him to believe he was caught in a supernatural incident. Upon inquiring, he learned that Hao Pingfan and the others had left early due to various commitments. Brother Huan, don't underestimate me. With your looks, how could there be no girls approaching you? Hao Pingfan swiftly scanned the classroom, estimating around 50 students, with over 10 girls, a considerable proportion. Regrettably, the girls were currently turned away from him, making it impossible to discern their appearances. Xinhuan sighed at this remark. Indeed, there had been many girls stealing glances at him, yet they were too shy to approach directly. Moreover, the quality of the girls was rather lacking, with only one named Zhan Xiaoya appearing decent. Following Xinhuan's gaze, Zhan Xiaoya was dressed in a pink shirt, her figure slender, her hair impeccably straight, likely a beauty. Zhan Xiaoya possessed a delicate face that could easily score above 80 points in attractiveness. In contrast, the girl next to her, heavily made up, would barely scrape a 70. Hao Pingfan remained unfazed, flashing a friendly smile at the two, while Xinhuan felt uncomfortable, akin to a thief caught in the act. Zhan Xiaoya also returned a gracious smile, before turning back to her companion. Noting Xinhuan's awkward demeanor, Hao Pingfan teased, Brother Huan, didn't you vow to be a heartthrob? You can't be this thin-skinned. I simply avoid the grass around my nest, to prevent them from falling for me. I prefer to maintain some distance. Xinhuan retorted, though his handsome features and well-defined physique, along with the Jaeger-LeCoultre watch on his left wrist, fully attested to his undeniable charm. Meanwhile, in the front row, Zhan Xiaoya was quietly conversing with the girl beside her. Lingling, I've made my decision. I'm going to pursue that tall boy. Really? Didn't you say last night that you found muscular boys disgusting? The girl named Li Ling glanced up at another muscular boy nearby, Li Zhuozhuang. Li Zhuozhuang was of average appearance but stout, reportedly having come to Moda University of Technology for Zhan Xiaoya, displaying a rather infatuated demeanor. Sadly, unrequited love often leads to heartache, and Li Zhuozhuang's efforts only served to amuse himself, while Zhan Xiaoya found him increasingly tiresome. That was my previous misjudgment based on seeing only Li Zhuozhuang as a muscular type. After seeing this boy today, I've truly recognized the allure of a real gentleman. I am determined to pursue him. Zhan Xiaoya, enamored with the notion of newfound love, contemplated her recent discovery. With the latest model of an Apple phone in hand and a Jaeger-LeCoultre watch on her wrist, her family must possess at least tens of millions in assets. Coupled with his handsome features and a hint of musculature, it was hardly a drawback. In truth, her aesthetic preferences leaned towards another handsome boy. Yet upon witnessing the dilapidated Nokia phone, she decisively abandoned that notion. Good looks cannot be eaten, and she did not wish to be the one footing the bill on future dates. In that case, I shall pursue the boy next to me. Li Ling, dressed rather revealingly, exposed her modest means, her eyes reflecting a hint of discontent. She preferred Xinhuan's type, but her looks paled in comparison, leading her to settle for the second best option. After all, Hao Pingfan was also quite handsome, and taking him out would not tarnish her image. As for whether she could win over Hao Pingfan, Li Ling was not concerned. He appeared to be a country boy, inexperienced with the world, while she fancied herself the second most attractive girl in class. With a little effort, she believed she could easily captivate Hao Pingfan. Lost in thought, a young man in his 30s entered the room. Hello, everyone. I'm your counselor, Cheng Chao. I trust everyone is present. Upon realizing he was indeed the counselor, Hao Pingfan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped to encounter a beautiful female counselor as described in novels. Yet this was the reality. Reporting. At that moment, Chun Dongsheng hurriedly appeared at the door, and upon Cheng Chao's gesture, he entered the classroom and walked straight towards Hao Pingfan. It was class meeting time, and everyone refrained from idle chatter, merely nodding at one another before resuming their attention on Cheng Chao's address. Hao Pingfan glanced around, and, as Chen Huan had mentioned, aside from Xu Xiangnuan, the other girls in class were rather average. However, one girl who took the stage to introduce herself while keeping her head down caught Hao Pingfan's eye. This girl was dressed quite shabbily, in an oversized shirt and casual pants, her thick bangs obscuring most of her delicate features, and she wore large black-framed glasses perched upon her nose. Her habitual tendency to lower her head rendered it nearly impossible to discern her appearance. "Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Jingjing," she nervously stated before hastily exiting the stage. Despite this, Hao Pingfan narrowed his eyes, fixating on her silhouette. As a seasoned reader of countless reincarnation novels, he was no stranger to such a character and felt almost nauseated by the familiarity. For nearly every reincarnation tale features a girl of this nature. Yet, novels remain merely fiction. Whether this girl, named Zhang Jingjing, harbors hidden treasures remains to be seen. Cheng Chao interrupted Hao Pingfan's reverie, returning to the podium and stating, "All right. After the introductions, I believe everyone has formed a preliminary impression of your classmates. We will now elect a temporary class leader to oversee matters regarding military training. Is there anyone willing to step forward? I'll do it." Zhao Changkai was the first to raise his hand, and under the encouraging gazes of Hao Pingfan and others, he swallowed hard and boldly approached the podium. Chapter 76. I'm going to take a shower. The competition for temporary class leader was not particularly fierce. Yet, Zhao Changkai ultimately lost to Li Zhuizhuang by a margin of 3 votes. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Changkai silently climbed onto his bed, covering his head with the blanket, appearing utterly despondent. Hao Pingfan chuckled softly, realizing he was still just a young man, unable to cope with such a minor setback. He patted the edge of Zhao Changkai's bed and offered words of comfort. "Kai Ge, it's still too early to be upset. Li Zhuizhuang is merely the temporary class leader. As long as you perform well and foster unity among your classmates, there's no reason you can't surpass him. Do I really still have a chance?" Zhao Changkai abruptly threw off the covers, his eyes, red and intense, fixated on Hao Pingfan. "What do you think?" Hao Pingfan offered no further explanation. Instead, he picked up the shampoo and shower gel and headed to the bathroom for a shower. After all, he was a student who had successfully entered a prestigious university. If he couldn't comprehend the situation, then what was the point of his studies? Zhao Changkai smiled gratefully at Hao Pingfan's retreating figure, clenching his fist as a renewed flame ignited in his eyes. The true class monitor would only be confirmed after military training, and he still had a chance to turn the tide. Chen Huan, a man of loyalty, added, "Kai Ji, the gap in votes between you and Li Zhuizhuang is quite narrow. Over the next few days, I'll help you rally support in the girls' group, and I guarantee you'll surpass him." "Thank you, Huan Ji." Zhao Qingkai had no doubts about Chen Huan's capabilities. That evening, during their self-introductions, both Chen Huan and Hao Pingfan had ignited a collective excitement among the girls, and they were already subtly regarded as the 2 most attractive boys in the class. If Chen Huan was willing to sacrifice his charm to help, the majority of the girls' votes would be practically secured, boosting his chances. Chen Dongsheng, having witnessed Hao Pingfan and Chen Huan display concern for their roommate, pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Kai Ji, tomorrow during military training, I plan to sell ice cream and soda. I've already arranged the supplies. Would you like to join me? You could handle our class, earn some pocket money, and chat with classmates." "Absolutely." Zhao Changkai felt a surge of emotion. How fortunate he was to have such good brothers in college. Chen Dongsheng waved his hand dismissively, then turned to the showering Hao Pingfan. "Fanji, would you like to join us?" "No need." Hao Pingfan's indistinct voice floated in, disappointing Chen Dongsheng, who shook his head. This was his final opportunity as a good dormmate to extend an invitation to Hao Pingfan. Even if Hao Pingfan later realized he wanted to join, he would no longer be a founding member of their venture. After everyone's reassurance, Zhao Changkai finally emerged from the shadow of his electoral defeat, and the conversation gradually shifted to the girls in their class. Chen Dongsheng was the first to voice his thoughts. "Brothers, I have a good feeling about Jin Xiaoya. Could you refrain from competing with me?" "But I like Jin Xiaoya too," Zhao Changkai confessed, his face flushed with embarrassment. He could yield in many things, but not in matters of the heart. Although Zhen Xiaoya was not as stunning as Tang Yue or Tao Yinin, her sweet smile struck a chord in his heart. He wished to pursue her as well. It's all right, let us compete fairly. Chen Dongsheng patted Zhao Chengkai on the shoulder, indicating that he did not mind. As long as Chen Huan and Hao Pingfan stayed out of it, he felt he still had a chance. Zhao Chengkai clearly shared similar sentiments, casting a slightly anxious glance at Chen Huan. Kaiji, Shangji, just to clarify, I have no intention of competing with you for Zhen Xiaoya, but she just messaged me. Impossible. Didn't Zhen Xiaoya go to take a shower? Chen Dongsheng suddenly leaped up and moved beside Chen Huan. Upon seeing the message, Huanji, are you there? He was momentarily stunned. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it. After all, they had just met and it was natural to be unfamiliar. After Zhao Chengkai read the content, his complexion paled considerably. Just when he felt a flutter in his heart, it seemed he was already facing heartbreak before he even had a chance to act. Observing the disheartened expressions of the two, Chen Huan hastily reassured them, don't worry. I genuinely have no interest in Zhen Xiaoya and won't be in frequent contact with her. Zhao Chengkai and Chen Dongsheng sighed in relief, but felt a pang of discomfort. It was disheartening that the girls they fancied had feelings for someone else. The vast campus was filled with beautiful girls, far more than just Zhen Xiaoya. Why do they only fixate on her? Indeed, there are many beautiful girls at our school. From what I learned today, Bai Yiji and Qin Lingyue, among others, are still single. Chen Huan shared his findings, prompting a wave of banter from Chen Dongsheng. I happened to see Qin Lingyue today. She's stunningly sexy, but a girl like that would never look my way. Not necessarily. How can you know if you haven't tried? Chen Huan employed all his charm and persuasion to uplift his brother's spirits. However, Hao Pingfan could not allow Chen Huan to continue his fanciful tales and interrupted. You should forget about Qin Lingyue. She is my girlfriend. What? The dorm fell abruptly silent, with 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Hao Pingfan. Chen Huan, incredulous, questioned, Fan Ji, are you serious? Could I possibly be lying? Hao Pingfan rolled his eyes, offering no further explanation, yet the 3 in the dorm became increasingly convinced. Zhao Chengkai, momentarily forgetting his sadness, was filled with admiration. Fan Ji, how did you manage to capture the heart of the campus beauty on the first day? That's incredible. Hao Pingfan merely waved his hand nonchalantly. Zhao Chengkai and Chen Dongsheng exchanged skeptical glances, convinced that Hao Pingfan was merely boasting. Chen Huan felt a twinge of discomfort. Ignoring their gazes, Hao Pingfan sat down at his desk, towel in hand, and glanced at his phone, noting messages from Qin Lingyue, Tang Yue, and the recently added Li Ling skipping over Tang Yue, as per usual. Hao Pingfan curiously tapped on Li Ling's avatar. Hao Pingfan, are you there? He read, feeling a sense of disbelief. What is wrong with her? He thought, rolling his eyes before responding with a classic line. I want to take a shower. Chapter 77. Aren't you supposed to have a boyfriend? Sorry, I was just in the shower. No worries, I just finished showering too. I'm currently trying on the clothes I bought this afternoon. Hao Pingfan suddenly felt wide awake, sitting upright as he quickly typed, Senior. Could you send me a few pictures of you in the new clothes? I'd like to see how you look. You really want to see? How about I just show you in person later? No, I want to see my girlfriend in her new outfit right away. All right then. Under Hao Pingfan's insistence, Qin Lingyue reluctantly agreed. After about 5 minutes, Qin Lingyue sent the first set of 5 photos. In the images, she wore a black and white striped top, her chest curvaceous and mysterious. The lower half featured a short pleated skirt that could hardly conceal her long, powerful legs, making her an eye-catching sight. Her brown hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, exuding youthful sensuality and vitality. Qin Lingyue clearly had a knack for photography. Hao Pingfan even suspected she might have worked as a model. The 5 photos showcased the clothing's features and her advantages from various angles, leaving Hao Pingfan captivated. A few minutes later, Qin Lingyue sent another set of photos. This time, she wore a rose-colored floral spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her curves while partially concealing her snow-white thighs, forming a perfect silhouette. Coupled with Qin Lingyue's various expressions and poses, the allure was undeniably heightened. That's all. I also bought some lingerie, but it's not suitable for photos. Qin Lingyue followed up with a message that made Hao Pingfan wonder if she was intentionally teasing him. However, as a bright young man just beginning his university journey, he knew he had to maintain decorum, promptly replying, Senior, you look absolutely stunning. You look good in anything. Ignoring the smiling emoji, Hao Pingfan continued typing, Senior, do you have time tomorrow evening? How about we go out for a stroll together? They had been a couple for 2 days, but had hardly seen each other, which was clearly detrimental to deepening their relationship. Regrettably, the next 2 weeks will be occupied by military training, allowing only the evenings for brief encounters. Qin Lingwei readily agreed, saying, once your training concludes, send me a message, and I shall come and find you. All right. Hao Pingfan closed the chat window and resumed his customary conversation with Lin Yu. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, the reactions of Qin Lingyue's roommates to her actions that evening varied greatly. Dormitory 315 is renowned within the school, and aside from Qin Lingyue, her roommates Yao Shanshan, Wei Lan, and Bai Yiji are all stunningly beautiful, with Bai Yiji sharing equal fame with Qin Lingyue as a campus beauty. Dressed in a revealing tank top that highlighted her alluring figure, Yao Shanshan jested while applying makeup. Yeah, we agreed this was merely for fun. Letting you whimsically date a boy for a month. You aren't seriously considering it, are you? It's not a matter of seriousness. I genuinely wish to explore a romantic relationship this time, and so far, I find him quite agreeable, Qin Lingyue replied earnestly, donning her pajamas to conceal her sultry form. Wei Lan, dressed provocatively yet revealing little, feigned surprise. Yeah, don't you have a boyfriend in another city? Isn't this akin to straddling 2 boats? Qin Lingyue paused, taken aback. The boyfriend she had fabricated was merely a ruse to fend off her roommate's persistent matchmaking. She had not anticipated this would backfire. After a brief hesitation, she clarified. I ended things with him during the summer. I am single now. Oh, I see. Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan exchanged glances, disappointment evident in their eyes, and continued to jest. To fall for someone so quickly, he must be quite exceptional. Isn't that obvious? Yeah, is a campus beauty. How could any man she fancies be ordinary? He might even come from a family with vast wealth. They chimed in unison, leaving Qin Lingyue blushing profusely. Pingfan comes from a modest rural family, but he is remarkably gentle and attentive. I feel comfortable around him. Oh, a flicker of delight crossed Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan's faces, yet skepticism lingered. Since you speak so highly of him, when will you introduce him to us? We're still uncertain if you truly have a boyfriend. What if you fabricated this guy to avoid our matchmaking? I am not deceiving you. We've only just begun, and he is busy with military training, so he might not have time. After his training, I will find an opportunity for you to meet him. It's settled then. Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan, swayed by Qin Lingyue's sincerity, felt inexplicably cheerful. It was amusing to think that a campus beauty was dating a rural boy. Meanwhile, Bai Yiji, who sat quietly on her bed, remained detached from her roommate's banter, engrossed in her book as though the world beyond its pages held no significance for her. The following day, military training commenced. As it was the first day, there were no morning exercises. After hastily donning their training uniforms, the group from Dormitory 502 rushed to the cafeteria. The dining hall was bustling with students, and after queuing for breakfast, Hao Pingfan and his companions sought an available table. Huang, over here. A delicate white hand caught their attention. It was none other than the class beauty, Zhen Xiaoye. Zhao Chengkai and Chen Dongsheng instinctively smiled. But their expressions quickly faded when they realized Zhen Xiaoye was not smiling at them. Chen Huan's face turned awkward, as such scenarios often made him feel as though he were betraying his friends. Let us go sit over there. Hao Pingfan scanned the vicinity and, noticing an opening at Zhen Xiaoye's table, led the way. This table included 3 girls, Li Ling, Wang Hui, and another girl named Li Zhuang, who wore a rather grim expression. In a corner, Zhang Jingjing sat quietly, eating her breakfast. Unperturbed by Li Ling's hostile gaze, Hao Pingfan calmly took a seat across from Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing's military training uniform was ill-fitting, as though she had deliberately chosen a size too large. Her breakfast was meager, consisting of just a steam bun and a bowl of thin congee. Hao Pingfan increasingly found Zhang Jingjing reminiscent of a character from a novel, a hidden gem, impoverished yet deliberately dowdy, embodying the archetype of a heroine. Hao Pingfan, don't you have anything to say to me? Li Ling interjected, her displeasure evident. Last night, Hao Pingfan's disregard had ignited her fury, and today, his failure to apologize only intensified her irritation. What do you want me to say? Hao Pingfan replied, genuinely perplexed, as they were not well acquainted. Oh, so you're still playing dumb? Don't expect me to give you another chance. Li Ling turned away, her expression dark as she silently sentenced Hao Pingfan to regret. What if he was somewhat handsome? His family was impoverished, and he couldn't even afford a proper phone. No girl with any self-respect would want to endure such hardship. After all, she, a stunning beauty, had generously offered him a chance, yet he seemed oblivious to the opportunity. Let it be. He would surely regret it later. Their quarrel stirred only a minor ripple, as Zhang Jingjing cast a curious glance at them, while the others were captivated by the antics of Chunhuan and Jin Xiaoya. Everyone continued their breakfast while secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. It truly was an entertaining spectacle. Hao Pingfan nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Zhao Changkai, Chen Dongsheng, and Li Zhuangzhuang, who were all trying to win Jin Xiaoya's favor with what they believed to be thoughtful gestures, only to be ignored as she exclusively engaged with Chenhuan, her tone sweet and affectionate. Unfortunately, Chenhuan appeared restless, as though seated on needles, his face reflecting a sense of despair. 10 minutes later, breakfast concluded amidst this peculiar atmosphere, and Chenhuan, along with his dormitory companions, hastily departed, leaving behind a pouting Jin Xiaoya and the displeased Li Zhuangzhuang and Li Ling. I see now, Jin Xiaoya's heart belongs solely to Huang Ge, and I have no chance, Chen Dongsheng lamented on their way to the playground. Initially, he had thought Jin Xiaoya's affection for Chen Huan was superficial, believing that with some effort, he could win her over. However, after observing her this morning, it was clear that her feelings for Chen Huan ran deep. He had truly experienced heartbreak. Beside him, Zhao Changkai hung his head, lacking vitality, evidently also hurt. Chen Huan felt aggrieved. Kai Ge, Sheng Ge, this cannot be blamed on me. I haven't spoken to her all morning. Ping Fan, you witnessed it all. Please offer your perspective. In truth, this is partially your fault, Huang Ge. Hao Ping Fan, with his hands in his pockets under the blazing sun, delivered a remark that diminished Chen Huan's spirits significantly. What can I say? Your Audemars Piguet is simply too dazzling, leaving Jin Xiaoya unable to focus on anything else. Huh? Chen Huan and the others were momentarily baffled, unsure how the conversation had veered to watches. Hao Pingfan elaborated during breakfast. Jin Xiaoya kept glancing at Huan Ji's watch and phone. Without those two items, she likely wouldn't have paid him such attention. Impossible. Jin Xiaoya is so adorable and kind-hearted. Fan Ge, you must be mistaken. Zhao Changkai was incredulous. She is his heartthrob. How could she possibly be a gold digger? Chen Dongsheng, however, seemed to gain insight. As if he had cast off a heavy burden, his steps becoming considerably lighter. Yet, when he turned his gaze towards Hao Pingfan, there lingered a hint of regret. With such a smooth demeanor and keen observational skills, why would Hao Pingfan confine himself to the role of a dutiful student, unwilling to engage in grand endeavors? Chen Huan felt that Hao Pingfan's words were indeed sound. I have always maintained that true love does not exist in this world. Do you now believe me? I do not. Zhao Changkai retorted defiantly, remaining steadfast as a champion of pure love. Chen Huan was eager to counter him, but was halted by Hao Pingfan. People tend to believe only in what they wish to believe. Mere words from others cannot alter that. Fruitless quarrels will only tarnish the camaraderie within the dormitory. Today, the sun blazed with unusual fervor, rendering the morning unbearable. After gathering on the playground and enduring a few monotonous speeches from school officials, military training officially commenced. The instructor assigned to Hao Pingfan's class was a robust young man around 30, which left Hao Pingfan feeling somewhat disappointed. He had previously read numerous rebirth novels where instructors were stunningly fit, sun-kissed beauties who engaged in unmentionable escapades with the protagonist during training. Why was he not afforded such an experience? The ensuing drills were exceedingly tedious, consisting mainly of standing at attention under the scorching sun, which was intensely hot. Fortunately, Hao Pingfan possessed remarkable physical endurance. Though he felt the heat, it was not overwhelmingly uncomfortable. After half an hour, the long-awaited command for a break was issued, and the students promptly collapsed beneath the shade of the trees, reluctant to move. However, Chen Dongsheng, Zhao Changkai, and two other classmates were unable to rest, as they were tasked with delivering the ice cream and soda that their peers had ordered to the playground. Fan Yi, do you think Sheng Ge and the others will make any money? Chen Huan, sipping a cold soda in the shade, inquired of Hao Pingfan while observing the diligent Chen Dongsheng and others, who were too busy to even wipe their sweat. Hao Pingfan finished the last bite of his ice cream and shook his head. They will earn something, but not a substantial amount. The school prohibits setting up stalls on the playground, so they can only earn meager pocket money. With only a few of them, no matter how hard they try, they cannot transport much, rendering the endeavor futile. That makes sense. Chen nodded, but felt a twinge of curiosity as he looked back at Hao Pingfan. Fango, how do you seem to know everything? Are you truly from the countryside? What, do you look down on rural folks? Hao Pingfan narrowed his eyes and playfully threw a punch, channeling 30 years of strength. Chen Huan quickly raised his hands in surrender. No, Fango, I was wrong. Just teasing you. No need to be tense. Hao Pingfan patted Chen Huan on the shoulder, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhang Jingjing, who appeared somewhat pale in the distance. It seemed that Zhang Jingjing was not quite herself. Chapter 79. Why is he so strong in the afternoon? The heat intensified. In such sweltering conditions, the students disregarded all decorum, seizing the opportunity to wipe away their sweat whenever the instructor turned his back, thus managing to persevere. Report. Li Zhuang's suddenly loud voice startled the drowsy students, as well as the instructor conversing nearby with his comrades. The instructor strode over. What happened? Instructor, I report that Chen Huan, Hao Pingfan, and Chen Dongsheng are cheating and slacking off. Chen Dongsheng even secretly drank water. Upon hearing this, the other students looked at Li Zhuang with disapproval. Everyone was slacking off. How could the class leader reveal this? The instructor shot a disapproving glance at Li Zhuang, reminding him that university is not the military and cannot be governed by military standards. His prior departure had been a deliberate attempt to give everyone a break. But now that it had been exposed, he could not ignore it. The instructor approached Hao Pingfan and the others. You four, step forward. Chen Huan and Chen Dongsheng shot Li Zhuang a resentful look before reluctantly moving to the front of the line. Zhao Changkai hesitated for a moment, but then voluntarily stepped out, admitting that he too had been moving about. This display of brotherhood touched the instructor, who prepared to punish Zhao Changkai as well. Before the instructor could speak, Hao Pingfan boldly interjected. Report. What do you wish to say? Instructor, may I ask why Li Zhuang, standing in the front row, can see the actions of those in the last row? This question sparked contemplation among the instructor and the students, all turning their attention to Li Zhuang. Li Zhuang, drenched in sweat, stammered, I am the class leader, always keeping an eye on my classmates' situations. I do not recall authorizing you to do so. Li Zhuang, step forward. The instructor interrupted Li Zhuang's defense, and after he begrudgingly stepped out, announced, each of you will do 30 push-ups. Is that all? Chen Huan involuntarily displayed a look of disdain. As a fitness enthusiast, this was child's play. The instructor bore no anger, patting Chen Huan's muscular physique and chuckling, 30 is indeed easy for you. How about this? If you can do 150 push-ups in one go, I will let you skip training this afternoon. No problem. Chen Huan did not expect such an opportunity and readily agreed. Li Zhuang, who despised Chen Huan the most, was unwilling to let him bask in the glory alone and quickly chimed in. Instructor, may I join too? Certainly. Anyone who wishes to participate may step forward. Just complete 150 standard push-ups in one go, and you can rest this afternoon. At the instructor's command, many boys in the line raised their hands, exuding confidence. Hao Pingfan modestly joined in, as this was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Soon, over a dozen boys lined up at the front, and under the collective gaze of their classmates and nearby formations, they began doing push-ups in unison. Xiaoya, do you think Chen Huan can achieve this goal? With the competition underway, the remaining students finally had a chance to rest, and Li Ling's eyes seemed glued to Chen Huan's bulging muscles, reluctant to look away for even a second. Of course, Huanga clearly works out regularly. If he can't do it, then no one else stands a chance. Zhanse similarly fixated on Chen Huan, watching beads of sweat cascade down his face, chest, and arms, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Li Ling nodded in agreement, her gaze momentarily shifting from Chen Huan to the unassuming Hao Pingfan, eager to witness his misfortune. However, she was taken aback to find Hao Pingfan remarkably calm, executing the movements steadily, seemingly unfazed by the pressure. The instructor also began to take notice of the unremarkable Hao Pingfan, especially as most students had already given up, leaving only Hao Pingfan, Chen Huan, and Li Zhuang still going strong. Chen Huan and Li Zhuang, both muscular, were drenched in sweat and trembling from exertion, while Hao Pingfan appeared as composed as ever. This young man is indeed hiding his talents. With such physical prowess, he could easily join our ranks. Unsurprisingly, Hao Pingfan was the first to complete the task with ease. The instructor approached him, clapping him on the shoulder with palpable admiration in his eyes. Young people with such physical capabilities are truly rare these days. Hao Pingfan smiled modestly. He did not seek the limelight, but what could he do? Such was his nature. Fangu is truly remarkable. Many students underwent a complete transformation in their perception of Hao Pingfan, having previously regarded him as just another bookish pretty face. Now it appears that their vision was rather limited. Given Gao Pingfan's physical prowess, he could likely reduce them to calling him daddy with just a few punches. The girls gazed at Gao Pingfan with eyes sparkling with admiration. A man with such a graceful appearance, yet possessing formidable strength, was undeniably their ideal. Li Ling couldn't help but view Gao Pingfan in a new light. Should he willingly offer her an apology, she would gladly grant him another chance. Xu Xiangnuan, while feeling a flutter in her heart, couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. A boy like Gao Pingfan was almost a mirror image of her dreams. Yet he was regrettably a bit too impoverished. After a while, Qianhuan finally completed the task, panting heavily, no longer exuding the same arrogance he had moments before. Meanwhile, Li Zhuang, seeing that the other two had achieved their goals while he still had 50 left to complete, was enveloped by a profound sense of defeat. He intended to grit his teeth and persevere, but his body simply would not allow it, ultimately leading him to collapse to the ground in tears. After this brief interlude, the team resumed their training. Gao Pingfan and Qianhuan, as the two who had met their objectives, were naturally spared the collective suffering of their classmates and were allowed to rest beneath a large tree. Nevertheless, Qianhuan's mood remained tumultuous. He could only manage 150 push-ups, while Gao Pingfan effortlessly performed the same number. The contrast was stark. Stop kidding, we're not the same. I am genuinely in a relationship. Gao Pingfan instinctively retorted, his gaze fixed on Zhang Jingjing, whose lips had turned pale, a growing sense of foreboding suggesting she might faint at any moment. Indeed, Gao Pingfan's intuition proved accurate. 20 minutes later, while the team was practicing left and right turns, two girls suddenly collapsed to the ground, Xu Xiangnuan and Zhang Jingjing. The sudden fainting of the two girls caused a commotion within the team, prompting the instructor to take the situation seriously and rush over to assess their condition. Xu Xiangnuan appeared relatively fine, merely dizzy from a misstep, while Zhang Jingjing's condition was more severe, her face pale and breath faint, indicating she was suffering from heat exhaustion. Instructor, allow me to escort these two classmates to the infirmary. Instructor, let me handle it. I run quickly. I'll go, I have strength. Students clamored to volunteer as gallant protectors, their attention predominantly focused on Xu Xiangnuan. An opportunity to deepen their connection with the class beauty was not to be missed. Zhao Chengkai displayed particular enthusiasm, worry and anxiety evident on his face. Zhao Gu is falling in love rather quickly. His concern mirrors my own past feelings for Tao Yining. Under the shade of the tree, Qianhuan observed Zhao Chengcai's anxious demeanor, shaking his head in bemusement. Gao Pingfan, leaning against the tree trunk, couldn't help but interject. Weren't you also infatuated with Tao Yining at first sight? Seems so, Qianhuan replied with an awkward smile, momentarily forgetting his own past. As they conversed, the instructor had dismissed those eager to curry favor and beckoned Gao Pingfan and Qianhuan. Since you two have nothing else to do, come help escort the female classmates to the infirmary. All right. With no valid reason to refuse, Gao Pingfan rose and dusted himself off. As they walked, Qianhuan whispered, Fangu, you take Xu Xiangnuan. I don't want Zhao Gu to misunderstand again. Brother Huan, I can't help you with that. I too fear Zhao Ji's misinterpretation. Gao Pingfan coldly rejected Qianhuan's suggestion and quickened his pace toward Zhang Jingjing. Qianhuan suddenly felt the world conspiring against him, and under Xu Xiangnuan's appreciative gaze, he assisted her slowly toward the infirmary. On Gao Pingfan's side, with Zhang Jingjing feeling dizzy and weak, he had no choice but to carry her on his back. After their close contact, Gao Pingfan was instantly aware of an astonishing softness. Based on his years of experience, he surmised it was comparable to Xiao Yuzi. Indeed, novels do not deceive me, he murmured, realizing Zhang Jingjing had likely chosen to wear loose clothing to conceal her figure. Yet, with the advent of modern bras designed to appear smaller, such as sports bras and ultra-thin options, Zhang Jingjing might simply be unaware of these innovations. As Zhang Jingjing, feeling lightheaded, sensed Gao Pingfan's sturdy back and warm hands, a faint blush crept onto her pale face. This was her first intimate interaction with a boy since she had grown up. A few minutes later, Gao Pingfan and Chen Huan arrived at the infirmary with their charges. The doctor examined the two girls. Zhan Xiaoya was fine and quickly recovered after resting, while Zhang Jingjing needed to address her heat exhaustion and nutritional deficiencies. Brother Huan, I feel utterly drained. Could I lean on you for support? Zhan Xiaoya, after consuming a bottle of herbal medicine, swayed toward Chen Huan, resembling someone intoxicated. Chen Huan hastily steadied her, feeling a throbbing headache, and turned to Gao Pingfan for assistance. Gao Pingfan offered an expression of helplessness, settling Zhang Jingjing onto a bed in the inner room. Zhang Jingjing, would you like me to lift your hair to help cool you down? Gao Pingfan inquired kindly, observing her thick bangs. Zhang Jingjing's dazed eyes widened with a hint of panic as she hurriedly shook her head. Then I'll fetch you some water. Not wanting to impose, Gao Pingfan rose to get a paper cup of warm water from the doctor and offered it to Zhang Jingjing. Thank you. Zhang Jingjing smiled gratefully, reaching out to take the cup, but her already slender hand, weakened by illness, almost failed to grasp it. Fortunately, Gao Pingfan was quick to prevent an accident. Since you're not in a condition to manage this, why don't I feed you? No, Zhang Jingjing replied, her voice barely audible and tinged with shyness. Gao Pingfan, misinterpreting her response as consent, cautiously brought the paper cup to her pale, yet oddly alluring lips. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jingjing ultimately accepted Gao Pingfan's kindness, slowly sipping the water with her eyes closed. Following this, Gao Pingfan busied himself attending to Zhang Jingjing, ensuring she took her medicine, which finally improved her condition slightly. Thank you. I feel much better now. You needn't worry about me. Zhang Jingjing softly expressed her gratitude after finishing her medication, her captivating eyes behind thick black frames meeting Gao Pingfan's for the first time, filled with appreciation. Gao Pingfan waved dismissively, smiling. There's no need for excessive gratitude. I came to the infirmary to enjoy the air conditioning. You should rest well. I'll be right here. Just call if you need anything. All right. Zhang Jingjing bit her lip, ultimately removing her black glasses and obediently shutting her eyes. Outside, Zhan Xiaoya and Chen Huan observed the interaction between Gao Pingfan and Zhang Jingjing, each feeling a different sentiment. Zhan Xiaoya felt a deeper sense of regret. Gao Pingfan was not only handsome and strong, but also so gentle, perfectly embodying her ideal. Yet why was he burdened by poverty? Chen Huan also regarded Gao Pingfan with newfound respect. It was no wonder that despite his lack of wealth, he could captivate the school beauty's heart. He was genuinely tender and attentive toward girls. Were he in a similar situation, cared for by such a handsome and gentle boy, he too might find his heart stirred. Sensing Chen Huan's unusual gaze, Gao Pingfan felt a shiver run down his spine and solemnly declared, Brother Huan, I am not attracted to men. I'm not either. That's good. Gao Pingfan said nothing further and casually picked up a magazine from nearby, engrossing himself in its pages. A few minutes later, Zhan Xiaoya had completed her rest and, accompanied by Chen Huan, left the infirmary. The doctor had stepped outside to engage in casual conversation, leaving only Gao Pingfan and Zhang Jingjing in the ward. Noticing that Zhang Jingjing had succumbed to a steady rhythm of breathing, seemingly asleep, Gao Pingfan lifted his gaze to scrutinize her features. Her complexion was unexpectedly fair and smooth, entirely unlike that of a child from a less fortunate background. The delicate, well-defined nose, her moist cherry lips, and the enchanting peach blossom eyes he had glimpsed earlier all served as undeniable evidence of her being a concealed treasure. The only flaw was the heavy bangs that obscured her forehead, preventing him from fully appreciating Zhang Jingjing's jade-like visage. Abandoning the thought of stealthily lifting her bangs, Gao Pingfan redirected his focus to the magazine. Before he realized it, he had dozed off at the bedside. Chapter 81. Apology for the habit. Gao Pingfan, wake up. As evening approached at 6 o'clock, Gao Pingfan rubbed his eyes and roused from slumber, finding Zhang Jingjing beside him, already dressed but appearing somewhat dowdy. He rose, stretching his stiff body, just in time to see a throng of students in military training hastily making their way to the dining hall. And he couldn't help but apologize. I'm sorry, I overslept. It's fine, I just woke up too. Zhang Jingjing averted her gaze, a hint of crimson appearing on her cheeks. Their exchange felt as if they had spent the afternoon napping together. How are you feeling now? Better? Much improved. Gao Pingfan nodded affirmatively. Oh, Zhang Jingjing, feeling well cared for by Gao Pingfan, found herself devoid of any rebellious thoughts and dazedly followed him to the dining hall. It wasn't tea until they reached the food counter, and she observed how Ping Fan piling his plate with an array of meat dishes that she began to question why she had accompanied him for a meal. Let me pay. You've helped me so much today. It's my turn to treat you. There's no need for such courtesy. It's merely a trivial expense for me. Hao Pingfan halted Zhang Jingjing's attempt to pay and ultimately used his own meal card to settle the bill. Zhang Jingjing pouted slightly, realizing that Hao Pingfan's phone was as worn as hers, leaving her to wonder how he could afford such indulgences. It was peak dinner time, and the dining hall was bustling with patrons, yet seats were not difficult to find. Just as Hao Pingfan intended to lead Zhang Jingjing to a secluded corner, several boys in military attire beckoned him from nearby. Fangge, over here. These are the remaining 3 members of Dormitory 502, accompanied by Zhanxia, Li Ling, and Li Zhuangzhuang. Hao Pingfan glanced at Zhang Jingjing, noticing the conflicted expression on her face, and promptly shook his head at the boys, opting instead for the corner with Zhang Jingjing. You don't have to worry about me. Zhang Jingjing quietly expressed her desire not to be a burden. But before she could finish, Hao Pingfan gently pressed her into a seat. Today, the instructor specifically asked me to look after you. How could I ignore that? Just sit still and eat. Oh, surprisingly, Zhang Jingjing didn't resist his command, sitting obediently beside him while she only touched the vegetarian dishes, avoiding the meat. Unable to overlook this, Hao Pingfan took the initiative to place a piece of meat into her bowl. Hao Pingfan, I don't like it. You don't like it? Nonsense. The doctor said you're malnourished and need to supplement your nutrition. How can you avoid meat? Hao Pingfan realized that speaking to Zhang Jingjing in a commanding manner seemed more effective than gentle persuasion. Indeed, upon pouting slightly, she silently consumed the meat. Hao Pingfan continued to serve her a few more dishes, finally alleviating her concerns, and she gradually relaxed. Satisfied, Hao Pingfan nodded, feeling a sense of accomplishment akin to nurturing a daughter. Meanwhile, Li Ling had been observing Hao Pingfan from the beginning, contemplating that if he simply approached her to apologize, she would graciously forgive him. To her astonishment, not only did he not come over, but he also appeared quite intimate with the least conspicuous girl in their class, causing her irritation to escalate. As a striking beauty, how could she possibly be overshadowed by a country girl? Zhen Xiaoya also noted Hao Pingfan's domineering demeanor, feeling a mix of admiration and confusion. Do you think Hao Pingfan might have developed feelings for Zhang Jingjing? Impossible, Chen Huan and the others exclaimed in unison, leaving Zhen Xiaoya perplexed. Zhao Chengkai seized the opportunity to clarify. Fanggu already has a girlfriend, and she asked the campus belle. So how could he possibly fancy someone else? What? Hao Pingfan has a girlfriend? And she asks a campus belle? Are you sure you're not joking? Li Ling reacted most vehemently, her chopsticks clattering to the floor. How could someone as poor as Hao Pingfan possibly have a beautiful girlfriend? Zhen Xiaoya, Li Zhuangzhuang, and the others mirrored her disbelief. If Hao Pingfan had a girlfriend, given his looks, it might be somewhat believable. However, she was a senior campus belle, and they had only been in school for 2 days. It seemed implausible that he could win the heart of a campus belle so swiftly. Chen Huan felt slighted by their skepticism towards his idol. During our previous gathering, the campus belle from high school was quite persistent in trying to rekindle her relationship with Fangge. I can vouch for that, Chen Dongxing added, causing the others to start believing. But why? Is it just because Hao Pingfan is handsome, physically strong, and kind-hearted? Li Ling's face flushed with embarrassment, her hands beneath the table turning pale from clenching. She felt like a fool. No wonder Hao Pingfan had never shown interest in her. He had already found someone better. How humiliating it was for her to have engaged in such mental gymnastics earlier. Zhen Xiaoya unconsciously sighed. She had intended to add Hao Pingfan on her contact list tonight as a backup, but before she could take action, he had embarrassed her. Li Zhuangzhuang, amid his jealousy, felt a sense of relief. Hao Pingfan exerted immense pressure on him. Had he shown interest in Zhen Xiaoya, he would have truly lost all hope. Thankfully, as the discussion about Hao Pingfan unfolded, the thoughts of those present became increasingly agitated, and their dining pace slowed considerably, resulting in Hao Pingfan and Zhang Jingjing finishing their meal first. Upon leaving the dining hall, Hao Pingfan took Zhang Jingjing to purchase some fruit. Hao Pingfan, I can't accept this. Take it. Oh. Observing Zhang Jingjing's pitiful demeanor, Hao Pingfan contemplated before speaking. The intensity of military training is quite demanding. If you don't take care of your health, you'll struggle to keep up later. You surely don't want a repeat of today, incident, do you? Then let me give you the money. I'll buy it myself. Zhang Jingjing hesitated momentarily, retrieving a neatly folded handkerchief from her pocket, revealing a collection of coins. Hao Pingfan fixed his gaze on the handkerchief for a few moments, gently pressing down on Zhang Jingjing's hand as she counted the money. This amount is trivial for me. If you're uncomfortable, consider a loan. You can repay me once you earn some money. By the way, are you aware that the school offers scholarships and work-study opportunities? Hao Pingfan reminded her, causing Zhang Jingjing to freeze, momentarily forgetting to withdraw her hand from under his. I didn't know that. Hao Pingfan guided Zhang Jingjing to a bench by the lake, intending to elaborate, but he was interrupted by her trembling voice. Hao Pingfan, could you please let go of me? Oh, I apologize. I'm just accustomed to it. Chapter 82. A peculiar gift. The campus of Moda Lixue is breathtaking, particularly the rows of willow trees swaying in the evening breeze by the lake, which exude an extraordinary ambience at dusk. Many couples from various schools, after finishing their dinner, coincidentally wander hand in hand to the lakeside, adding a touch of romantic ambience. However, this was of little concern to HOPNGFN at the moment. After much persuasion, he finally managed to impart some knowledge to ZHNGJNGJing. HOPNGFN, thank you. You truly are a good person. ZHNGJNGJ gazed into HOPNGFN's eyes, her face radiating joy and gratitude. With the channels provided by HOPNGFN, she could finally alleviate some burdens from her family. I'm not a good person. Do not regard me as one. HOPNGF and snipped. Startling ZHNGJNGJing, who shivered but maintained her resolute gaze, evidently convinced that HOPNGFN was indeed a wonderful person. HOPNGFN felt a headache coming on. He had no desire to be seen as a pushover. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, I shall return to the dormitory now. Thank you. Thank you. FNG. Observing the hurried retreat of her figure, HOPNGFN couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared his actions today had garnered considerable affection from ZHNGJNGJing, as she had begun to refer to him in such an endearing manner. However, HOPNGFN had no particular intentions of pursuing HNGJNGJing. His willingness to assist her stemmed more from the uncanny resemblance she bore to the heroines he had encountered in novels, evoking a subconscious sense of compassion within him. After approximately 2 hours of additional training, the first day of military drills officially concluded. The classmates, who had initially appeared as wilted radishes, transformed into vibrant beings the moment the dismissal order was announced, instantaneously vanishing with enthusiastic shouts. Brothers, I am off to shower. I have matters to attend to later. What could possibly be so important at this hour? Chun Huan inquired, feigning confusion. HOPNGFN responded with a meaningful glance. I'm going on a date with my girlfriend. HOPNGFN chuckled and quickly made his way to the restroom for a shower, leaving behind his 3 roommates who were sulking. A few minutes later, he emerged from the dormitory, impeccably dressed, and strode out amidst the envious gazes of his roommates. Downstairs, Xu was already waiting. Today, she donned a newly purchased black and white striped shirt paired with a pleated skirt, her fair and shapely legs seemingly glowing in the night. Senior, you look truly beautiful today. I shall be NGF and approached QNNG, admiring her appearance before sincerely complimenting her. Photographs often lack the authenticity of reality. The real QNNG was undeniably more stunning, especially with the slight blush gracing her cheeks, making her all the more captivating. Senior, shall we take a stroll and chat? HOPNGFN suggested. Noticing QNNG's demeanor indicated she was inclined to follow his lead. She placed her hands on her abdomen and nodded obediently. All right, let's go. HOPNGFN and QNNG maintained a respectful distance as they ambled along the path, sharing amusing anecdotes from the past couple of days. When QNNG heard that a girl in their class had initiated contact with HOPNGFN, an involuntary look of tension crossed her face. Upon learning of his first-place victory in the push-up competition, a proud smile broke out on her face. When the topic turned to 2 girls in their class fainting from heat exhaustion, and HOPNGFN's decision to carry one of them instead of the class beauty, QNNG felt a rush of joy, contemplating whether she should bring water tomorrow to assert her position as his girlfriend. as HOPNGFN's soothing voice continued to fill her ears. Xu couldn't help but steal a glance at his face, reflecting on the feeling of having a boyfriend. How delightful! With HOPNGFN's encouragement, Xu began sharing some amusing events from her surroundings, bringing them closer together. Senior, may I hold your hand? Xu's face flushed a deeper shade of pink, and after a moment of hesitation, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before softly biting her lip and replying, "All right. You are truly wonderful, Senior." HOPNGFN seized the moment, swiftly intertwining their fingers without giving Xu a chance to retract her consent, their hands clasped tightly. Xu initially assumed it was merely an ordinary hand-holding, but HOPNGFN's boldness surprised her, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Her once cool hand quickly became warm against his. At this moment, HOPNGFN found no inclination to speak, simply enjoying the sensation of holding Xu's delicate hand as they strolled in the gentle night breeze, savoring the experience. Ping Fan, all right now. Please let go. I need to buy something at the supermarket. 10 minutes later, Xu's palm had grown sweaty, and realizing they had unknowingly arrived at the brightly lit supermarket, she hastily sought an excuse. HOPNGFN, however, was not about to let her escape. Perfect, I need to buy something too. Let's go together. Fine. Xu, unable to find a valid reason and unwilling to firmly refuse, acquiesced to HOPNGFN's insistence. The supermarket was bustling with students, and several recognized the campus beauty, Xu. When they saw her holding hands with a boy in public, gasps of surprise erupted, and some even discreetly began taking photos to share. HOPNGFN paid no mind to the curious gazes surrounding them and quietly asked, "Senior, what do you wish to buy?" "I want it." Xu started, but suddenly realized the item might be awkward to mention to a boy. Sensing HOPNGFN's expectant gaze, she hesitated for a moment before shyly murmuring, "It's sanitary pads." "Oh, what a coincidence. I need to buy some as well." "Huh? You?" Xu's head snapped up, her face still flushed with astonishment. HOPNGFN quickly understood her misinterpretation and chuckled, clarifying, "I need them to use as insoles. You know how soft and absorbent they are." "I didn't know." Xu had never discussed such matters with a boy, her cheeks burning crimson as she playfully pinched HOPNGFN's arm. Ultimately, she helped him select an affordable and effective brand of sanitary pads. Upon exiting the supermarket, Xu found herself with HOPNGFN holding her right hand while her left hand carried the bag of sanitary pads. Feeling somewhat peculiar, surely this could be considered a gift from HOPNGFN? But was it not a bit strange for a boyfriend to gift sanitary pads on their first outing together? As the clock struck 10:30 in the evening, the night remained alluring. It was time to part ways. HOPNGFN held Xu's hand as they approached the girls' dormitory, his spirits not particularly dampened. Today's plans had exceeded expectations. Not only did he gain a deeper understanding of Xu's character, but he also alleviated her concerns about holding hands, which was quite satisfactory. At last, they arrived in front of the girls' dormitory. HOPNGFN gently released her hand, intending to bid farewell, when a group of boys emerged from the shadows, advancing with a menacing aura. HOPNGFN quickly stepped in front of Xu, frowning at the handsome youth leading the pack. "What do you want?" "This is my classmate." HOPNGFN en hésitating action warmed QNLGSAT. After softly explaining to HOPNGFN, she turned her cold gaze toward Xu. I have told you many times that I do not like you. Please stop pursuing me." "Who is he?" Xu's disbelief was palpable. He had heard rumors about Xu being close to a man that evening, but had dismissed them. He was well aware of her interactions with male classmates over the past year and found it inconceivable that she would suddenly start dating someone. Yet, to his astonishment, it was indeed true. "This is my boyfriend." Xu boldly grasped HOPNGFN's hand, delivering a powerful blow to Xu. "Impossible. Elnju, you must have found a fake boyfriend to provoke me because of my constant pestering, right?" Xu struggled to accept this reality, his frustration mounting as he attempted to push HOPNGFN aside. Hao Pingfan casually flicked his hand, causing Yang Shuai to stumble. He initially intended to utter a few harsh words to assert his dominance, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration and coldly declared, "Now, let me show you whether or not my relationship with Xuejia is a mere pretense." Upon finishing his statement, and in the bewildered gaze of Qin Lingyue, amidst the astonished crowd and the despair of Yang Shuai, he forcefully pressed his lips against hers. After a lingering kiss that lasted several seconds, Hao Pingfan finally released the stunned Qin Lingyue and turned his attention back to Yang Shuai, delivering a menacing warning. "Now you should understand my relationship with Xuejia. I sincerely hope you do not disturb my girlfriend again, or you shall not find me courteous." Yang Shuai was not the only one who found this hard to accept. Many classmates, secretly infatuated with Qin Lingyue, shared his disbelief. How could their goddess possibly have a boyfriend? "I will not give up. I will definitely." Yang Shuai attempted to continue with his threats, but Hao Pingfan seized his arm with a grip akin to iron, inducing a cold sweat and silencing any further provocations. Hao Pingfan snorted disdainfully before releasing him. "I do not care what schemes you may harbor. Should I discover you harassing my girlfriend, prepare for the worst." I understand. Don't be so smug. Lingyue is merely deceived by you for now. I will ensure she sees your true colors." As the crowd dispersed, leaving only Hao Pingfan and Qin Lingyue behind, he noticed her still flushed face and expressed his regret. "Xuejia, I did not intend for that to happen. It was Yang Shuai's provoking nature that pushed me to act irrationally. I do not blame you." Qin Lingyue instinctively moved a little further away from him. Her hands nervously intertwined as her thoughts tangled. This was her first kiss, now lost. "Xuejia, you're truly wonderful. Finding a girlfriend as beautiful and kind as you is a gift from heaven." Seizing the moment, Hao Pingfan embraced Qin Lingyue tightly. Shocked, she contemplated escaping, but found herself unable to muster the strength, ultimately yielding to his embrace. After a moment, realizing Hao Pingfan had no further intentions, she hesitated, her hands gently resting on his waist. Hao Pingfan understood the importance of moderation. Their relationship was newly established, and such intimacy was already beyond the norm. If he pressed further, Qin Lingyue might question his intentions. After a few minutes of holding each other, Hao Pingfan reluctantly released her. "Well, see you tomorrow." Qin Lingyue smiled and waved as she turned to head back to her dormitory, still carrying her bag. "Where are you up to?" Hao Pingfan inquired curiously. Chen Dongsheng handed Hao Pingfan a cigarette, sighing, "Fangge, I do not plan to continue the ice cream business. After a hard day, I have only earned enough for a few snacks. It feels like a wasted effort. However, I do not wish to squander my time during military training, so I hope to brainstorm a new project with everyone. Your business is indeed not worth pursuing." Hao Pingfan set down the sanitary napkin, sitting beside Zhao Chengkai, lighting his cigarette and quickly blending into the dormitory's atmosphere. Recalling Hao Pingfan's mature demeanor over the past few days, Chen Dongsheng felt inspired and eagerly asked Fangge, "Do you have any good project recommendations?" Indeed, Hao Pingfan's casual remark left the others wide-eyed. They had pondered suitable ideas all night, but could not conceive one. While he casually proposed one, Chen Dongsheng, still skeptical, pressed, "Fangge, can you elaborate? If it truly works, I am willing to invest." "Let me explain." Hao Pingfan refrained from offering anything for free, as they had only known each other for 2 days, and it was not yet time for such generosity. "What I propose is this." He showcased the sanitary napkin from his bag, leaving the three in the dormitory staring at him as if he were a madman. Unfazed, Hao Pingfan calmly took a drag from his cigarette and began to outline the advantages of the sanitary napkin. "Is it truly so miraculous?" Chen Huan, skeptical, shoved a napkin into his shoe and, under Zhao Chengcai's blushing gaze, attempted a few jumps, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "While I am unsure of its sweat-absorbing properties, it is certainly much softer than insoles." "Really?" Chen Dongsheng also tried it, his eyes lighting up with excitement. In the end, all three in the dormitory tested the sanitary napkin as insoles, even the most innocent Zhao Chengcai, encouraged by Chen Huan, blushing as he participated. The results pleased everyone, prompting Chen Huan to declare he would wear a sanitary napkin during military training the next day. After the initial excitement, Chen Dongsheng hesitated. "Fangge, wearing a sanitary napkin feels somewhat embarrassing. Will classmates actually buy it?" The sense of shame pales in comparison to the hardships of military training. Besides, if you're wearing it inside your shoe, who would know? If all the other students start wearing it, it will no longer feel embarrassing. Hao Pingfan extinguished his cigarette, methodically analyzing the situation, causing the others to nod in agreement. Chen Huan marveled. Fan Ge, I am increasingly doubtful of your rural origins. How on earth did your mind conceive such a business idea? Do not look down on me. Chen Huan quickly surrendered as he sensed Hao Pingfan's impending wrath. Chen Dongsheng, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, banged the table and declared, Then let us do it. Tomorrow, I will test it first, and if the results are as good as Fan Ge claims, I shall procure stock tonight. As for your compensation, Fan Ge, how about I give you a 20% stake? Suit yourself. Hao Pingfan shrugged, indifferent to the small sum, merely testing Chen Dongsheng's character, which seemed commendable. He pondered briefly before advising. When you purchase stock, avoid branded products. Bulk is sufficient, as the quality is quite similar. It would be wise to buy in larger quantities to ensure you have enough stock when demand surges, lest others seize the opportunity. I understand. Chen Dongsheng's regard for Hao Pingfan shifted, mirroring Chen Huan's sentiments. Wasn't he just a rural student focused solely on studying? How did he possess such business acumen? By the way, Fan Ge, what did you do on your date tonight? Could you share? After discussing business, Zhao Changkai inquired about a topic of personal interest. In his mind, Hao Pingfan was a romantic expert, and following his lead was sure to be beneficial. Recognizing Zhao Changcai's curiosity, Hao Pingfan, while munching on sunflower seeds, began to impart his wisdom. When it comes to romance, one must be bold, attentive, and thick-skinned. You must first understand what emotional value the other person needs. Then take the initiative. Hao Pingfan elaborated on his theoretical insights, slightly altering the events of his hand-holding with Qin Lingyue into a practical example. Zhao Changkai listened intently, even taking notes, pondering why, despite their similar backgrounds, Hao Pingfan stood out so remarkably. Chen Huan and Chen Dongsheng, initially indifferent, found themselves increasingly captivated, eventually moving their chairs closer to Zhao Changkai, sitting attentively as if in a real class. After discussing for several minutes, Hao Pingfan grew somewhat fatigued and concluded, ultimately, what I shared earlier are merely minor tactics. The most crucial factor in attracting a girl is to be exceptional yourself. For instance, with a remarkable physique, handsome features, and considerable wealth, Huan Ge hardly needs to pursue women. They flock to him like moths to a flame. If one lacks such attributes, it is essential to enhance one's advantages in other areas, such as academic performance or eloquence. Teacher Hao, what should I do if my appearance, academic achievements, and oratory skills are all rather mediocre? Zhao Changtai raised his hand to voice his concerns. Hao Pingfan stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, Kai Ge, aren't you aspiring to become class monitor and join the student council? You could work diligently to improve your professional skills and interpersonal abilities, which would significantly enhance your charm. Once you become a minister or president, you might find that the younger female students will eagerly vie for your affection. I don't really care about the younger girls. I only want Xiao Yu, Zhao Changtai said, scratching his head, his gaze filled with blissful longing. Hao Pingfan exchanged glances with his two roommates, and they chose not to elaborate further, dispersing in silence. However, just a few minutes later, Chen Huan, who had been surfing the internet with his notebook, suddenly exclaimed, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Wow, Fan Ge, did you kiss the school beauty Qin tonight? How novel. So what if I did? She's my girlfriend. Hao Pingfan responded with a nonchalant expression, slowly climbing onto his bed. Zhao Changtai and Chen Dongsheng, unable to remain as composed as Hao Pingfan, hurried over to Chen Huan to join in the gossip. After reading the online summary of the incident, Chen Huan and the others were left in awe of Hao Pingfan. Truly, he is a master of romance. How audacious. When others merely questioned the authenticity of his relationship, he seized the opportunity to kiss the school beauty. What audacity! Meanwhile, Hao Pingfan remained unfazed by the external turmoil. After lying on his bed, he first checked the reports sent by Yi Feifei. The sales figures were nearing 50,000. At this rate, the total sales for the month might surpass 1 million. A smile crept onto Hao Pingfan's lips. This is the advantage of being the first to venture into uncharted territory. There are no competitors. However, he did not allow himself to be overly optimistic. The nearby bubble tea shops would not simply stand by and watch him monopolize the market. A counterattack was likely imminent. Setting aside thoughts of the bubble tea shop for the moment, Hao Pingfan opened a group chat with just 3 members. Xiao Shui, Xiao Yuzi, Shun Chimo. Do you all have sanitary pads? Xiao Mei, Xiao Fanzi, are you a pervert? Why are you asking this all of a sudden at night? Xiao Montak, Xiao Shuai. Could you stop overthinking? I'm discussing something serious. How Pingfan proceeded to elaborate on the benefits of using sanitary pads as insoles, which caused Lin Yu to waver in her resolve. Are you being serious? You're not deceiving me? Xiao Shuai. Are you all oblivious to the effectiveness of sanitary pads? Xiao Mo. How Pingfan. If you keep making inappropriate jokes, I will kick you out. Xiao Shuai. Shun Chumo. Don't fail to recognize kindness. Xiao Montak. Sully. But I don't need to participate in military training. Xiao Shuai. Xiao Mo. My godfather is the dean. How Pingfan was left speechless, tears of envy welling up in his eyes. Is this the privilege of a young lady? Fortunately, Lin Yu still held some faith in How Pingfan regarding serious matters and indicated that she would give it a try during military training the following day. Time swiftly moved on to the next day, with the sky clear and cloudless. The occupants of Dormitory 502 donned their new insoles for the morning of military training. Feeling an immense difference, the soft, dry sensation was simply delightful. By noon, Chen Dongsheng hurriedly sought out suppliers. As the afternoon sun blazed even fiercer, even with the protection of sanitary pads, How Pingfan and the others found it somewhat unbearable. Finally, when the call for a break was announced, they rushed to claim a shady spot under a tree, abandoning all pretenses and lying down. Unfortunately, Chen Dongsheng and the others were not available to help fetch water that day. Just a few minutes into their respite, two figures, wafting with a fragrant breeze, approached How Pingfan and Chen Huan. Upon opening his eyes, How Pingfan was surprised to find it was Tao Yining and Tang Yue. Chapter 85. The school beauties bring water. Both Tang Yue and Tao Yining were clad in military training attire, devoid of makeup, fully showcasing their natural beauty, each holding a bottle of mineral water. Yet, even without cosmetics and dressed alike, the school beauties radiated an undeniable brilliance amidst the crowd. The gazes of their classmates converged on them, filled with envy and jealousy directed at Chen Huan and How Pingfan. If looks could kill, they would have been slain hundreds of times over. How could How Pingfan have such beautiful girls delivering water to him? Li Ling was dumbfounded. Just yesterday, she had been skeptical about How Pingfan's relationship with a school beauty. Yet now, witnessing this scene, she could no longer deny that How Pingfan was indeed pursued by a school beauty and did not need her, an ordinary beauty, in his life. Previously, she had believed she had a good chance with Chen Huan, but now it seemed her confidence had been misplaced. After all, a wealthy heir has encountered countless women. How could he be so easily captivated by her mere words? The onlookers were entertained, while the main characters felt a bit overwhelmed. How Pingfan could hardly believe that Tang Yue, with her proud demeanor, would take the initiative to bring him water. Pingfan, you must be thirsty from military training. This water is specially for you. I hope you will accept it, Tang Yue said, extending the bottle toward How Pingfan, her gaze gentle, her fair forehead glistening with sweat. Even a hardened man would find it difficult to refuse. Unfortunately, How Pingfan was a hardened rogue, lazily waving his hand while reclining under the shade. Dan Zui, I've told you that I have a girlfriend. I cannot do anything that may cause her to misunderstand. Please do not come again. Pingfan, can you please stop using a fake girlfriend to provoke me? It truly saddens me. I know you still harbor resentment, but rest assured, I will prove my sincerity through my actions. How Pingfan was exasperated. Tang Yue was far too self-absorbed. When he spoke honestly, she simply refused to listen. It may be shameful, but avoidance is effective. How Pingfan could not confront her. So he intended to excuse himself to the restroom for a smoke to ease his tension when a sudden gasp from his classmates caught his attention. Turning to see what had happened, a smile blossomed on his face. Qin Lingyue had arrived. Today, Qin Lingyue was particularly stunning, wearing a perfectly fitted pink shirt and denim shorts, her brown hair styled in a lovely ponytail, exuding vitality and allure. Especially her enviable long legs, accentuated by her outfit, made it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. The attention of their classmates unconsciously shifted from Tao Yining and Tang Yue to Qin Lingyue. Although Tao Yining and Tang Yue were equally beautiful, their military training attire and lack of makeup created a noticeable gap in comparison. Not to mention Qin Lingyue's figure. The two young ladies were simply incomparable. Many students noticed that Qin Lingyue also held a bottle of mineral water, which sparked an uneasy premonition in their minds. They then watched as Qin Lingyue walked directly toward How Pingfan. Why is it always that man? Countless male classmates seethed with jealousy, their eyes burning with envy. Was Hao Pingfan merely a bit handsome? Did he possess such magnetic appeal? Zhen Xiaoya and Li Ling were equally astonished. It turned out that Hao Pingfan truly had a school beauty as his girlfriend. Without considering the complex emotions of others, Hao Pingfan was reveling in the moment, eagerly striding toward Qin Lingwei, taking her hand excitedly and exclaiming, "Senior, are you here to see me?" "Yes, I brought you some water," Qin Lingwei replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded. This was her first time proactively giving water to a boy, especially in front of so many peers. Yet, catching sight of Tang Yue beside Hao Pingfan made her feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, she arrived today. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a beautiful girl coveting her boyfriend. In a bid to dissuade the other party, Qin Lingyue suppressed her shyness, not only refraining from withdrawing her hand from Hao Pingfan's grasp, but instead tightening her hold on his large hand. Hao Pingfan happily accepted the water, turning to Tang Yue and saying, "Tang Yue, now you must believe that I truly have a girlfriend, right?" "Impossible, this must be a lie." Tang Yue's tears streamed down her face, unable to accept this harsh reality. She dropped the water and fled, wiping her tears in haste. Not far away, Senior Wang Tao from the second year observed this scene, his expression darkening significantly. The bottle of mineral water that fell to the ground was a gift he had given to Tang Yue, only for her to bestow his heartfelt gesture upon another, leaving it abandoned on the ground. To say it was abandoned would be inaccurate, as Chun Dongsheng picked up the mineral water, inspected it to ensure it was unharmed, and then happily shared it with Zhao Chengkai. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hao Pingfan led the somewhat shy Qin Lingyue to the shade of a tree, gently remarking, "Senior, on such a hot day, you still brought me water. You've worked hard. As your girlfriend, this is what I ought to do," Qin Lingyue replied, averting her gaze from Hao Pingfan's tender eyes, subtly attempting to withdraw her hand still held by him. However, Hao Pingfan seemed oblivious, maintaining his hold as he briefly recounted the situation with Tang Yue. How brief was it? Essentially, he had once liked her, she had not reciprocated, he then lost interest. And now she liked him again. Do you still like her now? Upon hearing Hao Pingfan's account, Qin Lingyue, disregarding the fact that her hand was still clasped, anxiously inquired. At this moment, Hao Pingfan instead released her hand, playfully pinching her resilient cheek while smiling. "Of course, I no longer harbor any feelings for her. My earlier behavior should have made that quite clear." I believe you. Senior, you must be thirsty after coming all this way. Please drink first." "Pingfan, this is the water I brought for you. We are already boyfriend and girlfriend. There should be no distinction between us. Just do as I say." "Oh." Qin Lingyue felt a stirring in her heart and obediently accepted the mineral water, taking a small sip. Only then was Hao Pingfan satisfied, taking a hearty gulp from the bottle, casually placing the remaining half aside. Watching Hao Pingfan drink, Qin Lingyue's face blossomed with a satisfied smile, reluctantly saying, "Pingfan, I have a class later, so I must leave now." "All right, senior, see you tonight." Hao Pingfan smiled and waved goodbye to Qin Lingyue, and only after her figure vanished from the playground did he rise, taking the remaining mineral water to approach Zhang Jingjing, who was alone in a corner. "I'm back. Everyone, feel free to collect." Chapter 86. Adopted Sister Jingjing. Here's some water. I didn't drink from it directly earlier, so you need not worry. Hao Pingfan tossed the water to the still-dazed Zhang Jingjing, casually sitting beside her and wiping the sweat from his face with his sleeve. In this sweltering heat, merely walking a few steps induces perspiration, let alone enduring military training under the scorching sun on the playground. Just the thought of it makes one's scalp tingle. "I'm not thirsty," Zhang Jingjing said, instinctively wanting to refuse. Moreover, this bottle of water was a gift from Hao Pingfan's girlfriend. How could she drink it? Hao Pingfan felt an impulse to reprimand the disobedient girl, adopting a stern expression as he commanded, "Drink." "Oh." Zhang Jingjing responded with a hint of grievance, quietly unscrewing the cap and taking small sips. After insisting she finish the water, Hao Pingfan inquired with concern, "Why aren't you with your roommates? Did something happen?" "No, my roommates are all great. I just feel a bit out of place." In Hao Pingfan's presence, Zhang Jingjing didn't hide anything, softly sharing her worries about not wanting to waste money on group meals and feeling disconnected from her roommate conversations. Hao Pingfan rubbed his temples, Pondering for a moment before responding, university is different from high school. Interpersonal relationships are extremely important. You can't always go it alone without a friend, can you? Here, I'll lend you 1,000 yuan. You should join your roommates occasionally for gatherings and enjoy some good food. As for not understanding what they're talking about, just listen quietly. I believe they would be happy to explain things to you. But Zhang Jingjing appeared hesitant, seemingly wanting to refuse. Hao Pingfan waved his hand to interrupt. You don't need to rush to pay me back. You can return it slowly once you start earning money. If you feel uncomfortable joining your roommates group, I can accompany you to speak to them later. All right, it's settled. Hao Pingfan left no room for Zhang Jingjing to argue. Zhang Jingjing opened her mouth. And once Hao Pingfan finished speaking, she finally managed to ask softly, Brother Fan, I want to know, do you really have money? I don't want you to struggle because of me. The atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat awkward. Hao Pingfan, exasperated, opened his wallet, revealing a stack of cash. Then counted out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing was taken aback, glancing at the vibrant bills in the wallet and then at Hao Pingfan's battered phone, momentarily confused. Hao Pingfan playfully tapped her on the head. I simply haven't gotten around to replacing my phone. It doesn't mean my family is poor. Oh, Zhang Jingjing covered her head, her eyes brimming with tears, yet feeling unexpectedly warm inside. After that, Hao Pingfan inquired about her meals and daily life before personally leading Zhang Jingjing to the girls' group. The class monitor's request was not one the girls could refuse, and they readily agreed. After Hao Pingfan departed, one girl curiously asked, Jingjing, what is your relationship with Hao Pingfan? He seems to care about you a lot. Zhang Jingjing gazed at Hao Pingfan's retreating figure. Memories of how he had helped her over the past couple of days and the affectionate scene with Qin Lingyue flashed in her mind. Finally regaining her composure, she bit her lip and replied, When Brother Fan took care of me yesterday, I recognized him as my adopted brother. No wonder. I thought you had no prior connection. But after he took you to the infirmary, you became so close, so that is how it is. The classmates suddenly understood, their expressions a mix of surprise and envy. Yet they harbored no wild fantasies. After all, Hao Pingfan was the object of affection for two prominent school beauties. How could he possibly be interested in Zhang Jingjing? If he referred to her as an adopted sister, it likely meant he regarded her merely as a sister. However, had they known that suffering from heat stroke could lead to the acquisition of such a handsome older brother, they might have feigned illness as well. Brother Fan, why do you seem particularly concerned about Zhang Jingjing? She doesn't appear to be anything special. She resembles a younger sister from my hometown. Any help I can offer is worthwhile. Chen Dongsheng didn't perceive anything amiss. Hao Pingfan was surrounded by stunning beauties. A girl like Zhang Jingjing, who was even more ordinary than the average girl, would hardly catch his eye. At that moment, Chen Huan finally extricated himself from Tao Yinin's entanglement and approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. Brother Fan, could you possibly give me some advice on how to make Tao Yinin give up? She is really too clingy. Such a woman is hard to shake off unless you have a girlfriend. Only then might she restrain herself a bit. Hao Pingfan had no good solutions for someone like Tao Yinin. She neither quarrels nor makes a scene, quietly being nice to you, leaving you utterly helpless. Chen Huan pondered for a moment, realizing that Hao Pingfan had indeed demonstrated through personal experience that having a girlfriend could effectively ward off the advances of other women. But who should he approach? Chen Huan scanned the classroom, ultimately his gaze landing on the somewhat dazed Xu Xiangnuan in the distance. Huanga, you mustn't act rashly. Zhao Chengkai noticed Chen Huan's expression and immediately panicked. Given Zhang Xiaoya's feelings for Chen Huan, it seemed that as long as he spoke up, their relationship would likely progress. He could only act as a guest. What do you take me for, brother? I have no romantic notions about Zhang Xiaoya. Tonight, I will take my Audi for a drive. I am sure I will find a suitable companion. Chen Huan cleared his throat, suppressing any inappropriate thoughts, and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Hao Pingfan nodded in agreement, cautioning, but remember, it's all in good fun. Chen Huan readily admitted defeat, boasting, but I have money. With money, they will be obedient and go out of their way to please me. Are you really that confident, Huanga? Just be careful not to fall for a deceitful woman who will take advantage of you, and then come crying to us. Chen Dongsheng teased with a hint of envy. Chen Huan waved his hand dismissively. Since that fateful night at 18, when he witnessed Tao Yinin throw his gift into the trash, his heart had turned to stone. No woman could ever sway him again. Is that so? What if you meet a girl you genuinely like in the future? Impossible. I, Chen Huan, would rather jump off here than ever feel that way again. Hao Pingfan chuckled at Xu fervent declaration, thinking the road ahead was long and that such resolute statements might lead to a rude awakening in the future. After a brief rest, they resumed the grueling military training, which finally concluded at 9 o'clock in the evening. I have a method to relieve your sore feet, Hao Pingfan offered. What method? Zhang Jingjing listened intently, her face quickly turning crimson. Chapter 87. I have something even more impressive. The dormitory 502 was eerily quiet that night. As the lights were about to be turned off, it remained completely empty. Chen Huan had gone out to chase girls, Chen Dongsheng was off purchasing sanitary pads, and Zhao Changkai was likely trying to make his presence felt in another dormitory as he campaigned for class monitor. Everyone was diligently pursuing their own ambitions. Meanwhile, Hao Pingfan was not idle either. He had taken a stroll with Qin Lingyue for an hour, deepening their bond. Although their physical interaction did not advance significantly, merely holding hands and sharing a gentle breeze, they shared a heartfelt embrace upon parting. Hao Pingfan sensed that Qin Lingyue's resistance was gradually diminishing, and she was becoming accustomed to their intimate gestures. He believed it would not be long before she regarded hand-holding and hugging as commonplace, allowing him to initiate the next step. As he struggled to change into loose shorts, Hao Pingfan contemplated his upcoming plans when suddenly a phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. It was a call from Yi Feifei. Puzzled, he stepped onto the balcony to answer. "Boss, are you asleep?" Upon connecting, Yi Feifei's gentle voice flowed through the receiver, soothing the restlessness that had plagued him earlier while simultaneously igniting a new sense of excitement. Hao Pingfan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and playfully replied, "What do you think, Feifei? Guobo believes that good Uncle isn't asleep." A smile involuntarily crept onto Hao Pingfan's face. Guobo was indeed clever. She guessed correctly. Good uncle. Is there a reward for guessing right? Guobo, have you forgotten what I told you before? The call momentarily paused as Yi Feifei scolded Guobo for her outburst. A few seconds later, the call resumed, and Yi Feifei apologized. "I'm sorry, boss. Guobo was just joking. Don't take it to heart." "I do mind." Hao Pingfan's tone grew serious, creating a tense atmosphere. He shook off the ash from his cigarette and continued, "Feifei, let Guobo talk to me. I haven't heard what she wants as a reward." Yi Feifei hesitated for a moment, but eventually handed the phone to Tang Guobo. Guobo's excited voice soon came through. "Good uncle, I heard Meng Meng say the amusement park is so much fun. I want to go too. Can good uncle come with me?" "Of course." Hearing Guobo's hopeful voice, Hao Pingfan could not bear to refuse and readily agreed. Yi Feifei interjected urgently, "Boss, I can't trouble you like this." "Feifei, it's settled then. Now, tell me what you need tonight." "All right." Faced with Hao Pingfan's insistence, Yi Feifei reluctantly acquiesced, calming her emotions before discussing business matters with a hint of worry. "Boss, I just received news that several nearby milk tea shops plan to collectively lower their prices tomorrow, seemingly intending to gang up on us." "Oh." Hao Pingfan inhaled deeply, gazing into the dark night sky with a tranquil heart. This was a scenario he had anticipated and was not surprised by. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing. If these milk tea shops believed they could topple Cha Yingyue merely through price wars, they were sorely mistaken. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is difficult. After experiencing better beverages, it would be hard to return to subpar milk tea. Moreover, Cha Yinyue's prices were already positioned as mid to high-end drinks. No matter how low the prices of low-end milk tea dropped, they could hardly affect the foundation of Cha Yinyue. However, to assert that there would be no impact would be self-deception. A strategy was needed to counter this, lest other milk tea shops think him an easy target. "Boss, how about we lower our prices too?" Yi Feifei tentatively suggested, noticing Hao Pingfan's silence. "No." Hao Pingfan decisively rejected the idea, stating that engaging in a price war was the worst course of action, as it would only mire him in a quagmire and tarnish his brand's image. A gentle evening breeze swept through, and before he knew it, his cigarette had burned to the end. Hao Pingfan extinguished it on the balcony and slowly spoke. "Aside from the top-selling products in the store, other items can enjoy this discount." "Huh?" Yi Feifei exclaimed, sensing the brilliance of this strategy. This way, the brand's prestige would remain intact, prices would seem lower, and customers would be encouraged to bring friends to try the drinks. Truly a multifaceted approach. The more she thought about it, the more ingenious it seemed, and she could not help but express her delight Boss, you are truly remarkable. I have even better ideas, Hao Pingfan replied with a hint of pride, relishing the admiration of the beautiful woman. However, Yi Feifei's response suddenly turned peculiar as she stammered, "Old boss, I don't know what you mean. I have to go now." As the line went dead, Hao Pingfan's smile faltered. Did Yi Feifei think he was flirting with her? Was he that kind of person? Brother Sheng, ISNT, there is sanitary pad in this bag? Hao Pingfan helped to move the bag onto the balcony. It was quite heavy. Chun Dongsheng plopped onto a chair, panting. I tried to sell some to a few classmates today. They were very interested. I think the market prospects should be promising. So I prepared a little extra, just in case. Otherwise, like Brother Fan said, after I've worked hard to open up the market, I wouldn't want others to profit from it. That would make me want to cry. Hao Pingfan thought Qin Dongsheng was quite forward-thinking and had a knack for business. Flattered by Hao Pingfan's praise, Chun Dongsheng felt a wave of satisfaction, akin to gaining recognition from an elder. Just as he was about to elaborate on his plans, Chun Huan clapped his hands loudly, capturing everyone's attention as he announced with pride, "I have a girlfriend now." Chapter 88. Taking the initiative for the last time, Chun Huan's new girlfriend was also a student from the engineering department, currently in her 3rd year. The allure of her appearance is quite commendable. After makeup, she could easily attain an impressive score of 85. Her figure, curvaceous and enticing, undoubtedly rivals that of Tao Yining. Qin Dongsheng and Zhao Chengkai are green with envy. Is being handsome truly remarkable? Is having an attractive physique something to boast about? Is wealth a worthy achievement? Why is it that Chun Huan, merely taking a spin in his luxury car, manages to win the affections of such a beautiful girlfriend? It seems utterly unfair. Hao Pingfan, with an expansive heart, shows no signs of jealousy and curiously inquires, "Huan Ge, you haven't mentioned your girlfriend's name yet." "Her name is Yi Yingying." "What?" Hao Pingfan, observing Chun Dongsheng's unnatural expression, nearly spewed his drink. He claims to have moved on completely. The name of his new girlfriend is strikingly similar to that of Tao Yining. Could he not be the ultimate sycophant? Qin Dongsheng and Zhao Chengkai exchanged peculiar glances, wearing expressions that hovered between amusement and mockery, their lips twitching in anticipation. Chun Huan sensed their mischief and quickly defended himself. "It's merely a coincidence. Please do not overthink it." "Oh, we believe you." Both Chun Dongsheng and Zhao Chengkai nodded in unison, their smiles growing increasingly mischievous. Frustrated, Chun Huan pushed them away and turned to Hao Pingfan for help. "Fangge, you must believe me, right?" "Of course I do. When will you introduce your girlfriend to us?" Seeing Chun Huan's pitiful demeanor, Hao Pingfan couldn't bear to tease him further and cheerfully shifted the topic. Chun Huan's smile returned, proving that Fangge was indeed different from the other 2 inexperienced roommates. "I told her to bring us water tomorrow, so you will see her then." "Wow, Huange is generous. Sister-in-law is generous." Upon hearing that there would be water for them too, Chun Dongsheng and Zhao Chengkai swiftly switched allegiances, eagerly flattering Chun Huan. In an instant, the atmosphere in Dorm 502 became jubilant. Meanwhile, the mood in the girls' dormitory 611 was quite the opposite. Tang Yue, clad in a nightgown, lay on her bed, burying her head in her pillow, occasionally emitting soft sobs. Tao Yining sat silently at the head of her bed, staring at her phone, lost in her thoughts. Luo Xiaorong, soaking her feet, appeared somewhat annoyed by Tang Yue's cries, and finally spoke up. "Yue, Hao Pingfan is merely a somewhat attractive poor boy. Why do you care so much about him? With your looks, what kind of boyfriend can't you find? I think Senior Wang Tao is quite good, handsome, gentle, and considerate. Isn't he far better than that fickle house scoundrel?" "I disagree with your viewpoint." Has a traitor emerged from their dormitory? Under Luo Xiaorong's scrutinizing gaze, Luli hung up the towel and leisurely replied, "Senior Wang Tao is indeed quite good, but he's still somewhat lacking for Yue. I believe Wang Xiangyang, who is beside Wang Tao tonight, would be a better match for Yue. Not only is he handsome, but he also speaks well and is the deputy director of the planning department. He and Yue are simply a perfect pair." This suggestion made it seem that Wang Xiangyang might indeed be the more outstanding choice. Luo Xiaorong nodded. As long as Luli did not support that scoundrel Hao Pingfan, it was acceptable. Moreover, Wang Xiangyang truly excelled in various aspects. If she were not so self-aware, she might have considered pursuing him herself. Noticing Luo Xiaorong's agreement, Luli's lips curled into a slight smile as she fondly caressed the expensive lipstick Wang Xiangyang had gifted her that evening. She kindly advised Tang Yue, I really think you should give Senior Wang Xiangyang a chance. Perhaps you could even forget about Hao Pingfan. Wow, but I like Hao Pingfan. Tang Yue flailed on her bed for a moment before finally turning her head, revealing a flat chest like her back. Ignoring Lu Li, who still wished to persuade her, Tang Yue, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed at the expressionless Tao Yinin. Yinin, I heard Xunhuan also found a new girlfriend tonight. Aren't you upset? Upset about what? Tao Yinin calmly regarded the photo sent by Xunhuan, which depicted him tightly embracing a woman. Do you really think it's reasonable for someone to be single during the day and suddenly appear with a third-year girlfriend at night? This is merely Xunhuan's ruse to dissuade me by employing a fake girlfriend as a shield. Moreover, do you know her name? It's Yi Yingying, which sounds almost identical to mine. So that's how it is. Tang Yue paused, then seemed to grasp the situation, eagerly asking Yinin, do you think Hao Pingfan is the same? Absolutely. Tao Yinin responded without hesitation, followed by a dismissive laugh. You probably haven't gathered much information about Qin Lingyue, have you? As the campus belle, she has several ardent admirers around her, which is quite bothersome. I suspect she also seeks a fake boyfriend as a shield, and thus, they paired up perfectly. Rumor has it that last night, they staged quite the performance under the girls' dormitory, breaking the hearts of countless admirers. Tang Yue wiped away her tears, her spirits lifting once more. It turns out that Hao Pingfan had not shifted his affections. She had not lost yet. Observing Tang Yue slowly regaining her resolve, Lu Li quickly interjected, Yue, even if Hao Pingfan still has feelings for you, so what? You've already compromised so much, and he shows you no respect. Is it worth it? Do you believe that with his petty nature, even if you two reconcile in the future, you would find happiness? I, Luo Shirong, who harbored a distaste for Hao Pingfan, seized upon Tang Yue's wavering resolve and joined in to disparage Hao Pingfan further, making Tang Yue's determination waver even more. After several minutes of inner turmoil, Tang Yue ultimately could not let go of her feelings for Hao Pingfan. Clenching her fists, she declared, I'll make one last active attempt. If he remains ungrateful, then he cannot blame me for not giving him a chance. Oh dear. Lu Li feigned frustration at her persistence, but secretly thought of Wang Xiangyang. Senior Xiangyang, I've done so much already to honor the gift you gave me. If you fail, you cannot blame me. Chapter 89. Tang Yue's triumph in the following days. Hao Pingfan's military training life was remarkably tranquil. Since delivering water and encountering Qin Lingyue, Tang Yue no longer troubled him and seemed to have given up. Thanks to Hao Pingfan's clever strategies, the business at the milk tea shop thrived day by day, rendering the so-called siege from other milk tea shops a mere joke. His relationship with Qin Lingyue also blossomed rapidly. She had fully adapted to their affectionate gestures and even initiated hugs during their nightly farewells. Life seemed increasingly promising. The only slight regret was that it felt like ages since he had seen Xiao Yuzi and Shin Shumo, and he found himself missing them. He would need to plan a visit to Shuangdan University soon. Why am I even thinking of Shin Shumo? Hao Pingfan vigorously shook his head, trying to dispel her image from his mind. After completing morning exercises, students flocked to the cafeteria. The four brothers of Dorm 502, however, strolled leisurely, arms slung around each other's shoulders. Speaking of the other three brothers, each had undergone some changes in the past few days. Zhao Changkai, through his relentless efforts, had left a favorable impression on most classmates, significantly increasing his chances of becoming class monitor. Chen Dongsheng and Chen Huan, both sharing the same surname, were currently basking in the joys of success. Chen Dongsheng was thriving in his endeavors, smiling so broadly he could hardly keep his legs together. Following the initial 3-day promotion of sanitary napkins, word of mouth among classmates had led to a tremendous surge in sales. Nearly all the bags of sanitary napkins hoarded in their dormitory were on the verge of selling out. Chen Huan has resolutely decided to expand his team and stockpile more sanitary napkins, aiming to bolster his enterprise during the remaining week of military training and achieve remarkable success. Chen Huan, in a blissful state of affairs, finds himself lost in the tenderness of his girlfriend. The day after, during military training, he encountered his girlfriend, Yi Yingying. While not as striking as Qin Lingyue, possesses an undeniable beauty. More importantly, despite her alluring exterior, Yi Yingying exhibits an astonishing obedience to Chen Huan's requests, never once refusing him. This has not only sparked envy among their classmates, but has also left Hao Pingfan feeling somewhat sour. At least currently. Qin Lingwei would never openly embrace or kiss him in broad daylight. After Chen Huan deliberately showcased affection in front of Tao Yinin a couple of times, Tao Yinin seemed to have accepted reality, as she has not appeared before Chen Huan in the past 3 days. However, fortune smiled upon Zhao Chenkai, who pointed out 2 girls being approached at the cafeteria entrance, exclaiming, "Fangu, Huangu, do those 2 girls resemble Tao Yinin and Tang Yue?" Indeed, they were the 2 campus beauties, holding breakfast milk in their hands, much to the delight of their onlookers. Chen Dongsheng, reveling in the drama, couldn't help but chuckle. Hao Pingfan, wishing to sever ties with Tang Yue, turned to leave, but was too late. Tang Yue and Tao Yinin had already spotted him and Chen Huan, hastening over with sincere and hopeful expressions. "Pingfan, I specially bought you some juicy dumplings from outside the campus. They're truly delicious. Would you like to try them?" "Tang Yue, I've told you numerous times that I do not wish to have any relationship with you. Please do not bother me." Hao Pingfan gazed at Tang Yue's performance, almost unable to suppress the urge to critique. The playground is a 10-minute walk from the outside. Could Tang Yue really fly? Yet, her acting skills did impress him. Showcasing significant improvement in just a few days, it would indeed be a loss for her not to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. Unaware of her own flaws, Tang Yue's eyes glistened with tears as she implored, "Pingfan, please accept these dumplings." Her small face, stubborn yet pleading, appeared exceptionally pitiful. The surrounding classmates, unable to bear the scene, began to interject. "This girl has gone to such lengths. What more do you want? Isn't she the campus beauty Tang Yue? Are you truly so heartless as to reject her?" While arguments between couples are commonplace, it seemed unreasonable for him to maintain his stance when she was apologizing in such a manner. "Tang Yue, a man who acts so callously does not deserve your efforts. If I were you, I would only feel pity for my sister." In a crowd where first-year students might falter under such scrutiny and pressure, Hao Pingfan remained unfazed. His expression was serene, his resolve unwavering. Just as he was about to decline Tang Yue's offer without hesitation, a brilliant idea struck him, prompting him to alter his tone. "Tang Yue, I will let this slide this time, but I hope you will not approach me again. I am in a relationship now, and I do not wish to create misunderstandings with my girlfriend." "Understand." Tang Yue responded with a tearful smile, carefully handing the breakfast to Hao Pingfan once more. This time, he accepted it without refusal. Meanwhile, Chen Huan, entangled with Tao Yinin, was astonished to see Hao Pingfan accept the breakfast. The bystanders, having overheard the exchange, were taken aback as well. It became evident that they were not a couple, but rather that the campus beauty Tang Yue was attempting to woo someone else's partner. Many began to recognize Hao Pingfan's identity, realizing he was indeed Qin Lingyue's boyfriend. Amidst the envy and admiration from the onlookers, the commotion gradually dissipated. Following Hao Pingfan's apparent betrayal, Chen Huan finally succumbed to societal pressure and accepted Tao Yinin's breakfast. As the crowd dispersed, Tang Yue, who had previously appeared weak and tearful, suddenly beamed with excitement. "Yinin, your approach was incredibly effective. It forced them to accept our goodwill." Tao Yinin couldn't help but smile as well, recognizing that once a crack was formed in the facade, the so-called emotional barriers would soon crumble. Once they rekindled their romance, she would ensure that Hao Pingfan made amends. Chapter 90. A Dual Victory Fange. Why did you accept Tang Yue's breakfast? Isn't that detrimental to me? Do you still harbor feelings for her? Are you truly soft-hearted? Chen Huan incessantly chattered on their way to the cafeteria, giving Hao Pingfan a headache. Hao Pingfan paused, scrutinizing Chen Huan for a few moments. Feeling uneasy under the gaze, Chen Huan instinctively stepped back. "What are you looking at me for? I'm assessing whether you are a scoundrel." "Of course I am." Chen Huan puffed out his chest, unwilling to be underestimated. Yet, Hao Pingfan remarked, "I can't help but feel you resemble Kai Go." Thinking that a few bottles of water from a girl equates to true love. Is true love truly so cheap? Now I have reason to suspect that you're already ensnared by Yi Ying, unwittingly toyed with by that woman. Chen Huan's face flushed crimson, cold sweat beading on his brow. It dawned upon him, thanks to Hao Pingfan's words, that he had indeed been increasingly attentive to Yi Ying over the past few days, purchasing her numerous gifts, which starkly contrasted with his initial intentions of casual fun. "Fange, you're like a second father to me. Without your reminder, I might have been duped by a bad woman," Chen Huan exclaimed, gripping Hao Pingfan's hand in immense gratitude. Hao Pingfan chuckled, patting Chen Huan on the shoulder before turning towards Zhang Jingjing. modestly concealing his own merits. Being a scoundrel is not an easy feat without a will of iron. Most would eventually succumb to the allure of gentleness. Chen Huan still has a long way to go. Taking a seat next to Zhang Jingjing, Hao Pingfan greeted the other girls with a smile before placing the breakfast Tang Yue gifted him in front of Zhang Jingjing. Fangirl, please eat it yourself. I truly cannot. Zhang Jingjing promptly declined, showcasing the 2 meat buns she had purchased for herself. Is that so? Hao Pingfan retorted, swiftly snatching the meat buns before Zhang Jingjing and their classmates could react. Now you must be able to eat. Without waiting for Zhang Jingjing's rebuttal, he playfully patted her head and declared, no waste allowed. I hear these dumplings are quite pricey. Okay. Zhang Jingjing, seeing Hao Pingfan turn away, could only lower her head and begin eating silently. Delicious. Her roommates were envious, wishing they had such a domineering brother. Y&T they experienced heat exhaustion during military training. After breakfast, they resumed their military training. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Huan's girlfriend, Yi Yingying, arrived promptly at the playground, unexpectedly accompanied by Qin Lingyue. Qin Lingyue, due to her class schedule, would not be able to deliver water to Hao Pingfan every day. Unexpectedly, she encountered Yi Yingying today. Both women were dressed quite alluringly. Yi Yingying wore a combination of a camisole and hot pants, revealing a significant expanse of her fair skin, with a hint of her cleavage visible. Qin Lingyue, on the other hand, donned a floral waist-cinching short dress, modest yet showcasing her figure exquisitely. Brother Huan, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I brought you your favorite drink. My dong, Yi Yingying announced as she approached with a bag of water, distributing drinks to Chen Huan and others with a touch of grace. After attending to everyone, she gently wiped Chen Huan's sweat with a tissue, resembling a tender and considerate girlfriend. However, Chen Huan's expression was not as blissful as before. He only managed a stiff smile. Hao Pingfan paid no heed to him and accepted the ice-cold cola that Qin Lingyue offered, glancing at the remaining bottles in the bag before inquiring, Senior, may I give these waters to my classmates? Of course, Qin Lingyue replied readily, not questioning the recipients. Hao Pingfan then took the bag and distributed the water to Zhang Jingjing and her friends. A few minutes later, as the cola was finished and it was time to part ways, Qin Lingyue felt a pang of reluctance to rise, but Hao Pingfan was quicker, holding her back. Senior, there is something I feel I cannot conceal from you. This morning, Tang Yue insisted on bringing me breakfast at the cafeteria, and I had no choice but to accept it. What? How shameless of her to do such a thing knowing you have a girlfriend, Qin Lingyue exclaimed, her agitation evident as she even resorted to expletives. Hao Pingfan gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to calm down. Senior, I suspect she might come to the cafeteria to confront me again tomorrow, so I would like you to accompany me to dissuade her. I will definitely come. Qin Lingyue responded with a palpable sense of urgency. She was acutely aware of the potential threat, for she did not wish for her territory to be encroached upon. Rest assured, Senior, I harbor no feelings for Tang Yue any longer and guarantee there will be no further entanglements with her, Hao Pingfan reassured her. After comforting her a few more times, he saw Qin Lingyue off, her graceful silhouette fading from view, eliciting a slight smile from him. This not only served to enhance his relationship with Qin Lingyue, but also aimed to dissuade Tang Yue. Truly a double win. As the arduous day of military training concluded, the evening rest period finally arrived. Tonight, Hao Pingfan chose not to stroll with Qin Lingyue, recognizing that couples should not cling to each other every day. A sense of balance is vital for enduring affection. Besides, the allure of playing games in the dormitory was too enticing to resist. Wow, Fangirl, you're incredible. You're maneuvering the zombies with such finesse, exclaimed Chen Dongsheng. How did you leap onto such a high crate? I can't seem to jump that high. Absolutely impressive. Not only does it have more power than my 60, but it's also lightweight. In the dormitory, both Chen Dongsheng and Chen Huan had computers. Chen Dongsheng was preoccupied with his career, so Hao Pingfan utilized his computer to enjoy the increasingly popular game with Chen Huan. Previously, Chen Huan had thought Hao Pingfan was a novice and had intended to teach him a thing or two. However, it turned out Hao Pingfan's shooting skills surpassed his, with his movement being exceptionally nimble. In the biochemical mode, he didn't confine himself to the iron cages like them, but instead treated the zombies as mere pets, effortlessly leading them around. Basic skills don't overdo it. Hao Pingfan nonchalantly waved his hand, just as his phone rang insistently. It was another call from Yi Feifei. Relinquishing the computer to Zhao Changkai, who had been eyeing it for a while, Hao Pingfan stepped onto the balcony. As soon as he answered the call, Yi Feifei's urgent voice came through. "Boss, we have a serious problem." The night outside was thick, while the dormitory buzzed with excitement. Hao Pingfan stood at the intersection of both worlds, his expression fluctuating as he calmly lit a cigarette. "Feifei, don't panic. Take a deep breath and speak slowly." "Okay." Perhaps influenced by Hao Pingfan's composed demeanor, Yi Feifei's breathing steadied, and he could almost envision the alarming situation that could rival a watermelon in its severity. After a few moments, Yi Feifei's excitement slightly subsided, and she hastily reported, "Boss, several milk tea shops nearby have begun selling our imitations, and they shamelessly copied our buy-one-get-one-free promotion, pricing it slightly lower than ours. Additionally, 2 of our employees have been poached, and the recipe may be at risk of leaking." "Who are the employees that were poached?" Hao Pingfan furrowed his brow. Although he had anticipated that those milk tea shops would not relent after failing in their price war, he was taken aback by their swift and ruthless actions, effectively undermining him. Yi Feifei quickly named the 2 employees, easing Hao Pingfan's furrowed brow slightly. He had already taken precautions against employee poaching. During recruitment, he had focused on hiring diligent and trustworthy individuals, ensuring they signed confidentiality agreements. Additionally, he had been observant during training, assigning more crucial responsibilities to those he deemed reliable. Of course, the core recipe remained exclusively with a select few trusted senior employees, including Yi Feifei and Chun-Li. The 2 employees who had been poached were merely involved in making ordinary milk tea and hadn't touched the core secrets of Cha Yin Yusei, which was, in a way, a stroke of good fortune. This incident served as a wake-up call for Hao Pingfan. Confidentiality agreements were not infallible, and it was time to motivate his employees further to enhance their loyalty. With this thought in mind, he said, "Feifei, have all employees come to the shop tomorrow evening. I will hold a meeting." "Understood." After resolving the first issue, Hao Pingfan took a drag from his nearly burnt-out cigarette and continued. "How does the taste of the imitation milk tea from other shops compare? These milk teas just launched today, and I only managed to try one. I feel the taste cannot compare to ours, but it is significantly better than their previous offerings." "Is that so? Then tomorrow night, purchase one of each imitation on the market. I want to taste it personally." Hao Pingfan took this matter seriously. He never underestimated the ingenuity of others. After all, making milk tea wasn't particularly complex. With his prototype in hand, others might very well deduce the recipe. Should such a situation arise, he would need to accelerate his plans. However, overthinking at this moment would be futile. After advising Yi Feifei a few more times, he ended the call and returned to the game with his roommates as if nothing had happened. The next day, after morning exercises, the 4 from 502 linked arms as they made their way to the cafeteria. Zhao Changkai pointed at 2 girls who were being approached at the entrance and exclaimed, "Fan Ge, Huang Ge, it seems Tang Yue and Tao Yining have come again to bring you breakfast. I envy you. If only I could have a school beauty so devoted to me, I would probably wake up smiling for my dreams," Chun Dongsheng theatrically declared, pulling Zhao Changkai aside to watch the unfolding drama. Soon enough, Tang Yue and Tao Yining approached briskly, each seeking their respective targets. Chen Huan, not wishing to be the subject of scrutiny, grimaced and dragged Tao Yining aside. Hao Pingfan remained still, awaiting Tang Yue's performance. Tang Yue took less than a second to gather her thoughts, her eyes revealing a flicker of sincerity and caution. "Pingfan, I specially prepared this breakfast for you today. I hope you will accept it." "No, thank you." Hao Pingfan attempted to decline, but was interrupted by Tang Yue's voice, tinged with a hint of desperation. "PNGFN, I genuinely wish to rectify my mistakes. If you refuse to accept this, I shall hold it aloft indefinitely. TNYWI, I truly cannot accept it. My girlfriend is right here. Are you not compelling me to air?" HOPNGF, N gestured toward the space behind TNYWI, his expression one of helplessness. TNYW, I turned around in confusion, only to behold QNLNJU, whose face was etched with wariness. TNYWI, PNGFN is now my boyfriend, and I hope you will refrain from disturbing him. QNLNJU hurriedly approached HOPNGFN, hesitating briefly under the watchful eyes of their classmates, before boldly wrapping her arms around his. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the onlookers as they recognized QNLNJU, the alluring campus beauty, who was known for her icy demeanor toward males. The sight of her being so intimate with a man, while simultaneously engaging in a rivalry with another beauty, left them astounded. Could it be that this man had saved the galaxy in a past life, akin to DGOTM-N? T-Ng-Y-W-I's gaze lingered on the intimate contact between HOPNGFN and Xu for several moments. Her anger barely contained as she spoke. Xu, cease your charade. I am well aware that you are merely pretending to be a couple. I see through your tactics, which are nothing more than an attempt to evade the clutches of an infatuated admirer. However, I implore you to stop using PNGFN as a shield. I do not wish for him to suffer any harm. I have not. Xu, unable to match T-Ng-Y-W-I's verbal prowess, felt her chest heaving with indignation. As her boyfriend, HOPNGFN could not allow his girlfriend to be bullied. Without uttering a word, he gently turned Xu face towards him and pressed his lips against hers. Xu's eyes widened in shock, instinctively desiring to struggle. But as she remembered that T-Ng-Y-W-I was watching, her impulsive emotions led her to embrace HOPNGFN tightly and reciprocate the kiss. No. Before T-Ng-Y-W-I could utter a word, the sound of shattered hearts filled the air. Their goddess was kissing another man. T-Ng-Y-W-I staggered back a few steps, her disbelief palpable as she observed the scene before her. HOPNGFN held Xu for several seconds before finally releasing her. Turning to T-Ng-Y-W-I and stating, T-Ng-Y-W-I, I trust you now believe me. HOPNGFN. I hope you do not regret this choice in the future. T-Ng-Y-W-I felt a piercing pain in her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. After casting a resentful glare at HOPNGFN, she resolutely turned and chose to leave. This truly is the final time. Whether HOPNGFN is genuine or merely performing with Xu, she would never forgive him. Not far away, W-Ing-T-O and the strikingly tall W-Ing Shi-Ing witnessed this heart-wrenching spectacle in its entirety. W-Ing-T-O clenched his fists, preparing to charge forth for love, when W-Ing Shi-Ing hastened to catch up with T-Ng-Y-W-I, offering her gentle consolation. Vengiteo. HOPNGF and also spotted W-Ing Shi-Ing, his eyes narrowing slightly. W-Ing Shi-Ing was the senior who had claimed T-Ng-Y-W-I's heart in a previous life. Chapter 92. I apologize, I acted impulsively again. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the crowd began to disperse. HOPNGF reluctantly released Xu from his embrace, an expression of regret gracing his features. Senior, I sincerely apologize for my impulsive behavior today. Do not blame yourself. It is all T-Ng-Y-W-I's fault for being so infuriating. Xu's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, unable to meet HOPNGFN's gaze. She too had been swept up in the moment, even more so than HOPNGFN. Observing her shy demeanor, HOPNGFN realized he had successfully navigated this hurdle, gently taking her hand and saying, Senior, you have not had breakfast yet. Shall we dine together? Yes. Xu was particularly obedient at that moment, following HOPNGFN into the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Xu, still entangled with TOY New York N, was left in awe as he watched HOPNGFN depart. No wonder HOPNGFN had so casually accepted T-Ng-Y-W-I's breakfast yesterday. It was all part of a grand scheme. With HOPNGFN's dramatic display, T-Ng-Y-W, I should no longer pursue him, ensuring a permanent resolution. Furthermore, he had seized the opportunity to deepen his connection with the senior, an impressive feat indeed. Xu felt he had learned a valuable lesson and planned to invite Ing the next day to ensure TOY New York N would be utterly disheartened. However, upon witnessing Xu's sudden acceptance of breakfast, TOY New York N's heart sank further, her animosity towards HOPNGF intensifying. It was all HOPNGFN's fault. If he had not suddenly taken a girlfriend, Xu would not have emulated him and added another layer of difficulty to her pursuit. Now, with HOPNGF demonstrating how to extricate oneself from a woman's affections, Her plan of softening Xu N's heart through breakfast offerings was likely doomed to fail. Hopngfn was truly despicable. Setting aside New York N's resentment, Hopngfn felt elated. Even the rigors of military training seemed less arduous. Before he knew it, military training had concluded. After a quick shower and changing into fresh clothes in the dormitory, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to Xynus. After a brief wait, Hopngfn arrived at the entrance of Xynus, observing the flow of customers before nodding in satisfaction. Even at 9:30, there were still quite a number of people purchasing milk tea. "Boss, you're here. If I noticed," Hopngfn and hurriedly came out to greet him, her apron swaying as she moved. Hopngfn waved his hand. "Sister F, you continue with your duties, I will return for a meeting when the crowd thins." "Understood, boss." If I obediently turned away, her casual pants accentuating her beautiful curves until she vanished behind the counter. Hopngfn did not linger at the entrance, contemplating before striding toward the women's clothing store across the street. FNG. The sales staff recognized Hopngfn, aware of his close relationship with their boss, and greeted him cheerfully. Hopngfn spotted SHNCHM seated in the lounge area and, after acknowledging the staff with a nod, walked over confidently. SHNCHM was adorned in a sleeveless black chiffon long dress, her fair and smooth skin contrasting sharply with the fabric, complemented by her stunningly ethereal beauty, akin to a goddess descended from the heavens, making it nearly impossible to avert one's gaze. Despite having spent considerable time with SHNCHM, Hopngfn still found himself momentarily entranced by her exquisite appearance. SHNCHM, it has been a while. It has only been a few days. There is no need for such exaggeration. Upon seeing Hopngfn, SHNCHM's cool demeanor softened with a hint of surprise. Though she quickly regained her composure, Hopngfn paid no mind, sitting down next to her and inhaling the refreshing scent he had missed for days, casually initiating a conversation. "Did you stay at the store during military training?" "No. I visited my granduncle's home for a few meals and attended a gathering in my uncle's house yesterday." Hopngfn noticed the notebook with financial records and recalled their bet, inquiring with curiosity, "How is business at the store now?" "Not bad. We are maintaining around 20,000 in sales daily." "Does that not imply you are destined to lose?" Hopngfn's spirits lifted as he turned to SHNCHM, his gaze growing bolder. SHNCHM furrowed her brows slightly, inadvertently stepping on Hopngfn's foot, and calmly replied, "There is still more than half a month left. I may not lose, and even if I do, I would never agree to those sordid ideas you have in mind. Do not slander me. I have not entertained such thoughts." Hopingfan silently supplemented a thought in his mind, yet he dared not voice it. If he were to reveal the truth of that night, Xu would likely not be speaking to him amicably now, but rather wielding a knife against him. While the two continued their casual conversation, a group of customers entered the shop, 3 young men and 3 young women, all bearing youthful visages, clearly fresh out of high school. "Xu, is it truly you here?" they exclaimed. "They say you're the owner of this shop. Could it be true? I have previously purchased clothes from here, and the styles are simply delightful, with exceptional quality." One exuberant girl, upon spotting Xu, brightened instantly and excitedly approached her. Xu rose to greet them with a smile, offering the 3 young women a discount of 20% on their purchases should they choose to buy clothes. "Thank you, Xu." The 3 girls were overjoyed and eager to select their garments when a remark from the bespectacled handsome boy nearby halted their steps and sparked a glimmer of gossip in their eyes. "Xu, who is this gentleman beside you?" The charming young man, named Ma-E, was an exemplary student, handsome and accomplished, a role model for many in their neighborhood. On the first day of school, he was captivated by Xu, resolved to win her heart. However, before he could take action, he encountered the vast influence surrounding Xu, which deterred many suitors from approaching her. Yet, Ma-E felt invigorated by the challenge. To pursue Xu would not only grant him the affection of a goddess, but also the support of a formidable ally, bestowing upon him a higher starting point in life. Such an advantageous opportunity made even the prospect of becoming a son-in-law seem worthwhile. He meticulously devised a series of plans to discreetly approach Xu Xiangnuan and gradually foster a connection. Yet, before he could initiate his strategy, a strikingly handsome man emerged beside Xu Xiangnuan. "Ah, I'm a high school classmate of Xu Xiangnuan. Just happened to drop by for a chat." Hao Pingfan, noticing Xu Xiangnuan's lack of introduction, took the initiative to present himself, leaving the young women disheartened. Meanwhile, Ma Yi's smile widened. "Pingfan, you study at the University of Science and Technology? How fortunate we are to be so close. We should connect more often." Ma Yi remarked enthusiastically. "It's truly impressive that you could come from a small county to reach Magic City. Is Xu Xiangnuan also from your area?" It turned out that Xu Xiangnuan had only borrowed the opportunity to study there for a brief 2 months. "I thought as much," Ma Yi chuckled. In the midst of the clothing store, the 3 young women had already begun selecting outfits, while Xu Xiangnuan attended to her own matters, leaving the remaining 2 young men feeling somewhat awkward. Ma Yi, however, was undeterred and engaged Hao Pingfan in lively conversation, acquiring valuable information. Upon learning that Hao Pingfan came from a rural background and had only known Xu Xiangnuan for a few months, he felt reassured. Given Xu Xiangnuan's stature and background, how could she possibly be interested in a poor boy from the countryside? After a while, as Hao Pingfan observed the dwindling crowd at the tea shop, he stood to take his leave, saying, "Xu Xiangnuan, Ma Yi, I must attend to some matters." "Very well. Let's keep in touch, brother." Ma Yi eagerly exchanged contact information with Hao Pingfan, exuding the demeanor of a newfound friend. He calculated that since Hao Pingfan and Xu Xiangnuan had been desk mates in high school, their current ability to converse alone suggested that their relationship was quite amicable. Fate seemed to be smiling upon him, as Hao Pingfan was indeed his very own Song Gongming. Just as Ma Yi reveled in this promising situation, he heard Xu Xiangnuan suddenly say, "Hao Pingfan, I forgot my keys at home today. Please leave them with me." "Oh." Hao Pingfan, without a second thought, retrieved the keys to Xu Xiangnuan's residence from his pocket. The expressions of Ma Yi and the other 2 students froze in disbelief. How could an ordinary high school classmate possess the keys to Xu Xiangnuan's home? What was the nature of their relationship? Once outside the clothing store, Hao Pingfan leisurely made his way to Cha Yan-Yu-Sei, where the staff had already prepared for a meeting, their expressions notably serious. Everyone was well aware of the events that had transpired in recent days, and they presumed Hao Pingfan's mood must be quite poor, anticipating a potential outburst from him. Hence, it was advisable to tread carefully at this moment. However, Hao Pingfan did not explode. Instead, he recounted the consequences of breaching the confidentiality agreement and asserted his intent to hold the 2 employees legally accountable, before proceeding to inspire the team with grand visions. Through this approach, those few employees who had previously wavered quickly solidified their resolve. They were not foolish. Cha Yan-Yu-Sei's milk tea was evidently ahead of its time, and their boss's vision and capabilities were exceptional. Should Cha Yan-Yu-Sei truly take off in the future, they would be positioned as founding members of the company. Was this not far superior to risking everything for mere trifles? After the meeting concluded, the other employees departed one by one, leaving only Hao Pingfan and Yi Feifei. Under the bright lights, Yi Feifei gracefully arranged over 10 cups of milk tea on the table, presenting them beautifully. "Boss, these are imitations from other milk tea shops. Each shop has released at least 3 new products. I shall taste them first." Hao Pingfan sampled the first cup, reminiscent of Yang Zhigan Lu, and shook his head slightly. This beverage, though visually similar, was far from satisfactory in taste, lacking any distinctive qualities and falling short of the authentic Yang Zhigan Lu. He continued to try several more, finding varying qualities. Yet even the finest imitation could not measure up to the milk tea from Cha Yan-Yu-Sei. "Feifei Jia, what do you think of the flavors of these milk teas?" Hao Pingfan, confident in his own judgment, turned to seek Yi Feifei's opinion. To his surprise, she had leaned forward, resting her chest on the table, which felt rather inappropriate. Noticing Hao Pingfan's intense gaze, Yi Feifei finally realized something was amiss and quickly shifted back, lowering her head in embarrassment. "Boss, I only sampled them briefly, so I might not articulate everything accurately. Ahem, please try again and differentiate more carefully." Hao Pingfan pushed the milk tea toward Yi Feifei, feeling the need to step outside and gather his thoughts, lest he act upon wild impulses. Yet in the next moment, he witnessed Yi Feifei take the straw he had just used into her mouth, sipping the milk tea with delicate pulls. "Feifei Jia, I'll step outside for a smoke. Take your time. Hao Pingfan swallowed hard, flames of desire igniting within him. Fortunately, his reason had not completely succumbed, and he rose to stride outside. At first, Yi Feifei was puzzled by Hao Pingfan's actions, but then she glanced down at the straw still in her mouth, gradually beginning to comprehend the implications. Instantly, her fair face flushed a deep crimson, her rounded toes gripping the shoes sole tightly as she buried her head in her chest, resembling a bashful ostrich. What was she doing? Yet, Yi Feifei dared not look at Hao Pingfan again, keeping her head down as she quietly sipped her milk tea, occasionally jotting down notes. This time, she forewent the straw and simply lifted the lid of the milk tea. 2 minutes later, having finished tasting all the milk tea, Yi Feifei finally summoned the courage to raise her head, revealing her charming face still tinged with blush. Just as she intended to feign nonchalance and speak, Hao Pingfan swiftly interjected, "Stay still." Oh, having experienced the previous encounter, Yi Feifei realized what Hao Pingfan was about to do. "All right, Feifei Jia, please continue." "Oh, thank you, boss." Yi Feifei felt the lingering warmth of Hao Pingfan's fingers, and the blush on her face deepened once more. She felt as though she might have been possessed today. Suppressing her embarrassment, Yi Feifei quietly shared her experiences, echoing the sentiments of Hao Pingfan. It appears that, for the time being, other milk tea shops do not pose a significant threat to us. However, we must not let our guard down. Sister Feifei, please arrange to have a batch of membership cards made. From now on, any customer whose consumption reaches 30 yuan can become a member of my establishment. Membership cards? Hao Pingfan was forthright, explaining that members would enjoy a 10% discount on specific beverages, be eligible for store raffles, and receive half price on a randomly selected hot-selling product every Thursday. Yi Feifei took notes diligently, her eyes glistening with admiration for Hao Pingfan, who seemed to possess an endless stream of brilliant ideas. Sensing the admiration of the beautiful woman, Hao Pingfan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while inwardly relishing the moment. After all, he did not choose to be so exceptional. It was merely a privilege of standing on the shoulders of giants. Chapter 94. Dormitory social gathering. Having concluded matters related to the milk tea shop, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, a few young men stood anxiously at the entrance, some holding flowers, others carrying gifts, their expressions tinged with impatience. "Brother, you also came to deliver something to your girlfriend? How come I've never seen you before? Are you a freshman?" A short, stout young man casually struck up a conversation with Hao Pingfan, offering him a cigarette. After sending a message to Lin Yu, Hao Pingfan engaged in idle chatter with the chubby fellow. "How do you know?" "Hee. We often appear here to deliver gifts or make amends to our girlfriends. We frequently wait until nearly lights out, and we become quite familiar with one another. You're the only newcomer." "Oh, I see." As the short young man beamed with pride, Hao Pingfan could only shake his head in exasperation. It turned out they were a group of infatuated admirers. Before the stout young man could pry for more information about Hao Pingfan, a girl in pajamas hurriedly emerged from the dormitory, her hair somewhat disheveled, clearly in a rush. Yet, this did not diminish her allure. Her flawless beauty prompted gasps from the young men. "It's Lin Yu." As an elite institution, DUI, Dan University, was not immune to certain traditions. Following the arrival of freshmen, an eager group organized a campus beauty contest, although the final results were still pending due to time constraints. Lin Yu and Shen Shumo had already been firmly established as the school's top beauties. Especially after Shen Shumo's impressive background deterred countless suitors, all eyes shifted to Lin Yu, further elevating her popularity on campus. Regrettably, Lin Yu displayed an unusually frosty demeanor towards the boys. She hardly entertained the idea of dining or dating, let alone engaging in casual conversation, leaving them at a loss for how to approach her. "Why is the campus beauty, Lin Yu, coming down so late? And in such a hurry?" The stout young man stroked his chin, sensing something amiss, just as Lin Yu made her way towards him and stopped in front of Hao Pingfan. "Xiao Fanzi, what brings you here so late? I was just about to lie down when you called me." Lin Yu's face betrayed a hint of delight, though her words remained stubbornly aloof. Hao Pingfan, who never felt the need to explain himself, simply opened his arms and embraced Lin Yu tightly. "I couldn't help it. I missed you too much." "Bah, I don't believe your nonsense. I saw you say in the group that you were having a meeting tonight." Lin Yu scoffed, yet she did not pull away from Hao Pingfan's embrace. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, drawing them closer together. The other young men nearby watched in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. Could this truly be the typically aloof Lin Yu? They wondered if they were hallucinating. After a 2-minute embrace, Hao Pingfan finally released Lin Yu and handed her the snacks and fruits he had brought. I'm a bit pressed for time today, so I can't stay longer. I'll take you out to have some fun during the National Day holiday. TCH, who cares? It's not like I don't have anyone else to go with. Lin Yu disdainfully accepted the bag, then added, got it, little housekeeper. Hao Pingfan embraced her once more before striding away, leaving behind a group of envious and bewildered young men. They simply could not comprehend why Lin Yu, the campus beauty, could be so sweet and considerate while their own girlfriends, lacking in beauty and figure, were so difficult to please. Oh dear, life is so unfair. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, late September had arrived. Those who had previously lamented the rigors of military training now felt an unexpected sense of sadness and reluctance as the day of parting approached. Among them, Chen Dongsheng stood out as the most reluctant to see military training conclude. Over the past 20 days of training, he had managed to earn a staggering 6,000 yuan. If not for a shortage of manpower and other classmates joining in, his earnings might have exceeded 10,000. Hao Pingfan, having a share of 20%, ended up with a tidy sum of 1,000 yuan, a small windfall indeed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Dongsheng, still clad in his military uniform, dramatically proclaimed, "Brothers, tonight's on me. Order whatever you like. Boss is generous." Chen Huan and Zhao Chengkai readily praised him, causing Chen Dongsheng's grin to widen. Hao Pingfan, wishing to join in the camaraderie, was about to say something when a call from Qin Linglue interrupted. "Senior, what do you need me for?" "Pingfan, my roommates want to meet you. Do you have time tonight? How about we organize a social gathering between our 2 dormitories?" Hao Pingfan conveyed Qin Linglue's proposal to his roommates. Chen Huan was the first to eagerly respond, conveniently forgetting he had a girlfriend. "Of course, why not? Dormitory 315 is famous for its beauties. What if I meet someone suitable? Huan Gu, I advise you not to mess around. Those are your sister-in-law's roommates. If you end up breaking someone's heart, how will your sister-in-law face them in the future?" Chen Dongsheng bluntly poured cold water on Chen Huan's enthusiasm before turning the conversation. "I think you all should leave the opportunity to me. You're either taken or have someone in mind, so let's not complicate things. How about you all help me out tonight? Brother Sheng, you're quite the strategist. If this works out, I'll treat you all to a spa. Deal." With that, Chen Dongsheng's proposal quickly swayed Chen Huan. Zhao Chengkai hesitated, but also expressed willingness to try the pleasures of a bath and massage. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with 2 hours left until dinner, providing ample time for preparation. Chen Dongsheng took the time to shower, donning a fresh outfit and styling his hair in a middle part, significantly enhancing his appearance. "Fangu, how do I look? Will I be able to charm the campus beauty Baiji?" Chen Dongsheng flashed a confident smile at the mirror, embodying the essence of a youthful heartthrob. Hao Pingfan sensed that Chen Dongsheng had become somewhat inflated since his recent financial success and kindly advised, "You better make sure Huan Ge doesn't wear a watch or look at his phone tonight. Otherwise, the girl's attention might be drawn away by him." Chapter 95, of course. I can only choose to forgive him. The dinner gathering was set at a renowned duck restaurant. This establishment was celebrated for its duck dishes, including osmanthus duck, beer duck, and konjac roasted duck, all highly esteemed by customers. The prices were reasonable, making it a popular choice for gatherings in the area. Regrettably, it is disheartening that in just a few years, the flavor of this renowned duck restaurant gradually changed, ultimately leading to its closure and abandonment. This evening, however, the establishment remains bustling with patrons, with the hall nearly filled to capacity. Hao Pingfan, accompanied by several friends from his dormitory, selected a window-side table, ordered the signature dishes, and a few bottles of the house-made rice wine, engaging in lively conversation while they awaited their meal. As the clock struck 6, the appointed hour arrived. Yet the girls from the dormitory had yet to make their appearance. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Pingfan sent a message, "We might need a few more minutes." Qin Linglue responded promptly, but Pingfan remained unfazed. He had always found it perplexing that some girls often arrived late. If the delay was for the purpose of enhancing their appearance for their boyfriends, why not simply adjust the meeting time to accommodate their preparations? Or was it merely a way to gauge their standing in their boyfriend's eyes? After a brief wait, 4 striking young women appeared at the entrance, capturing the attention of numerous young men in the room. These were Qin Linglue and her roommates. dressed in a sizzling camisole dress paired with a light chiffon cover-up. Ling Yue's alluring figure and extraordinarily long legs were unmistakably on display. Her two companions, Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan, donned similar outfits, albeit their allure paled in comparison to Ling Yue's, rendering them somewhat overshadowed. The last roommate, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans without a trace of makeup, surprisingly held her own against Ling Yue, with her exquisite features and curvaceous figure, complemented by her radiant fair skin, making her hard to overlook. Alas, her beautiful eyes bore a hint of aloofness, evoking an aura of distance and untouchability. Truly, she lived up to her name, by e.g., the campus belle. After a swift scan of the room, Ling Yue led her companions directly to Hao Pingfan's table. "Apologies for our tardiness," she expressed, surprising Pingfan. It appeared that her lateness was not an intentional display of her presence. "No worries. Please take a seat," Pingfan replied with a warm smile, motioning for Ling Yue to sit beside him. The others settled in as well, with Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan choosing to sit together, while Bai Yi hesitated briefly before opting to sit next to the very earnest Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, having spent considerable time preparing for this moment. And here it was at last. After a round of introductions, Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan exchanged curious glances, both filled with intrigue. Hadn't they heard that Hao Pingfan was merely a country boy? Yet, his demeanor and striking looks belied that notion. Although his clothing brand was indiscernible, the quality was evidently superior, far from the cheap fare of roadside stalls. Did Qin Ling Yue perhaps possess newfound wisdom, intentionally toying with them? The two girls' minds raced, though their smiles remained intact. It was said that Ling Yue had never shown interest in men before. "How could you have won her over so quickly?" one of them teased. "Ah, it's merely a matter of sincerity exchanged for sincerity," Pingfan responded, while Ling Yue's expression shifted slightly, realizing a potentially grave issue. Her roommates were aware that she had only sought a boyfriend due to losing a game of truth or dare. If this information were to leak, what would Pingfan think of her? Yao Shanshan noticed the change in Ling Yue's demeanor and mischievously declared, "By the way, if you can't drink rice wine, you must drink baijiu." "Shanshan, that's enough. Pingfan cannot drink," Ling Yue interjected hastily. "But Ling Yue, we haven't even started yet. If a man can't drink, can he truly be considered a man?" Wei Lan retorted, her tone laced with provocation as she glanced at Pingfan. Unfazed, Pingfan maintained his composure, while Chen Huan's expression shifted. Who says not drinking disqualifies someone from manhood? If he were to reveal his true capacity, it might very well intimidate Wei Lan. Chen Huan thought to himself. Yao Shanshan chimed in with a playful laugh. "Ling Yue, we won't put your boyfriend in a tough spot. How about this? Your boyfriend drinks one glass, and we'll drink one as well?" "Fine," Pingfan replied, gently placing his hand on Ling Yue's smooth thigh, silencing her protest as he agreed with ease. Worried that Pingfan might reconsider, Wei Lan promptly summoned the waiter to bring 2 bottles of baijiu, personally pouring 2 liang for Pingfan. Meanwhile, she and Yao Shanshan filled their cups with rice wine. "Pingfan, don't overexert yourself," Ling Yue cautioned, her gaze filled with concern. Yet Pingfan's hand on her thigh sent a rush of warmth to her cheeks. What had initially seemed like an accidental touch now felt undeniably intentional. And Pingfan continued to caress her thigh as he engaged in drinking with the 2 girls opposite him. At first, Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan felt triumphant, believing they had outsmarted him. However, as the drinks flowed, they began to feel the effects. Despite indulging in rice wine, they found themselves growing increasingly lightheaded, while Pingfan, drinking baijiu, remained unaffected. "Enough, we concede. Your boyfriend is truly impressive." Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan finally admitted defeat, their faces darkening as they raised their hands in surrender. They had never anticipated that Pingfan would be such an enigma. How can someone consume 2 jin of baijiu without so much as a flicker of emotion? Is he even human? "Pingfan, could you perhaps ease up on the touching? It's a bit painful," Ling Yue remarked. "Ah, my apologies, senior. It was merely a reflex. I didn't pay much attention," Pingfan replied, though the intimacy had become evident. Despite knowing that Pingfan might be teasing her, Ling Yue felt compelled to forgive him. Chapter 96. The third intimate encounter following their drinking debacle, Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan adopted a more subdued demeanor, refraining from any further antics. Yao Shanshan seemed to take an interest in Chen Huan, initiating conversation. Although he was not wearing his usual luxury watch or engrossed in his phone, his attire and demeanor clearly indicated he was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, he was undeniably handsome, a stark contrast to the rather unrefined Ping Fan. If she could win Chen Huan's affection, it would surely afford her opportunities to flaunt her superiority before Qin Lingyue. Meanwhile, Zhao Chengkai, dressed in typical rural attire, found joy in his meal, blissfully unaware that, aside from Qin Lingyue's occasional greetings, neither Yao Shanshan nor Wei Lan acknowledged him. And Bai Yiji had not spoken a word all evening. Feeling somewhat bored, Wei Lan observed the affectionate exchanges between Ping Fan and Lingyue, and suddenly posed a question. Ping Fan, I heard you're from the countryside. Is that true? Indeed, it is, he confirmed. Upon hearing this, Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan's interest piqued. What do your parents do? They inquired. They farm, he replied. The two girls exchanged glances, their expressions softening with a hint of sympathy. It must have been quite difficult for you growing up, they remarked gently. Not really. My mother always ensured I had the best, never allowing me to suffer, Ping Fan responded calmly, while Qin Lingyue felt a swell of emotion, instinctively grasping his hand. At that moment, Wei Lan shifted the conversation. Ping Fan, while your family situation is indeed worthy of compassion, as Lingyue's close friend, I must address something. Given your current circumstances, can you truly bring happiness to Lingyue? With that, a hush fell over the table. Qin Lingyue was eager to explain herself, yet was restrained by Hao Ping Fan, ultimately allowing Chen Dongsheng to seize the opportunity. Do not be deceived by the fact that Fan Gu hails from the countryside. His intellect and insight undoubtedly surpass those of the vast majority of university students, ensuring that sister-in-law would not suffer any indignities. Chen Dongsheng, having finally caught a chance to showcase himself, would certainly not let it slip away. As he noticed all eyes converging upon him, even the previously aloof Bai Yiji was drawn in. Chen Dongsheng cleared his throat and continued. You are all aware of the recent trend of sanitary pad insoles sweeping through campus, right? This is the business that Fan Gu and I have developed together. What? Exclaimed Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan, gazing incredulously at Hao Ping Fan. They were indeed aware of students selling sanitary pads as insoles during military training, as many had discussed the matter, proclaiming that anyone capable of such an idea was truly exceptional. To think it was concocted by Hao Ping Fan, a country lad, was astonishing. Qin Lingyue was equally taken aback, momentarily forgetting the large hand Hao Ping Fan had resting on her thigh. This was information he had never shared with her before. Hao Ping Fan, feeling the smoothness of Qin Lingyue's thigh while catching Chen Dongsheng's pleading glance for help, humbly waved his hand, saying, I played merely a trivial role. The majority of the work was done by Shengge, who deserves the credit. Nonsense. Without Fan Ji's idea, I wouldn't have made 5,000 yuan during military training. Chen Dongsheng grinned widely, mentally giving Hao Ping Fan a thumbs up. Truly, he was a good brother, always willing to lend a hand. Chen Huan sipped his drink sullenly, feeling that he had been outshone by Chen Dongsheng. After hearing this, Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan inexplicably sighed in relief. It turned out that Hao Ping Fan had merely stumbled upon a good idea and was riding on the coattails of his brother. Nevertheless, this still proved that Hao Ping Fan possessed a certain knack for making money, prompting Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan to begrudgingly abandon their quest to provoke him further. The dinner gathering, under the intentional yet subtle support of the brothers, completely transformed into Chen Dongsheng's stage. Listening to Chen Dongsheng recount all he had accomplished since the beginning of the semester and his plans for entrepreneurship, the girls regarded him with newfound admiration. Had it not been for Chen Dongsheng's rather ordinary appearance, Wei Lan might have found herself unable to resist kicking her boyfriend to pursue Chen Dongsheng instead. As Chen Dongsheng noticed Bai Yiji's increasing interest in him, his spirits soared, and he inadvertently drank a few more glasses of wine, eventually ending up in a daze. Resting his head on the table, the dinner was nearing its conclusion, and according to the original plan, they were supposed to go karaoke. However, with Chen Dongsheng in such a drunken state, everyone decided to abandon that idea and prepare to settle the bill. As for who would pay this evening, Yao Shanshan smiled at Hao Ping Fan and teased. Hao Ping Fan, having captured our dormitory's flower, shouldn't you treat us? Today is the day I officially announce my relationship with Ping Fan. It should be your treat. Shanshan, you all go ahead, Ping Fan and I'll take care of the bill. Qin Lingyue, now standing without the distraction of Hao Ping Fan's hand on her thigh, regained her quick thinking. To prevent Hao Pingfan from embarrassing himself, she preemptively shifted the narrative. All right, then I'll wait for you outside. Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan forced a smile, disappointment mingling with confusion in their eyes. Qin Lingyue's behavior suggested she had genuinely fallen for Hao Pingfan. They could not fathom what charm he possessed. Was it possible that Qin Lingyue was attracted to this handsome but impoverished student? Senior, let me pay. After the others left, Hao Pingfan and Qin Lingyue approached the cashier, with Hao Pingfan reaching for his wallet first. He had already confirmed that Qin Lingyue was not the rumored gold digger, so he would not treat her as he did Zhao Lin, withholding his money. As current boyfriend and girlfriend, there were times when spending was necessary. No, it should be me. As the senior, it is my turn to treat you, Qin Lingyue insisted, pressing down on Hao Pingfan's hand and swiftly producing the money. Hao Pingfan's eyes shimmered with tears. He was deeply moved to have such a considerate girlfriend. Then, in front of Qin Lingyue's astonished gaze and the cashier's surprised expression, he kissed her passionately. You. Qin Lingyue's face flushed bright red, and she stammered, unable to find her words. The previous two kisses had been spurred by external factors, barely qualifying as impulsive acts by Hao Pingfan. But this time, he had kissed her without any prior provocation, and in a public setting no less. Hao Pingfan offered no explanation. As Qin Lingyue remained in a daze, he leaned in and kissed her again. Senior, I love you. I love you too. Under Hao Pingfan's heartfelt declaration, Qin Lingyue ultimately succumbed, allowing him to take liberties with her. Chapter 97. Is it a crime to embrace your girlfriend? Why are you two taking so long to settle the bill? After 5 minutes, Hao Pingfan and Qin Lingyue finally emerged from the payment area, prompting a round of teasing from Yao Shanshan and the others. Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan exchanged glances filled with suspicion, sensing that something significant may have transpired between the two during their absence. However, with so many patrons in the restaurant, even if Hao Pingfan was bold, it was unlikely he would engage in overly provocative behavior. They were perplexed, truly perplexed. After Hao Pingfan offered a few vague remarks, he took Qin Lingyue's hand and leisurely followed the group back to campus, observing the distinct and beautiful silhouettes of the three girls ahead. Hao Pingfan reflected on the evening's dinner gathering. Yao Shanshan and Wei Lan were clearly acting as surface-level friends, claiming to have Qin Lingyue's best interests at heart, while secretly relishing the idea of her embarrassment. Hao Pingfan had ample reason to suspect that the plethora of outrageous rumors surrounding Qin Lingyue in his past life could be attributed, in no small part, to these two sisters. However, he had no intention of alerting Qin Lingyue to this. The two girls still held significant utility for him. While Qin Lingyue appeared open and fiery, internally, she was quite conservative. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts to win her over, it would undoubtedly take considerable time. However, with the assistance of her close friends, the situation was markedly different. Just tonight, due to the targeting by these two good friends, not only had he touched Qin Lingyue's thigh, but he had also managed to kiss her twice. If these two friends continued to lend their support, it was entirely feasible for him to win Qin Lingyue's heart within a month. As for Qin Lingyue's other roommate, Bai Ji, Hao Pingfan had heard of her in his previous life. This sister had a cold demeanor and an exceptional talent for art and design, having won a gold medal in an international competition while still in school. Unlike Shin Shumo's feigned aloofness, she was genuinely indifferent to all matters, reminiscent of a solitary white lotus. He recalled that even years after graduating, he had come across news of her. However, it was not good news. Ms. Baiji, a renowned art director at a prominent foreign enterprise, tragically passed away at home due to a high fever after failing to seek timely medical attention. At the age of 28, the illustrious flower of the Institute of Technology, a once celebrated talent, ultimately succumbed to a fever. Pingfan, what are you staring at? Qin Lingyue noticed how Pingfan's gaze fixed on Baiji's figure, and, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pinched him gently. Hao Pingfan, not one to be caught off guard, whispered, I have noticed that among all the women I have encountered since earlier, none possess a figure as fine as my girlfriend's. Who is your girlfriend? Qin Lingyue pinched him again, a smile creeping on her lips. Hao Pingfan wrapped his arm around Qin Lingyue, intending to flirt a bit more when his phone suddenly rang, revealing a call from Lin Yu. Upon answering, he heard Lin Yu's slightly dazed voice. Xiao Fanzi, could you come pick me up? Where are you now? I will be there shortly. Hao Pingfan's expression turned grave. Lin Yu was clearly intoxicated and might encounter some danger. Lin Yu intermittently mentioned a familiar address. Located on the pedestrian street outside Shuangdan University, where Hao Pingfan had previously dined with Lin Yu and Shin Shumo. You should focus on your own matters. Don't worry about me. Qin Lingyue, perceptive as she was, loosened her grip, refraining from any further entanglement. The two women could hardly contain their delight. Moments earlier, upon hearing Hao Pingfan's phone ring, they had deliberately observed his device. It was truly a shabby one. Evidently, Hao Pingfan was indeed a genuine child of the countryside. His clothing merely an attempt to avoid embarrassment, having gritted his teeth to purchase a couple of outfits to maintain appearances. Hao Pingfan had no desire to engage in pleasantries with Yao Shanshan and the others. After greeting Chen Huan and the others, he hailed a cab directly to Shuangdan University. 10 minutes later, following the location Lin Yu provided, he entered a hot pot restaurant. The establishment was bustling with students, with at least 30 or 40 people gathered for a meal. These students were likely preparing to disperse, many of them inebriated and needing support to walk. Hao Pingfan quickly spotted Lin Yu, her face flushed, entangled with a handsome young man. His expression darkened as he strode over and grasped the young man's hand, which was attempting to harass Lin Yu. The young man, feeling the pain, turned to find that an unfamiliar person had interrupted his advances, and his anger flared instantly. Who are you? Why are you interrupting our gathering? Let go of my brother. Two male classmates nearby, witnessing the situation, immediately approached with aggression. Hao Pingfan, sensing the escalating tension, released his grip. Just as the young man assumed Hao Pingfan was intimidated, he was taken aback to see Hao Pingfan embrace Lin Yu, who surprisingly did not resist. In the midst of the crowd, the young man was infuriated to see his goddess being held by another man, his eyes reddening with rage. He called to his companions to help him force Hao Pingfan away and instructed someone to call the police, intent on teaching Hao Pingfan a harsh lesson. Hao Pingfan disregarded their threats, tightening his hold on Lin Yu and chuckling lightly. I am Lin Yu's boyfriend. Is it a crime to embrace my own girlfriend? The students who had rushed forward were momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to continue their advance. The young man also paused, flustered, and retorted, You're talking nonsense. With Hao Pingfan's arrival, Lin Yu finally relaxed, nestling into his embrace without any desire to move. The other students, witnessing Lin Yu's admission of her relationship with Hao Pingfan, felt a profound disappointment, but found it difficult to continue their confrontation, retreating awkwardly instead. Only the young man remained rooted in place, his expression dark as storm clouds. He had meticulously crafted a plan for the evening, anticipating victory, only to be blindsided by the sudden revelation of Lin Yu's boyfriend. Chapter 98. You won't abandon me, will you? The young man's name was Qi Dongxiang, a local from Odu. With a wealthy background and good looks, he had never lacked for female companionship, often surrounded by stunning women. Yet, having seen so many beautiful faces, his interest waned, except for Lin Yu, who possessed a unique charm with her striking beauty and wholesome rural aura. Such a woman was entirely new to him, and he was eager to explore what it would be like to win her over. The thought of transforming such an innocent girl into someone entirely different filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Initially, Qi Dongxiang believed that with his superior qualities, pursuing a rural beauty like Lin Yu would be effortless. To his dismay, he faced repeated rejections. His attempts at kindness, charm, and lavish gifts fell flat. Lin Yu seemed impervious to his advances, as if she had an invisible barrier against men. These setbacks only fueled Qi Dongxiang's determination, awakening a long-buried desire to conquer. The class gathering was a carefully orchestrated event designed to bring him closer to Lin Yu. Understanding her wariness towards boys, he had bribed several female classmates to encourage Lin Yu and her roommates to drink. The plan unfolded perfectly. Despite her rationality, Lin Yu was merely a freshman, and under the orchestrated pressure of her peers, she soon succumbed to drinking. After the first drink, the second came easily, and before she knew it, Lin Yu had consumed 7 or 8 cups, becoming quite inebriated. The other boys, as anticipated, lacked the courage to challenge Qi Dongxiang, who was the first to offer assistance. Yet, just when success seemed within grasp, Lin Yu's boyfriend unexpectedly appeared. Qi Dongxiang glared at Hao Pingfan as he carried Lin Yu, his jaw clenched so tightly that the veins in his arms stood out. All his meticulous planning had inadvertently provided an opportunity for Lin Yu's boyfriend to shine. How infuriating! But he refused to concede defeat. Qi Dongxiang scrutinized Hao Pingfan closely. He was somewhat handsome, but lacked any designer labels, suggesting that both he and Lin Yu hailed from humble origins. Previously, Qi Dongxiang had never heard of Lin Yu having a boyfriend. He doubted how Ping Fan was a student at Shuangdan University. This left him with ample room for maneuver. He could not believe that after experiencing the glamorous world and his own excellence, Lin Yu would still hold such deep affection for Hao Pingfan. If rumors spread that she was alone with him, she would be too embarrassed to show her face again. Hao Pingfan, holding Lin Yu's soft thigh, ambled leisurely through the throng of students. Upon reaching the campus gate, Lin Yu finally, with a hint of intoxication, recounted the events of the evening, causing Hao Pingfan's brow to furrow in concern. You clearly stated that you wouldn't drink, yet those girls pressured you to do so, revealing their ill intentions. You should avoid them in the future. Moreover, that Qi Dongxiang has ulterior motives, it would be best to keep your distance from him. Hao Pingfan spoke without lowering his voice, and the expressions of many students around them turned peculiar. The girls who had pressured Lin Yu to drink darkened visibly, and one of them snapped. What do you mean by that? Be careful. I might sue you for defamation. Oh, feel free to do so, Hao Pingfan replied, unfazed by their indignation. A few students posed no real threat, especially considering his connection with Xu. Any underhanded tactics employed by these girls would ultimately backfire on them. Lin Yu had learned a valuable lesson that evening, nodding obediently. Good girl. Hao Pingfan patted Lin Yu's thigh in encouragement. The girls who had pressured her, and Qi Dongxiang nearby, wore expressions of utter dismay. Qi Dongxiang's rage boiled over, his gums bleeding from biting down hard. He had initially planned to undermine Hao Pingfan once he was out of the picture, but now Hao Pingfan had preemptively thwarted his intentions. With Lin Yu now wary, how could he proceed? While the others simmered in frustration, Hao Pingfan felt rather pleased. As he carried Lin Yu on campus, enjoying the gentle breeze and the sight of love-struck couples sharing secret kisses, he felt a unique sense of satisfaction. Xiao Fanzi, could you please refrain from touching? My skirt might get wrinkled. Lin Yu's voice, tinged with exasperation, interrupted his reverie, causing him to frown. Xiao Yuzi, you are quite the accuser. I am merely ensuring you don't fall. Besides, I traveled a long way to be here, leaving my girlfriend unattended. It is only natural to seek some benefits. You have a girlfriend now? In the hazy intoxication of Lin Yu's eyes, a flicker of clarity emerged, dispelling her whimsical mood and leaving no desire to continue frolicking with Gao Pingfan. It was then that Gao Pingfan recalled the necessity of sharing the news about his new friend with Lin Yu and Xu. He proceeded to recount, in meticulous detail, the events leading up to his acquaintance with Qin Lingwei since the beginning of the semester. Just as Gao Pingfan began to suspect that Lin Yu had succumbed to slumber, her soft voice drifted from behind him. Xiao Fanzi, you won't abandon me in the future, will you? That remains uncertain, unless you bestow a kiss upon me. Who cares? You don't want me. Others do. Lin Yu playfully pinched Gao Pingfan, wrapping her arms around him in silence. It was not until they neared the girls' dormitory that Lin Yu swiftly pecked him on the cheek, then, without waiting for his reaction, leapt down and stumbled toward the group of girls ahead. Be careful. Gao Pingfan touched his slightly damp cheek, hastily offering a warning. They had kissed before. Why the shyness now? He found it amusing as he watched Lin Yu's figure fade away. Their relationship had transcended mere kisses. They had even bared their souls to each other. He could not fathom why Lin Yu was suddenly so bashful. Yet, it seemed this was her first deliberate kiss. Upon escorting Lin Yu to her dormitory, the clock read 9 in the evening. After a brief excursion to a milk tea shop with Chu Jian, Gao Pingfan called Xu. Xu, are you home? Yes. Then I'll come over. As Xu did not object, Gao Pingfan tucked his phone away and made his way towards Fengya Bay, encountering Ma Yi, who was out shopping with his roommates. Ma Yi's eyes lit up with surprise and delight upon seeing Gao Pingfan. Pingfan, why didn't you inform me when you came this way? Do you look down on me? The previous incident involving the keys had been conveniently forgotten by Ma Yi. Moreover, the more he pondered, the more he convinced himself that there was no way Xu and Gao Pingfan were an item. Gao Pingfan possessing the keys to Xu's home must have been a mere coincidence. He remained steadfast in his original plan to foster a connection with Xu through Gao Pingfan, and was pleasantly surprised by their chance encounter. Gao Pingfan, puzzled by Ma Yi's exuberance upon seeing him, casually replied, in that case, I won't keep you. Next time you come over, give me a heads up, and I'll show you around. Ma Yi heartily patted Gao Pingfan on the shoulder, assuming the role of a good brother. Gao Pingfan nodded. All right, Iga. I must be off now. Enjoy yourselves. Take care, good brother. Ma Yi beamed at the affectionate title, already envisioning a future filled with romantic bliss. However, as he noticed Gao Pingfan veering into the Fengyebe community rather than departing, Ma Yi's smile faltered. He remembered that Shun Chumo resided in that very neighborhood. While Ma Yi remained in a state of confusion, Gao Pingfan had already arrived at Shun Chumo's doorstep. After ringing the doorbell, a few seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Shun Chumo, elegant in her sleepwear. She had evidently just emerged from a bath, her skin glistening with moisture and a hint of pink, her hair slightly damp, and a refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. Good evening. Unperturbed, Gao Pingfan entered and settled onto the nearest sofa. What brings you here so late? Shin Chumo resumed her work on a laptop, her expression serious as she focused on the screen. I need to take a call. The call was from Qin Lingwe, inquiring whether Gao Pingfan had resolved his affairs. After hanging up, he found Shin Chumo gazing at him with an expression of surprise. He smiled and explained, My new girlfriend is checking up on me. Oh. Shin Chumo lowered her gaze again, returning her attention to the screen. An inexplicable tension filled the room. Yet Gao Pingfan seemed oblivious, picking up the conversation where he had left off. I came here today. Just as he began, another call interrupted him. What is it? Wei Chuan's urgent voice echoed through the line. Pingfan, someone just asked to buy the recipe for the milk tea shop. How much are they offering? Huh? Wei Chuan was taken aback. Shouldn't the immediate concern be whether the recipe might leak? Why was Gao Pingfan more interested in the price? Without elaborating, Gao Pingfan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff, letting the smoke drift around the room. As for the two employees who had betrayed him, they posed little trouble for Chaya Yuesheng. They only knew the final blending techniques and were oblivious to the ingredients and proportions. Consequently, the milk tea they produced was markedly inferior, failing to attract a substantial customer base. Naturally, Gao Pingfan had not let the two traders off easy, ultimately securing a legal settlement that required each to pay 20,000 yuan. Yet he understood that, with time, the milk tea recipe would inevitably be replicated by others. It was an unavoidable reality. The prospect of others offering to buy the recipe could, in fact, prove beneficial, allowing him to reap further profits. As he contemplated the pros and cons, he noticed Shun Chumo's gaze resting upon him, her eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. Though she was well aware of Gao Pingfan's flaws and had resolved to treat him as merely a friend, hearing about his new girlfriend stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. Perhaps it was for the best. Recognizing the true nature of Gao Pingfan meant she could cease her futile daydreaming. That night could simply be dismissed, as if a needle had pricked her. Meanwhile, upon realizing that the other party was only willing to pay 10,000 yuan for the entire milk tea recipe, Gao Pingfan felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Pingfan, are you really going to sell the recipe? Wei Chuan's voice was tinged with urgency. The primary advantage of Chaya Yuesheng lay in its unique milk tea. Selling the recipe for a trivial gain would undermine their competitive edge. As a veteran of the company, Wei Chuan felt it necessary to dissuade Gao Pingfan once more. Gao Pingfan interrupted, taking a deep drag from a cigarette. Not only will I sell it, but I intend to sell it multiple times to recoup my investment. In that case, keep this client engaged for now. I'll find a few more buyers in the coming days, and we can sell them all at once. No, please don't. Wei Chuan felt as if Gao Pingfan had lost his senses. However, under Gao Pingfan's command, he reluctantly acquiesced, sounding like a reluctant spouse being coerced. Ignoring his protests, Gao Pingfan instructed Wei Chuan to come to the shop the following day before swiftly ending the call. The night was alluring, with the moon hanging large and round in the sky. After finishing his call, Gao Pingfan turned his attention once more to the enchanting Shin Chumo, breaking the silence. Shin Chumo, I need your assistance with something. I had a conflict with some students in Xiao Yuzi's class and fear they may target her in the future. I would like to ask you to speak with the school's counselor and teachers to prevent any disadvantage for her. Why should I help you? Well, how about I give you another massage? Gao Pingfan had not anticipated Shun Chumo's refusal, and he paused, tentatively proposing an alternative. Her expression remained unchanged, but internally, she berated herself for even considering it. She was unsure why she felt compelled to spar with HOPNGFN, but having already spoken, she could not retract her words and could only nod in agreement, saying, All right, I happen to have some discomfort in my shoulder. No problem, leave it to me. HOPNGF and expertly rubbed his hands together, and swiftly approached Xu from behind, gently placing his palm on her exposed shoulder and commencing a massage with increasing proficiency. From her shoulder to her neck and then to the top of her head. The sensation was nothing short of exquisite. That's enough. SHNCHM did not genuinely desire a massage. After allowing HOPNGFN to knead her for a few minutes, she decided to conclude this unexpected game. Ha obey and give and compensate. Yet he did not move away, instead glancing at the laptop in front of him and inquiring, SHNCHM, are you selecting new autumn and winter apparel? I have some expertise in this area. May I assist you? Keep your distance. Feeling the assertiveness in HOPNGFN's tone, SHNCHM was hardly in the mood to entertain his words and quickly turned her head slightly away. HOPNGFN chose not to encroach further, sitting beside SHNCHM on the couch and offering his professional critique. I believe this garment falls short. The style and color are rather conservative. Nowadays, young people prefer to chase trends. I think the design could lean more towards Korean and Japanese styles. Listening to Ha Ope and Gif in this articulate discourse, SHNCHM's expression transformed into one of increasing bewilderment. She sensed that HOPNGFN was not merely rambling. He truly possessed some insight. Thus, the two engaged in a serious exchange, reminiscent of a teacher and student dynamic. However, after an undetermined duration, the harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered. SHNCHM's serious demeanor suddenly stiffened, and she instantly reverted from her student mode, her cheeks flushing a vibrant pink. Va Opengifn, puzzled by the sudden change, asked what's wrong. How can you ask what's wrong? Just look at where your hand is. SHNCHM gritted her teeth, managing to squeeze out a few words, her fair face alternating between crimson and pale. HOPNGFN then realized, to his astonishment, that his hand had inexplicably found its way onto her lap. How embarrassing. My hand slipped. Let us continue. HOPNGFN attempted to feign nonchalance, but SHNCHM would not afford him that luxury. She seized a nearby pillow and turned to begin fervently swinging it at him. You pervert. You lecher. HOPNGFN dared not retaliate and could only endure SHNCHM's outburst. After several minutes of venting, she finally ceased, panting heavily, observing SHNCHM still wearing a fierce expression. HOPNGFN hastily retreated to the guest room to fetch some clothing and took refuge in the bathroom. SHNCHM did not stop him, seemingly having tacitly accepted that HOPNGFN would be staying the night. Agao lesje, agao pirvirt, agao soldrel. After showering, SHNCHM had vanished from the living room. HOPNGFN breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight had been an unforeseen turn of events, and everything was merely a natural reaction of his body, unrelated to him. Yet that sensation. Stop. HOPNGFN quelled his dangerous thoughts. If he pondered further, he feared he would not sleep well at all. Nevertheless, HOPNGFN ultimately did not enjoy a restful night. Each time he closed his eyes, vivid and tantalizing images would invade his mind, and he did not drift into a hazy sleep until around 2 or 3 in the morning. The following morning, HOPNGFN, sporting dark circles under his eyes, opened the door and coincidentally encountered the equally haggard SHNCHM. Good morning. SHNCHM huffed, ignoring HOPNGFN entirely, her fair face inexplicably tinged with a hint of red. The two engaged in a silent routine of washing up, having breakfast, and finally parting ways upon reaching the shop. By now it was nearly noon, and the employees had all arrived, including the farthest, WICHUN, HOPNGFN, aware that LNYU was still shy about their encounter from the previous night, refrained from teasing her, and instead summoned YF if I and WICHUN to a corner for a meeting. F and go. Are you truly determined to sell the formula? Have you considered it thoroughly? WICHUN inquired eagerly as he took his seat, his face betraying a mix of worry and urgency. Beside him, YF if I remained silent, but wore a similar look of concern. We will definitely sell it. HOPNGFN stated calmly, disregarding their disappointed expressions. However, the formula we sell to them will need some adjustments. Gi and Ia. You must remember what I am about to say. YF, if I and W, I Chu in exchange surprised glances, their spirits lifting. Once W, I Chu in was prepared, HOPNGF in outlined the necessary modifications to the milk tea formula. The changes were minimal, involving slight adjustments to the ingredient ratios and substituting some raw materials with lower quality products. F N Go. Will this fool those people? W I Chu in recorded furiously on a page, feeling a surge of both excitement and apprehension. HOPNGF in reassured him. Rest assured. The milk tea produced from these formulas will be nearly indistinguishable from ours, and the production cost will be slightly lower. They should be grateful to us. Huh? Both W, I Chu in, and YF, if I were bewildered, struggling to comprehend HOPNGF in's intentions. Why sell a lower-cost formula instead of using it for themselves? Was he worried that other businesses might surpass theirs? Chapter 101. Roll up your bedding and leave? HOPNGF in was neither a saint nor a fool. There was a reason behind selling a formula that was slightly cheaper than theirs. While the milk tea produced from these formulas might seem similar at first sip, a discerning palate would uncover the differences. HOPNGF in understood well that those who frequently indulged in CHYNUS milk tea were more concerned with quality than price. Sometimes, even a slight edge in quality could secure customer loyalty. Moreover, this type of customer would not necessarily be completely lost. Although the cost of producing milk tea with inferior ingredients was reduced, the quality became unpredictable and could easily become monotonous. Most importantly, with comparisons to other milk tea brands, the quality of CHYNUS would become even more deeply ingrained in consumers' minds. This would significantly bolster the brand high-end image. FNY. I never expected you to think so far ahead. After hearing HOPNGF N's explanation, WI Chu N was left in awe. He could not help but once again marvel at the disparity between himself, a company veteran, and his boss. HOPNGF N was absolutely right. As imitation milk teas increasingly approached their quality, clinging to the formula was futile. On the contrary, selling off inferior formulas would not only yield immediate profits, but also maintain the gap between them and other milk tea shops, ensuring their core customers remained loyal. It was truly a win-win situation. YF, if I, listening attentively, had admiration shining in her eyes. HOPNGF N was indeed the most outstanding and charismatic boss she had ever encountered, with the only downside being his slight lechery. Your future task is to sell the formula. Earn as much as you can. HOPNGF N encouraged as he patted W I Chu N on the shoulder. Then turned to YF, if I, asking, Sister F, if I, have the membership cards been prepared? They have been completed. I will fetch them for you now, boss. YF, if I stood up and retrieved a box of black and gold paper cards from the counter, which exuded an air of sophistication. HOPNGF N inspected them thoroughly and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, W I Chu N exclaimed, F and go. These cards are not registered to any name, so anyone can use them. Doesn't that seem a bit disadvantageous? Also, this membership card grants discounts at any store. Aren't we only operating this one? What if someone exposes us? G. In air, as a company veteran, you must broaden your perspective. With a stern expression, posed a question in rebuttal. Do you believe that offering a 10% discount through a membership card will attract more customers, resulting in a loss or a gain? In an instant, Wei Chuan comprehended the underlying message, his face flushing with embarrassment, realizing that as a veteran of the company, he still had a long journey ahead. As accepted the cup of tea handed to him by Yi Fei, he took a sip and continued to paint an ambitious vision. Currently, we operate a single store, but this may soon change. Goner, you must be prepared. Brother Fan, I am always ready at a moment's notice. Wei Chuan replied, filled with both excitement and a sense of urgency. Nodded in satisfaction after another sip of water. The youth indeed possessed vigor. Subsequently, assigned a series of tasks to Yi Fei. The first was to learn how to craft new varieties of milk tea. His original plan had been to unveil a new product approximately every 2 months, but with the intensifying competition, he needed to introduce something novel to maintain interest. The second task involved launching the membership card in conjunction with a new milk tea during the National Day holiday, utilizing a promotion of half price for the second cup of the new product to draw in crowds. The third task was to recruit new employees, emphasize that his intention to open a branch was not mere talk, as the competitive edge diminished. Relying solely on one milk tea shop for financial security was a naive dream. As the meeting concluded, it was time for lunch. Initially intended to invite Lin Yu to dine with him, but to his surprise, she had already left, mentioning a lunch engagement with Shin Chumo. The awkwardness from the previous night's incident with Shun Chumo lingered, leading to opt for a solitary meal of. Isn't this the esteemed boss Hao from Chayin, you say? Here for a meal today? As the fragrant was served, a stout figure unexpectedly seated himself across from. It was Huang Zhigua, the owner of Xindong Milk Tea, who had previously poached 2 employees and secretly purchased formulas from Wei Chuan. Always gracious towards his clients, remained unfazed by Huang Zhigua's condescending tone and greeted him with a smile. Boss Huang, what a coincidence. You are here for a meal as well? Not quite. I merely came to take a look, Huang Zhigua replied, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he observed seemingly unbothered while enjoying his meal. He thought to himself that this naive young man was likely oblivious to the fact that his carefully crafted formula was about to be sold by a supposed friend. He intended to impart a lesson to, hoping to guide him away from future pitfalls. What a generous soul he was. Sensing Huang Zhigua's good intentions, after a couple of bites, looked up and said, Boss Huang, your gaze is making me a bit uncomfortable. How about I treat you to a bowl? No need, no need. I just came to say hello and will be on my way now. Huang Zhigua waved his hand, stealing a glance at the aromatic, his smile widening. Isn't that a metaphor for rolling up one's bedding and leaving? What a delightful omen. Once Huang Zhigua's self-satisfied figure disappeared into the crowd, couldn't help but chuckle. He hoped that Huang Zhigua would still be able to smile when he discovered that everyone else had the formula as well. After a brief period of solitude, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Turned to see a group of individuals resembling television station personnel entering the shop, some carrying cameras and others holding cue cards. But the most striking was the female reporter at the front. With her exquisite features and alluring figure, dressed in a shirt, short skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she exuded an irresistible charm. Hello, I am Yin Bing, a reporter from the Mo.Do television station's lifestyle segment. Is your boss present? We would like to conduct an interview. The beautiful reporter approached the counter, greeting. Even her professional smile was captivating. However, having interacted with numerous stunning women, remained unfazed and replied calmly. Feel free to ask me anything. I can make decisions. Is that so? Then I apologize for the inconvenience. Yin Bing noted with a hint of surprise, but she dismissed it quickly, assuming this dashing young man was likely a relative of the owner. After a brief preparation, the interview commenced. Recently, a new milk tea shop has opened in Mo.Do that has been immensely popular, with long queues forming outside daily. Today, we shall explore what makes this establishment so captivating. Many of the milk teas offered here are unfamiliar to me. Are they all unique creations of your shop? Indeed, replied without hesitation, continuing to embellish. Our owner has loved milk tea since childhood and has devoted years to researching and crafting it. After much exploration, we have finally developed these innovative varieties that differ from traditional milk tea. Could you elaborate on the characteristics of these new milk teas? Firstly, they are healthier. Unlike those made with powdered milk, our tea is crafted from authentic ingredients, and we source the freshest produce. Secondly, the flavors are more diverse compared to traditional milk tea. Spoke with confidence in front of the camera, articulating with such enthusiasm that not only did he pique Yin Bing's interest, but even the employees of Cha Yin You Say were left in awe. Is our milk tea truly this impressive? Yin Bing mused, feeling compelled to try a cup herself. How about this? Could you prepare a serving of the multi-fruit grape for me? I will taste it on behalf of everyone. Certainly. Adeptly prepared a cup of milk tea and handed it to Yin Bing. Upon taking a sip, her face brightened with delight. Delicious. Seized this perfect opportunity to promote the shop, quickly delivering a flurry of enthusiastic remarks, his earnest demeanor appearing as if he were genuinely recommending the drink rather than advertising. Wei Chuan, observing from the background, was wide-eyed, feeling he had learned something valuable. Truly, Brother Fan was remarkable. His ability to seize opportunities was unparalleled. Yin Bing regarded with a peculiar look, sensing that his persuasive skills surpassed even those of a seasoned reporter. After a few more questions and some spontaneous interviews with customers, the segment concluded. Before departing, Yin Bing couldn't resist her curiosity. Are you genuinely just a mere shop assistant? Just a part-time role. I am actually a student at the Institute of Technology. What a coincidence. I'm also an alumna of the Institute of Technology. Is that so? How about we exchange contact information? To be honest, I once aspired to be a reporter. Seizing the moment, made his request. Yin Bing, without hesitation, exchanged numbers before gracefully exiting the shop. As watched her elegant figure fade from view, a smile crept onto his face. With the support of the television station, Huang Zhigua and his associates would stand no chance against him. Even if they procured the formula, they would merely be left in his wake. Regaining his focus, prepared to resume his work when he noticed Lin Yu and Wei Chuan observing him with peculiar expressions. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you all staring at?" "I added Yin Bing's contact solely for the purpose of promoting the shop." "I believe you," Wei Chuan, feeling he had matured considerably over the past few months, quickly defended. Shifting the topic, Brother Fan, Xu Xiangnuan is planning a class reunion for National Day. Are you going? Not interested. If you wish to attend, feel free. Then I won't go either. Initially eager to attend the gathering, Wei Chuan reconsidered upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, realizing that he had been rather superficial. As a venerable member of the company, he cannot be merely a person of trivial tastes. Today, being the weekend, an extraordinary number of individuals flocked to the streets to indulge in milk tea. Upon arriving at the school gate, Hao Pingfan called Qin Lingyue, hoping to invite her for dinner to deepen their relationship. However, to his dismay, he discovered that Qin Lingyue had taken up a part-time job. Left with no alternative, Hao Pingfan settled for a casual meal alone before rallying a few friends from the dormitory to venture into the internet CAF. The two-day holiday swiftly passed, and soon it was Sunday evening when the class meeting convened punctually. This particular assembly was to formally establish the class officers, and individuals such as Zhao Changkai and Li Zhuangzhuang, who aspired to the position of class leader, appeared somewhat anxious. In contrast, Hao Pingfan remained remarkably relaxed. As he had no intention of running for election, barring any unforeseen events, he would merely be a spectator that evening. Yet, an unexpected turn of events did indeed arise. Hao Pingfan, your classmates hold you in such high esteem. Are you truly unwilling to run for class leader? Once the meeting commenced, the counselor Cheng Chao began with some preliminary remarks before organizing the election for class officers. Although Hao Pingfan had not registered for the position of class leader, during the voting process, a student suddenly proposed that Hao Pingfan should be appointed as class leader, and, astonishingly, he garnered overwhelming support from the majority of his classmates. The counselor was taken aback by the unprecedented scene, and even Hao Pingfan himself was astonished. During military training, he had hardly engaged in any activities. How had he gained such goodwill among his peers? I sincerely appreciate everyone's support, but I truly have no interest in the position of class leader. Please consider selecting someone else. Amidst the anxious gazes of Zhao, Changkai, and others, Hao Pingfan ultimately chose to decline. His future endeavors were destined to focus on business, and he feared he might struggle to keep up with his studies, let alone assume the responsibilities of class leader. Zhao Changkai breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Hao Pingfan now tinged with admiration. Truly, he was the unspoken leader of the dormitory, a life mentor who had garnered such loyalty with minimal effort. He had much to learn. The female classmates felt a tinge of disappointment. The image of Hao Pingfan as the benevolent older brother had firmly taken root in their hearts. Had he become class leader, he would undoubtedly have been gentle and considerate. But alas, the flowers yearned while the waters flowed indifferently. The male classmates were equally disheartened, as they had hoped to strengthen their rapport with Hao Pingfan through such gestures, thereby acquiring skills in courting, only to see their aspirations dashed. However, the most complex emotions were undoubtedly held by Li Ling and Zhen Xiaoye. Both had previously looked down upon Hao Pingfan, but now witnessing his popularity, they could hardly articulate the tumultuous feelings brewing within them.